so high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high. Tell me if it's funny, disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. So high, make it feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Feel so high, make it feel so high, you never know why. Once again.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
It's time for the pre-show on our second day of the Jönköping Major. I'm Intero. I'm joined by Pengu. And we had some nonstop action yesterday, and it's going to continue today. But before we get there, we've got some formalities to go through.
Yeah.
So we can talk about the matches that we saw yesterday. If that's okay with you.
I'm okay with that. We can do
Are
that,
you okay
absolutely.
with that?
Yeah.
What about the Pengu that was in the promotional video?
He would also be okay with
Would he
that.
be okay with it?
Sure.
What about the Pengu that's on the TVs when we walked in for AIM Lab talking about coaching sessions?
He too would be okay with it.
Okay with that.
Yep.
Great.
All versions.
That's 4 votes in favor of it, baby. With the second day upon us, we might be saying goodbye to some teams today.
That's true, actually.
And we might be saying hello to some teams today as well. You're probably wondering what happened in the matchups yesterday, and while we'll run through the nitty-gritty, you don't want to see pictures, you want to see video. So that's what we'll do. We'll show you what happened in the matches yesterday. Before we get into it, is there any match in particular that really stood out to you, Nick? Either good or bad?
I mean, we cast it, so it was like Cyclops MNM, right? Where it's like, one team's gonna win, and then a massive comeback begins, and it just completely reverse sweeps it, right?
It was 6-2.
Yeah, it was 6-2 in favor of Cyclops, and guess what? Cyclops, they didn't end up winning the match. MNM did. They won like 6 rounds in a row, and then it was over.
Just as a general rule, it was a pretty rough day for North America yesterday. It was a pretty rough day for APAC yesterday.
Yeah.
Tremendously bad day for APAC.
You know who's doing great? Europe. And LATAM as always, but like Europe's doing really good.
Europe is doing
happy with
well.
that.
Maybe they have the home field advantage, Nick. North America didn't do so great unless your name is TSM. They were 2-0 on the day. Spacestation not having the results that they want. Mirage had a surprising showing in both of their matches, but ultimately falling short to Dire Wolves, which I don't want to say is a surprise because, again, I don't want to undersell APAC, but there wasn't really a good APAC team yesterday. There wasn't really a good APAC performance. Today, they absolutely need to find a way to get out of the basement. But when you talk about these European teams, Wolves did pretty okay. MNM did pretty okay. BDS did pretty okay.
Yeah.
Heroic was okay. Heroic, you were there.
I mean, Heroic had a tough time really showing up in the server. I mean, we saw their game against TSM on Cafe, and they really had a hard time getting into the swing of things. And then what we didn't see live was the Liquid Heroic game because we're traveling back to the hotel at that point. And they also struggled in that matchup as well with a similar scoreline of 7-5. So Heroic, they're the only team from here right now that's actually suffered a loss, and it's in both of their games.
No, you're absolutely correct. In terms of the APAC teams right now, it's very easy for us to actually break it down, but before we get into the actual ones, let's talk about the regions, let's talk about the groups. We'll run through all 4 of them, and the first one on your screen is going to be Group A, which is actually what we will be starting both of the streams off with. You and I personally will be covering the Cyclops Soniqs game. MNM versus Black Dragons will be occurring on the B stream. That'll be covered by both Hap and Fluke.
Yes.
This group in particular, MNM Gaming walked in, and yeah, they didn't exactly get the job done in regulation against Cyclops. That was the matchup that you talked about, where it was 6-2 in favor of Cyclops, and it was MNM who ended up winning 8-6. So as you can see on your screen, we got some probabilities for you as to whether or not they're going to make it out of the groups and into the live portion of the event on Friday. MNM sitting quite pretty right now.
That they are, and that's because they got 5 points top of the leaderboard, and the second up is Soniqs, which only got 3 points. So if MNM can get a regulation win to start off the day, they can actually start building a lead for their group and put themselves in a great position. Whereas Black Dragons and Cyclops, they're both sharing that bottom spot of 2 points. They need them now more than ever, so day 2 for them has to go well. Otherwise, playoffs becomes a question mark for them.
Cyclops and Soniqs are playing, and so are MNM and Black Dragons. But then later on in the day, it's Cyclops versus Black Dragons. That will be a matchup from yesterday, as we'll be getting into rematch territory. And then Soniqs and MNM will be concluding the group. Over in Group B, Team Liquid and TSM, so dominant. This might be the biggest difference that we see from the top to the bottom in any of these groups. Team Liquid walked into the day. They take both of their victories with a +8 round differential. That is huge after only 2 matches. TSM not too far behind with a +4, but Heroic, a disappointing day. SANDBOX, a disappointing day as well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, a lot of fans, you know, go into this, they're like, Group B is going to be super, super close because look at Team Liquid, TSM, Heroic, SANDBOX, not a single overtime game in day number 1, despite day number 1 having so many overtime games overall. So a huge surprise. And the numbers, as we see right now, We're sitting very pretty up top with Liquid and TSM, 96 and 95% in regulation victory. Heroic even getting regulation victory at 28%, just barely scraping yellow colors.
I mean, if you have Heroic and SANDBOX win both of their matches today,
Yes.
in regulation, then what ends up happening? Well, suddenly we go into tomorrow and this group is wide open. TSM will be starting off their first match of the day against Liquid and then playing Heroic later in the day. SANDBOX will be playing Heroic and Team Liquid later on to conclude the day. Moving on to Group C, well, this one is also quite lopsided, but for different reasons. Actually, statistically, this group is more lopsided than what we just saw out of B. By a single round, mind you.
Wow.
Team BDS is +5 on their round differential, W7M +8. Yesterday, BDS toppled Spacestation 7-5 and then defeated Fury 7-4. And while that's good, it's still, those are close matches. This is another group that did not require overtime yesterday whatsoever.
Yeah, which again, is surprised because Spacestation Gaming, Team BDS, and W7M all very proven teams at this point. Fury being the big question mark in this group in particular. And while they did get 4 rounds against BDS and 3 rounds against W7M, they need more than that to survive this group, that's for sure.
Probability looks almost identical, if not entirely identical. Impossible for me to memorize all 16 of those percentages on your screen. I am not the head of percentages, Nick. Either way, W7M and BDS are in excellent spot to make it out of the group in the right direction. Spacestation and Fury would make it out of the groups as well in the wrong directions. They'd be making out of it to a plane on the way home. So very similar to what we see in Group B. European team doing well here, NA team doing well in Group B. All the way over to Group D to round out our groups. This is the group that you and I started with, or sitting with yesterday, and we'll also be focusing on today. Much more parity when it comes to these 4 teams. Wolves are atop the group with 5 points. FaZe and Direwolves both squeezed out a win yesterday. Mirage came mighty close and had a spirited match against Direwolves, but still fell short.
Yeah, this was probably the biggest surprise group for me because Direwolves getting 3 points in day 1 was a surprise, not to underestimate them, but after seeing how well Mirage played in their opening match against Wolves, going all the way to overtime in Clubhouse, I thought surely they'd take it against Direwolves later on as well. But no, they went to Theme Park and Direwolves beat Mirage 7-5, and that's why the board right now looks this way in point contribution.
It's actually interesting when you go off of who beat who yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Direwolves got smoked by FaZe 7-1 in favor of the Brazilian squad.
Yeah.
But then Direwolves beats Mirage 7-5. Mirage pushes Wolves to the brink and still ultimately falls short, but the Wolves scrape out a 1-round victory, beating Mirage 8-7. But then Wolves beat FaZe 7-4 pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So Wolves struggle against Mirage, but then destroy FaZe. FaZe destroys Direwolves, and then Mirage loses to Direwolves. It's fascinating stuff. The one team that doesn't have the best odds of making it out of the group and to our show on Friday is Mirage, but the rest of the group is wide open. But, as I'm sure you're probably delighted, yet another European team is in prime position to make it to Friday.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the matches yesterday. I was very, I want to say I was surprised by how close the competition was, but it's very heartwarming to see it because we're always going to these tournaments saying who's going to win. And we never truly know, but yesterday just really proved that point where it is really anybody's game right now in every single group, essentially.
What we've seen from the majors this year, going all the way back to start. Let's go back actually an entire year and go back to the Yavla Major.
Okay.
That was this time last year. Then we go to SI, then we go to Charlotte, then we go to Berlin and here. Regions that have a good first day don't typically also have a good second day. We'll have at SI. LATAM will absolutely dominate day 1. And then win 1 or 2 matches day 2 and just completely not show up. APAC will have a great first day and then fall off the second day. And they'll still be in contention by the 3rd day, but it'll be a coin toss. North America won't show up first day or second day and then win all their matches 3rd, and 1 or 2 teams end up making it to the playoffs. So today, when you look at the teams that sit on top of these groups, consistency is going to be king here. If the teams that already won yesterday win again, that means that the 4 victories that they would have are almost good enough to get them clinched for Friday. And as I said, there's a high likelihood that we will see some teams guarantee their spot to the playoffs, and we will also say goodbye to some of the teams today. I have no doubt that we'll say goodbye to at least one team today. On the right-hand side of your screen is the schedule. We'll be starting with Cyclops and Soniqs here on this stream, and then Wolves and Direwolves will be following. I'd like to remind you that we also have a B stream that is ongoing, and you can tune in there if you'd like. That schedule that was just up, that's just for us right here. Now, right side of your screen again, that's the B stream.
That's the B stream. B stands for better, by the way, in case you guys weren't aware. That's what we started yesterday, in case you didn't see us doing the intro.
It does not stand for better. There's no difference.
Actually, that's wrong. There is a difference.
We have a desk.
We have a desk here.
We have a desk.
We have a nice...
They don't have a desk. We have a desk. On this stream, in case you're considering tuning in based on the casters. Because, you know, we control the games and we control your entertainment as well. Dev and Mandy will be doing the matches on Stream A that Nick and I are not doing. Over on the B stream, Hap and Fluke will be starting off the day, and Blue and Stokes will be coming in for matches 3, 4, 7, and 8 as Hap and Fluke get their union-sanctioned breaks. So if you're curious, because I know you like to ask, where will the casters be? That's it for you.
Nice.
And also, these will also be available, all the matches will be available for VODs later if you want to tune in after the fact, because we know that when it comes to time zones, it's 1 a.m. right now on the West Coast. If you live in Las Vegas, if you live in Los Angeles, if you live in Vancouver, etc., you're looking at a 1 a.m. start time. Right now, that's pretty early.
It's also really early to watch your favorite North American teams lose, so it's like you might as well sleep in and then watch the games back later.
Yeah, I think Super is actually co-streaming right now.
Oh God!
And so I think Canadian might be co-streaming too, and they're both in Vegas. So we pray for your sleep schedule, gentlemen. Either way, that's it for the pre-show. In just a couple minutes, we'll come back and we'll start off the matches on day 2 here in the Jönköping Major.
So to design Solis' device, we were looking for something that needed 2 hands to be operated and something that wasn't going to take too much of the vision space. So we thought about augmented reality. We were very excited with all the modern visual that it could add to the game. Solis' kit is made of 3 main parts: the helmet, the bracelet, and the gloves. So when the helmet turns on, the screen switches from transparent to glowy yellow, and the HUD elements start to show for the user. The second part is the bracelet. It's used as a placement tag for the AR interface. And this AR interface is shaped as a 3D ring. It's used by Solis to interact with the gadget. The last part is the scan, and the scan is the middle part of this AR interface. And when the scan is performed, you have this pulse of 3D lines that starts and fades in the distance, giving the position of every electronic device on its way.
Usually with loadouts, we try to give flexibility for players. We give the P90 as a primary because it's a super good SMG, super interesting, and another SMG as a sidearm because it's also a really good weapon. But we're also giving Solis a shotgun because being able to create, rotate, and help on site and help reshape the map is also very, very interesting for an operator like this. And with the sidearm, again, that is SMG, it allows you to bring the shotgun and still have an SMG at hand if you really need to defend yourself.
So this is actually one of the first maps we've done that actually incorporates the lore. It's Night Haven, it's a research facility. So the basement only has 1 bomb site. It's optimized for navigation and flow. And we went for a more optimized design, so it's quite compact in its shape, but there's a lot of entryways from the exterior helipad, and there's lots of ingress and egress that you can actually do to the sites. There's a little Easter egg down there, hiding away, not so subtly. So first floor has 2 bomb sites. It's very clean, there's a cafeteria, there's lots of small rooms, big rooms, there's a warehouse there with some exterior walls. The warehouse is super interesting when you get close to it because it's an open area with a catwalk above it. On one of the roofs, there's a risk versus reward run out to reinforce a hatch. Otherwise, it opens up some pretty interesting lines of sight, but you need to, wait for the prep phase to finish, get out, and, so break the barrier, get out and go do it. The map should be going into all of the playlists that we normally release upon. It's not the same as any other map. There's unique things in this one, and the map looks superb. The artists, the lighters, everyone did such a great job on this map. I'm looking forward to the reception.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a crazy prize. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Think about it, make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high, you never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi, welcome. I'm Fluke, that's Hap, and here we have Bravo Stream, and here we have the opening of Day 2. Parker and Pengu, thank you so much for the wonderful recap of everything and where we're at. How you feeling?
Sleepy?
Yeah, it's quite early.
It is quite early.
It was a long day, and you and I were at the end of it.
Yeah, and we had to get up like early for the shuttle. It was quite warm in the shuttle as well, which is nice, but not when you get back out in the cold. But yeah, we're here. We're getting ready. We're slowly waking up, just like 10 a.m. gaming, going up against Black Dragons very soon. So, was it 10 a.m. NM? That was it.
AM and M&M.
Yeah, it's early.
AM and M&M versus Black Dragons, and AM and M&M have had a very good lead-in, actually. From the first day, they were able to get a couple of successes. Obviously, we sort of had the full wrap on how things played out yesterday. Black Dragons, a mixed bag, one success, one failure. They find themselves not hurtling down at a bit of a surprise, but Soniqs leapfrogged them into second place based on taking them after what seemed like it would have been their game. They opened so well on their attack.
Well, that was it, right? You were looking at that game, you saw all those plans happening, you're like, wow, like everything is going so strongly here. And then it kind of all just fell apart. And it's still some mistakes made here and there on either side. There is definitely improvement points for both these teams to go in. Also for MNM, you know, they weren't quite able to get all 6 points, but, you know, that's what Day 2 is for, to see whether or not you improve or if you slack behind a little bit further. But today is the day that we can start to lock in teams. We can also start to say goodbye to some teams, potentially. Don't worry, we're not flying them out just yet because there's still another day to play for right afterwards, even though if they might not be able to qualify anymore. But yeah, things are starting to shape up truly today.
Now, if we're looking at in terms of the run of Black Dragons, obviously they were pushed to the brink by Cyclops in the first game. They pulled it back and won an OT. The reverse happened, or again, not even the same thing happened. In fact, for Cyclops versus MNM, except a much bigger divide. It was about 6-2.
Yes.
And Cyclops then did Cyclops things, couldn't quite bring things together. There is the French duck. Le quack. Why do they have a French duck? There's not a... Is it a French duck? I mean, he's wearing a beret. Maybe Eden?
Could be.
He's the only
Possibly.
French person on the roster.
I was
don't know.
looking at Mello being like,
It's entirely
what is
thrown
the
me.
connection?
It's entirely thrown me. We'll have a look and see where we're going.
Yep.
Will it be Chalet again?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't know. I guess time will tell. Obviously, it was a lot of doubling down.
Can't actually
Yesterday, that is Clubhouse.
Okay.
Clubhouse on our little monitor.
A nice little map
further
of
away.
basics to come through. Hasn't been played in the group yet. So.
No, it has been played once or twice. It has been played around. I mean, I'm curious to see how this will go, because one of the compliments that we played to Black Dragons was their plant game, their fascination and dedication to it was fantastic on their second swing round. In fact, the top two planters of this whole tournament are in this game. Nello and Basetto are going to be head-to-head at Heads Down, Hold F.
Now, I do feel for Basetto because the man almost got a plant ace yesterday, right? 5 rounds in a row he managed to plant. He was about to go for a 6th, and then gets tragically team killed. So maybe he's going to go for a bit of revenge here today, wanting to make up for that lost plant. Because Black Dragons, they were really focused, really well focused at getting that diffuser down on the ground against Soniqs. Now, is it going to be working against MNM the same way as it did against Soniqs for the majority of their attacks? Or are they going to go for a bit of a different game plan here? That is going to be that big question. We'll wait to see answered as the teams are getting themselves ready. Just the last huddle up. Just the last couple of notes to be given out.
Hey, Hap, I got a question for you.
All right, go ahead for the question.
How many points do M&M need to escape the group, roughly?
Okay, so if they manage to get 10 points and Black Dragons and Cyclops, they drop points, they could be out. But let's just say if they manage to get to, well, let's say 11 or 12 points today.
Okay, 2 wins, they're through.
Yeah, 2 wins. They should be through.
How many points do they need to get to SI?
Oh, that's 5.
That's 5.
They need to be 3rd place in groups.
Points.
And if they get 5, they're going to be on 10, which I said could be enough, but might not be enough, but at least will be enough for 3rd.
Yeah, if M&M leave today with at least 5 points in their pretty pockets, SI is guaranteed. Regardless of whether they get out of groups at that point, 3rd place is guaranteed. So they get their name etched in. They were in a good position to get it. They were maybe in the best position out of anyone. They're one of those, I think, 3 teams or 4 teams that just needed 3rd place in their group.
Yeah.
So
they're looking to do it first. That's what they're hoping to go for, and they are the team that can do it first because they have the 1st and 5th game of the day, which means that they complete their 4th at the very first moment. So, as the players are getting seated, that means we are slowly getting towards the start of Clubhouse, the very methodical map, which has that step-by-step plan, which we've seen yesterday can go very wrong as well if you have a Zofia accidentally stunning your Monty. So let's make sure that that doesn't happen.
no. I mean, we've seen mistakes.
Yep.
I think it's fair to sort of say we've seen massive performances from these 2 teams. MNM, I mean, I think they took a lot of people by surprise. Their first game, Solotov, unbelievable. He was all over the shop. As said, Nello's got the consistency. I think of all the charts across the board of CCG rankings for this, I think there's an MNM player on the top of 3 of them.
I did hear something like that. I knew it was at least 2. Not quite sure if it is going to be 3. Let me just pull up CGG.
3?
3. Just trying to stall for seconds because I get cookie pop-ups. Please don't do that. Jönköping.
You can check. You can. I'll give you the second.
I'm checking.
I mean, they also tweeted.
Checking.
Checking.
As a Ferrari engineer. Alright, there we go. Users Nello and Solotov finding themselves on top for KD, Cost, and Plant.
And it's 3 different players as well. It's 3 different players that get themselves in this situation. Solotov is close to being the top rated for rating as well, only beaten out by Keys from W7M. They're in a good stead. In fact, all of the top rated players, the top 5, are Latin or EU.
I mean, it's not surprising, right? If you look at the day yesterday, you see that EU and LATAM had the best days, and, well, APAC a little bit worse than NA. So, at that point, those ratings do make sense. Now, is it going to stay that way? Especially on the plants. Is it going to be Nello or Bassetto that comes out on top of this at the end of the day? Because both are currently on 5. And again, 5 of those plants came down from a single game where Bassetto managed to put 5 in a row. The man also has 23 plants over Copa Elite 6 and BR6 the season itself. Incredible statistics.
Allow me for just a second to put on my Fresh on Desk cap.
Okay, yes. Hello, Fresh. How are you doing?
I'm from all. He is a map aficionado, a map specialist.
Yes.
Some say if you need information about a map, you call him Fresh. If you need a Ghostbusted, you call him Ghostbusted. If you need a map, you call him Fresh.
Yeah.
His preference chart, he lovingly gives to all of us wonderful peons out here. It breaks things down in terms of map preference. Now, how he runs the data, I cannot give you the full thread. You'll have to ask him. You'll have to jump on and bother him. But
I have a feeling how he does it.
7th preference map for MNM of the total of 9, with only a 43% round win. It's about a 4th preference map for Black Dragons, but with a worse statistic of they only really have a 30% success. For me, crunching his data on Crunch Data, it's a sort of confusing amalgamation of can it just be a stronger EU map in general?
It could be. But if you're looking at preference maps like that for a long time in the European League, the main preference map for G2 was Bank, and they lost it every single time. So, you know, sometimes preferred maps don't really mean that much. In this case, it could. Again, it's a map of fundamentals, and that means that whoever has those pinned down a little bit better than the other and might bring in some innovation to the mix is going to find themselves a bit victorious.
Yeah.
Now, we are seeing different bans on this clubhouse, like we've seen yesterday, not in this group, but for a different game. Yesterday, it was very, very, very attacker-sided in terms of the bans, due to the fact that no Heart Breachers have been banned. Thatcher was even open, allowed to be played. We're seeing a bit of a change now. Cade banned, Hibana banned, more like clubhouse bans that we're used to see. So this should be a bit more even if you look at just operator bans.
You would hope, I think, in this sort of setup, because you have funky bans from time to time. Bandit in the bottom right as highlighted, was the funkiest that we sort of saw. He's instantly on the board here. For a site you wouldn't really expect Bandit, I'm going to assume they're going to do a very tall extension here, get themselves all the way up to CCTV and sort of lock walls there and maybe try and waste some time of MNM's game. It's a risk strategy, but
The thing is, right,
it's a lot of dedication.
would you bring Thatcher knowing Kate is off the board if you're attacking the basement? I don't think you would. Right?
No.
You need to figure out, okay, there is actually going to be a Bandit out here playing on that top floor before you realize, okay, maybe we need a Thatcher in that case.
It's just, I guess I want to see how dedicated they are to holding it. Are they just going to sort of lay these bandits and hope that it adds an extra 30 seconds of slow, which if that's the difference, make you run the numbers? Or look at this change. We now have Candelas, Iana, Nook. They've gone for something a little bit more explosive. They might just cut this in half and maybe ignore how much of a play is being put on the top, or see if they can strike. Look at this hold. They have the Bandit in CCTV, they have the player on rafters. It's almost like they're sort of baiting a play here with this setup.
I mean, they might be, and MNM right now figuring out as well the need to get... That was a good grenade if Perez stayed in position, but he swung on Tyre and took him out. It's going to be a very early loss here for MNM. Solotov will fight back though, finds one. Takes damage from a second source, but stays alive. Patoxy is looking to go for a challenge though, but he needs to be careful because you do not want to give away your number advantage at this point. Yes, it's 4-4, but you do have the HP. You are the defenders. Time is in your favor. If you give out more bodies now towards the attack, they are going to be able to play that trade game. They will be able to force themselves onto the actual site and maybe push a bigger advantage as a result of it.
This is where I talked about they might just try and cut this in half. You have Solotov wanting to sneak his way down the site stairs itself. There's still Ion up on this top corner. Basetto's pulling himself down, back across dirt. He's realized there's nobody to get a straight strike onto. Patoxy's watching over the stock hatch. So Perez has to rotate down if he wants to take it. Is he going to go for the run out? He's just going to hold the angle. The pressure's onto stock side. Nello. He's either side. Solotov goes down in the meantime. There's Basetto. The shotgun drives its way up the stair set itself. Look at this. The Bandit and the Wamai either side. They're wanting a fight. There's the strike onto Ion. Nello's not going to sit around and find out what happens next because he expects more of pressure.
A man down now on the attack, but it's not going to be the end of the world. However, we are down in that basement site, and time has always been an issue here for attacking teams. It is just... well, really crowded. You need to do a lot of preparative work. You need to clear the top floor, the first floor, then open up the hatch, just see if you can maybe edge out an opening somewhere which you can use to truly, well, open up that gap a little bit more than it already was. But Iron still being on that roam, it's going to be crucial as Patoxy almost gets banged through the floor.
Good pings, good intel, almost got a bit of a strike on the back of it, and, well, for what I thought might have a bit of pace, it seems MNM were slowed down. The Black Dragon's hold here has worked perfectly. It's sort of stretched the early brains and early games and day here of MNM. They sort of found themselves a bit scarred, but they still have everything to try and drive through the rust. They're watching it, but Ion with the swing round, gets one, gets two. Is he going for the third? He just misses the tail end, but still gets it, Nello. Caught out by the Bandit, and, well, what I thought was a read on the hold was unfortunately the wrong language book. It's in Portuguese.
Yeah, it definitely didn't translate out well there, as they hoped to bring in some pace, but did not have the utility needed to take care of those roamers, who really were a big issue there. I mean, there was some early strikes going through, there was some aggressive swings later on as well, which just no answers able to be given out by MNM. And as Solotov managed to find a refrag, he instantly wanted to go a bit more aggressive, like they needed to take something. It is that basement. It is a 4v4. You need to turn that body count into your favor. So he heads down towards those main stairs and gets picked up by shotgun. It's unfortunate. He tried to make something work. Unfortunately, it bit them back. Now they can reset. It is going to be CCTV. It is going to be that main bomb site we have seen so many times on a map like Clubhouse. And that is the reason why a lot of attacking teams know exactly how to approach this. Again, for you, if you are new to Siege, first of all, welcome. But let us explain that step-by-step plan. It usually revolves around taking out the wall on the east, which is a direct entry towards CCTV.
Yeah, that's step one.
And after that, you take control of Garage. You have an opportunity to plant from there on. Basically, you do not need anything more than that. Usually teams do extend out to put up some pressure towards construction, maybe even into launch as well to stop any C4s from happening, but that's the more advanced version of the basics.
Bandit tricking in this day and age, in this weather, in this economy, it's more likely than you think. Yeah, there was a hot ping there. They sort of did that just to make the statement of Nade saying, we know you're doing this, don't expect to be able to do this for long. There's the play. The Bandit moves back into position. They're prepped on how they're going to do it, one either side. The impact EMP goes a bit early. It catches off one, but the Selma does what it needs to. They're always going to get that wall open.
So I was saying they need a second hard breach there. If you're only going with a thermite, the bandit trick can be successful. If you're opening up with two, it's never going to be quick enough to actually take him out. Hot Pink's coming through onto the mezzanines right now. That's going to be the next step for MNM to take care of. Just that player out there. Paris takes a lot of damage from the actual breach that has been made, and now it's tasked to him to stay alive as Neo has completely opened up that wall now. Garage is getting opened up as well to put up some extra pressure towards that mezzanine player, and as the Monty is starting to push up, MNM is doing exactly what they need to get a plant down later in this round.
I mean, that's it. With the damage the Jaeger's taken as well, he almost has to play this a little bit more cautiously. The pressure's coming over to the side of Paceto, who's been able to get in with the shotgun before the pre-fires connect to Selma underneath. But look at the player around stock in pit. Solitov finds Paceto. I don't know if they just got hyper-aggressive there with the shotgun. There's the ping. Neo might get caught out by the stock player, but it's Tyrant that has the cover. Will there be the swing over pit? It's Patoxy, and they're not going to risk the fight. They pull themselves back, suffering the end. Suddenly, two players on site. MNM knows the call there on the top of red, and they're going to see if they can stick the kit in the meantime. Nello, he's stuck face down. Patoxy in the big rotate round on the back end. BD's had to rebuild, but it's a post plant. Nade, he's going to try and step himself in. The C4's a little bit too late. Nello is now a door, and a pretty impossible one to pass at this point. It focuses all of MNM's gunfire onto a single route through. Neo's watching the back line. Solitov out on the rappel. The cover there on towards the plant itself. Really, this is MNM's to fudge up.
Yeah, and I don't think they will. It is going to be just a single door. You mentioned it before. There is a rappel. There is the Monty still on site. You also have someone in garage. It's almost impossible for MNM to lose here as Nello's decided to go a bit funky with the actual pistol. And Solitov with that final kill. I think that the first kill we saw onto Paceto on the smoke actually came through that drone hole as well. Which really opened it up because that smoke carries so much utility to delay that plant ever so slightly. And I don't think any calls came through. I mean, Nade had the opportunity to use a nitro cell, but he didn't hear the plant going down, I think. And that is, like, as soon as that plant went down, he tossed it into the default spot, but Nello already in that door with that Monty blocking any passage. Wasn't going to be hurting him anymore at that moment in time. So 1-1, MNM has equal up the score. We're headed towards gym and bedroom next, the other top floor site. Now, this one becomes a bit more favored for a lot of teams lately. Of course, first of all, due to the fact that CCTV is going to be such a step-by-step plan, it's almost impossible to lose if you're an attacker and you follow those steps to the letter. Gym is a bit more different. It's a bit more of a tough spot to get through as an attacker. A lot more positions to hide in that bathroom in the center of those two bomb sites as well. A difficult position to clear every now and then. What I think will happen is that they'll just, again, breach onto Jacuzzi, and then they will use some of those Selmas to try and get into that bathroom. But if Nade is going to be playing in there with those bandit charges, it is going to be almost impossible to breach through. So they will have to use some extra utility to clear him out.
One apiece. MNM. They found the sweetness of the fudge and get the response pretty much instantly. Usus is going to roll with the Thatcher. We talked about it before, and Nade's going to see if they can keep playing this bandit trick game. I mean, it's a dedication to fundamentals. We talked about how good Black Dragons were at it before. Fundamentals can be played against Club more than any other map, I would say, because it just got taught, learnt, and sort of dedicated early. There it is. He's going to go for the deploy. He's going to sort of make the statement. They're still playing around it, though. How do you catch this player? There's still roots.
Well, that's the thing, right? It is not impossible to stop a bandit player out here because you have that window that is inside of gym, looks all the way down towards that wall, which makes it quite hard. Patoxy has a good read onto Yana being prone right next to the pool table. Tyrant is in quite a bit of danger, and he doesn't even know it. He hasn't checked for that black eye. So they might actually go for a bit of a wallbang attempt right here. Nade is quite next to it, but they need to be careful. It's the punch through from the Aruni together with the MP7 spray down, and Tyrant loses his life early on, but grenades are coming in from below. Solotov is actually going to find Basetto, but deals a little bit of damage.
Yeah, they're looking for this pick. They're almost hoping Basetto leans back into it. How patient are you? No, not patient enough. He's going to instead put the pressure on. The pressure of time is on his mantle. There is a player tucked not too far away from the hatch itself, and Patoxi's watching. Just safe from the angle. There's the reveal. There's the play from underneath the call of the grenades. It's a very well-placed camera, and there's a very well-placed drop. Patoxi was watching, hit the hatch, hit Solotov.
Second kill now coming through on the back of a black eye. So really using that information game well here on Black Dragons. They kind of need to deal with that with MNM for the next round, as Iron will be taking down users now as well. It's only going to be up in a 2-on-5 situation. Almost going to be unwinnable, especially since it's only Neo left. Now, he has an opportunity. Either go for the play or maybe see if you need to have a little bit of a chat, see what's going wrong, see if there needs to be any changes to push up. For now, it seems like Neo wants to go for the actual fight. He finds one, but leaves himself only in about 5 HP. Everything will kill him, and it will be Perez in the end with the AG to shut him down, putting Black Dragons back in the lead.
I mean, I guess that's the thing. You'll sort of highlight how the Valkyrie was such a big effect there for them. Maybe it was a false sense of security that if they're playing this bandit trick, they'll be talking about the fundamentals. Hey, push the boat out. Rotate things around it, be that extra sort of modicum of pressure. It was played very, very well there by BD. They're a team that does like to lean in to engagements. They're a team that isn't cautious or isn't as scared as other teams might be, and it works well because all of them can gun. All of them have been gunning.
Now, MNM haven't quite brought out the IQ, which would be your go-to counter to a Valkyrie, as you can just see those black eyes through the wall, ping them out for the rest of the team to take out. Instead, they have gone for a different approach. Tyrant is going to go onto the Nuck. Of course, an operator that can basically make herself invisible to any cameras using the Hell presence scanner. And uses is going over towards the Dokkaebi. Now, if Dokkaebi uses her gadget, the Logibomb, it is going to be kicking everybody off cameras, which means that if they want to go for a bit of an execute, if they are doing some important work, and I'm not sure if they're getting spotted, you can just use that. No one can check cams. Even dead people now are going to be kicked off, and because they're dead, they cannot actually turn off that phone. But more importantly, you have the opportunity to hack those cameras if you manage to get a defender early on. And that means that you're able to find these spots these black eyes are in, take them out if you need to, or even use it against them if the opportunity arises. Now, all that being said, a top-down approach needs to come in from MNM. We are back into that basement. They need to make sure that the top floor and the first floor are going to be cleared before they're starting to do their prep work. The issue is, though, 2 C4s on the side of Black Dragons. Those will be used in tandem with those Valkyrie cams.
Tyrant, is he going to be able to find this loose firefight? The thread is the trust on, once again, well-hidden Valkyrie camera is going to be something that either takes the Nook by surprise or has the reverse effect. Solotov's on the hunt. And probably doesn't know that they're just being washed at this point. We saw where those cams were, but that's the benefit of being in our position. MNM, they're not taking things by chance, though. Sees the reveal, sees the pings.
Pre-play C4 is currently in the kitchen, so that is what Patoxi is watching for near the hatch. They're hoping to find a player that is going in with a Heartbreach gadget, and it seems like Neo is going to be the player to do so, as he's just opened up the door. Solotov is still opening up on some of the flooring right next to the kitchen right here to put up some extra pressure, but that C4 has already been placed, and as soon as he moves through that freezer, he's going to get blown into pieces, so Neo needs to be very careful here.
That's it. They're going for the bit of the extension. They have the buck as well. Nello can open up some of these angles without the threat of that pop there, and you can see he's the one that's stepping in. The pings are on that C4. They know it's there. They're sort of just trying to get rid of it, but still present.
Smart.
The EMP, very smart. There's a way of getting rid of it there directly. It won't be able to pop just yet. It's gone. That drone is giving them everything, but 2 minutes gone. They're finally starting to maybe put some pressure onto the hatch itself. Nello's going for the pop with the Heartbreach gadget. They're going to rotate their way back round. Ion's still watching down the main corridor.
a good use of the impact EMP there to make it a bit safer to take care of that C4, so you can actually do the work you need to do. Hatch open up, Tyron unfortunately dies though as Solotov finds a trade as Batoxi to lean back into the fight, leaving it in a 4v3, still in favor of Black Dragons, and with 30 seconds left, MNM, they need to make a small miracle happen.
That's it. They're now going to see if they can try and hit on the back door. They still have 2 of the Heartbreach gadgets and the Pocket EMP if they want to pop open pipes. Neo, though, he's tucked above with those 2 gadgets. He's looking to roll these Candelas down. They're going to go for the drop on the plant. 17 seconds, and they got to do it now. The roll comes across. The blinds either side. They're in the corridor. Patoxi gets caught by Users. The drop comes across the board. The bow. The pre-fire on the angle. The one on dirt. Users with 1 more. They're tucked onto blue, but you got to hold FNello. He's going for the fight. The kick goes cold. 1 player left. Basetto locks in around. MNM almost clutched, but a single missed moment.
Not able to go for the plan there. They knew there was too many players still around. That's why you saw the diffuser go aggressive. And even though they had such good information earlier on, Emmy, where they knew exactly where the C4 was, they dealt with it appropriately. They did not have the information about the 1 player in dirt, and that is what cost them that round just now. Black Dragons lead 1-3. And with that, they are starting to climb back into it. It's also the complete opposite from what we've seen from their game against the Soniqs last night, when they were leading in on their attack quite well, but the defense seemed to be lacking. It's now the other way around. Their defenses are doing quite well, but what does that leave for when they go over to the attack? Are they going to be as deadly as they were against Soniqs last night? Because that would spell a lot of trouble for MNM. But again, we mentioned it, 5 points is what they need to qualify themselves for the 6th Invitational taking place in February next year. That is their goal in this major, of course. Like, besides winning it, right? Because everybody wants
you
want to win it. Their side objective, the side quest, is to qualify themselves for the 6th Invitational.
I mean, that felt the first round where we started to get a bit of that MNM gunplay that was so big for them yesterday here. It seems like Black Dragons have just come into this game a little bit sharper. Obviously, they have the benefit of starting on defense. They have that working in their favor. They can sort of lock themselves in. Yeah, that was a very late deploy there of that Frost Mat. If there was a ping, that would have been a kill. Instead, it's the other way around. Tyrant caught out. Sophia gone. Ion still terrorizing across this middle floor.
Tyrant not having the best of games so far. He's been picked up in unfortunate ways time and time again. I mean, look at that. He was right in front of the door. Probably got shot underneath the planks a couple of rounds before he got shot down underneath the pool table due to a Valkyrie cam being out there. Black Dragons is really good at shutting him down so far. He's not been able to have the best of impact. Whereas only currently Solotov that is really showing up. Talking about him, he takes down Patoxi as well. Trying to take stock of the control, finds Iron as well. So he's really just dragging MNM across again, just like he did in the 10 AM game yesterday.
I mean,
he really thrives in this situation.
Solotov and Cocktails, you need him. They need him, and I think the UK scene and all those watching for me, you need him right now as well. If there is anybody that's standing up to the energy of Black Dragons, Solotov is that man for the moment. They've got to build behind it. Perez, a real off-piste position here at the top of the ramp. That breach is going to make things maybe a bit dangerous for him, but Black Dragons kind of thrive in that danger. They love to still hold these angles. They want to see if they can get the surprise strike of the Expectation, but Expectation isn't a game Nello's going to play with. There's the ping on the player. The reveal of the Frost Mat to slow the potential approach there of, obviously, any Monty that wants to roll its way up. The breach, the width on the wall itself makes things a bit more awkward again for that top rafters player. If they can isolate that, then suddenly it's a 4 versus 2. Here comes the Monty. Surely they know about the Frost Mat.
He drone it out himself. He should be aware. He's not going to be stepping up all the way. He needs some support, and that's exactly it. Users needed to take down Perez, so he can take out of the Frost Mat, and that is going to be exactly what they
drone hole!
Again, Basetto dies through that drone hole. Second time in a row to playing CCTV. MNM really just showing why this side is seeing less and less play from the actual defenders, because it is such a, well, clear-cut attack you can go through. The big worry now, though, is that time is ticking down and Nade is finding themselves near the main door. He has that Nitro Cell still in pocket. He can use that to stop a default plant from happening. Neo currently not in the building yet, but he definitely will be soon, and that's exactly what MNM needed to do. Just drop someone down, contest the launch. They definitely know Nade is out here now. He cannot use that Nitro Cell. Solotov shuts him down, and it's going to be another MNM round.
I mean, Solotov, huge round there. As I said, they sort of need the energy there. Attacking early doors, it felt like, or has felt like, Black Dragons have just they've hit the pace a bit quicker in this game, this showdown. If it starts to turn into something where MNM does get some energy behind this, get the round, if they find themselves tied up even half, that's a lot to work with on their defense. It is club. You can have that sort of growth, and as we said and saw before, Black Dragons are pretty good on their attack when they want to formulate it. It was the first half where they got the 5-1 against Soniqs before everything fell apart on the defense. So there is still this pace, there is still pressure here from MNM. They want to try and do as much damage to pull it even on this, the third round, in our first bar.
I did say as soon as the operator bans came through, 3-3 is what I expect to come out of this, right? Because the bans are a lot more defense-sided now with Hibana gone, Maverick gone, Cade gone. It is just harder to hold or like open up these walls for the attack. You're limited in the tools that you're able to bring. But as we're headed towards that top 4, walls will not really be an issue, at least not for the direct sight. You will still want to open up into CCTV or Jacuzzi because you need to take care of the top floor control due to the fact that verticality is so important for this site. If you do not have it, planting will become almost impossible due to the fact that there is going to be so many opportunities to shut them down. I like this, bringing out the IQ to get rid of the black
called
eyes.
for it earlier.
I called for it earlier. They went for a different approach with Nuck, and Dokkaebi didn't really work out, so instead the straight up IQ is what they're going for.
The break over the top, there's no sort of trickery that pulls against it. Obviously, we saw a bandit in the opening 3, and since then they pulled themselves away from it, even on sites where you wouldn't really expect it. This is definitely a site where you wouldn't really expect it, and probably the least fortuitous of all of them. Look at this, though. Solotov. Deep drive right through the kitchen itself, which is usually a bit of a lock-off. That castle gives him that width and that swing. It's a power point and a bit of a pillar over a lot of the holes that we see of this site, especially in the EU region. So to them, it's sort of free real estate. Let's take it, let's lock it down. You still need to get this verticality. Black Dragons are trying to get a bit aggy inside of it. They drive themselves back across. Tyrant's going to find a fight maybe sooner than he thinks.
You have to be careful with that kitchen, though, because if that falls back into the hands of the defenders, you're going to find yourself in a troublesome position. Tyrant finds Patoxy. It's going to say that gunfight is about to be taking place, and that is the entry. Might actually force the remaining players to fall back a little bit, because Perez is now finding himself all alone in that cash room with MNM, basically having the opportunity to collapse all around him.
Do they know, though? That's the big play right now. We saw Perez rotate his way back into that situation. If he's tucked on a corner and he goes unchecked, it can be dangerous. It's a hatch game, it's a vertical game, and Paceto is the one that's being forced down from it. Pre-fires, and Solotov keeps the rain and the train on for the previous round, pulls out of there before he gets taken from that verticality we talked about. Nade, he's doing his best just to pick that angle. Ions there for the double up as well.
MNM is not looking to take top floor control here, Emmy. They're all down onto that ground floor. They just want to go and try and force a plant whilst covering up these henches. It is possible if the cover is on point. The smoke canisters are coming through. Nello's going to be planting right inside of it. Yes, this is going to be an indication that it is happening, but 45 seconds should be on the clock soon. Users will die. That might give them the security, but it's not going to be there.
Yeah, Ion took the drop and just sprayed at the mass he saw in the smoke. It was the cover, and he doesn't need it. Nello gets one on the way out the door. Nade hits the floor, but gets removed by Neo, having a wonderful time in the strip club. But now he's got to see if he can swing over into the defense. A 3-3 half, as you called it, based on the bans. But I think now might be that true taste of have MNM started to wake up, and can Black Dragons keep the pace up?
That's it. I mean, I would still say 3 rounds on the attack if you're just starting out and, you know, the opponent was a bit sharper than you were at the start of that game, is definitely still going to be considered quite good for MNM. They can be happy with that, especially going over to the defense now. The basement, it's not a guaranteed win, but it is a very high percentage of defense wins coming through. You have the opportunity to play that twice. Let's just say you win that twice, it's 5-3 already. You just need to find 2 more rounds in different sites. Now, whether or not they will play CCTV, that is remaining to be seen, but for now, it is going to be that bottom floor we start off with. Have to say, like the MNM actually went for a straight-up horizontal take. They had the 2-minute advantage. They knew the remaining players were going to be playing that from the top floor because they cleared out everything on the horizontal level. What do? You use smoke grenades. You make sure that cover is going to be on point because there's only going to be 2 drop points they can use. And it worked out quite well. Usually what you see is that teams that are attacking try that approach with a man less. That's why it doesn't work. MNM managed to make it stick. But now they're on the defense themselves with a very heavy roam on that top floor, it seems. So they will be running into Black Dragons quite early on.
Well, here's their chance to start trying to put a bit of a distance between them. We're all squared up once again for the first time in a while. And it's going to be a Thatcher-full approach here, straight through towards the top floor. Neo takes the drop early. Tyrant wants to get a strike. Solotov is prepped.
Double jump out.
On a prepped window. And, well, there's the punch. There's the first reveal. Ion's tucked on the corner. The knock of that. Solotov pulls himself actually away at that time. I think he got caught on a drone and didn't want to risk it. There was the read. There's the ping. And there's Solotov and users both winning out, even whilst droned and checked. The guns of the UK start firing alongside the compatriots from the relevant countries. And EU, they're able to get a quick strike back on a drone checkout.
I was going to be saying, like, where did all these kills come from? I mean, I saw some Black Dragons players actually being inside construction already, which, I mean, it wasn't completely drawn out, so they must have just trying to make a play happen, try and see if they could make a kill go their way. Instead, they've lost 3. And Patoxy now just decides to go for the side directly, but it seems like they know. There's one player stacking up on him. He's not being given anything here. Tyrant takes a lot of damage, but it's only up to Nate now. The diffuser is still dropped outside. It's not even going to go for the recovery there. Okay, he actually is. 80 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for him to work with here, but there's just so many players still around on MNM.
All 4 of them.
They knew he was in oil pit.
Yeah, I think they knew. I think they got the read there, Nook. I'm sorry to say.
5 players around Nate now as well.
Yeah, 5
He's dead.
5 players around. MNM, if any team is prepped for this specific situation and how not to mess it up,
yeah, okay,
this
they
is
have
a team.
it.
MNM, a flawless opener here. They were able to 3 different players, 3 different engagements, 3 different kills. And fair enough, a timeout requested by BD. 3 rounds lost in a row, including a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, that 3-1 lead hurts more. I think that then when they were on the defense, that might have been when they needed to call that tactical timeout. This was just the first attack, which just went south really quickly. And we are not sure what happened because, like, we flicked away and 3 people were dead within a second. That's basically what happened. Not quite sure what happened. Maybe they went for an aggressive push and all got punished at the very same time. Those things happen. That's unlucky. But maybe there was a communication issue. Maybe it was a mistaken call coming through. They just need to reset. They just need those 45 seconds to find themselves back in that pace they were in the early game, because they do not want to let MNM run away with this game. Because again, if MNM runs away with this one, I mean, they won't be confirmed, but they are getting really close to being confirmed. I believe it was 92% I saw on the graphics earlier on. Just spread around the building when they were doing the tech rehearsal.
All right, will it be enough to sort of have a reset? A very quick one, as you said, after not much truly being tested on this other side.
Again, Solotov is really having a great game here. 11 kills currently. The man, he thrives in these 10 AM situations,
He loves it.
It's like, okay, guys, like we've always seemed to be struggling with 10 AM games, and then Solotov is like, don't worry, I'll just become a god at early games.
Yeah, maybe that was the thing, because obviously they sort of said, we've got this 10 AM problem. They still had the 10 AM problem when they sort of tried to fix it. So instead of focusing the resources and getting all 5 ready for 10 AM,
What about just Solotov?
all 5 get Solotov just ready for 10 AM. Release the beast, let him tear up 10 AM games. Problem solved.
Yeah. I mean, the problem started to get less in Berlin, we have to say that, but if they win this one, that is definitely going to be the curse completely broken. I would dare to say, dubbed that way. Solotov waiting next to the window on the small side stock, hoping to go for a bit of aggression. I believe that is a soft wall spotted out. Nate is willing to go a bit aggressive here. He's waiting until he's up on the plateau before they breach it open, because you don't want to do that when you're still repelling. Is opening up the hatch into logistics as well. There is still plenty of cameras being watched by the MNM players. Just trying to figure out where exactly they are all coming from on the side of Black Dragons, but it seems like CCTV Cash is going to get that first touch of love, but there's no one out there from MNM.
I was going to say, it seems like one of the things that you estimate...
the
team talk is caution, and caution pays off. There it is. Obviously, the last time to have 3 people die in a very quick succession from 3 different people means you're going for a wider execute. This was so much more focused. They made sure that they had the watch on multiple different angles. It's a better change from the previous attack ground that we saw here. They're not going to let MNM have a freedom. And they're not going to sort of, you know, treat them as a team where you can solve the problem 5 at a time, you have to sort of isolate. You have to isolate, cut off. Otherwise, MNM have this ability to throw a second player into the mix when you don't really expect it.
Solotovs throwing away his life early there. Of course, he wanted to go for a jump out, but literally all 5 players of Black Dragons were around him, so it's not going to be successful at all. But that is going to be putting Black Dragons into that man advantage. They just need to use that now, utilize it, go for the trade game, try and force these gunfights to go your way. Late reinforcement there in construction is going to stop them from truly moving into logistics. Yes, the hatch has been opened up, but never mind. Perez is actually moving out there. I was going to say there's no one out there to actually pressure it, but someone just moved over to make sure maybe some grenades will bounce around the corner.
Obviously, we've talked about the implications for SI and MNM. It's not quite the same for Black Dragons, but it's also worth sort of noting if they do not pull the win on this game, or OT, there is a chance that they'll fall to the bottom of the group. Depending on the result that happens on the other stream, they find themselves joint, technically, points-wise at the bottom. They're in 3rd because of round difference. Now's their chance here to maybe keep the fight going. Tyrant suffers the second follow-up, and he's taken care of by Ion. He keeps biting in. Perez right down onto logistics. C4 does catch him and buys some of that room back and the first body for the side of it. But Nello is watching Neo underneath the hatch, wants to get the catch. A perfectly played flash there inside the site. Misses the play. The runner roams all the way through. They're inside the back of the gym, getting the plant. The pings are coming through. Nello cannot quite get the connection. Basetto is going to get the plant stuck. And with the trade out, leaving just Neo underneath, it was a very well put together strike by Black Dragons.
Neo having to move off, watching that window there is actually what lost around there for MNM. If he was able to stay on there and actually shut down the planter as they move through, there was going to be a fighting chance for them to actually, well, stick in it and maybe take out that round. But that early loss of Solitov, that really comes back and allows Black Dragons to just muscle through. Mentioned it before, they can play that trade game. They can really just toss an extra buddy into a gunfight and hope for the best of it. That brings us to 4-4. Jim not working out, MNM avoiding CCTV for now, headed towards bar and stage.
Attackers need to locate
hoping to see if they can find a success there. Again, verticality, important here. MNM will be setting up accordingly. I mean, you already see the castle barricades to come through to lock it off as much as possible horizontally, so you don't give them any free entryways. They need to utilize utility to get through. Luckily for them, there is going to be a sledge on the board, so technically it shouldn't be that much of an issue. But if you have the opportunity, you want to... Oh, never mind, sledge getting taken off. This might actually be a very quick push coming through. If you look at it this way, they might just open up the door, put down an Ossa shield, have someone watch over the hedge and construction from that balcony, and try and force a plant like that.
It is one of the things that we talked about with Black Dragons on their approach. They take the space they need to execute. Yes. They're happy to do that. They don't try and fight for the whole site. We saw a similar thing, obviously, from MNM's take here, where they sort of didn't go for the verticality. They trusted that they could play behind the smokes. They did get 2 kills, obviously, before that, when they really felt, okay, now we can do this, but still... You have to have the awareness of where your opponents are. You have to have that locked in. This is always a chance of roam and rotation. Nello, the bandit, just going to lock off the top here and force them to do a bit of busy work and an engagement. At this point, Ion's just going to sort of wait for the support to come through. Nade's going to get a breach started on the back end. There is a Thatcher, so they should be able to get through the bandit without too much of a toothache.
I mean, they only can do that if they go for the double hard breach, which is exactly being set up right now. So there's going to be a bit of noise. Nello is going to be able to get the extra thermic, which is the biggest one of the 2. So the breach has been limited quite a bit, leaving them down to 1 exothermic and 1 Selma charge now for any other hard wall they want to open up. But they're not near the site yet. This is only the CCTV room. They still need to take control of the actual construction. That is another piece of hard breach they need to use and cannot afford to lose as we speak. So with that said, MNM, they've done some good work already.
Nello, he's going to stick around a little bit. Ion wants the width of the fight, but Nello knows he doesn't really have to take it. Nade, he's on the far end. He's prepping the cover on the jump outs. Fool me once. Well, you didn't. Solitov got caught. You assume he's not going to be as aggro this early on. Patoxy, he's going to try and dig his way in on the nook and does get caught out. Solitov He has that awareness, goes for the strike, preps for the fight that starts to come through. Ion suffers on the breach itself, cannot make it happen. They can have the support of Nade over the cover of construction. They want to see if they can try and get the player to slip on by. Force them out of the situation, get the punishment, and Paceto, with the role of the Oss, is going to see if they can try and move that. But at this point, Nello and Solotov have not been moved. He suffered, still has a C4 in pocket, and is going to try and actually rotate out with users offering the cover and support. Solotov is alone, but to be honest, they've still got to get rid of him, and that is not going to be easy.
All 5 players currently up on the top floor here for MNM. Solotov takes a lot of damage, has the opportunity to still sneak out, but it is going to be the Ossa now, swapping over to the 5.56, gets that kill, and that is going to be cash under control for Black Dragons as well. But 40 seconds, Emmy, still need to be working their way down towards the side. There is someone going to be up on that balcony to actually cover the hatch, so there is going to be that opportunity. But players of MNM need to fall back now. They need to have an opportunity to actually go for a horizontal hold.
I mean, that's entirely it right now. There's still the hold on the hatch, the player out in the window. They know what's going to happen. The Oss has set up the first to offer some cover from the range. The second is just going to slowly creep its way through. There is the player in the corridor, though. Just one C4 and one swing, and one Nello is able to take care of Paceto. The bubble watches. Nade gets the drop on the top of users, but they've got to pick up the kit and see if they can stick it. They go for the fight. The pre-fire connects. Able to take care of the player from range. Neo wins out over the top. There's a bulletproof. Gonna see if it can try and get the catch. It's one more from the bottom to the top. And somehow, in and amongst the chaos, Black Dragons were able to make the connection, and Tyrant could not quite get into the position in time. This is a hell of a gun, but it's in slow hands, and that's a dangerous drop to try and make. There's one player right in front. There's an old ping. That could be the cost here. It's an easy pickup for Perez. Black Dragons pull ahead once again.
I was going to say, it's great they're retaking the top floor control, MNM. They could use the actual hatch to go for that cover, but the cover was there on Black Dragons before. They were going to be able to shut him down on that plant, and that is exactly how they managed to take control. And you mentioned it before, Emmy. Black Dragons, they take what they need if they want to go for a plant. That's exactly what they did there. They did not go further than construction because there was no need to go further than construction up on that top floor. Those players, they can stay up there. That's all fine. Then they open up, they put down those talent shields to try and cover out for the plant. Now, unfortunately, Nello has gone unseen for them, who managed to at least throw a spanner into the works, but not enough to actually lose the round for Black Dragons. So well done to them. Now 2 in a row. MNM having that 45 to chat and see what they need to improve on.
I mean, hey, it worked for their opponents. Since taking their time out 2 rounds ago, they've been able to win 2 and pull themselves back into the leads here. MNM know that they don't want to get to OT. They don't want to drop any more points. They want to take it as cleanly as possible. Black Dragons need everything they can from this game. We do not know the current result, or maybe the concluded on the other stream. But we know it matters massively because this is a group where barely anyone has a lead. Anyone can leapfrog pretty much anyone or equal at this point from the bottom to the top.
Yeah, the difference between the bottom and the top is only 3 points.
It's 1 win.
And if MNM lose this one, they might just as well find themselves, well, not quite in last place, because that is not going to be happening, but at the end of the day, they could find themselves in the 4th position.
It is.
Which is weird, considering they were 2 wins at the start of the day.
It's traditionally MNM to get really close to success
and then just
and hold it for as long as possible, and then find success in the dying throws. They habitually, it's tricky being an MNM fan, I'll say that much.
They keep the excitement high. Let's say
yeah, and the blood pressure and the
even if it's a 5v1, you don't even know if they're going to win it.
Yeah. But I mean, you saw it yesterday from them. You've seen Black Dragons, you know, sort of return to this sort of stage. It's a lot of new names across the board with some old traditional ones as well. Trying to find a stick in a roster in a region. Both these regions had a record, I think, of about 6-2 yesterday.
Yes.
So both Latin America and EU have had very impressive lead-ins on the first day. Both these teams have found success yesterday. This was always, I think, going to turn into a bit of a bloodbath game.
I mean, it kind of has to at some point, right? Like, the regions are going to be meeting. They are going to be able to well, damage each other, their records. Siren has been drawn out. Is deciding to stick around on the main stairs here. Hoping hoping to go for a bit of an early frag. Now, as he was going to be on the attack, he was the first one to be taken out many, many times before. He's hoping to return that favor, now playing on that Valkyrie.
Look at this. If we talk about Black Dragons sort of taking the bits that they want, it seems like Patoxy wants to go down blue with a bit of pace. They've obviously got Perez with the Candelas as a sort of run and a route through. They were in the pocket of one proper execute of MNM that almost hit the mark, but it's been very quick here for Black Dragons to get themselves comfortable and controlling over at least some of the hatch possibilities. There's pings on the player. They are safe and uncontested for now. They don't want to go entirely for the swing. There's the reveal that they're heading their way around to the stair set, but MNM, they're all down here holding pretty flat.
They did just use an exothermic on the floor there. I'm not quite sure. I heard something explode. Either way, that's a Nitro Cell just tossed as a Hail Mary. He's not going to be getting anything. Would have been way better used, for example, on this hatch, which is opening up slowly. Could have actually maybe gotten a C4 kill out of it. It's not going to be happening. A minute left on the clock. Still all 10 players up and alive as Patoxy is eyeing up to go for a bit of an oil pit. They want to open up the triple wall. See if they can dig themselves in right behind the black box. But that is going to be difficult because Nello is still playing out there. So those Selmas should be stopped.
Users gets the first. Paceto has to bite back, and it's tight all over blue. 3-3, and suddenly inside the box, spraying either side with an LMG that does not quit. Keeps going. Perez digs through. Patoxy gets one on the back, and suddenly Nello is all that's left. A blink of an eye, and a rotate round to the main door. A great first take with a cold kit in 30 seconds. They do have the time in the 2 versus 1 to try and rebuild. The grenade rolls dangerously close to a man with a dangerous little amount of health. Perez gets the last. And Black Dragons, with a very quick execute, push themselves to map point.
But that's it, right? Like MNM, they gave them so much ground so early on. They really allowed Black Dragons to prepare themselves for that execute. Let them open up the hatches. No contest coming through. No C4s to try and slow that down. They were being tossed in as a bit of a Hail Mary, left, right, and center. And I mean, if you do not connect any of those or at least get close, or Black Dragons didn't even have to worry about them, basically. So they could just do what they wanted. Toss in the Candelas and lead in right afterwards. They found a success, and they're now on match point. And MNM, who managed to come back in the second part of the first half and instantly led into their defenses with a very solid round, are now falling behind. Black Dragons is running away with this game, needing only a single more round to find themselves at a 3-pointer, and that would actually close the gap between them and MNM, which would mean they would be co-leaders for this group, depending on how that other result goes as well. We might just have 3 teams tied on 5 points at the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, MNM, you came back from the deficit before, but Black Dragons' attacks have looked sharp. It was a compliment we paid them at the beginning of this. It was compliments we saw yesterday. If they go for these executes, all 5 of them can fire on in the right place at the right time. It'll take teams by surprise. You have to try and find a way to sort of push them into an awkward position, as you did in the one defense round that you won, MNM. That early opener, where suddenly you just leant back in, struck early, 2 stories away from the site itself, was the round you found. Because they have time to set themselves up and get a good thought down. It often turns to success.
Actually, a bit of pressure they wanted to put down from a logistics hatch. I believe it was Tyrant sitting up right underneath it, hoping for an opening to come through, potentially from a sledgehammer, but not the case. A lot of dies. Nate takes him out as he landed in aggressively, hoped to take down those Selmas. It's going to be a very early loss of both Solotov, but also the CCTV and cache area. So MNM really going to be confined now to 3 rooms around that bomb site that they need to hold on with their dear lives. But if you look at the time, 2 minutes left, Emmy, that is so much time for Black Dragons to just work around this opening kill they have.
I mean, that was it. That was a bit of punishment there. As you said, Solotov lent in with a confidence, but
second time he does so as well and loses early on.
It's a risk. It's a gambit. It's a gamble, and it's one that hasn't paid off. Perez is watching underneath. Nade is going to start the pressure here towards construction. We can see the rotation from Black Dragons towards the opposite end, the windows itself as well. Users might have the lock on one of the main walls here, but the castle's steadily popping open. Who's going to be the one that has the catch on maybe a Black Dragon player? Users almost caught out just from Perez watching the rotation on the main stairs. And here it is. You can feel the space constricting around MNM.
New holding the jump in from the construction to logistics area. It's a bit of verticality there. If Black Dragons want to use it, they might be punished for it. But looks like they might be more interested in actually going direct through the windows. Iron takes a lot of damage from Nello. Doesn't quite lock off the kill. That would have been quite necessary for MNM. It would have been a bit of a relief, especially someone on the highway, because that window suddenly would have become playable.
They've pulled off. Obviously, the rotation isn't one that can be properly watched, but he's still going to try his best here and hope they don't go for the big open breach. The smokes by themselves a second time. Nello doubles in for the fight. Ion takes a bit more. There's the throw, the flash through. It's Nade that finds Nello on the swing round. Tyrant, he's trying to get the kill, gets the kick cold. 27 seconds, and they're tucking on every single door. The drop about to come through on logistics hatch. Tyrant wants to stack into the fight. Ion still watching over the top. The kit cold inside Jim is going to be something they've got to recollect. Neo, Protoxian users all the way across the board. A piece, 15 seconds. Neo gets himself stacked over the top of the main stairs. The ping's hot and continual, but it's Perez on the door and Users down with the solo moment left. There on the swing, it's Perez that locks in the end of the back and forth, and Black Dragons are the team that takes the 3 points and find themselves slipping towards the 5 points that draws them at the top of the board.
Managed to find a bit of revenge for the lost game they had against Soniqs yesterday by making up for it against MNM. And even though Solotov might have been able to put up 13 kills here today, it wasn't enough to pull out the victory this time. But before we break it down any further, let's head to a quick break. See you in a bit.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello and welcome back here to the wake after the awakening here of the start of the Bravo day. MNM unfortunately pushed aside by Black Dragons, a team that seemed to have the pace a little bit quicker. MNM bought back, but from what had already been built, Black Dragons executes just proved a little bit too much on club.
That's it. The Black Dragons' attack are just too strong so far from what we have seen over the tournament from their games. It's difficult to deal with, and MNM definitely have felt that because their step-by-step plan, their fundamentals, said it time and time again, on point. They take what they need, nothing more than that. They make that plan stick, and suddenly that time is no longer in your favor as a defender. So, yeah, that was a tough game for MNM.
It was one of those early morning sort of wake-up games. As we said, MNM sometimes, when the pressure is mounting, they start to feel it a little bit more than otherwise. They had a great day yesterday. It still puts them in a good position. We do not quite yet know the result of the other game. We'll get to group standings in a little bit so we can tell you how this shapes things up, because it could really shake things up. This was a group that started with only 3 points between last place and first place. Everything was neck and neck.
Everything was neck and neck, but that is going to change. As you just mentioned, we have heard the previous result as well, so that means, you know, that there is going to be that shift in the standings. Now, what does that mean? Because we mentioned before, MNM has the opportunity to qualify themselves for the 6th Invitational today. Has that changed? Yes.
Maybe.
Like, basically in statistics, they can no longer do it 100%, but they can still get very close to doing it with 3 points in their next game. So there is still a lot to play for. I mean, even that, they're not even out of group contention yet, right? I mean, there's still playoffs to play for, even with this little loss that they suffered.
No, I do feel like this is a group that's not going to be settled until tomorrow.
Yeah,
the last game tomorrow with everybody watching it, it has that energy. Everybody is currently beating everybody. There's nobody that hasn't been able to pull at least 2 points. It is that sort of early group, and we'll have a look at just how that has pieced itself together inside the group itself as well, because, as we said, it was neck and neck between everybody yesterday. There was a lot of OTs, and here is how it shakes things. Soniqs, 1 out versus Cyclops in regulation. They pull themselves up to first place. Black Dragons from 4th to 2nd. MNM fall to 3rd.
Fallen to 3rd, which is what they need to qualify themselves for the 6th Invitational if they do not make it to the playoffs. And I just talked about it. What does that mean for their SI chances? Is it still possible? Well, there's currently a -10 between, or 10 rounds between them. If MNM win the next game in regulation, Cyclops loses, there's going to be 6 points between the two with only 2 more games to play. Round differential would come into effect. So based on how those games might go, it could be confirmed, but it probably will not take until tomorrow to find out. So with that, Soniqs actually leading the group right now. Black Dragons 2nd based on round differential. That win against MNM just now helped quite a bunch as well, because it put 6 rounds between them and MNM.
MNM? It is a rocky start to a day. Groups sometimes have this as a habit for MNM. Black Dragons, you have to give credit where it's due. They knew what happened yesterday. They felt that they should have done it. They were pushed to the brink once and found success, and the second time they couldn't quite make it all the way. You could tell that they should be putting a little bit more in today. It was a better energy from the get-go. They made sure their pace was there. They made sure they were getting aggressive, and it really does throw this whole group back into the contention of who is going to escape it. It's impossible to call at this point.
It is going to be impossible to call. We've just had the first 3 games of this group. That means that we are now going to be headed towards those return games. That is truly when the decisions are starting to be locked in. We're not going to have anybody confirmed yet today for this group, I don't think. But we will find out tomorrow whether or not that will be the case. So again, plenty of games still to go within this group. Everybody still has an opportunity to make it out, to actually get towards the playoffs. Cyclops isn't even out of contention either. So everything can still happen.
That's it. There's a halfway point. Every team plays every team twice. It's a home and an away game. No difference in the goal difference. It is your sort of setup here of there's still 9 potential points. If a team gets the full 9 on their potential half on the first 3 games, then okay, they're in a good position. It could still tie up, but it would be quite rare for that to happen. Here's that sort of thread now where none of these teams were clean. None of these teams came through the opening 3 games. None of them got that clean 9, which means that everybody still has the potential of 9 points. How that happens, you'll have to wait later on in the day. We've still got a break and then a lot more games.
Oh my God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug, boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Fire bolt. Look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not
It
smelling
kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. Oh, is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
Cafe.
Skyscraper?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, we both gotta go.
Next up we have Vulcan Heat.
Be my guest.
I think we're gonna like this one.
Yeah, you're gonna milk it. Yeah.
They want us to eat the whole meatball.
I can smell this one already.
Yeah, that one's pretty.
Ready?
All right, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, is it? Is that good? Oh, yeah. That's like a 6. Ooh, boy. Why didn't you warn me?
Oh my God, my tongue. Is your tongue on fire?
Oh, yeah. That's it's the weakest one, he said.
My God.
Not that bad. 6 out of 10.
That's a 7, bro. You're being too nice. It's a siege. What? If I'm honest, I have no idea.
I didn't even know they had a DreamHack.
Golfy, yeah, I give up. There's no way. There was no way in hell. We have got fire in the hole. Hey, this is your special. This is your special.
The color says otherwise, but I don't think so.
That one looks horrible. Dude,
what
are you doing?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
No mercy.
Oh my God. Please don't burn me.
A little bit more, come on.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. The aftertaste is coming a little bit.
I just don't like the meatballs, boy.
That one was way worse.
Yeah, this was way.
That wasn't that bad. Okay. Cafe. What? No, you're lying, dude. We're being sabotaged.
Clubhouse. Eat that shit, boy. Eat that shit. Eat that shit.
That's also Cafe Whitehall. The top.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Remember? That's why I misdrone the guy. That's how I knew. That's how I knew. Got that bastard hiding there.
Intero approved interrogation.
Oh boy.
You better stop that right now. You better stop.
That was it. Chug it.
Chug it.
It could be worse. Well, that's how you know it's bad when it's not liquidy. It's like let's go, Pablo. You gotta finish the fork. It's like some that shit. I mean.
Wow.
It's not that bad.
It is.
Is it bad? I'm sure I got it right.
That was ass, bro.
Ass is it bad or ass is
Like 8.
Oh my God. 8.
Oh my God.
I was first.
Wait, that's first? That's first, right?
No, what? I was first.
I think I happen to know the answer. Mirage. I'm gonna prepare this one for you.
No.
Yeah.
No, what? What is it called? I'm about to meet the Lord, boy. No. This is rigged.
The Lord? With the Lord himself.
A little bit. Because I'm not gonna shit in you the thing's so bad.
Okay, split it then,
I'll split it and then you can drench it. That's enough. Dude, what? No, that's ridiculous, no.
Eat it, bro, eat it.
No, bro, I'm gonna die. Okay. Oh no.
I hope it kills him, man. I hope it kills him.
Oh!
Oh, that's bad.
Taste it.
No, I'm good. Yes, he's cried. Yes.
I know what it is. Go ahead, you try.
Be my guest.
Go first.
You know? Come on, hey, you know.
No.
What is it?
You go first. I'm still recovering.
It's this one. It's none of them. I knew it. I knew it there was a catch. Try it.
You try it, bro.
Try it with me.
I'm recovering. I'm still burning.
I'll do it with you.
No, dude, I'm still dying.
Free Fire's the other angle. They have drones inside of bench. Oh, look and do it! That's exactly what we expect out of this man, DSM.
DSM said, trust the process. The process just won you a world championship.
Working follow above to save the round for his team. Explosion goes off, Colts on the case.
Vai partir desse triple kill! 4K do Nesk! Impressionante! O que tá acontecendo?
That's 4 for Nesk. Can he find a fifth? Yes, he can, Des. That is the ace from Nesk when Team Liquid have never needed it more.
Consegue levar um round! A Team Liquid vai sendo campeã da Pro League! É o Brasil campeão! Campeão mundial! Vamos que vamos, Brasil!
He's connected. There's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy.
Hold the kick!
Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing, Arakaze.
And Lusty, and now looking for the last one. It's an ace from Shaiko.
That is pretty amazing. That definitely ranks up with some of the best players in the region, obviously.
And they are your EU Major champions here in Stage 1. What a performance! Deep the death. Surprise! Oh no! What has just happened, Ed?
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, and hello! We find ourselves still here on the B stream. We are back with another LATAM Vengeance. FaZe versus Mirage.
Yeah, Mirage, who didn't have the best of days yesterday when they lost against Direwolves. Apparently things got quite heated in the background, I have heard. So let's hope that they have the opportunity to go for a bit of a mental reset here as they are coming up against FaZe. FaZe, a team who are considered to be, well, some of the tournament favorites even. They won there last year in Sweden, so they're looking to redo that.
Wolves currently sit on top of the group. They're obviously playing Dire Wolves on the other stream at this moment in time.
Not confusing at all. Wolves
no.
Wolves.
So this is the battle between second and third place, and whoever takes this is going to find themselves in second. There's no sort of two ways about that, really. They've both got the advantage. Someone has to get at least a point. Mirage could technically get, you know, that sort of drive here onto 3. They could find themselves level. It becomes this fight. It becomes this sort of threat and threat. FaZe, they want to push themselves. They want to see if they can try and keep that marker, keep themselves, as I said, locked around that difference of second, maybe even potentially first, depending on the Wolves Direwolves result. You would expect Wolves to be able to take it based on the performance so far, but Direwolves surprised already.
They're surprised already. They can surprise again a lot of people, and maybe I don't think teams. Teams are usually quite respectful, but viewers at home are sleeping on Direwolves. But if we speak about Wolves themselves, a 91% chance to qualify. FaZe, they need to make sure they take a full 3-point victory here. First of all, to put some points between themselves and the rest of the competition below them, but also to basically only be 1 or 2 games away from doing so tomorrow in that qualification. So FaZe, again, tournament favorites, need to take a victory against Mirage here if they want to go to playoffs.
Well, it's also that sort of threat there. We see if Mirage lose this in regulation, that's a 10% chance to get themselves out of groups at that point in time. With the loss against Direwolves, with the losses against the other teams, it becomes dangerous. It becomes a tricky situation for them to see if they can try and thrive, survive, and keep pushing beyond it. To get 1 point, okay. But this is
it ups your chances a small bit compared to the 0 points that you have, but they really need a victory as well. Like Mirage, if they want to go through, I like that tattoo, by the way. Little bat through the 6.
It's a good tattoo.
Good tattoo. Either way, they need that victory, and that is basically going to be it. Both these teams want it. Mirage to stay competitive, FaZe to, well, put themselves one leg into those playoffs. And as we go to the map Vito, it is going to be Clubhouse again. And it is going to be Mirage that is going to be starting on that attack. Let me just walk over, sorry.
It is, yeah, it's a little bit further away from us on the B stream.
Yes, it's attack, so they'll be starting off...
I mean, they were better on their attacks when they played this yesterday against Wolves Mirage. They had a little bit more success, and they obviously got to OT against the team that is at the top of the groups. If we see the game that FaZe played on this, they lost it to Wolves. So... theoretically, if you go by the theory of who beats who, I beat the eventual winner, this should be a Mirage game.
Yeah, Mirage was able to take points home. However, I was talking to the Wolves support staff as well, and they were not happy. They weren't really on point. Like, Mirage punished their mistakes that they were making. They were playing sloppy at the start of the game, which might also be the reason why they managed to pick up so many rounds this early on. So I think it's really going to be an even game between the two of them here, with a slight favorite towards FaZe, due to the experience, of course, that they do have on that international stage. Because Mirage, they haven't been at this level before.
No, they have not. They have got their sort of first taste of international play. It's fresh names. There's not too often we have an entirely fresh squad to the sort of international scene, especially from a region that has a long history with international scenes like NA. Usually, yeah, we'll get new names, but they'll be amongst names that have been on the grandest stage.
Someone, right? That's
same
been
as
there.
EU, same as Latin America, APAC. You know, it sort of had less of a history, but it is starting to get there. There's names that we all know from the region. Here, to have a fresh roster like this is a change of pace. Now, regardless of how things ended yesterday for these two teams, it's how they start that becomes that important part. We've already seen one group topper lose out. Will we see another surprise result?
That's it. Will we see that other surprise result? I mean, again, I think that FaZe is going to be favored both by the public and, of course, by statistics. So it's only up to Mirage right now to put up that spanner in the works, make sure that they're here to take some points away from FaZe, put themselves into a bit of a more competitive position, because they won't qualify for 6 invitational with points. That is just going to be it, right? So they are just here to go to playoffs, see what kind of a run they can go for on their first very appearance on the big international stage, and then see what they can do for the open qualifiers. That's all they play for at this point. Just see how far they can go. Take in as much experience as you can. Whereas FaZe, you know, they've won it already. They want to win it again. There's different stakes between that.
There's also the stakes if we're going to talk about SI. FaZe need to get at least third in the groups. If they get that, they don't even have to get out of groups, but if they get at least third in groups, they are qualified for SI. They are on the precipice, but not quite locked in. That would be the points difference maker. A win today, depending on the result of the other game, might be enough to keep them in that third place. It would bolster their points. It would bolster their head-to-head. However, I think the test, the medal, and the pressure is in the pockets of Mirage.
Yeah, for sure. They are going to be the underdog that needs to show what they have here against FaZe. And can they? Again, yesterday things got quite frustrated after the loss against Dire Wolves. They saw some mistakes they made. They know they can do better than that. If you just look at the social vote as well, 80% towards FaZe, 20% towards Mirage. They are the underdogs. That's going to be the story for them. As the first bans come through, it's that sure to be removed. It's going to be making it a bit harder for the defenders to hold on to these walls. And you're going to be, having to worry about bandit tricking, or maybe K juggling. It works as well if the EMPs do not work out as well.
All right. It's a Clubhouse kind of day. Do you think that... I mean, to be honest, we had a Clubhouse kind of day yesterday as well. Club is like the grand settler. Club, you'll see...
Club in Oregon.
Club in Oregon. We got like one border at the end of the day. We had some skyscraper, some theme. But...
Is there any map we haven't seen yet? I want to say Villa.
Consulate.
I mean, okay, come on, we haven't seen Plane either, or House.
Not for a while. No, I don't recall seeing a Villa yet.
I don't either.
Unless one happened on the other stream. I can have a look, actually.
Yeah, that's the thing. We cannot keep track of all games.
No, because we're casting half of them.
We're casting half of them on one stream, and then during that, there's also other games going on, so... And believe it or not, but after we're done casting, we go to sleep because we open up early.
Yeah, so yesterday we had Chalet, Bank, Sky, Club, Oregon, Cafe, Theme, Border.
So I don't think I've heard about a Villa, so yeah.
No Villa.
No Villas. Who knows? Might still be up today.
Villa is a
It's a tricky
map.
best of one.
A best of one map. It's not a good best of one map.
No. See it often in best of threes. Like that's usually when it starts to appear more.
Yeah.
Same goes with Theme Park to some extent, but that has settled a little bit more, right? Teams are getting more used to play it, so it's more even now than it used to be.
It kind of Theme kind of is starting to handle a little bit like Cafe handles.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a cool graphic. I missed it.
Unfortunately. I'm looking at the big screen.
It was about chances and opportunities on the bottom.
Ah.
I think it was the one that we saw just before that.
Yeah, it's the big group chart we've seen at the end of it.
All right, Mirage. Let's see what you can do on your attack here. This is where you were better, statistically, in your showdown on this map yesterday.
Didn't know you could do this.
If you can be one step better, yeah, that's pretty cool. You might be able to maybe be the difference maker in OT. I have never seen that before.
I know drones die if you send them up there.
Players do not.
Apparently players do not.
Well, I guess maybe if he took a step to the right.
I don't even know what you get out of it, right? Because
it looks cool.
It looks cool. That's about it. It's maybe an angle you can use to stop the stock spawn peek from that window, because who expects someone to just jump up that pillar?
You wouldn't. It'd be like killing a gargoyle. All right, we find ourselves in gym. The start of the break, they've got the mirror windows set up in terms of the bans. There's not really too much to write home about. This is kind of as traditional as it can get. The Wamai is maybe the throw out here in terms of sometimes teams would rather just play with him. He has a bit of versatility. To take it out by FaZe, I think, is more of a gambit of saying, you need this more than we need it. It's not that they wouldn't like to have it, but that is the game of bans. That is the game of pulling it apart, make the opponents uncomfortable.
It's removing that flexibility from the defenders.
Yeah.
Because, you know, grenades, they're all about everywhere over the place, and if you know a push is coming from one side, you can just put up some discs quickly there to provide yourself some extra support. It's a bit harder with ADSs. You need to run over, pick them up, then actually place them and be at the place you place them, so it's a bit more dangerous to use those. There'll be a free opening, though, onto the actual wall. Nothing that will block it out. A keep-up area will be used to provide some more safety for Astro, who, well, is going to be building quite a fortress out of Jim.
Ooh, bullet.
We have seen that before.
Yeah, well, they're getting themselves set up. They've still got, obviously, the soft on the window, but that's going to get popped open, and you assume barricaded up. They're ready with the potential run up there onto Strip as well. They're just sort of hovering on that, the layaway and the run past as Mirage puts the pressure here over the front of construction. They're eyeing up the drop on the hatch, the pressure from Dexter, but it's Kento that gets the opener against Cyber. Swings on the door, Melted goes, tucks himself around with the gym window itself. They're looking for the spread, still concerned about the run out, and some time is being bought as the rotation comes from Strip back underneath the site itself. You can see FaZe is going for a bit of the retake here. The first fight comes out, and ooh, the shake of the C4 just buys cameraman the wherewithal to get the first. Can't quite get the connection on the second, though. 30 seconds. Mirage, they're still knocking on the door, and Astro is knocking right back.
Had to provide some support there as they knew there was going to be some pressure coming down. Mahasi now dies as well as a swing from cameraman comes again. Gets taken down. Melted will find that security, but bullet coming around the corner from the actual CCTV gets taken down. Leaves it only up to Melted up against Stu from FaZe. 7 seconds left on the clock. He needs to go for kills. There's no way he could have gone for a defuse there, but it's going to be Souls to shut them down. And that is going to be FaZe to find that first round. Still quite comfortably. Time slowly running out. They were forced to run in on Mirage's side.
I think it was good play by both teams in that they both responded to each other. It sort of turned into, okay, well, here's a minute and a half, 2 minutes of setup and getting a position, the fight begins. And then since that point, it never really felt like the engagement ever ended. There was always another player, either from Mirage or FaZe, trying to step back in, trying to get those trades, trying to get those responses. You got to sort of have that energy. You got to have that setup. It usually works in the favor of the defenders sometimes if the attackers aren't quite able to get ground from the back of it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it just turns into a bit of a war of attrition and blood. Unfortunately for Mirage, they paid in it. FaZe, they get the opening round, but it's the first round.
Now, the one issue that I saw there was the fact that, you know, they were trying to go heavily through construction. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. That's normal. Pushing into logistics, having a bit of a trouble. Then the swing comes in from the bedroom door towards construction, picking up a kill or an injured. And there would have been a way around that, which was to open up the construction wall from the cache side, or at least make a small hole in it with one of your heart breachers. If you would have done that, that swing in the door would have been a lot more dangerous, wouldn't have felt as safe as it did otherwise. And suddenly you find yourself with a bit more safety actually pushing into logistics with a closed air window like that. So, you know, small mistakes or small things overlooked that eventually do cost quite dearly.
All right, take two. Mirage, we find ourselves now heading down towards Church. And if I'm going to say there was the setup and the execute and it was all a bloodbath outside the site, this one's starting 2 stories away on the top floor. And away they actually go. They don't really want to lean straight into Astro as of yet. He's going to buy himself some time and as the support structure of Cyber. And then, not quite sure who it is, but there is someone else directly on the swing round. 3 bodies on this top floor, forcing a big bit of attention to have to be paid here. Cameraman.
Now, they are aware of the fact there's a mirror window in that bathroom, but they still want and need to take control of that top floor. The hatches are opened up. These players can instantly rotate back towards that first floor, put up some good pressure. Cameraman just shuts down Dexter, who hope to go for a bit of pressure through the logistics hatch, but instead they're only losing some body count here on Mirage. Now they need to make up for that, and that is going to be quite dangerous.
Well, that now is the first time we've kind of had a kill and a bit of breathing room underneath it. Look at Kento, though. He's sort of eyeing up the idea of let's go to site and FaZe.
Train's coming back.
They're definitely, yeah, they're all on board. Get them back. We're running right back to the site. A minute 30, they take the body. They waste time. Most importantly, they waste utility as well. There's no more hard breach exothermic in the pocket of Mahasi. They got to see if they can otherwise just try and drive through what's left. There it is, the drop on the hatch, pressure onto Blue, the pop of the mirror window. Souls gets one, the breach gets another. Souls and Astro either side of that. Kento still sort of sitting around oil with a cold kit though, and Benji a bit of a distance away. I mean, this has turned into FaZe slapping him off the map.
It's just a slaughter coming through. A flawless round. FaZe able to take that first initial gunfight. I'll fall back towards the side and shut them down as they think about going for a bit of an execute there. The impact into blue is not something that was expected by Mirage. Took them by surprise. 2 kills instantly coming on the back of it. That shows you cannot go for those one push takes. You need to have some support from other angles from your attackers. If you're all coming in from the same room, you're just going to be shut down, especially if you're a man down. Every gun will be aimed in that direction. So they lack a bit of depth within Mirage and their attacks. As we're headed towards the Baron stage area next, that might be a bigger problem than you think, because this revolves around a bit of, well, cohesion between the two elements on the attack. One needs to take care or keep on to that top floor to make sure that the hatches are secured, whereas the other part of the attack is going to be trying to focus on getting that plant down. If one of them doesn't work or isn't cohesive with the other, everything will just fall apart quickly as well. So FaZe, if they do spot that weakness, if there's any team that will come in and punish it, it is going to be FaZe. It's a favorite thing they do. They find those mistakes and they really hamper down on it.
Okay, Mirage. 2 knocked to the side. 1 more goes away from you, and unfortunately, I think the performance starts to become a bit worse than it was yesterday. It's 2 different teams, no doubt. FaZe and Wolves, they were the 2 favorites from this group. It was one of the only groups where a lot of people had a cohesive idea of who they expected to get out of it. But if Direwolves can prove a point and beat one of them, then Direwolves can beat a team in this group who had different expectations as well. So can you, and you were close to it. It's just trying to find that energy when things have started to slightly slip away. We're going to see if it can start here, across the top, and how do you beat a problem like FaZe? Got to outthink them.
That's it, and you need to work together to isolate these players. That's kind of it, right? And I mean, if you look at Bullet, for example, he's alone in Strip Club currently using the Echo. Those drones are going to be massive amounts of utility you can take out. Hasn't been isolated, hasn't been seen, and the most of Mirage is actually going to be going for this top floor at least. Going to be the east to west approach, where they take CCTV cache, then hope to go towards construction, which by the way has been reinforced, so no verticality. And Mirage might actually realize this. We do not need to open up the hatch. We can just go for a horizontal push right here. If we manage to dig enough deeply, especially with Soul's just reinforcing himself in with the Keeper barrier, there might be some dead angles. He's closing up that entire door, but if he does that,
then they lose the angles. He's not going to do that. It's just funny that he's slowly spreading the reach around. He makes things a bit awkward as a way to get in. They cannot just tuck themselves close in the corner until they break that. But if they break that, the swing's going to come through from Kitchen. So Dexter has to isolate Kitchen, and Cyber is the man inside there, has the castle on the door to just give himself a bit of safety, realizes he's being watched, the calls come through. There seemed like there was a smoking pocket that they maybe wanted to roll out, just block the eye line. There's an Echo drone that gets caught out and says, go and play the smoke plant. They're more than happy to sort of swing against it. He's hopped up on the side. Dexter is close to being caught out. Mahesi goes in. Cameraman gets Benji tucked right on the smoke, but there's a man with magical glasses. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite have the angle. He's looking for the cover, cannot get it. Dexter with a very important kill in a post-plant situation. Souls at least bites one back. Mahesi's looking for the long fight towards Strip. There's players coming in from either side of him. He's suddenly in a bit of a pain sandwich, but Astro just gets the tail end of it as Melted tries his best to save it. Inside stock, watching over the cover of the kit. He is the only one left. 27 seconds, they slip on by. They find themselves the follow-up fight. FaZe go for the retake.
I was going to say it's well done by Mirage. They spotted the weakness of the hole. They knew they could have gone for a plan there and did exactly that. It's just that they weren't able to hold on to it. FaZe able to instantly lean back into the fight, get those kills to go their way, which made it so difficult for Mirage to hold on. A 1v3, even if you have that plan down, if you're not playing horizontally, you're not going to be able to get that victory out. Again, commendations for Mirage for realizing we do not need to take top floor. It's been reinforced off. It's no threat. So they went horizontal. Worked out well at the start, just not in the end. But it's FaZe leading 3-0. And Mirage calling that timeout. Things are not going as planned. They need to find a way to improve quickly. Because if they end this half 5-1, 6-0, they'll not be happy about that.
I mean, if you were any team coming to a Rainbow Six Major this year,
yes,
FaZe is one of those names that you just don't
You don't want to play against
them.
them.
You expect to play against them because everyone
You have to at some point.
You have to at some point. You have to beat every team and every team that's beat every other team up to that point. You expect to play FaZe. And I think that says a lot about FaZe, is that even if you're not in their group, you expect them to be on a short list of teams that you're probably going to play.
Yeah.
They're terrifying to go up against for anybody, let alone a team that's sort of come off the back of a tough defeat yesterday into this as your wake-up game against a team that maybe has, I think, more international experience than pretty much any other team that's here. I think the only other players that have more experience at majors is Alems and Rice.
Maybe Paolo and Nesk.
Paolo and Nesk.
Because they have been around for like ages.
They have.
But Bibu and Rise have been to a lot of majors as well. But it's just like, indeed, what you're saying. Oh, sorry. By the way, it's like what you said. FaZe is that scary team. They've won the major, and they're always up there.
They were the finalists in the most recent major.
Yeah.
They won Yavle a year ago. They have that Sweden buff.
They haven't been to every major this year.
They haven't been to every major, which was a bit of, I think, a shock for people.
Yeah.
Because when they are there, they're good at international play.
By the way, FaZe themselves were shocked a bit as well, as they weren't able to go instantly flawless on that first day, something that they usually do. No, that's not what I said.
Being served by medics, he can't talk to us, but we can talk to him, and I know he laughed at that as well. One thing that I do appreciate about FaZe, and I think it sort of puts things into perspective, if you've not watched the Predator podcast we got to do in EUL, we got to talk to him about how they approached things. We got to talk to cameraman.
Yeah.
And he said when they didn't make the major, and when he saw, I think it was Team 1, lifting in Mexico, the first thing he did was go out and buy a couple of books about leadership and about how they wanted to go. So you have that moment, and that's the drive of this team. You know after the finals that was one round difference to them winning, well, they do things like this. They step it back up. They never really are satisfied, even with a win. They want to win harder next time.
It's a championship mentality, right? It's like, what was the saying? It's easy to get, or easier to get to the top than it is to stay out there. And I mean, they've been there. They've not been able to stay on it, but they have been at the top percentile of these teams time and time again. They're always in the mix. And it's just that scary thing. It's always a formidable opponent to play against, even if they might not win every single tournament. You don't expect them to.
A minute on. Only one body caught in the fray so far. They're setting themselves up in a different approach here. Obviously, last time I sort of said it turned into a bloodbath inside construction. This time they've got one player underneath. They're tucking themselves for what seems like a hefty gym plant. And Astro, he just pops in before the Candela goes. Gets the head of the next on the swing round. The preemptive pre-fire as Kento tries to bite back, gets one on the top of the main stairs. Astro gets the quad. There is the ace! The second of the tournament. We've been blessed by both. NA got the first, and Latin America had to have a response.
3 kills from the gym room, just picking them up one by one like it's nothing, and then just going aggressive afterwards, realizing the push is coming through, shuts them down. And, you know, normally if you have a tactical timeout, that is a moment to reset, to quickly have some chats, get back into the fray. And then you get aced against by FaZe. Like, what do you do? It's nothing you can do about that. But it must be so frustrating for Mirage, because they are a good team. They did come here on their own merit. And there's a lot of people that haven't died yet.
Between Astro, Souls, and Cameraman, we are looking at a KD of 19-2.
Yes.
Over 4 rounds.
It's very painful. I mean, if you look at the other side, you can see 6 kills in total. 6 kills over 4 rounds.
It is tough.
It is very tough. They're not in this game. That's the whole thing. FaZe is literally slapping them out of the game.
Almost 3 players of FaZe have as many kills individually as the entirety of Mirage.
It's not a good statistic.
No.
I dare to say, and I'm by no means a statistician.
Yes, you are.
A linguist, apparently. Well, I mean, I didn't graduate in it.
Okay, but you like numbers.
I like numbers.
That's good enough.
It's good enough. But yeah, Mirage, they need to find something. They need to find a change. They hope that they can do it by sending in the Nuck on Melted. See if he can sneak in, find the opening kill, which could lead to success. However, FaZe is very active on these cameras. They know exactly where the push seems to be coming from, and they're not really too worried about staying up on that top floor right now, I think. And as the drop comes in from Logistics by 2 or 3 players from Mirage, that default cam is going to be giving that away. But the entirety of FaZe is going to be on that basement floor. They don't even want to be contesting that first floor. They don't care about it. They can have it. That's all fine. Dexter is going to be opening up long angles all the way from the top Logistics into the kitchen. Doesn't want to be risking any C4s to land on top of him. He's actually going to be seeing a player out there. 2 players are trying to go and lean into him. Bullet takes a little bit of damage. They don't deal any back towards Dexter. But that shows you how confident FaZe is currently. They're leaning back into a fight from 2 floors down, seeing if they can get the opening kill.
All right, what can we do from here, Mirage? I guess this becomes the ask and the question with all the pressure, because it's turning into a FaZe statement. And I think anyone would expect this at some point for them to sort of rise up to the challenge, the proposition and premonition of we want to be the #1 team from this, and we know we've got to match the pace. The game going on the other stream of the other team that's fighting for first place. Mirage, they start to bleed and trickle their way down the main stairs. They've got themselves set up in a position. FaZe hasn't tried to bite back, and Mahesi's able to get right up to the window. There is the break over the top. They have to be cautious. But look at Mahesi, he's just gone all the way around. He suffers a bit on the fight. Dexter suffers next. Astro swings around. Bullet is the one that does most of the damage, or suffers the end of it. The breach comes towards the kitchen hatch. Yeah, they're trying to set themselves up to just swing and aggro, find some fights, see if they can put the pressure on against the objective itself. They don't quite know where it is, and Astro pops around the corner.
Oh, no
pops
way!
a second with a reload in the middle. The rotate round, the roll of the grenade doesn't catch anybody. They've retaken Moto, but Dexter quickly kicks out Cyber. They're holding on down the main corridor, trying to find the fight, and do get the pickup, but Souls quickly has the response. Astro with another before Dexter finally stops the man.
8 seconds, there's no time. He needs to go for a plant right now, but that is also going to be shut down. Souls takes him out before he even reaches the side out there. FaZe, again, just slaughtering them. And I think Mirage had a great, okay idea here, right? They realized, okay, if we're doing this too spread out, we're all going to be losing the gunfights. We just need to be forcing through a single point. And to be fair, it was only Astro playing on the triple wall right there. If they managed to punish him for the swing he went for, that could have been a plant at that moment in time, right there and then. But he gets one, falls back just in time, reloads his SMG-11 and finds a second kill. That second kill, that never should have been allowed. It should have been picked up as soon as he stepped out. But FaZe now lead 5-0. And Mirage, well, they found some more kills. 3 in that round, but it's not going to be enough. They need more than that. And we're headed back now towards the bar and stage area. This is where Mirage had a good read onto the defense from FaZe. We have to say that. The hatch was closed off, it was reinforced. There was no way that the defenders were going to be using that against you. I'm not quite sure if that's the case now as well. Has the construction hatch been reinforced? Question mark. To medics.
Medics.
It has been reinforced again. So this opens up the opportunity for a horizontal take to come through again, because verticality is not going to be punishing them. What they do need to be careful of, though, is, again, those players that will be playing in bar. If you manage to dispatch them first, if you manage to set yourselves up in good post-plant positions, that's when you can start pushing that plan. And I think taking out Cyber early is going to be a crucial aspect. But look at that, Astro is also close around the corner. They do not want to let anybody play one against the rest of Mirage.
Okay, they got some kills, they put some bloodshed down, and they focused on it. There's still players on FaZe, or a player that has not died. That's always going to be a problem. You got to solve sooner rather than later, 5 rounds in. But at this point as well, I mean, it's just getting the fluidity, getting that conversation and combination to be able to not get flawless on the half.
Yeah.
The stack up starts over the top. Mirage once again looking for maybe a loose thread, but FaZe not really handing much. There's a single player tucked into logistics. It does seem like Mirage are aware, and are they going to win it out? Yes, Kento, an important kill onto cameraman. Very clean, very well put together. They finally pull off a pinch.
Now that's going to be the top floor cleared out. They do not have to worry about that anymore. It's going to be great for them. But the next issue is going to be the actual floor itself. Verticality is starting to come through, but there is going to be FaZe players dropping down the hatches, seeing if they can extend that fight. And they're actually bringing the fight from the motorcycle hatch all the way up to that top floor. So Mirage does have to be careful quite a bit. Need to make sure they're going to be able to lock off those areas. And they're checking the side, and it seems clear for now, but it isn't. And that's going to be that big worry for them. Like, where are these FaZe players?
I mean, that's the game that FaZe likes to play. They're so sort of confident in their positions that they'll set themselves up close to the danger that they can swing in, as we saw on the previous round. Oh, this should be an easy pickup. Oh, he's watching himself. He's watching the... Oh, no!
That is not allowed! That's a diffuser as well! This might just completely change the round. They had this early entry, but they will find Bullet. Luckily for Mirage, that trade kill comes through, but Souls is able to reply. The diffuser has been recovered, but they're coming in from the strip. They are aware of this on the FaZe side now.
40 seconds. FaZe is changing up their own hole. They realize it's coming from the back end. They stop the plant in the middle. It's a single player left inside the site. They have the verticality. They have a great take there. And the pick back up, but Astro puts them straight back down. Looks for the last player, 20 seconds. They've got to play the kit. Benji is in a very difficult situation, so he rotates up. He knows that's the smart move. Find the fight instead. You're looking for the argument. Astro's more than happy to look for it back. He goes for the rotate round. He's not going to sit and play your games. You've got to plant, son. Get on your legs and get that head down. Pulls himself back in. He's out of time. He's out of space. And there is FaZe taking a flawless half.
The fact that he's like, all right, you know, the last player is coming up. I can just jump over the balcony, get back inside by the breach they made to try and kill Bullet, but failed miserably to some extent. And FaZe finding themselves 6-0. Mirage not having a tactical timeout to use either. Oh, this could be a 7-0. That could be the first 7-0 to come through.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
And that is very painful for Mirage, because they definitely hope to, well, at least put up a good fight for the top of the group. The top two, rather, maybe even third place, right? You're trying to make the most out of your first international appearance. Being 7-0, well, to some extent, it is part of it, right? You've never played international, what is it, until like Palu slapped you around the server. FaZe, we can also add to that conversation. You haven't played international until FaZe has slapped you around the server. And that is exactly what Mirage is feeling right now in that third game of the Major.
5 seconds.
It's not looking good for them. Setting themselves up, the top floor hold is coming through. Black Eyes are being set up, hoping to provide enough information for them to have a good opportunity of bringing back the fight towards FaZe. But Emmy, if you have a player that is going 12 on 1, right? What's the operator you would put them at on the attack? I wouldn't say Monty. FaZe disagrees.
FaZe, I mean, I'm not going to... FaZe, you do you, honey. You do you. You know what you're doing. And it is terrifying. The Gridlock Monty combination, if this was... A lot of other teams would be sort of piecing together the Gridlock's use and utility this early on your first swing round here on the attack on this site. What are you trying to restrict? You do you. I want to see it. I just want to see it happen. Okay, FaZe, can you get the first flawless game of this tournament? We've had 7-1s. We have not had a 7-0. Astro, he's looking to maybe hop. It's dangerous when you are the Monty. There is a swing that might come around here from Mirage. You've got the kit. He's through. That puts him in a good position. Mirage. Yeah, that's the danger right now. Mirage, they're not going to respond. They're just going to pull back.
Yeah, but already some of the Gridlocks being used to stop any of the rotations later on through this top floor. FaZe also know, of course, they need to be attacking that basement site. It's going to be quite difficult. Melter takes a lot of damage. He's actually going to be quite stuck now. He does have an impact. Can use it on the hatch to get over towards the pool table. Will do so as well, but that, of course, will be heard. Now he's locked in by himself and by the rest of his team. All the barricades will keep him out just momentarily. makes a lot of noise to open those up. And if there is a drone near, they are going to be fully aware. So Benji is coming up the main stairs to see if he can provide some support. See if they can at least provide him a way back towards the site so they can take this fight a 5v5. More gridlocks are being set up around Lounge just to make sure that no players are coming up late to use the hatches against FaZe themselves. And as Astro is deciding to have a little bit of a journey on his own inside the dirt, he wants to find himself in a position where he could go for a plant. And I think I know what that is. That is going to be the AKs as Kento drops. It's going to be Cyber to push through. The mirror window is going to be gone as well. They can just push towards the site right now.
40 seconds and the fight gets a bit bloody, but nobody's dropped yet. There it is. Benji is able to at least stop some of this approach. FaZe, they suffer a bit. Souls gets next. Astro, he's tucked himself in, and a double for Mahesi is able to stop that there. The reveal on the player that walked through the Prisma. He has a support player, but he's far off to the other side. Dexter gets one more, and well, it's not going to be an entirely bloodless scrap, you assume at this point. 10 seconds. Mirage find a round. They will not be the first team to be knocked aside 7-0, but they do still have 6 more if they want anything from this game.
Yeah, there is still a lot more rounds they need to win in a row right here against FaZe to make sure they do not go without points. I did like, by the way, what they did with the keeper barrier. I'm not sure if you saw, but as soon as the Monty got in, they used the keeper barrier onto the dirt door, so he could not get back out. And if there was still support behind him, that would not be able to actually provide gunfire over his shoulder to help him not be sandwiched in. So, well done dealing with the Monty there, like what they did on Mirage. Of course, the rest of the round went well as they shut down FaZe, hoping to go for that clean execute. And won their first round. 5 more to go before we head towards overtime. It's going to be a tall ask. Is it impossible? Definitely not. FaZe went for a bit of a funky strategy in that first. Let's see how they approach the second.
Okay, Mirage, we have a round. Oh, Benji, what happened? Took a bit. Yes, got
damage
this
for
side. I think
yeah,
I think so. Whoops. We have a round. We have a round. We have something we can build on. We have something we can do here. I mean, every round is a death round right now, but you just suffered the wrong end of the flawless. Technically, anything's possible. Technically, it is a game of 2 halves. We've seen teams come back from 6-1, 6-2 deficits in this tournament yesterday. It's not going to be easy, and that's the sort of mantle right now. They got that early smart plays, as you said, from the cutoff of the Monty. Slightly different approach here, something that leads in with a little bit more gunfire. And that's something FaZe are going to see if they can try and put the pressure onto.
Quick openings on the hatch and the wall is going to be making sure FaZe can put up that pressure early. It's going to be a slight issue though, and that is going to be the bandit wires. But there's a solution. That's going to be Bullet on that Twitch drone, but I believe he's lost both already. That's going to be making it very difficult to open up because they wanted to go for a double breach with both a Selma and, of course, the exothermic, but they need to use an impact EMP to make that one stick. I don't even think that Benji's going to be trying to bandit trick that one. No, he's not. He's just going to try and see if he can go for the actual fight. It's going to be the opening coming through. The actual bandit charge will get the Selma, though, so the opening onto that mirror window is not going to be sticking. That will stay closed for now.
They're looking towards that mirror, the swing on it that doesn't quite get the Oster shield. The Talon is still slightly sturdier made there. They do have the chance to go for the swing here, and well, there's Benji just going to actually rotate off. They maybe expected a run out. He would have heard the hop over from his position there, and he just keeps himself safe. He's the only man, the sole man with the kit on that far side. Doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to risk getting caught out. Understandable. Benji, he stepped himself into a position where he can try and fight a little bit more. They don't have the confidence of the angle behind that mirror window.
Just want to make sure it's opened up just a little bit more so they can actually find that mirror window, maybe take it out with a piece of utility as well. As for the meantime, coming in from below on the kitchen, but stays on the counter. He's afraid of a potential C4 still being around. Of course, it wouldn't be weird to put up a trap here or there. Oh, that is going to be a quick takeout of that mirror window inside of construction. So the Logi is now going to be very vulnerable. FaZe can actually try and go for a bit of a push there. If they do so, then suddenly Mirage found themselves very boxed into the actual site. So it'll be Mahesi that really needs to hold on with everything he has to make sure that logistics does not fall into the hands of FaZe.
Okay, FaZe, 30 seconds. All the players still locked in and some of the damage done, but it's got to come push to shove. And here's the moment. Cyber just shoves his way in towards the side. He's running down on the corridor. He gets caught out by the man tucked on the Little close dark corner. There's Mahesi and Souls apiece. Bullet does get one on the rotation, but 20 seconds. They've only really been able to get themselves tucked in towards construction. There's still the fight around logistics. The player tucked onto the corner itself. Kento gets back in towards where he got that opening kill. Where are you going to enter from here? Bullet, there's the fight. Cameraman caught out by the C4. And Dexter and Kento look one apiece on the opposite side. 2 rounds for Mirage now. The deficit gets a little bit smaller. We find ourselves continually rotating.
FaZe getting stuck on the attack out there. That's something I would have expected to say after we saw those first 6 rounds. I mean, they managed to open up Jacuzzi, but then the mirror windows proved to be a bit of an issue. And yes, they did bring the Twitch to see if they could deal with the utility as was. But that was sticking out quite early. As soon as I entered the building, instantly someone there to snap on that drone, make sure it was not going to be able to reach any of the utility or the mirror windows to make life a bit easier. And as a result, Mirage able to just stall out the attack, basically force FaZe through those choke points, and we're able to win out on those gunfights. Allows them to pick up a second round. The worry now, however, is that we are playing on that top floor. We are playing on CCTV and cash. And while we talked about basics in the last game, this is as basic as it gets. Melty might be able to trick out one exothermic or one Selma. There's actually no Selmas being used. This might be a mistake on FaZe's side.
5 seconds to go.
Okay, the Maverick is coming out though. Maverick's out.
So they can just bypass the entire
This is the only site you'll ever see Maverick on.
Yeah, because you can safely open up the entire wall without too much trouble, especially if you have someone up on the rappel on the side.
Maverick dropped off.
Maverick dropped off, you know, fell off.
As soon as he lost his grenades,
yeah,
you see him on this site, and maybe sometimes you'll see him on like one specific external wall site like Snowmo on Chalet for very particular takes.
This opening was usually being made by Hibana back in the day, so they could get a Capital bolt through to anybody that might have been bandit tricking at the time. Now, I don't think Cameraman is going to be using it for that. I think the incendiary bolts will be used for the actual balcony to try and get rid of a player out there. Flashbang's coming through to provide some extra support, so they can get rid of whoever is facing Astro as he's moving up the staircase. So I think that's exactly where Cameraman has that breach.
Dexter is looking to see if he can get the swing round. It's already popped open, too little too late, and well worked by Cyber. They're getting themselves the isolation on anyone that might have been around rafters. It is the power position, and that is the next point of focus. Kento rebuilding and building a very nice stretch there. The extension down and the full use of the architecture of those keepers. Can they try and find a player? FaZe, they've sort of struggled here on the lead-in. They're going to get the reveal of this, the first, and it's Benji up the top playing the French role of being able to just keep himself popped up to full health. There's the smokes, there's the fire, there's the bait, there's a doctor that can sort of get himself in and waste the time, but he can't quite get the full stretch. There's Cyber. Pinches the pull on the other side. Does suffer on the follow-up on the stairs, though. Dexter has some level of support. They take the ground, and they take the player. Bullet.
Well done, that's going to be opening up cash now. Astro is finding himself in the side. He doesn't have the diffuser though. That is going to be in pockets of Souls. He needs to be running across. It's still quite dangerous because you have a smoke on the red stairs and Kento still inside cash. Melted is rejoining, but Bullet is wanting to use some extra grenades from below, but he doesn't actually have them. Wants to go for vertical. Is actually putting up quite a bit of pressure. It fires with the pistol, finds that kill. Souls takes down Melted. This might be the end of it because it is going to be a Monty that will stay alive for now, but it's also, more importantly, 3 other members of FaZe going up against Mohesi. He's trying to go down from below. He has a shotgun he could potentially use to stop a plant from happening, but at this point, it is almost surely going down.
Well,
exactly where he is.
Yeah, there it is. The drone with the rollout. The fight on the top does go Mahesi's way. They're going to see if they can get the kit stuck. They actually pull back up. They want to do this as a 2 versus 1. He tucks in close with the shotgun. Now they're going to go for the plant behind the server stack. There he is, driving himself through. Looks for the cover, goes for the pop. Can't get the lock either side. A post plant. He knows one's still in that position, the other slightly further away on the rafters. Finds it, Mahesi. A 1 versus 1, a final player to find in the 4 versus 1 clutch. Does not find it. FaZe Clan just pushed themselves over the end of what was a massive opening half. Mirage found some safety on their second, but against that FaZe opening half, what can any team do?
Mahasi almost able to put in such an important clutch there, but as already worried for when they went to CCTV, that is that big trouble that they were going for. It is so basic to open up. You have the fire, you have the Monty, you are not going to be able to hold on to that garage rafters. Either way, before we break this down any further, let's toss it to a quick break and we will see you in about 2 minutes.
Hi, welcome back. What we saw was a bit devastating, I think, for a certain set of fans. FaZe did what FaZe do and have done throughout the year. Mirage, unfortunately, were the newest victims. They were able to find a couple of rounds, but when a game is that close to a flawless, you know it's been a bit heavy-handed.
I mean, it's not just that it was like close rounds that were able to just fall towards FaZe's side time and time again. Now, as you mentioned, at some point, like after 4 or 5 rounds, we had 3 players on FaZe having as many kills or more as the entirety of Mirage combined. That's how heavily one-sided it was for the majority of that game. So, you know, the comeback was always going to be quite difficult. They managed to find 2, almost Mahasi with a massive 1v3 clutch, but, you know, CCTV cash, it is a very tough side to defend, especially against the Monty in the Capitao if you are relying on keeping the rafters under control.
There it is, the ace that we saw, the second ace that was logged. There's been 3. There was one in the other game as well.
Which round was
Which I'm sure we'll get to it. Ours was just, it was a round before.
Okay.
So it was a round before on ours. There was a 3-minute difference between Latin America getting their first ace and the EU getting their first ace.
Who was it on Wolves?
It was Mowgli.
Mowgli, okay.
Able to pull it out on the other stream, but we'll get to that in a minute. Here, though, it just sort of shows that there's a pace to be kept in this group. There was so much energy from FaZe. There was control from FaZe. Mirage, they had a little bit more on their defense. Maybe if they'd started the game on defense, it would have been different. Here, the play, the pressure that came through here. The Doc wanted to waste as much time as possible. If the, you know, if the Monty wasn't there, they would have just healed up in the fire.
Exactly, that's the thing. If the Monty isn't there, if there's no other pressure, he can heal himself 3 times through that fire. He's going to be fine and able to take that fight. But due to the fact that the Monty is there, you pull out that stim pistol, you can guarantee a pistol will be aimed right back at you to end whatever you were about to do there. So it didn't really work out, and that was what they were relying on for the CCTV hold. that didn't really work out for Mirage.
No, it was unfortunate. I think that's the thing, though. As we have a look at the match summary, you'll sort of see just on the performances that were put down. A couple of FaZe attacks, they weren't fantastic. Club isn't a map that they've always sort of had the happiest and the best time with. And, you know, you get the idea on how Mirage were able to connect with the game in comparison. I mean, the sort of, you know, what one of the top players towards the board in terms of KD had no impact, really, I think, in terms of KD in the opening half of the game. All of those kills came on the 2 and a bit defense rounds they played. You're looking at what was just a bloodbath from the side of FaZe. Yeah. They had that control, they had that pace, and when you're that sort of heartbroken and every round matters, it's tricky.
It is tricky, and with this Mirage, their opportunities of making it towards the playoffs have basically dwindled all the way down to 10%, and that might actually be even lower considering the win from Wolves. So we might actually see them to be the first team to be eliminated at the end of today. So they really want to make sure they pick up some points in their return game.
They have no other option. I think from this point onwards, if they want to have a hope, they need other results to fall into their favor, and they need to win every single game ahead of them. Take the full 9 points. Here is how the group has shaped itself. It does include the result on the other games. So FaZe, with their 2 clean wins, find themselves in second place. The gap widens. 3 points now. Direwolves were also brushed aside with the same result that we had on this stream, a 7-2. Wolves were able to pull against Direwolves, but because of that, it keeps Mirage in 4th place.
We might have this group locked down at the end of the day. Let me check.
We probably will.
It depends on the return game. No, I clicked edit. I needed to mean
You messed up.
I messed up. So it's Direwolves, FaZe, Wolves, Mirage. If FaZe wins 3-0, there's currently 16 rounds between the two. And they do that with like a 7-1, 7-0, and Wolves is able to get a victory in as well. This
I mean,
over.
Group D was the one that we sort of said, it looks like there's 2 clear teams that are going to get clear. It seems like that premonition is coming right. If anything, this set of games, the 2 7-2s, has maybe proved that.
It definitely has proved that. The teams like FaZe, Wolves definitely, you know, were the favorites for this group to come through. They are showing why in these matches that we've seen so far from them. So yeah, that it does look indeed like these will be the 2 teams that will qualify.
And that's kind of it. It's that quick break here. It's that quick moment from all the OTs and stretches we had yesterday. Now we get a bit of a break, and we do have one here as well. We'll take a quick break before we're back with the next game of the day.
We know players have been asking about it, and we've talked about it before. It's been a long time coming, so we're super excited to announce that crossplay is coming with Season 4. PlayStation and Xbox players will matchmake together and benefit from lower wait times thanks to the larger matchmaking pool. Now for crossplay, PC and streaming platforms will be kept in a separate pool from consoles. We have no intention to merge these 2 communities right now, but we're super excited to bring our console players together. You can invite players through both first-party platforms as well as through your Ubisoft Connect overlay. You'll be able to access your friends list through the social tab and manage your invites, requests, and squad up with your friends from other platforms. We all know communication is key in Siege, and it's no different for crossplay. So, voice communications will be enabled at launch, and the local player will be able to speak to and hear cross-platform players as long as they have voice communications enabled in their options and they're on the same team. Of course, you can still manually mute players through the scoreboard during a match or through the player profile side panel. Crossplay isn't the only thing that's coming this season. We're super excited to announce that cross progression is another feature hitting Siege this season. This is thanks to a data migration that's happening with the season launch. So the first time you log in, you'll see a pop-up that lets you know all of your data now lives in the cloud and is accessible from any platform anytime. So for credits and renown, they're going to be added together. So any platform that any player has played on ever is going to be added together and shared. Due to the data migration, we're going to be rewarding all of our players with an alpha pack at the start of the season.
Right now, the rank playlist is a pure skill system in which there's only one value, the MMR. The MMR is used for rank and skill. Every start of the season, when we do the soft reset, because it's needed for rank progression, we are hurting the matchmaking fairness. After this soft reset, we have the placement matches to try to guess your rank as soon as possible. What are the changes in the core system? We are splitting skill and rank into two different values. The skill, in one hand, will be hidden and only used for matchmaking. On the other hand, the rank will be visible and only used for progression. We are removing the placement matches, because the only value that will be reset is the rank. You will start your rank progression at the beginning of the ladder. From now on, there will be rank points. There will be also 5 divisions per rank. Each division will have 100 points. Also, to help you in this progression, we included systems like the demotion shield that will prevent you from losing ranks easily. From now on, there will be 1 reward per division, so 5 rewards per rank, with some exclusive new items. If you finish one season in Gold 5, you will get as well the rewards from Silver 1, Silver 2, Bronze and Copper. We are removing the squad restriction and including a new algorithm for squads that will ensure balanced matches. We would love to hear your thoughts to keep improving and working on the system.
걸어 뭐야? 홍걸? 이게 많이에요?
하게 엄마 고래.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. 사차.
カピタオ。食わなきゃいけない。
2人とも？
ああ、それね。
これ？
ゼロ。あ、ゼロ。
ゼロ。ああ、おじいちゃん。
そうなの。
ああ。でもめっちゃ減ってるよ。
お前ビビりすぎだって。
オッケー。オッケー。オッケー。オッケー。え、多い？大丈夫？
じゃあいただきます。
いただきます。
キム変わっちゃった。あ、美味しい。
ナイス。
いとこ。え、はい。なんだっけ。ホット&コールド。
おお。
イェーイ。罰ゲーム。
罰ゲーム？
うん、レベル2。
これ？え？
ちょっと。もうちょい。これ。いけんの？
いいよ。匂いはやばかったけど。
もうパパッといこう、パパッと。
いただきます。余裕だね。
あ、え？
は？
はい。高層ビル。あ、スカイスクレーパー。で、何が？
あ、
わからんくね？
いやでもスカイスクレーパーっぽいもん。
はい。お前。
テーマパーク。おい。
え？テーマパークじゃないやん。
バンクやん。
バンクやん。あ、じゃお前間違いやん。テーマパークって言ったよ。あ、オッケー。俺間違えたか、俺なんだ、これ。そうなの？あ、大丈夫。うまい。
全然いける？まあでも食えるレベルだね。
美味しい。
グッド。
次行きましょう。
カントラケッティ？ブー？
俺と
誰？
ヨーロッパの選手ね。
多い。
わかんね。だったんだこれ。 これいきます。ちょっとお前絶対食えないからやめて。おいなんか結構雰囲気的になんかこれ本当にやばいよみたいな。
ちょっと痛い舌が。
ごめん、なんかちょっと辛いの強くてごめん。
辛くないな。
ごめんね。攻めって言ってもなんか、はい、パルス？オペレ？じゃあ違う。
ヒント。あ、オッケー。ビジル？
何知らないんだけど俺知らないんだけどそんなあったっけ？これですね。これなんだ？
うわ辛そう。うわも
うなんかインテロがどうたらみたいな書いてある。ゆっくりできる。
いやそれやばいよ。
ちょっとにし
でも答えだもん。
いただきます。
うわ頑張れ。
甘い。
甘い？
甘い。
ペング。
海外の実況の人俺インテロしか知らん。フラッシュ。
まあ、I don't know. Sorry.
I'm sorry. お前
俺やばいな。
ちょっとね
結構つけてみようかな。
かけすぎいいね。
ちょうどいいぐらい
いけるって。あれじゃん、なんかタバスコじゃん
ね。いただきます。辛これ。夢にペッちゃっていい？
絶対これやりたかっただけだもん。辛いな。
辛いわこれ。はい。ナンバー2。
はい。これ？違うんかい。どれ？
Actually, it's none of those. It's different.
なんだ？おいそういうことね。やってくれるね。やってみる。やめた方がいいよ。
俺はやめよ
う。こいつはやめとくって。なんか大してこの辺と変わんない気がするの。本当に少しだけ。一滴。
一滴。
いただきます。
いただきます。
ちょっと用意しとこ
う。ちょっと怖いから用意しとこう。
でもさ、なんかもうずっと食ってるやん、辛いの。この辺から。だからなんかずっと、なんていうの、変わらんのよ。
ずっと痛いまんまみたいな。わかんない。
これいっちゃん辛いわ。これ多分やばい。
Connected, there's a triple across the board, and there is SANDBOX. Good boy. Welcome to the league, good boy.
For the kick.
Good boy wins it out with a hell of a swing, Arakaze.
没有几个，头，哇哦！
55명.
57? 65요?
65요? 나. 뭐라고?
아 이거 어떡하지?
좋아, 내가 할게.
그래서 저 쳐야지. 너무 많아.
너무 많은데?
나도 해볼까?
오케이. Not spicy. Good.
딱히 그냥 밖에서 파는 그냥 솔직히 피자에 파는 핫소스보다 약한.
맛있는데?
독일, 젊은이.
홀란드? 또 먹네. 외계인 코딱지처럼 생겼는데?
이거는 1단계보다 약해. 이거는 이제 이게 바뀌어야 돼 이렇게. 이렇게 바뀌어야 돼. 그러면 easy.
easy.
하이드.
뭐야? 저요, MB 테일러. 야.
아니 나는 오퍼레이터 하길래 나는 진짜 오퍼레이터인 줄 알았어. 아,
보세요.
나 혼자 먹어? 아, 나 계속 먹네. 노인 건강 해야지. 조금 해줘. 오케이. 색깔이 좀 진한데 어려울 것 같은데.
맛있나요?
아직 약해.
아직 약해?
오케이. easy.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. We don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high, you never know why. No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been, if you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Welcome back to the Bravo stream, ladies and gentlemen. It is just about time for us to get ready for our next matchup here. SANDBOX going up against Heroic. It's going to be the bottom two teams in this group, so both teams looking for their first point. One of them is obviously going to be walking away with it, but for SANDBOX, it's kind of needed at this point for them. They've had a bit of a rough run so far, only 5 rounds collectively between the first 2 games they have played so far versus Heroic, who have had literally the same result, interestingly enough, come out of their 2 games. 5 rounds with the same coefficient between their attack and defensive rounds as well, so it's been a bit of a weird tournament for Heroic so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say Heroic, although with these 2 teams in mind, definitely have the edge in this matchup. SANDBOX, I mean, they've been expecting better results, but it seems like they've always been expecting better results when it comes to their majors, and they haven't been able to strike the iron while it's hot, John, and it's happening here again. But the big thing is they played against some very stiff competition yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely the case, going up against the best inside of the group. But once again, you can say very much the same thing about Heroic as well, who was able to contend pretty nicely, though, and still be able to pick up 5 rounds in both of those matchups. Really only falling apart for me on Heroic's side on their attacking rounds. That's where you're starting to see a little bit more of an issue. Playing some bit more complex in maps to be able to kind of rotate into for their attacks as well, so we started to see some problems popping up there. But I think things are going to be turning around against SANDBOX for me. Personally, it's really SANDBOX that we're looking at that needs to see the most improvement for this matchup if they're going to be getting points on the board from this game specifically.
Absolutely the case, my friend. Heroic, and specifically Uno Meister from yesterday, still having a pretty impressive showcase, able to try and pick up the pieces that were crumbling around him and still finding some semblance of success. They're not able to get one in the win category here just yet, but that could be changing. The time has come to play up against SANDBOX, which, again, did not have the greatest day yesterday. NV Taylor playing quite well, but just couldn't get it done up against Liquid and TSM. They now face Heroic, obviously. Here is our percentages for who could potentially close things out and make it to our main stage in Jönköping.
Yep, 96% and 95% for Liquid and TSM respectively here, so both of them looking very, very good, of course, even with these wins coming in for either one of these teams. But at the same time, it's Heroic and SANDBOX that need to be improving their odds here. As you can see, both teams are looking at a very, very tough chance to be able to make it through if they end up with a regulation loss or an overtime loss. In fact, it's 3% for SANDBOX and 6% for Heroic, so not looking very good at all there. If they get the win here outright, though, especially inside of regulation, that bumps their chances up pretty good. They've got about a quarter shot either way. If either one of these teams is able to close it down in regulation. For overtime, that makes it a little bit riskier once again because it does diminish that extra point away from your score. Only going to be getting 2 points for the win instead of the full 3, so it makes it a little more difficult to catch up to those opponents. Still sitting with 6 points at the top of the group right now.
Yeah, and that's really the problem. That one of these teams has to break one of those Titans, and that's going to be really hard fought. The good news is those Titans clash later on today. Team Liquid and TSM have a match here on day 2 of groups, and let me tell you, I'm pretty excited for that one. But let's focus on what we have going on over here. SANDBOX versus Heroic. This is it for SANDBOX. We have to see them try and hit their stride here against Heroic. And, I mean, how are you feeling about this South Korean squad?
Yeah, I mean, it just, let's be real, it just hasn't looked that great so far at this event. We've seen good results in the past from them. We've seen them be able to contend quite nicely when they've made it to these lands before, but at the moment, as of again, day 1, so giving them a bit of a harsh judgment right now of only 1 day's play. But that first day, just not looking too promising. You already mentioned it as well. The worst round differential at the moment inside of this land among all of the teams that we have here. So definitely going to be looking to improve upon that today. Let's hope they had a nice reset yesterday. And the fact they're going up against Heroic today, which again is going to be that other weaker team in the group right now, gives them that little bit of a confidence boost to hit the ground running here and make sure they get a good start going into this matchup.
Yeah, a Lagonis-powered Liquid might do that to you. That's all I'm going to say. So we're getting the players in now, folks, so don't worry about it. We will have the action on your screen as soon as we have the game going here. We're just, again, waiting on some players to hop in here. Looks like we might have some PC trouble going on, so we'll make sure the ESL staff gets on that so we can get Heroic and specifically Uno, the man of the day yesterday for Heroic, on in.
Absolutely the case. There's going to be plenty to discuss in this matchup as well. For Heroic as well, looking to improve on a lot of things. Their attack game is going to be the focus here. We're seeing some problems with them getting tied up more than anything due to the early roam game presence that defenders were throwing out. Should, I think, have a little bit of an easier time at that. SANDBOX tends to play things a little bit more back, not too wild out in front, trying to get those early kills in that first minute or so. Tends to generally respect the opening clear from their opponents from what I've been able to see so far. And I think the map, which you guys will be finding out pretty soon what that is going to be, will play a little bit more nicely into Heroic, not having to deal with a lot of aggression in the early round as well here. Gives them a bit more of a straightforward play style to go into this matchup with, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think that when it comes down to SANDBOX's play style and kind of the region that you look at, it's very aggressive, very free-flowing, and that can get you into a little bit of trouble, you know, especially when it comes to playing international competition where a lot of these upper echelon regions are really good at stopping you from doing exactly what you want to do in a play style like that. We did see that kind of come into the hand of Fury yesterday, though, with some of the stuff that they were pulling out of APAC South up against BDS, caught them off guard a couple of times, but at the end of the day, we saw how that one went, didn't we?
Speaking of the maps, we do have them up on the screen now, ladies and gentlemen, and the map veto has eventually come down to Border as the chosen map between these two teams. It's going to be Heroic on the attacking side. SANDBOX will be on the defensive side as well. It's really going to test the mettle of Heroic right off the bat. Hopefully they are up for the challenge of being able to clear things out here. SANDBOX will be having to put their best defensive foot forward here. What do you think of the choice of Border going into this matchup, Sticks?
Oh, you know, I think it's going to be pretty hotly contested. Border, a very small map, so I think it definitely plays in the hand of SANDBOX here. I like that they are more than likely going to be on defense here as soon as we get everybody in. Everybody's bouncing around the screen right now, actually, as again, we're waiting on some people to get into the lobby. But, you know, if everything is right here, which I assume that it is, SANDBOX is more than likely starting on defense, and that should, I assume, help them out quite a bit. Border is a map that has quite an in-depth strategy to it now, which is pretty awesome. We've seen a lot of teams experimenting with these top floor holds, you know, pressuring out, putting reinforcements in different areas and creating new lines of sight to make it to where the entire map feels very, very contested. So we'll see if Heroic can try and work around this puzzle that will be presented to them from SANDBOX.
Absolutely the case. You can see the teams getting together for their last hurrah right now. Mr. Officer, of course, rallying the troops over on Heroic, bringing it back, showing these guys just how important this matchup is. This is a really must-win matchup for both of these teams, and we'll be paying very close attention to the head-to-head matchup between the two teams that are at the top of this group right now as well, so that they can find a valid target to try and make sure that they can take down, as one of those two teams at the top is also going to be falling behind a little bit today, making them the next target for whoever ends up pushing ahead from this matchup further into third. It's a pretty straightforward group so far, but things could get quite chaotic today depending on the result of this one, as well as the matchup between the top two teams in the group here. So just a few moments away now from getting things started, folks, on Border. Hope you are going to be sticking with us throughout the rest of this matchup, but of course still plenty more games to go throughout today and tomorrow as well to round out our groups.
Absolutely. So let's get this out of the way early on here. If you're not using the squad stream to watch both A and B at the same time, you are messing up. Click that button, watch both streams, make sure you have all the Siege content that you can intake with your eyeballs, as we're going to be jumping into this one very soon. So John, we got to talk about Heroic a little bit more before we jump into this and kind of the discrepancy between Uno and the rest of his squad. Uno's sitting at a 1.25, but then things kind of fall off a cliff. We talked about Joom yesterday when you and I ended up casting their game. Yeah. He had some very impressive rounds, but overall across the board of that game, he just wasn't hitting his mark on a round-to-round basis. It was really, you know, a fire and fizzle kind of a thing, and it ended up at a 0.99 for him on the first day.
We saw that be pretty much identical to what ended up happening in the first matchup, too, against TSM there, where he had very similar results going into that matchup. Uno is still very much that lock-in consistency player at the moment here, so who is going to be grouping up? Who is going to be stepping up to the plate alongside Uno to have that extra clutch element into these matches that unfortunately seem to be missing from the day one matchups? Once again, it's not the end of the day for Heroic. I'm expecting personally some pretty good results for them to come out of this matchup, and as well, hopefully someone else to step up. Milo as well, I think, had some good rounds every once in a while, just didn't really show that well inside of the stats, so hopefully we get a little bit more activity from him as well. As you can see here, once again, Mr. Officer, the great support staff and coach as well for the squad, coming in just to hype these boys up one final time before we get ready to rock and roll.
Well, exciting times here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are just moments away from getting into this game. We've got everybody in the lobby, and we are set and ready for war here on Border. Always one of the funnest maps to cast, and especially when we get to land action-packed from start to finish. And that's not something we usually have in Rainbow Six. A lot of the time we're droning early on, we're taking our time getting into the building, and just making sure that you kind of have that ground initially. And it's not that they won't be doing that, it's just that the contention from the defense comes very fast, very furious on Border. They, like we were talking about earlier, like to extend those reinforcements out, play that whole building, and make it really difficult for the offense to try and crack this egg.
Have to be careful for SANDBOX as well, make sure they don't end up getting split up. This is a map that relies very heavily on the defenders' setups, not necessarily outright aggression that defenders are able to throw out through the room, but more the complexity of the setup and how those extensions may be able to work off of each other and potentially trade off of each other as well to kind of over-confuse the attackers as they try to take that control away from themselves. But either way, it should just be a minute or two from starting the match, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're excited for this matchup as we are as well. We have got plenty to get through here today, and we have to settle out who is still in contention for this group and who, after this game, will be really, truly fighting for survival in a must-win situation from this point forward. Whoever loses this game has to be essentially perfect, and even then, that will not guarantee their exit from the group. Possibly second, but we'll have to see how these other teams do as well, and a potential fall-off may need to be seen from one of those higher-level teams.
Yeah, and that really is the issue, isn't it? TSM and Liquid really do look indomitable up against their lower half opponents, and we're going to need to see one of them catch a light, catch a fire, and hopefully it hits them in the belly so they're able to try and take it up against those squads later on. But either way, looks like we're about a couple of seconds out here, ladies and gents. Mr. Officer again. I mean, the guy's just carrying the vibes for Heroic. Always is. Very happy, chipper guy. Every single time I talk to him, always a very good interaction.
Yeah, absolutely the case, ladies and gentlemen. So, once more, just a few seconds away. We've got plenty more games coming up after this one as well. Plenty more excitement to be seen here, both on the A stream as well as the B stream. With these games coming up around the corner here, we're going to be looking to see some good ones following it over on the A stream as well. If you guys are interested in that one, it is the big matchup on the other side of this group, and we're going to be paying very close attention to those results. We were talking about how a lot of it plays into this matchup too, so make sure you are peeping it every once in a while over on the A stream as TSM and Liquid will be playing each other over there.
Hit that squad stream button. Hit the button right now on your Twitch so you can watch both of those streams. If you're not seeing it on B, go over to our main stream on twitch.tv/Rainbow6, and the button should be prompted on there. That's how I was watching some things yesterday when you and I were sitting in the airport. It's just the best way to view any major, really, when they have that kind of thing going on. So either way, exciting times to be a Siege fan, especially with how much action we have left today. Is there any other match you're looking forward to on here, John?
Oh, we'll have to see, because we got a little bit. Oh, yeah, Soniqs versus them. We're not going to be on that one, unfortunately. That's going to be the other pair for this stream that's going to be jumping in to cast that one.
Womp, womp. That's our break time. We don't get to have the fun. I mean, we get to have the fun here on Border, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It starts now. Let's see who can cross this fence, who can try and beat each other and hopefully beat their opposition later on down the line to try and make it out of this group that has been pretty fiery so far. It's SANDBOX versus Heroic here on Border.
Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. The social vote, pretty close there, but definitely a lot of you at home favoring Heroic, and I would generally tend to agree going into this matchup. Let's see, though, if SANDBOX was able to rally themselves after the unfortunate results from yesterday and focus up to rebound. Definitely looks like they're in good spirits off of what we were seeing from them on the desk, just kind of come into this one with a good attitude today, and so far I would say is the case. Interesting bands to start things out, though. Ying making perfect sense for Border, of course, but the Dokkaebi being quite interesting. Again, though, aligns very well with the type of play we tend to see on Heroic from the defenders. That can be a pretty hard counter towards it, so it makes perfect sense for this situation to ban that back out. Valkyrie as well, just due to the amount of places we have for her cameras to be deployed towards. She's going to be a pretty common ban here. And then finally, a Pulse is the final one as well. Once again, very map-specific bans coming out here, at least as far as I could see.
Yes, indeed. Not too much Doge play coming out of SANDBOX yesterday. Both of their matches didn't have somebody that was maining it more than another op, but might have slipped through the cracks. You didn't exactly get to have the best viewership experience yesterday with all of our travel. Yeah. So, but either way, Dokkaebi, an amazing ban when it comes down to it. She's just so good for droning on a map like Border that's so unbelievably tiny. Those logic bombs can mean the most. But for the rest of the bans, like you're saying, it just makes a lot of sense. It's Border. Things like Pulse and Valkyrie, you know, good info game as well as, you know, execution utility like Ying. Those are all going to be highlights of a map like this.
All right, well, going into the first round, no surprises in terms of the initial site pick from SANDBOX, and the same very much can be said for the operator choice as well. Lots of utility going to be coming out here over the course of this round that Heroic will need to pay very close attention to, from the frost mats on entry, of course, going over to the electric claws blocking their path, those laser gates that are going to need to be eating up a lot of attacker utility. Hopefully we have a couple flashes in the kit. Should be definitely a few of those to be able to chuck into that, and if not, you can always throw a drone. And then, obviously, when you get to the plant situation, you still have the echo drones to deal with coming out from SANDBOX as well. So this is going to be a very annoying composition for Heroic to get through the full picture with.
Yeah, operator lineup wise, this is pretty beautiful. I like the frost mats, love the Oryx, you know, keep them guessing on where you could potentially come from and makes them have to manage those hatches. So the good news though is Heroic has a lot of means in order to accomplish this. We have air jabs, we have Lion in play, and we even have Yana, so we can make things a little bit easier for the drone game as well. So Heroic now out and about, and like we were talking about in our prep, looks like Border always leaning into that early aggression. Here we're gonna go from Joom. Gonna take a little bit of damage. He'll take a little bit of his own, but Heroic will at least be able to try and muster east side here. It's going to be an EMP out as Heroic is fighting for the office, and they'll get that exothermic off.
They're going to be able to get that access in for themselves, be able to take some office control to start out this round. Heroic will be able to carve forward off of that. Stalking the rest of SANDBOX, though, not overstepping their own bounds just yet, not overreacting to that, trying to get super aggressive into the way of Heroic. We already saw a few shots ringing true onto Joom a few moments prior. They definitely want to wait for these trap setups if they can deploy towards them at all. But Heroic showing a similar amount of caution as they have been throughout the rest of this event so far. EE1D charge goes out. Don't believe they're going to get any hugely useful information out of it. Unfortunately, most of SANDBOX is pretty locked into bunker positions at the moment. You can see there by Archives, the Fountain as well. Heroic is going to have to take a risk in order to try and take these players out. So to be seeing them put quite a bit of delay into their own chase as they play pretty heavily into their drones before they can justify that type of swing.
Now, they do not want to overplay their hand. They're giving SANDBOX the respect that they deserve as Static is going to get the first big kill. Joom will quickly follow it up with a frag grenade, though, and will actually take out Static. Heroic has found control over Fountain, and by proxy, also Archives. This plant about halfway down until it'll get stopped. Joom, with some nice shots, he'll take down Good Boy, and it's up to 2 now after he takes out Rukaze. It's going to be down to Uno Meister trying to put this plant down. Sayal has an opportunity to hold the cross, but there is so many bodies inside of this area for Heroic. Oh, very well played from Joom. It's a quad kill for him, and the ace potentially. It'll be an ace for Joom on the first round. We said he was popping off on a couple of rounds yesterday when we got to view him, but he's starting here strong today.
A statement to be made for sure here, and definitely puts SANDBOX back into a corner. Nicely played by Joom, specifically from Heroic there, bullying his way into the inside of the office and Archives as well, and then moving himself even further into the site to pick up the remaining 3 players that were defending things out by Locker. Beautifully played there, and a nice way to start things out. Like you said, Joom, not necessarily always there, but when he is there, he's absolutely omnipresent in knocking out these players from SANDBOX in this situation. So beautifully done there to start 5-0 coming out of the first round here. To see 0-0-0s for the rest of the team. Obviously, a few assists coming in there along the way as well, but for the most part, we are going to see it all be dominated by Jumi. And now, the response needs to be seen from SANDBOX. How exactly do they play against this now? How do they get into the way of it on the next round? Not going to see, for as far as I can tell, the reattempt. Actually, it does look like they are going to go for hold stairs this time. Just trying to get final confirmation of that, as this will be an interesting setup to be seen from them. As actually, yeah, we'll be over here towards Tellers, making a lot more sense now that we get full vision on that here. The operator lineup will change on Heroic to account for that, mainly just in the form of the hard breach being swapped out for Uno, but we are also going to see the Floridas come out from Grizzly as well, so they have further access to the interior of the site to take on any pesky utility.
I love what we're seeing from SANDBOX here. Stack the utility tall and force Heroic to clear all of it. Heroic's timing was decent on that last round, and they were really able to abuse that timer for kind of the mid game, get those drones in there after they get the office opened up and kind of have those entry points that they want to use. They back that up with that info game, and it works extremely well. SANDBOX attempting to pull that away from them with the Mute Mozzie combo. Also, Arukaze able to bring in the castle as well. So this castle barricade's going to be around. So gonna have to get rid of those with the Rotero drones out of Grizzly. We'll see how many of those he wants to dedicate. They do have a lot of soft breach here on Heroic, so that should be a fairly straightforward affair.
As long as we don't see any early shenanigans from SANDBOX meet good fruition, Heroic is once again in a fantastic position to set themselves up to clear all this utility. Good play, though, with a nice Nitro cell from below. At least picks up the trade for the earlier loss. It's Sayal that goes down from SANDBOX. Benja is lost from Heroic. Benja's loss, arguably a much bigger deal. Obviously, Sayal just a kind of generic roamer on the Oryx over there, so when he goes down, it would have been nice to exchange a kill out beforehand, but not the end of the world that he doesn't. Time wasted is still a nice thing to take home, but Benja losing the sledge here could become problematic for this squad here, as they now are only going to be reliant on Melo, be able to knock out any form of soft breach deeper into this site, and we're seeing that now. Static ready to take on this next challenge. He takes out Melo as well, leaving no soft breach remaining on this squad.
Static Stalwart in his office position. Joom, he'll have to do something about it. The man with the ace, all the kills the last round, and he's got another one. 2 inside of this, both of them. Looks like Joom's a one-man army as Heroic is falling down around him. He still has Uno as well with him. We saw just how lethal Uno was yesterday. Arukazi will fall back into sight. They've spread themselves out on this bottom floor, and this could be an issue presented to Heroic. Do they know that the majority of SANDBOX has actually rotated away? Joom is going to second guess for Heroic as he'll drone in here and try and cover all of these bases. Wants to make sure that they do not get caught off guard when they do go for this. And they have so much time remaining in this 3 versus 3, so better to measure twice and cut once.
You're marking the lucky 7-0-0 right now as well. The reverse secret agent. Let's see if we can push this envelope just a little bit further as the plant attempt coming in. You'll notice, though, these positions are not very well supported, so Uno going to second guess himself and go for the secondary plant position instead of full committing, and it's a good thing he did as well. The spam coming in. Oh, he's literally drawing an outline around him. Envy Taylor eventually gets the kill from another player, actually, but it won't matter. Joom picking up another frag for himself. Needs to support the plant as Uno now been lost. It's Joom versus the world, and look at this post-plant position. It's perfectly set up for him to just spray through the floor. SANDBOX are going to have to wrap against him here and catch him on a timing play. Will he be expecting it, though? The shots come out. Joom knows that someone is going to be upstairs. No, the shot's coming through. He's been given an early warning. He's allowed to fall back deeper to the outside and potentially hop back down and just play this on the first floor. Look at this. Dodges out of the way. First plant counter defuse attempt comes back in. He's got a nade primed ready to go. There's no way this gets both. Okay, gets the quad again. Is this a double ace from Joom? It might very well be, but no! The denial comes in from Arukaze, but it won't matter. There's not enough time. The clutch goes to Heroic and Jume for the second round.
SANDBOX doing the most to try and bring that round back into their favor, but Joom is indomitable right now. You can't do anything up against him. 9 kills through 2 rounds. Oh my, I do believe that that is more kills than we saw him get yesterday in that cafe game. In between just those 2 rounds, he had, I believe, 8 kills at the very tail end of that one yesterday.
Yeah.
Might have had a little bit more.
7 in the first 2, and then or no, that was the other game I think we were talking about. But
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was just one of those rounds where, or one of those games where he had like,
it was hot to start, and then it kind of fell off a little bit.
Exactly. I really hope this isn't the same thing. I hope he isn't good for 2 rounds and then just falls off a cliff.
Either way, this is frustrating as heck for SANDBOX to play into right now because they just cannot seem to take this player down or at minimum best him inside of a clutch scenario as we saw inside of the 1v1 there at the end. Joom playing it perfectly as well. What a great waste of time as well here. Could have easily just gone for the glory inside of the 1v2, taking the duels outright, but says, no, I'm not going to stick around this upstairs because I know they can very easily box me out if I decide to stick around here. I'm going to try to waste even more time, hop outside, make these guys waste time figuring out where I went, then even go downstairs as well to pull it off again. Great reads from SANDBOX to do pretty much the entire time where he was rotating to and fro, but regardless, was not able to best him due to the positions that Joom specifically decided to play into there.
Yeah, actually that was that game up against Liquid yesterday. They lost 7-5 on Theme Park. Joom had 10 kills, while Uno had 11 on that one. And Uno also playing pretty hard support when it comes to Theme Park. He was a Therm smoke main for that, and also had the most frags. That's not usually something that you see every day. So Heroic looking like they're starting off strong here on border, although they'll be lacking hard breach, well, at least part of it here for their overall lineup. Grizzly going down early on into this customs offense.
Joom with the first trade and continuing to impress us here at the moment.
All the kills.
Playing 10-1 as of the first 3 rounds, of course, that we've seen play out here so far. Joom going to look for another one here as he's been promoted a little bit. Onto the Nook now and try and see what else he can work towards as that first pickup has already been found. Eliminate Sile again. In terms of early picks, Heroic are not finding the best targets necessarily in terms of utility elimination, but when you look at it in the overall scope, there really isn't any targets they can knock out here and make a massive effective kill on in terms of removing utility from the defenders. You could say that sort of for Good Boy in terms of the Azami, but most of this utility is going to be pre-placed at the beginning of the round anyway.
Well, middle of the round now here. Heroic slowing things down a bit, but as soon as I say that, a gunfight here with Static, that he cannot win up against Joom. The Deagle out, he knows that he tagged Static up, and in fact, Static 1 HP at the current moment. Heroic majority control on this top floor, but they've done a good job of contesting around the site as well. You can see Uno's gotten the wall open, and he's dancing with death right now as Envy Taylor attempting to hold down the breach here for detention. It's going to be Good Boy that strikes out actually here as he'll take down the Heroic member. SANDBOX ahead here for the very first time.
Jupe trying to move himself forward. Good boy as well. The shots being leaned into this one. There's where the benefit of a zombie comes in, though. Free barricades to be able to chuck back up there for Good Boy. Although I do believe that that is going to be the last one he will have for this round. The benefit of the zombie now fades away a little bit, but just in time as well. 45 seconds remaining. Heroic are going to be forced to make a play. And unfortunately, they don't have a whole lot of map control to contribute to this type of play. Mello, who's paying attention, will have heard that frost mat going down onto the ground. He won't know the exact position of it, but can make a decent assumption. However, Joom once again striking true here with the second pickup. Will he be able to catch Good Boy around the corner? Doesn't even know he's there. No, Joom is absolutely thrashing SANDBOX right now. Another triple. He will finally go down, but Mello now making up for the difference as well by picking up the trade against Arukaze. Static as well from the damage he suffered earlier, but oh no! The frost mat in the back is going to be grabbing Benja, so the support for Mello now gone by the wayside. It's all onto him here in the 1v1 versus Static, but at the same time, just one single shot needs to be hit by Mello to knock this one out and put another round on the board for Heroic. The swing hasn't come in just yet. Mello playing this perfectly and shuts down the final 1v1 to give yet another round over towards Heroic. That's starting down from 4v5 as well. Nice recovery yet again from this roster.
Very well done, and it seems to be the Joom factor. Joom finally hitting.
What's he at, like 11 now, I think?
Yeah, he's got 11 frags right now. Just true 12. Oh my goodness.
I
mean, technically speaking, we can really give him that last one to Static as well, because he got Static to that sliver's worth of HP, which made it to where Static literally couldn't play the game. He just proned out and tried to eventually get the Heroic member to swing on him, but we ended up seeing how that went as Mello won out the rest of the round. Heroic only need 2 members and really only 1 to get a foothold on this building.
Joom with an average of 4 kills per round at the moment here. Very, very impressive stuff. We'll have to see just how far this train will go before things finally come to a halt, even if they will come to a halt. Heroic is on the run right now, and it does not necessarily seem like there is a lot that is going to stop them. However, SANDBOX have been getting better at the minimum, keeping an even fight going with Heroic, and that last round was a true testament to that. Definitely bring it down to a clutch moment, but it really seemed like Heroic still had the control at the end of the day after the entry power was shown once again from Joom. Similar operator lineup coming in as now we can see the return, of course, to this top floor here, so we're going to see it play very, very gadget heavy from SANDBOX yet again to try and waste as much time from Heroic as possible. Problem is, this has obviously not worked for the previous 3 rounds, so we're going to have to see if they try to change anything up this time to improve this defensive strat.
Well, Sam Fisher, 0 working his way in onto Uno. Mello going to get tagged up from the rifle of Static as he was holding on to the break door. Static will actually get Joom a big pickup here finally for SANDBOX. They have a boon, and well, for Heroic, they might actually have some more kills across the board depending on how the rest of this round goes. We'll have to see, but for Uno, he's at least gotten one of his cameras out, so be able to assist here. You can see him looking over his teammate there in his screen right next to him. That's the beauty of LAN. You can kind of use the screens right next to you, see what your teammates are looking at, and potentially line up some frags because of it.
Yep, absolutely the case, and there's other benefits too, but it's definitely good to be here on LAN, playing into these situations and being able to communicate directly with your teammates, and as Luke said, even peek off of them when it may become appropriate here. Things moving a little bit more slowly this time for Heroic due to the loss of Joom early on here. Finally, the hero has fallen. The rest of Heroic need to make up for the difference here, and we'll have to see how exactly they can do it. So there's even an aggressive lean coming out right now from a member of SANDBOX. I believe that's Envy Taylor trying to play things out from the inside of security, looking to catch any aggression that may be trying to work itself towards the west main area. But obviously, as you guys can tell, Heroic is not prioritizing that right now. They've gone onto the inside of Passport here and are going to try to move themselves further deeper into customs area as well. Sahil wants to put a stop to this one. He's waiting over here by main lobby. Try and catch this himself. The drone will suss him out, sending him further back. Thankfully, he's on the Oryx, so hey, thankfully he's on the Oryx. That's not helping him out much right here. Has to blast through the wall just to be able to get himself to the hatch, where thankfully the benefit of his character comes in and he can hop right back up to the relative safety of the site hold.
Well, SANDBOX is the best opportunity you've had for a round this entire time, for the most part. Heroic, they've been running amok of things, and specifically Joom, and since he's down, it's going to be up to the rest of the unit to try and solve this puzzle. SANDBOX has some solid positioning across this top floor, evenly spread, still holding on to security and Static with some great help here. What a read onto Mello as he tries to cross through and attempts to take security. Benja looking to work his way through here. They're going to try and both go for this top floor. Love this take attempt as Benja will get the refrag and the follow-up as he's trying his damnedest to take out the rest of SANDBOX, and really it's going to all be up to him. He'll get 2, but there's a potential for 3 more kills. Heroic, they can't get on the same page when it comes to team play, but they've had these heroic moments where these players can roll through and just take out a multitude of SANDBOX members. It won't happen this round, and SANDBOX will eventually get there first.
Much better performance in the early and mid-round that time from SANDBOX, keeping their presence a lot less obvious to Heroic. Successfully knocking out Joom, obviously, I think is actually a pretty big part of it, as he's been second to none on the entry game for Heroic so far. That definitely slowed down the confidence from Heroic, and it seemed like, despite the fact that we had 0 in play, Heroic definitely didn't seem like they had all the intel necessary before going into that site in the final moments of it. Respect the play, it actually worked out pretty well given the circumstances. That final push they tried to make over there towards Beepers, but yeah, just didn't really have the intel necessary and was shooting blind into that site, down a few players as well, and as a result of that, it goes pretty much the way you expect into SANDBOX's hands finally to put them onto the board here.
Yeah, the first time that we've seen Heroic grasping at straws in this game, you know, just trying to find any positioning from SANDBOX, and it was really just the crossfires that got them into trouble. Just great strategy from SANDBOX. The delay into the setup for, you know, the late round, just solid across the board. So we'll see if they can try and recreate that, replicate it here for round 5. And actually, we're going to have an operator that we don't get to see quite often. They've gotten played like once or twice in NA, but we haven't seen that much out of Sense, have we?
They really haven't worked out that well is the big issue here.
No, they haven't.
That utility tends to be pretty tough to control, so we'll see if Heroic is able to get a better grasp on things.
Now, they are getting a buff, so that's pretty sick. So we'll see how that works out for them. You know, they're actually going to get buffed up to 3 speeds, actually. That's what we're going to get out of Sense, so that they're able to capitalize on their utility a little bit more often. So we'll see how that works out for them. Either way, though, Uno is going to keep them in for this one. See if they can potentially get the projectors to work out for them. It is going to be a Teller's Bathroom offense. Some defensive positioning up top for SANDBOX, but mostly down low as of what we're seeing right now. We are going to have those 2 bodies up in Mini as well as Office, and then kind of a rotation or just kind of a flex position here by NV Taylor over inside of Security. You're usually looking to see if somebody wants to try and hop in stock or maybe go through detention by themselves or something like that. Always good to just have a body there, even for info.
Sahil going to look for opportunities to impact here, but it seems like he's been revealed a bit too early. NV Taylor will be the one that's actually caught out on the mute, however, by Benja, who's now picking up a lot of the entry power here, it seems, as at the tail end of the previous round, and this one as well. Another one struck truly. Grizzly able to knock out Static as well. SANDBOX's defense just not set up properly to fend off the entry from Heroic here. So it all comes down to Goodboy and Arukaze. We can see Arukaze down below trying to fire out these shots. Goodboy will at least get the exchange and the death from his teammate, but it's all gone too far here now. Goodboy alone inside of the 1v4. They're just trying to play things out. Thankfully, he does have the bottom floor to hold here, but he has no idea where the actual assault's going to leap down from, and that's the big issue here. He doesn't know where to expect the next attack, so he has to constantly roam around, more than likely making his position quite obvious to the players on Heroic and just making it a manhunt to end this round now.
Yeah, Heroic outclassing the SANDBOX with their drone game. A lot of really aggressive positioning from SBX there that got them into trouble because Heroic was doing such a good job of droning out those positions up top. Border's a very small map. It doesn't take a long time to roll those drones through there. So, like that move that we saw to the half wall upstairs, pretty ill-advised when you're trying to go for that swing. If you swing out, you don't really see anything there on the box wall you can get, you might want to hightail it out of there instead of putting yourself in a position where they can just hold your cross from the door if they get any information at all. So, SANDBOX just kind of giving the goods over to Heroic in a certain sense there. So, we'll see if they can bounce back. It's really been on these opening picks where SANDBOX has been able to attempt to hit their stride, but we've seen how lethal Heroic is in that category, and specifically Joom. He's been lights out. Didn't have to have his number called up that last round. Some drone game, some hollow game, but nothing coming with the G36C.
Props to Heroic, by the way, for quickly adjusting to what, in my opinion, was the big issue back on round number 4. Did seem like they were in a real lack for intel, especially after Joom had gotten picked early. There was definitely some confidence issues too, but that played a lot less heavily into the round, and they immediately fixed that on the previous round for number 5. You mentioned those drones just buzzing around everywhere. Had complete intel onto SANDBOX's setup, and we saw a very successful entry, contribute to that as we saw them able to carve their way through the most of round 5 without too much of a problem.
Yes, indeed. Well, Heroic Gonna be changing some things up here yet again. Uno has been dedicated to hard breach pretty often, but in the common day of Rainbow Six Siege, that's a whole different meaning, isn't it, John? Nowadays we have secondary hard breach, we've got secondary EMPs. We just have so much utility that you can access from a myriad of different operators, and this is going to be one of them. Capitao now having access to the secondary hard breach. He has for some time, but we've seen him get more and more use as time has continued on. Mostly because of his tactical bolts as well. Those fire bolts are very good at forcing positions to well, not be abused by the defense. Static getting a little bit of abuse of his own. Some flashes out here from Mello to try and help out with the situation. And in fact, the situation, well, it's going to get even hotter for SANDBOX. A nice nitro cell will finally go bound for Mello to take him out as it sails over the top of the archives shelves. Joom and the rest of Heroic looking to fight for this top floor.
The one-to-one exchange so far, it's been a very common story we've seen played out through most of this half. We're going to see it one final time on round number 6 here as Heroic tries to lock in a 5-1 definitive scoreline for themselves. So far looking to be in a good position to line that up. Uno with another one going in against Static, knocks him down, puts it into a 4v3 scenario now. Envy Taylor, Good Boy, and Arukaze are what remains for the SANDBOX roster. And again, playing things vertically, that was the upstairs team that has now been taken down. It all falls to the anchors and the off-site rotators here to be able to contribute to the rest of the defense and still put up a successful round for the SANDBOX roster. Heroic will take a moment for themselves, of course. With these 2 picks being found, they need to set up their own top-down angles, be able to negotiate a position to execute into the site.
Having flashbacks to when we saw Joom have a pretty creative round where he hopped out on the balcony and was able to toss a nicely cooked grenade in to prevent the defuse of the planter. See if Heroic goes about this in a similar fashion. SANDBOX definitely is, as they're holding practically the same positions as we saw the last time in the previous round of this. Envy Taylor's going to be holding the bottom of metal. Uno, he's going to send in the tactical smokes and drop down. There was a frost mat right to the side of his foot, but he's not going to step into it. Instead, plants inside of the smoke. Envy Taylor is going to get Joom upstairs, so now this round completely open as this case goes down. A 3 versus 3, but slight edge to Heroic based off the positioning and the way that they can potentially hold on to this case.
Envy Taylor making up the difference upstairs, though, making this way too tricky for Heroic. It's just iron sight in onto that case position and focus purely on that to make sure it doesn't get retaken. They cannot contribute to that anymore as Envy Taylor is causing too many problems upstairs here. Grizzly with the play, though, finally shuts it down for Envy, leaving it all onto Arukaze, who will also be shut up by the lone hold downstairs. The planter in Uno successfully shuts down the round, and it is that 5-1 half for Heroic.
And that is why we see the Capitao there from Uno. What a read from him. He uses those tactical smokes to go across the room in the bathroom to that little corner, that little crook or cranny, and slap that case down there instead. Moving the case inside of the same site, John, that means a lot as well, because if he goes to that same position, right, he doesn't plant inside the shower, he goes right outside and plants on that soft wall, he probably dies. SANDBOX knows where that case was the last time around. They probably pre-fire it heavily again, and more than likely frag him out. So again, just a really, really solid idea there from Uno to make sure he gets that case down successfully.
And so the sides will now flip. Heroic goes over to the defensive end of Border, and SANDBOX will take on the attacking side instead. Let's see if things will go as swimmingly for the Heroic roster, or if SANDBOX as well might get a little bit of steam behind their train. They try to move things into the second half. Regardless, it is going to be a tough ask of SANDBOX to be able to bring this back from the brink here now. 4 rounds behind, only 1 picked up in the previous half, and just a single one from Heroic already puts them on to match point, which would require SANDBOX's run to be perfect from that point forward. Heroic only going to go for the half reinforcement, it looks like, here on West Main as well, so that will make things a little bit more troublesome for SANDBOX to approach it, potentially easier to access the site if they can clear out the hold on the front end of lockers, however, just due to the fact that, of course, the wall is already open for them.
All right, well, we talked quite a bit about Joom and kind of some of his rounds yesterday where he was able to really put them together and collect practically all of the kills. Well, that's how this game starts here today, John. And that's really all they needed. They needed a hot start out of Joom. He got 12 kills and then droned and used his utility for the rest of it. And his team really came to life to close out that offensive half, switching them over to defense. So see if Joom can continue to add to this kill kill bank that he's got currently, 12 frags. So pretty disgusting stuff from him. But luckily enough for the rest of Heroic, he's happily gifted some frags over to them. So the leaderboard looks a little bit better, at the current moment. About a minute in here now for round 7. SANDBOX having a little bit of a different idea as to what their offensive lineup should be looking like in comparison to what Heroic is bringing for their utility.
Melo gonna get picked here nice and early at the start of the round, just about a minute deep into it here. He is found out trying to get adventurous and peeking out against this play. Joom has better luck. A second player, however, is nearly caught on the run out. I believe there's either Uno or Grizzly trying to make a little run out there at the same position that Melo had gone down in, but that kill is traded regardless. Now we see Good Boy eliminated here. The Yana removed from play, and Joom does it once again. The dash towards the window. Asiel is now also taken out.
Well, Joom back on the leaderboard here with 2 kills, which means that potentially in for a Joom ace again. But no, Ben just got something to say about that. Arakuzi will get taken down, and SANDBOX worse for wear because of it. 2 versus 4 with a minute remaining. And John, they still have so many EE1Ds to their name, but they're not using them. They're just walking into the building, and they're getting sawed in half. MB Taylor, he'll be able to take down Benjin. Nice alt walk there to be able to stay quiet and unsuspected by his opponent. But now Joom likely going to be found here. But actually, I believe he's got a mute jammer around, so he's not going to get EE1D'd. He will know that Envy is close. Let's see if he reads this approach. He won't swing off of the 90 corridor there. Instead, playing the bookshelves. He's going to move out here into the horseshoe of security. Break room, still where Envy sits. Wasting so much time at the current moment. This is a very solid job here from Heroic, especially for Joom, not overplaying his hand upstairs, not dying, just forcing him to try and make some decisions that wouldn't exactly be the best. Uno, he's gonna have to switch over to that pistol. Nitro Cell out, and it gets it done. Oh, it's Joom instead!
It buys time for Joom to bail him out is what it does.
That is absolutely ludicrous, Joom.
Joom is on a massive run right now and may very well be the singular thing that makes this match end just as quickly as it has been so far here. 6-1 is the current scoreline, and there's no real reason at this point when we would suspect Heroic to have much of an issue claiming that 7th round here. It's been a near flawless run for them so far. SANDBOX, they've been putting up a fight, that's to be sure, but Heroic has been too omnipotent in clearing out these issues and more importantly taking control of the round when everything is said and done. Even when they started out with a little bit of a deficit, they've been able to bring it back under their own control more times than once, and it's for the most part because of that player on top of the scoreboard right now. Joom absolutely destroying it at +11 right now, 15-4 overall on the scoreboard.
Just a wild game from Joom, from start to finish. You know, doing everything necessary for Heroic to find success in this game, and that's why the score is what it is, 6-1. You know, and it's not like he's being overbearing with his teammates either. He's just capitalizing on every situation that is presented to him. And I mean, I don't know if you could ask more out of him in this game. It's been truly incredible stuff. SANDBOX is going to use their tactical timeout. Don't really know what that's worth at a 1-to-6 ratio, but I mean, we're going to find out, aren't we? SANDBOX still have a chance to get back into this. The leaderboard not exactly in the best of straight. Siel 0-6 and on to the Ash. We've defaulted out here to try and get a frag on the board. And speaking of frags, Static before this game actually had the least on SANDBOX. I do believe he was tied for the second least at the tournament as well, with only 9 kills yesterday. But gotten some more on the board here today with 6 frags in his first game.
Siel having a bit of a rough game too, considering the position that he's trying to put himself into on the attacking side right now. 0 kills in this game. Does have an assist from an earlier round, but onto the Ash as well. You expect a bit more proficiency in the fragging department just because of the weapon kit that she has to work with. Coming into this one, obviously, for a little bit more of a soft breach support role, but we have started to see Ash come in more and more, and obviously she's still going to have those aggressive tendencies swinging in behind her still, so definitely be nice to see that go on to a more confident player, but it's the way the dice have been rolled for this round. Heroic looking to shut things down with one final closeout. They will go, of course, this hold downstairs. Instead, they'll go for the jail site and see if this will yield results for them as they try to claim their final round.
I just can't help but stare at Joom's positioning all the time at the current moment. I'm just waiting for him to get into a gunfight. Oh, what a smart play from SANDBOX there. If you didn't know, the exothermic charges actually have quite a bit of a hitbox, so you can do some pretty interesting stuff, like if a soft wall meets up with a hard wall, you can just put on the soft wall and blow up the wall, or, I don't know, maybe a wooden barricade will get things done too.
Now, to be fair, there's a pretty big risk in doing it right there on the wooden barricade. If there is anyone playing near the passport door right there and they see that going on, just like one shot and boom, there goes half your utility in hard breach. But might as well try it out there, as obviously they droned it for themselves too, probably before actually going for that, and affirmed that there was no one in the area.
Oh yeah, following that line of thinking, they'd probably just shoot Thermite through the wooden barricade when he go to put it on, because exothermic is so unbelievably loud.
So it is pretty risky then.
Yeah, so definitely drone that before they ended up going in there, because that would have been a heck of a blunder if they did not. Drones out now for SANDBOX to try and see what's going on over inside of the office area. It's going to be in through radio window, and potentially an NV Taylor flying in through there as well.
Let's see Uno and the rest of Heroic here. Still waiting, playing a very patient game so far. Not leaned out too aggressively either. Obviously extended setups going into the upstairs portion of the map, but these are to be expected on a site hold like this downstairs in Customs. Away from that, these players are more than set up to quickly rotate back down if the situation gets a little bit too hot for them. So overall, things nice and passively, and Benja once again contributing very, very nice. You're starting to compete with Joom a little bit on the scoreboard. Not going to be able to catch up to him realistically, though. He just got his 10th right there with that pickup against NV Taylor.
It looks like NV Taylor ended up rotating around to the main door of office, and that allowed Heroic to move back towards radio window and get another kill onto Static, but Arkazi is going to start the plant up. He's dead to rights now, though, case down inside of sight, and this is looking like this is it for SANDBOX. 1-6 Heroic, one round away from map point, and SANDBOX Gaming down 2-4 right now. All quiet across the board, some suppressed shots going off, but SANDBOX, they haven't been able to find a singular person. A frag grenade goes out. It does a lot of damage, but it won't kill Benja at all. Joom's going to wrap this one up with a bow, and I do believe that's 17 kills for him in this game. That is a 7-1 victory. 16 kills in an 8-round game. That's a KPR of 2, which is disgusting, by the way. That is gross.
Definitive game for Joom and the rest of Heroic here as they put their best, and that's a really best foot forward here, and absolutely shut down SANDBOX in their first win of the tournament. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back in a few minutes to break this one down.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream. Game here is all wrapped up, so if you're looking for gameplay at the immediate moment, that's going to be over on our primary stream. We're just breaking things down for what we just saw between Heroic and SANDBOX. Over on the A stream, we still have Team Liquid going up against TSM, and it is quite the matchup. It is currently tied, so make sure you are checking that out. We'll be joining them in just a few minutes when we've wrapped things up here. But let's talk a little bit about the game we just watched. Domination from Heroic, right?
Well, domination from one man and one man alone. Joom, I think he met up with Gordon Ramsay or something, because he presented a masterclass in this game, especially on the entries for his offensive side. Truly disgusting stuff. Starting off with an ace, 4 kills in the very follow-up round, so 9 kills in 2 rounds, and that was also a clutch to keep that plant down. So fantastic stuff from him, and really great game from Heroic. Really love what we saw in some of the later rounds, where it was a little bit more about the overall team. You know, I love seeing Joom pop off, but I also love seeing some very solid teamwork.
That's a great point. Like, Uno kind of quietly contributing very nicely to this team as well here. A lot of assists coming in the course of that one, where he just like wasn't able to finish off players due to him holding these kind of longer angles, and then someone else later in the round did it for him. There's some great stuff for him. And then Benja absolutely slaying it on entry as well when Jume wasn't there. So a really just definitive game overall from the Heroic roster, showing that, yeah, we may have had a bad day one going up against those really tough teams, but we are definitely here. We can definitely compete against some of the other squads, and we are ready for that second go-around against TSM and Liquid a little bit later on in the tournament.
Now, looking right across the fence and looking at SANDBOX, how do you bounce back from this?
It's tough, right? Again, day one, you thought to yourself, okay, we're going to go back, we're going to re-strategize, and hopefully be able to rebound the next day, and then you come immediately into that next day and have a 1-7 result like that as well, where you're just getting shut down by one player, you know, time after time, round after round again there. So let's see the stats once more on the screen for those of you who are curious how things are going. But yeah, going back to the main point for SANDBOX, again, it needs to go back to the drawing board. This is one of those games where almost you kind of need to forget things and just quickly mentally reset, get ready for your next matchup. As we talked about in the pregame, it's pretty much do or die from SANDBOX here. Losing that game, I think, puts them at about a 6 or 3% chance to qualify now. So they need to really, really hope that every game from this point forward goes nearly perfectly. And then as well, some of their opponents have pitfalls that they end up tripping into here over the next few days.
Yeah, when it comes to our group stages, it's pretty hot and heavy, and I mean, you can end up on the bad end of the stick pretty quickly here. Let's slap the Group B results up in front of your eyeballs. Remember, Team Liquid and TSM are currently facing off on the Alpha stream. We're going to send you guys over there in just a moment. So if you like things and what's going on over here on the B stream, don't go anywhere. We'll make sure that you have your action. But yeah, Heroic obviously finally getting some points on the board here and have an opportunity still to try and make it into playoffs.
And Heroic now kind of patiently waiting to see the result, of course, of TSM versus Liquid, as that will pick the next matchup that they really need to prioritize. They need to pick the big win, as they'll need to deny those points to try and eclipse whichever team ends up in second place at the tail end of that matchup. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we still have that game between TSM and Team Liquid going on over on the Alpha stream. So let's go ahead and watch as they try to finish things up.
It's not a good gun for Vertical. Low rate of fire. Merc's now rotated back over to support the rest of TSM on this Vertical game. Liquid are in poised position to take match point.
Looking pretty comfortable here, but only 20 seconds though, and the bomb's starting to go down.
Palu in this power position. Merc has managed to take down Laconis. That diffuser has gone down, and now TSM just have to hold their nerve in this post plant. Flash is too suppressed, but this poor player prone down is going to be taken out and achieved. He's not done yet. He's found 3 in this post plant, and he will continue to rain down terror from above. It's all up to Liquid to retake. Palu going upstairs. He has not had the impact that has been needed now in resets, forcing this diffuser. He's gonna stick it. Is the cover there? He's gonna have to retry, and resets with the Capcan clutch. Achieve goes down. Liquid take 1 point on the board, and match point to boot.
I can't believe that that's how that post plant ended. What on earth? The final kill to double Capcan trap. I love the way that Liquid were able to play that. That was really disciplined on their side. As soon as they saw that TSM were going for that top floor control, they said, okay, guys, the strat is we play horizontal all together. We play with those C4s and we see how long we can delay the timeout. Even when that vertical came through, they didn't actually need to be on the site. We saw all of the Liquid players go to rooms adjacent to the site. Just let them have the bomb site. Let them have that vertical vertical because we're putting some pressure from C4s and because they're so good at coordinating retakes. We've seen it happen twice now from the side of Team Liquid. They're super disciplined and they wait for their teammates and they time it together. And both times TSM have fallen short in the post-plan situation.
And as Team Liquid welcome match point, we also welcome you guys joining us from the B stream. I think you might have started watching in the middle of that intense retake. What a treat this game has been. We had high hopes for a TSM Liquid match. They have delivered, and after what was back and forth, TSM always just slightly ahead. Liquid have now broken away. They've found 3 rounds in a row for the first time of any team this match, and alongside it, match point.
I just want to quickly go over this strat quickly. This is my favorite Team Liquid strat, okay? I love when they do this. Azami's been banned out, that's normally a pretty critical part of it, but they've actually using the castle to segment off this break room side of the map. It's replacing the keeper barriers instead, and Ask always loves to do this outside camera, put pressure directly onto Eastez while his teammates shape up around the CCTV and break room power positions they've set up with the rotates and castle barricades.
Try and speedrun saying that, Mandy. Achieved has cut off Ask, though he played quite aggressively, did Ask, and he was eventually punished for it. He in fact got detected when he ran out East stairs. But regardless, TSM do finally catch a little bit of a break, taking down just the one player. A lot of work still ahead of them. They haven't actually managed to successfully attack this bomb site yet this game.
So the scary part about this is that Palu is directly contesting the entry inside of CC. I believe there is still 1 or 2 players around. There we go. There's Lagonis at the bottom of Eastez, who I believe is holding a vertical angle through the floor to make sure they can't entry through that top mezzanine. And that's segmenting off this break room CC side of the map. Even though, and the castle barricades are even there to protect their rotations if they want to take more close gunfights.
Just want to add that with Ask going down first, that's the player who's found the opening kill in the previous 2 rounds, being taken out early. Palu's actually going to find Bolo. Snake also cutting off resets. I'm not entirely sure where that was. Advantage still in the man count for TSM.
But here we go, Palu making full use of this castle rotation strategy. He's made this power position inside of this office half wall and can move in between break room and in between office and mezzanine as well with this one reinforcement that is protecting him. TSM have a lot to worry about if they want to pinch out Palu's position.
They don't seem to be paying too much mind to Palu as of yet. Still slow and steady for TSM. While they have managed to get a breach on that teller's wall, they don't seem to be getting baited into going for the early plant like they did last time. Here comes Merc once again on the lurk. Palu above, still contesting with Gasha, who struggles to find that wall bang and is eventually taken down by Palu. It's all falling apart for TSM.
Palu, though, may be spotted out by Achieved, who sprays a little
bit.
Oh, no! Actually, Palu with that Karatos in hand to take him down.
How does he do it? He's now broken double digits, and TSM need to find this 2v2 to keep themselves in the game. Merc steps up, and now it is up to him and his comrade, the prodigy of Snake, to hunt down Lagonis and send us to round 12. Lagonis above as Snake starts to put that diffuser down on the ground, but can he get eyes on this plant position? He's going to be too late to open up the vertical line. And as a result, TSM will have an advantageous post-plant. It's such a difficult position now for Lagonis, but does he have a chance of nailing 2 perfect headshots to send his team with 3 points to the first place in this group?
Great little crossfire as well from TSM, and Merc is going to be the one to finish him off for TSM, sending them into overtime.
Well, not just yet. 6-5 now.
Not yet, you're right, 6-5.
Very close. Very close. 1 more round into overtime, and something they desperately need, even if it is just that single point. You think of it like this, right? These guys are still going to play each other a second time in the second bout of the round robin, and even if TSM loses in overtime here, that 1 point will mean that if they win the next matchup, they are Bing Chiling. They're doing very, very well, looking for the point advantage. Assuming that these teams are likely to get the full 3 points against the other teams in the group, which is quite likely. Heroic and SANDBOX struggling so far.
This game is so back and forth. I just genuinely assumed that we were already in overtime.
I know, it feels like we're already in like
it does feel like
third
we're
overtime.
Like that is
infinite
insane.
Third overtime. Can't believe this is only a BO1.
I know, right? To break down that one, that was really great from TSM. They were able to go for a slightly more minimalist take onto that east side of the map, eventually making that post-plant situation work for them, which is pretty uncharacteristic so far in this match. Liquid has been very, very good on those retakes, but like you said, TSM were a little bit more patient with it. Even though Merc had that site control, they waited for a little bit. They weren't super hasty before they went for that site control. They took a little bit more time to set up their plays in that top floor and be a bit more ready for that retake when it came through.
Well, now Liquid have taken their tactical timeout. If there's any time to take it, it's right now. Your last chance to get the full 3 points out of this game. Ah, man, it's an important game, not just because we're likely determining the first seed of the group, but just because this is a huge confidence booster for either of these teams. One will remain undefeated after this match, and the other will cop their first L of the major. I would not be surprised if whichever team wins this match remains undefeated for the entire of the group stage and potentially for the entire major going into those single elim playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised if right now we are casting one of the eventual champions here in Jönköping.
Castle Barricade to go on to the east stairs. I'm a bit curious as to what Team Liquid are going to bring out here. They do have the mirror. Both mirrors have gone down. I'm not entirely sure where just yet. Okay, so there's one on the Armory breach and one unknown to us so far. Oh, the other one is inside office, right? Okay, so this is a bit more traditional border. This is more what border used to look like before we got the border rework come through, aided by that castle. This time, though, the difference is mezzanine is a power position since it is there, and they can use that one reinforcement. It's allowing Ask on the other side to play that position, and he's going to be the one contesting Snake and Merc on the entry.
Oh, like that impact grenade. Wow! He takes down Snake on the switch around as well. Ask has just been nuts on this entry. I believe that is his 5th entry kill this game.
Ask is super proficient on this position. Normally he plays it with the Zami and he's able to do this Kiba barrier setup inside of the mezzanine, but he doesn't need it. Turns out what we need is 2 impacts and a gun, and he can do the job.
I mean, if you're playing against Liquid on border in future, maybe you want to consider banning that castle, but then you leave that as army in, so it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Ask low HP, but he's not done peeking. He does manage to get Bolo before Bolo trades back. Wow. Poor TSM now fighting from behind, 3v4 on the most defender-sided bomb site on the map.
Nesk is going to be the next point of contest inside of CC. If he wants to, he could rotate out. There is one just inside that cubby box there, but is not willing to give away his position just yet. He knowing TSM down in the man count are running out of options. They're running out of time. They're running out of power positions that they could be playing in on this attack.
Claymore goes down, but what good will that do at this point for TSM? They're going to need a hell of a lot more than a couple of secondary gadgets. They're going to need some serious plays. They're going to need to isolate these defenders. But guess what? Look at Liquid right now. All fallen back into crossfire positions. All supporting one another. As I say that, Nesk decides to play aggressively, standing on top of the hatch, getting his way into CCTV, but he's likely to lose his life. He takes a lot of damage, but doesn't fall. In fact, he fells Merc instead. A 4v2 now, and TSM are desperate.
That's Gastro on the other side of that fight, I believe, calling his CCTV, but he has no idea that Nesk is still indeed inside of this room. Fallen to Liquid, and that is it. That's the end of the game. Regulation win for Liquid.
A huge match for Liquid, a huge dub as they remain undefeated in their group. TSM started strong, but they could not take down these, once again, rising stars within Brazil. A huge match from Nesk, Palu, and the boys.
Yeah, really well played from Liquid. As soon as they switched over to that defending half, there was a complete change in pacing, a complete difference in confidence from Team Liquid. Even though it felt like they were comfortably giving away the site to TSM, they backed themselves into those retakes every single time. The confidence was exuding, the teamwork was there, and TSM just couldn't match pace.
TSM can't be too unhappy with that one, though. They played so well, and especially considering Border is not a map in TSM's map pool. It is their most banned map alongside Skyscraper. This is the first time we've seen them play it in Stage 3 at all. And, well, Liquid, they've actually lost this map a couple of times, a couple of close losses within Brazil, and they've shown that they have learned from those experiences and are ready to bring it here to the major.
I'm really impressed by TSM's border, to be honest. I don't think we've seen an A team play border in the way that TSM did just then. That was very confident. That was super ambitious, the way they were setting up throughout the map, making it super uncomfortable for Liquid to get in. I'm super impressed by them, even though we've never ever seen it before.
Yeah, well, there's more games to go. TSM later today will be taking on Heroic, whereas Liquid would be having a rematch against SANDBOX. So still a chance for TSM to walk away with a 3-point win today, as they did twice yesterday. But for Liquid, I think most people would hedge their bets that this team will be undefeated at the end of day 2 once again.
They look so happy. Look at that. Having a smile with the coaches as well. Really happy for Team Liquid to be back on this international stage. The crown are the kings without crowns.
Yeah, they are.
They're kings without their crowns. And here, this is their chance to take it, and they look like they're in high spirits to do it.
Yeah, and they're doing their best to get that crown and edge closer toward it. But of course, we will be breaking down that match just after this break.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
I hope you guys have hydrated after that match, because that really took it out of me. Liquid, what a performance on border. TSM really gave them a run for their money, but at the end of the day, it was a full 3-point for the undefeated Liquid.
I love Liquid's border. I think I said that throughout the entire series. I just love the way that they were able to play that defense. The confidence that they exuded in those retake strategies is something that we don't often see here in Rainbow Six Siege, especially the way they were able to use those castle barricades to segment off part of the map, make those rotations way more comfortable for them between that mid to late round, and throw TSM off not knowing exactly how to play that post plant properly.
Interesting that you point out that retake, because according to my notes, the one time Liquid was actually able to plant, TSM failed the retake despite making it a 2v1. Palu clutched it, and it just goes to show the differences between these two teams. It's in the little things.
It is. They appear to have a very similar philosophy at first, the way that they open up the lines of sight through the map, especially with those secondary site construction. We have a lot of operators now with the Bailiff and the Keratos, for example, that are able to open up small, pesky lines of sight. But in the end, the way that Liquid played it was just slightly more conservative, slightly less ambitious than what TSM were able to do. But what they lent into was that teamwork on those retakes, and not only on the retakes, but even in the mid-round rotations, going across the map to support each other. we can see here always players double swinging lines of sight.
I gotta say, I think this is like the longest highlight package I've seen for a best of one, and that's because every single round was full of highlights. These guys really stepped up. At the start of the game, I was hyping up Snake. This is my first time casting him as he's the rookie on TSM 1 of 2, and he was nuts. He really was. He was so good at these Hell in a Cell positions, so good at going and rotating to support his teammates, finding multi-kills, but also, let's not forget about Nesk, who ended the game with, I believe, the highest kill count in the server, and showed that just because he's been around the block a few times doesn't mean he's not still capable of being the highlight player on his team.
Yeah, so props to Easy, our observer, for catching all these kills.
Oh, yeah.
This is a very long highlight reel for a best of one series. Yeah, time and time again. Now we're on Liquid's defending half here in these replays, and we already see, there you go, that's one of the retakes that happened in their favor. Each time that they were playing the defense, Lagonis was always bringing along this castle and making it really tricky for TSM to go through that mid to late round and maneuver their way around the map because they just couldn't get used to the altered architecture of the map. TSM, I'm really proud of the way they were able to play those attacks at the beginning. I thought they were starting to break into Team Liquid, especially at this 5-6 they were breaking in, and I accidentally called it was overtime.
Yeah, it felt like it.
It really felt like it was overtime. I was really impressed by the way they were starting to break into these defenses, but in the end, Liquid remained composed and close out the series.
I'll also say, really impressive from Liquid. They chose a start attack, and then they were losing their attacking half. For most of it, they ended up finishing with a 3-3, and as soon as they switched to defense, they actually chose their less favored sites before they eventually went to Armory in their third round, which they ended up not losing. And in fact, I don't believe a single round of Armory attack was won the entire game. And it was why the final round was actually somewhat anticlimactic, because by the time we got to round 12, Liquid had Armory open again, and it was just a formality to close it out.
Exactly right. It was so impressive the way they're able to go do the round tour. They were able to play pretty much every bomb site, and not only that, but every single bomb site had such a unique strategy to it too. I don't think they repeated too many types of strategies. They segmented off different parts of the map each time, and I think that was a big difference in the philosophy between TSM and Team Liquid strategies. Right, TSM, they had a very similar strategy between each of the bomb sites, but I think Team Liquid brought something a little bit more unique between each of the sites.
So Liquid remain undefeated, but TSM have copped their first L. So let's look at how that leaves the group standing at the moment. Heroic and SANDBOX have been struggling, but we might have seen them play off stream. So there you go. Heroic has found their first win. TSM and Liquid, however, have both got a couple. I love this. It's 3-2-1-0 in the wins column. It makes the maths nice and easy.
It certainly does. Team Liquid eventually edge out on top. And yeah, I was really impressed by the way that they were able to play that. I think TSM, it's not the end of the world for them. Of course, losing that matchup, it's not doom and gloom or like a mission critical match that they had to win. They just need to make sure that they pick up something against Heroic or SANDBOX later on in the series.
Yeah, I will say for TSM, it does make you realize Heroic is only one win behind them now. So if it comes to that rematch and Heroic is able to best TSM, we could, believe it or not, see the SI champions, the champions of NAL Stage 3, not make it to the playoffs. I don't want to say doom and gloom yet, but even if you just look at the round differential, Heroic and TSM are already tied at that round difference. Let's not talk about SANDBOX, though. I don't think everyone needs to mention their case so far. It's been a bit of a sad one for career, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, APAC North not doing too well so far in this major. We've only got one APAC win so far, and I think that was the Direwolves, if I'm right. Yeah, our homeboys from APAC South, so proud of them. But yeah, I think Team CSM are pretty comfortable in this one. The Heroic game will be the test, like you said, and I feel like coming off the back of that game, TSM do look in good form, even though they just lost that one. I don't really have too many doubts for them against Heroic, to be honest.
Well, we were really treated to such a phenomenal match here by two huge teams, and guess what? We've got another one coming up. Next up is W7M versus BDS, so stick around.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Aragon?
Park? No? It's both of us have suits, right?
Cara. Nossa. É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one. No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper?
Vamos, vamos. Marcha.
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí.
Maybe Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah.
Oh.
A hard one.
Mostra aí pra cá.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa,
Nossa,
astrou.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Nada de bom.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and Rampy?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, esse aqui parece ser zaralhado, hein, mano.
Nossa,
zaralhei, velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, they are good. Just like
they're really good.
I think the Jordan was a little harder for me. No, we just try to guess, not anything else. Like he's always messing around with him. Kinda, no.
Should I say something beautiful to him?
No. Yeah. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, véio, até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é a quantidade boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Wait. How good?
Mirage?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's inteiro, really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like
Mano.
the Lord.
Essa aqui.
The final boss.
Pô, eu zaralhei na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa! Zaralhei.
Let's go, final boss.
Meio atrasado, né?
Man,
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man, dá não, man.
Você fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright, easy.
Vou chutar a segunda.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, meu. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. O gosto é ruim, velho.
Ei, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream. It is finally time for our next matchup. Last one went a little bit too quickly, so we had to go on a little bit of a break. I hope you guys enjoyed the festivities while we were checking out, of course, that very nice game between TSM and Liquid. And now we get ready to move on to our next one here, which is going to be Fury up against Spacestation Gaming. It's a very similar situation to our last game. Both these teams ended up dropping both of their initial games yesterday, so they currently sit, I believe, with 0 points inside of their group and are looking to get the first points here inside of this matchup. And much like our last matchup as well, at least for me, it's looking a lot more promising for one team at this point.
Yeah, it's going to be Spacestation Gaming, isn't it? Yeah, SSG looks to be the hallmark team in these two squads, obviously not accounting for W7M and Team BDS inside of that, who stood stalwart yesterday up against their opposition. I will say, though, that Fury did have a pretty interesting game versus BDS. They kind of fell off the wagon there, though, inside of the mid-game and couldn't put all of the pieces together. But, I mean, it's pretty difficult to do up against a pretty feisty squad like BDS. So, but Dark, I will say, had quite the game.
Just to make sure you guys have the full picture here as well, BDS and W7M, I believe, are going to be playing each other over on the Alpha streams. Make sure you guys are over there if you're wanting to check that game out and see who ends up topping out this group among the first round of games. Important to note, of course, we still have the whole second round to run through. Here are the qualification chances for each team based on the win or loss of this upcoming round. And indeed, as you can see, much like our last group, again, things look almost identical in this current situation. It's going to be about a 0.25% chance for either team if they take the outright victory here. Overtime, they knock about 10% from their chances. If they take the loss, they're in a pretty tough spot here, as that's now 3 games deep. They've gone into this group, the first full run of games, in fact, halfway through, and not a single point necessarily to be claimed. It's a little bit better, of course, with the overtime loss if they're able to get that 1 point at least, but still, things will need to be absolutely perfect from that point forward for the team that ends up losing this matchup.
Absolutely. So Spacestation goes up against BDS yesterday. They lose 7-5, pretty even keeled across the leaderboard. Nobody able to crack a 1.0 rating. But then we look across the fence to this W7M game. Tell me what happened here.
Yeah, unfortunately, just no one really showing up for Spacestation at the end of the day. We saw, again, decent rounds every once in a while, but the stats are pretty lackluster at the end of it. And as well, only 3 rounds picked up in that matchup versus W7M. W7M absolutely hitting the ground running, it seems like, in yesterday's games, much like BDS did, of course. So no slouches inside of that matchup. But of course, needing to make up for it here today, as Stokes mentioned, we've seen some good stuff out of Fury. The big problem for them so far is the fact that, again, they are newer to this international circuit. And that means, again, they're lacking a little bit of experience when it comes to playing against teams in other regions, and more importantly, being able to adapt their own play style once they get figured out. That was the big problem for them in the matchup yesterday. An amazing first 2 rounds. Once BDS read into them, though, and started countering them, things went downhill pretty quickly. And I would expect a similar situation to possibly unfold in this matchup.
Absolutely. You know, when you think about playing on stage in front of a lot of people, that is already something that is a little anxiety-ridden. But then you go, hey, this is your first time that you're going to go play in front of a load of people. And, well, it hasn't worked out the greatest for Fury just yet, but hopefully here soon it will. And, I mean, we have seen some sick tattoos so far from all of our Siege professionals. We were looking at Nesk's yesterday. I do believe that's Rampy. If I know my tattoo, yes, I do know my tattoos, and it is new. He got it this year.
I was about to say, I haven't seen it before.
Yeah, so I think he got it like a handful of months ago or something along those lines. Yeah, but either way, some fantastic sleeves and everything in between from these guys.
All right, we got the vetoes ready to go. Let's go ahead and get that up on the screen and see where we ended up at. It's the band down to 1 procedure, of course, as we're best of 1 for all the matches here in the groups, and it eventually ended up coming down to Theme Park at the end of the day, so we'll play into that one. It is going to be a new map here for Space Station, as they have not gone over into this territory just as of yet.
I knew I recognized that face on that bench from Fury. Napew from Elevate is on this roster. I hadn't noticed that yesterday. You and I were very tired casting that Fury game. So again, very excited to see what Fury can do. Dark back in here. I've been really enjoying seeing his play, so excited to see what he can do up against our North American brethren.
Dark had a little bit of a Greek tragedy, in my opinion, in yesterday's game, though, as we saw him pick up 4 back-to-back quad kills inside of the first 2 rounds, then unfortunately only got a single kill after that throughout the rest of the game, if memory serves me correctly. So I want to see a little bit more consistency in his department going into this matchup today. The real focus for him, or for this team overall, I think was I9. I9 was the picture of consistency in yesterday's matchups, always making those decent contributions and trying his best for sure to keep Fury in the round, even when the outlook was not the greatest for the overall team. SSG, of course, you guys should certainly be aware of the big stars for this squad as of yet, but we still are waiting to see who exactly is going to show up at this event. It really could be any one of them. Even Hot and Cold, of course, has had his days. For people that remember the tail end of the NAL season last year, he was absolutely shutting it down inside of the IGL position as well. But as usual, we have seen those early land struggles show up for SSG as they're still trying to get their right foot forward here in the first 2 matches.
All right, Napew, we got the beat on you now. You were hiding yesterday, but I9 is Napew. That is why. Gotcha. I had to do my due diligence. I had to do my research. We cross-referenced. We went over to Liquipedia. We figured it out, John. Pretty good detective.
Well, there you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting very, very close to match time here, so we'll have to wait and see. Will SSG be able to overwhelm Fury with their defensive start on Theme Park here? Will their aggression mean out Fury's Yeti, man? Yeti's getting hyped. He's ready to rock and roll.
Yeti, the camera's right there.
Yeti, you gotta calm down. We're not even ready yet. We still got like 30 seconds. Chill out.
That man's 3 energy drinks deep. He's probably like smelled the smelling salts. He's went for like 3-mile runs this morning. It's ridiculous what this man puts himself through, and then he still somehow shows up and plays extremely fiery. I have always loved myself some Xander gameplay, and just across the board of Space Station Gaming, one of my favorite organizations to watch throughout the history of Rainbow Six Siege, and hopefully this is another start here for North America, making a good run at the Major, but it's going to take a lot for SSG to bounce back from what happened yesterday with that 0-2 start.
Guys, well, it's going to be do or die time here in this matchup for both of these teams, putting them in a near elimination position already if they drop this matchup for Fury and SSG. This is a must-win matchup, so all focus is on this game for both of these teams. Once again, to top out the group as well, if you're curious to see who is going to end up in that position, that'll be over on our primary stream as we'll be seeing those 2 teams go up against each other. Let's get into it, though, as on the Alpha stream, we'll have W7M against BDS, but here on Bravo, it's SSG versus Fury. Let's get into it.
Theme Park, Theme Park, Theme Park. Always a fun map when it comes down to it, unless you're playing from the offensive side of things, at least. The defensive side will be taken up by SSG to start us off here with Fury, obviously on the offense by proxy. SSG is going to have the first ban, and that's going to be headed towards Dokkaebi as we get you through the fly-in and into the ban phase. No logic bombs will be available to the offense, and neither will be the Candelas of Yang.
We have seen quite a bit of Dokkaebi being used against SSG on this map inside of the NAL, so it makes perfect sense while we're going to see the ban come out here. Ying as well is going to be an interesting one here. Not as much play towards Ying, but at least inside of the North American side for the 2 of us. But we have seen it every once in a while be used specifically for throne room takes, if memory serves me correctly. It's been pretty useful there to be able to chuck it down the hatch and be able to surprise the opponents on the inside.
Well, if you think about it as well, there's also just a lot of areas where you can have immediate access to positioning that the defense wants to hold on to. Things like cafe upstairs, storage down low when you play in lab and storage, stuff like that where you have easy access for those Candelas. It just makes it to where they mean even more to what could happen to the overall story of the round. Now, though, we're getting into round 1. Let's see what both of these squads want to do. Who will they represent as we climb on in? It's going to be an Armory throne room defense here for SSG. Azami making it through the ban phase, not something that we've seen too often here. Valkyrie and Mira, the 2 defensive operators that have been removed from the pool.
No surprises on those defensive bans. Pretty straightforward in terms of the picks from either team there, but let's take a look at the actual operator selects, of course, moving into the first round. SSG on the defensive start, and not going to be giving us nothing too surprising when it comes to their setup here for the throne room defense. Very mobile setup, obviously, as they want to play out and about for that first 2 minutes of play and then round themselves back into a much more defensive play for the tail end of the round, with Houghton, of course, throwing out those Kapkan traps that can hopefully trip up a few of the Fury members that maybe, once again, are not going to be able to focus so much on the sides of those doors, especially if they get strapped for time. You, of course, have Fultz, who's going to be able to waste plenty of time on the Azami, being able to throw down the free cover time and time again. And then inside of the site, we have additional things as well. Bosco being able to contend against smoke or flash dumps if we end up getting it. Looks like we are going to get a little bit of smoke action from Fury, and then aside from that as well, plenty more to resist the push from Fury in the site.
Yeah, SSG operator line-wise, kind of wearing their heart on their sleeve, aren't they? You know, they're trying to stand and bang with Fury early here, and they're going to slowly fall back to site. If things do go wrong, they have Bosco there to try and pick up the pieces. He's got that Nitro Cell and also Warden to be able to see through smokes and flashes. So always a solid option to use in a scenario like this, because you can see Spacestation want to try and hold the full breadth of this map, and this starts over here with Dragon, as well as Fultz standing on top of that area. He'll be playing around the cache space. We see a lot of people playing right on that metal paneling in there. Great positioning to try and utilize up against the cache balcony.
Good fire positions being lined up by Fury, but certainly not getting any outright aggression from SSG just yet. Had a little bit of a swing come in there, I think, from Fultz a few minutes ago. A drum entry that just dealt with the Gemini, though, so nothing really gained from the shots he threw out. Of course, Dark already has it ready to go for a second run, and maybe getting in a position to line that up now, but it's going to be I9 spotted out first here by Rampy as he picks up the opening kill of the match.
Well, kind of a flex pick there with the ace, always a solid option to look into when you're looking for some extra hard breach. Got that AK-12 as well, so you can get those frags if you need them, but for I9, he's cold and dead to the world at the current moment, so it's going to be up to the rest of the squad and Lycolis to stay alive so they can get these breaches open. We're already halfway through this round, John. Fury have not been able to figure out this puzzle just yet. SSG have so much going for them.
Man sneaks past one of the top-down angles that was set up by SSG. This could be big if he's able to move this forward correctly. We'll peer through it in a moment. It doesn't seem like the defensive setup from SSG has rotated away from this, but BG Man still with an opportunity to strike. Got to see, though, as he's going to move forward here. Catches Yeti, unaware to the push that he had made before. Dark as well, striking with his first entry on the round also. He evens us back out and actually puts Fury in front of the situation here. Obviously, like Hollis being a little bit low, so makes this a bit of a delicate lead for Fury, but it is them in front of the situation now with 45 seconds to go.
Well, don't forget our big red button on site. Bosco can save this one if necessary. SSG, at least for Hot and Cold's sake, he's going to drop back down. Actually, no, that was Rampy that committed to that hatch drop. Hot and Cold still upstairs inside of the bathroom. He's going to rotate in through Cash here, and he might be able to drop in behind them through Tellers. Love the barricades here as well. It's really going to suppress that audio coming from this area, and they're already all the way across the map over inside of maintenance. So this is a beautiful angle adopted from Hot and Cold, and could spell demise for Fury. Some nice shots here. Hot and Cold can't pick up either of those kills. They will get the down, though. BG Man not picked up. Lycolis will be, though. It's down to Dark. We saw him perform so very well yesterday, but not up against SSG. 3 for Rampy, 2 for Hot and Cold, and looks like SSG has found themselves here early today.
Fury, I think, just relying a little bit too much on the opening kills they found and that opening advantage they had, bringing it down to a 4v3, thinking they might have been able to work the site directly because of that. Did not have the best intel about where SSG's final 3 players were positioned at, and as such, all 3 of them essentially get off with a free kill there once Fury works their way into the site, and there isn't much player power left on Fury to try and trade that back out, so they're in a pretty weak position when they ultimately try to work their way into Throne there.
Yeah, I'd really just like to point out that Fury didn't do enough soul searching there. We didn't see them try and work the map and figure out what SSG was doing. They just went about things like they normally would, and they got severely punished for that. I9 gets picked off the window. You no longer have your ace. You're already down a man, and you have to try and work from that positioning. SSG doing a very good job of playing with the timer there and forcing Fury to try and play their hand, and I'd say they at least did a good job in that, right? They get the kills necessary to push themselves forward and try and get onto site, but that's where SSG made matters most, strong for them, as they were able to get that rotation from Rampy back onto site. Those big kills coming from him and Houghton on the flank that he eventually went for through the hatch.
As we start at the round, taking a look at the operator picks. A little bit of a different showing this time from Fury, certainly trying to make their execute a bit more potent. Obviously adding in the OSAW specifically for I9. We'll see the Flores come out for BG Man too, hopefully dealing with a little bit more of the utility setup, maybe opening up a few soft breach positions also. This team to utilize, getting them deeper into the building. The defensive setup will change accordingly to the site. We are actually going to keep Rampy over here onto the Warden just to be able to fend off once again against those flash or smoke dump plays. They tend more aggressively against that type of utility-heavy execute. Aside from that, though, big utility mitigation coming in from Yeti, and then some cover picks alongside that too. Some shots coming in there though early on. Not going to be met with damage against any player, however.
Oh, turned on a dime. Yeti saving his deployable shield there from the eventuality of the Rotero drone, as I don't think he's going to get it this time. Absolutely not. Perky ears the first time around, but not this one. Oh, he impacted it. Yeti, what a big brain play. I forgot that you could even do that. Well, looks like he's going to be able to get, I think, yeah, that's 3. Oh, BG Man. Oh, BG Man. This is not what you want to see out of your Rotero-wielding Flores. I think he's committing again to trying to get this shield. No, he's going to try and go somewhere else. Through. He'll finally get it. And another impact out. Does he save the shield? He does. This is such a smart play from Spacestation Gaming. Lycan, you beautiful man. What a beautiful setup there. That's going to keep that shield, and Fury's wasted so much time just trying to play around with Yeti in Cafe.
I9 had the makings of a play initially on the inside of the site. Hutton as well. Beautiful fend off. We had like 3 to 4 shots go out there from the G-Mate before a response even showed up from Hot and Cold, but still he shuts him down anyway. 4-2 is now the status quo. Lycolis and BG Man are all that remain for Fury in this round, as SSG just looking to wrap things up here for their own personal second. But hold on, we're not done just yet. BG Man picks up 2 at an absolutely nowhere. Yeti and Fultz now down for the count, and Houghton already injured from his previous encounters. Fury absolutely know this too. They are cyber targeting Hot right now.
Well, may have been misguided in the Rotero drones, but finding his way when it comes to the kills. 2 versus 2, Hot and Cold. The downward position, low HP, but that SMG-11, we saw how damning it can be in the proper hands, and he's already got 3 inside of this round. Bosco, nice angle here. Holding it into bunker. Nothing to be found as the rotation will come through here over towards the arcade balcony. Hot and Cold finds himself in hot water here, but potentially a frag coming through, trying to play off of this shield for the back end of bunker onto this arcade door. Very, very strong positioning thus far from SSG. Lycolis will hit his mark, though, in this plant more than likely coming soon. Bosco, he'll go for the reposition, as will the rest of the squad for Fury. Oh, it's going to be a cancel here. They believe they heard him. He's going to have to try and stick this. It's just a little over on time, but he's got the smoke. He's got the cancel. Lycolis, he tries to stick it through. The damage coming through. Oh, my! Bosco shows his face. You can see it on his face as well. He knew how strong that was of a finish. Bosco makes SSG go up 2-0.
Beautiful clutch from Bosco. Valiant attempt to come into it as well. BG Man bringing the Fury round back from the brink there, knocking out the 2 players that had been holding on Cafe's side and opening up the plant opportunity to begin with, but not enough as we see it once again. Bosco with the big clutch still keeps SSG in control at the 2-0.
Yeah, if this guy was a Madden character, he would have an X factor for clutch, let me tell you. The guy is disgusting, always has been, always will be. Smoke, probably his best operator of all time, bread and butter. Him and Chala, just the goats of that characteristic of Smoke. Being able to use the SMG-11, your Toxic Babes, and that shotgun to full use. And Bosco just showcasing exactly what he is capable of in round 2 with that clutch. Fury not able to get enough done there. BG Man early on. A lot of dancing with the Rotero drones. Yeti doing a very good job of countering that out. I love the impact play there again. That's what I'm going to be using when I'm home. I'm going to set that shield up. I'm like, hey man, you got impacts? Awesome. That Rotero drone comes in, impact that thing. Don't let it get that shield. So awesome stuff from Yeti there. But BG Man really able to pick it up towards the end of that round and give Fury a fighting chance.
So for BG Man and the rest of Fury, going to be looking to see if they can turn that fighting chance into a 1 round here for the first time in the game. 2-0 start so far from SSG, and then I'll move over
think the gloves have came off here for I9.
Yeah.
We're no longer on the ace. That's usually what we see for, you know, our Heart Breacher's delight. That's what I look at ace as. You got that AK-12 that we love to talk about, 1.5 on there, Claymores and the Somas, just an overall amazing kit. But Zofia definitely still that fragging character, especially partnered with those concussions in that soft breach. A lot of fun to play.
Very frustrating composition in the meanwhile from SSG that they've switched over to. We've seen Fultz before here on the Kapkan, or at least another member of the team picking it up previously, but now we've added 3 other trap operators, so to speak, on top of this as well. Yeti bringing the Goyo canisters into play for some great delay utility. Hot and Cold adding those the goo mines down to the floor as well, and then Rampy also bringing the Banshees down to the floor. Also, there's a lot for Fury to take out, and unfortunately, most of this is really not optional utility. You can't really ignore a lot of this, with maybe the goo mines being the really only one that you could just step past them.
Yeah, the biggest issue right now is that this is basically buffed the setup for SSG on site. Even if they go for kind of the one-man show like we were seeing for the majority of the time on Throne with Bosco playing in there, you still have those Goyo canisters around that take up so much time. 20 seconds of burn on those, the longest in the game, but obviously you have to set them up preemptively and then pop them in order to make that happen. Not as easy as something like Smoke where you simply throw and forget.
From BG, man. Fultz realizes it's on the way and is forced out into the open, gets away from the nade, but can't get away from his death. The good news, though, Hot and Cold still translated it into a trade, and there is a chance, unfortunately, to save Fultz, but it will not work out. Hotton as well gets picked off by Lycolis in addition to the finishing off of Fultz. So once again, it's Fury with the advantage, bringing it down to a 4v3.
Once again, though, SSG, they've thwarted off Fury in the time department. 1 minute remaining. Luckily enough for Fury, though, they've got the hardest part of gaining control of this area down already, and that is Throne. We see a lot of playthrough here when it comes to lab and storage. The only piece of the puzzle that they don't really have access to at the current moment is that top floor, and this is where SSG is going to attempt to rebuff the site using these angles upstairs to try and hold onto the doors, potentially some of those Goyo canisters coming out, but with a soft wall like this, it's going to make it a little bit difficult for Bosco to try and assist himself. So many different angles, and now he's dead to Hajime. Yeti will be able to take down Hajime as Dark fires back. Rampy, he's the only one standing in between them and their round. And Dark, a little soul searching himself. He went back and found that man that we saw decimating BDS yesterday and decided to bring him to the table.
Appreciate the pacing we get more than anything out of that round from Fury. Really never taking their foot off the gas pedal once they get those initial peaks, just going for the full map clear as quickly as possible. Not even really going for the full second floor clear there over the course of that round as well, heading pretty much directly for the site, leaving a couple players on SSG in awkward positions, and for a lot of them as well, not really able to use the full breadth of that utility. We talked about how much they brought to the table. We really didn't see a lot of those operators have their full day in the sun, so to speak, there because so many players were going down so early.
I think it's mostly due to the fact of how Fury played things around the Throne area there with those big picks, and also loved Lycolis accounting for the fact that Hot and Cold would probably assist after Fultz got downed. Just huge kills coming out of the hard breach there, and that was a big game changer for that round. Fury was already so far ahead, and as you said, they didn't let their foot off the gas. We had Hajime getting in there and then Dark to clean up the rest of the store. So SSG will still be ahead, but it's only 1 round differential at the current moment as we hop into round 4.
Fury picks going to show up here as we originally had double hard breach in the fold. That hard breach will also switch from Lycolis' POV over from an ace to a thermite. The second one getting ditched, so they have the better capability to be able to deal with insight utility there on BG Man. He's of course going to switch over to the Flores and then I believe a Gme as well, adding that Jackal into the fold to try and track down these upstairs members of SSG a little bit more proficiently so they can get to the site and set themselves up for an execute much more quickly this time around. Ran out of time in the previous round and were unable to drone out the site appropriately, disallowing them from winning this site take despite the fact that they had player advantage.
Fury will be starting us off from the eastern front. Yeti will be inside of Gong with Bosco attempting to assist the area. Looks like he wants to try and get upstairs and find some help around the top of Dragon. That's where Fultz is also going to be located. Hasn't been able to accomplish too much inside of this game, but this could be the greatest opportunity for him to get some kills on the board, as he will be the first contact for Dragon, or rather Cash Balcony. The Dragon window will be opened up here by the Thermite. I don't know if we'll see any high-flying movement coming into this area, because it'll more than likely mean a dead hard breach. Another kunai out here for Fultz. Gonna try and hold this window, and they're dancing back and forth. This is a risky business right now for Lycolis.
Bolt's ready to take a challenge, but at the same time, he's got that drone lurking around the corner from him too. Thankfully able to get out of range of the explosive threat here. Wants to be able to get at least that one final zombie barricade up. I9, in the meanwhile, taking a duel against at least one member from SSG. It's Rampy further down the hallway, playing onto the alibi. Fultz dealing with another Gemini. Meanwhile, back over towards Dragon Window. Hot and Cold wins another exchange as there's a lot of action going on in plenty of different places here. Hajime ultimately the first to fall. However, another down is claimed against Dark, but no, Fultz gets baited and taken down the body. Doesn't follow it through as he should have there to be able to knock out Lycolis as well. Lycolis will be able to finish off Fultz, but that's the only confirmation we have seen so far. Dark, will he be brought back up from the brink? That's a big question indeed. He will. They're able to revive him. Now at very low HP, of course, and that leaves us even at a 4v4.
Well, Fury reconvene at the top of Dragon's Stairs and get Dark back up off the floor. He'll stay alive and may be necessary to try and help out Fury with this one. Rampy also quite low HP, but what a position for him over inside of Cafe, playing for the long game here. Obviously, the man count is even. And with 3 people on site, I mean, really for Rampy, there's no point in being there. They have all of the means necessary to hold these crosses, so we might as well try and go for a play. And it looks like it might happen early on here. Rampy's going to go running. He knows that somebody was outside. He's getting chased down now. Let's see if anybody tries to get across the map to try and take him out, or potentially some soft breach kills, and actually it's going to be Hot and Cold. It's going to take out Lycolis and fires back cannon fodder both ways, and this site execute is in full swing. Yeti has a lot to say about this, though. 2 kills, potentially 3. He's going to get the pistol out here. BG Man, Hot Water, swings back into it, and he gets it with the pistol kill instead. BG Man, not very much time, and it'll be Bosco to end it all for SSG.
SSG ultimately able to close that round down without too much of a problem. They're destabilizing the take early on there against Fury, making them second guess themselves after they took Dragon control, and there's not really enough steam to make it work when they finally push themselves further down into the actual throne room area there. Bunk is going to be up next, as once more we are just running through the motions at this point from SSG. Only dropped Lab along the way, so we could potentially see them switch that over to Initiation for round number 6 instead of going back to Lab, but we'll find out more about that on the next round, as they're just going through the motions on the rounds they've already won right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
I mean, what a couple of rounds here for Space Station. I've been really enjoying the defenses we've been seeing them put together here on Theme Park thus far, and it's been giving Fury a tough time. You know, they've been having kind of a rough go of it when it comes to these openers and figuring out the exact strategy of what Space Station has to offer. I'd say they did a pretty bang-up job of being able to handle it that time around, especially like keeping some solid positioning in between them and Fultz, playing around, you know, that corridor for waiting, and, you know, also Fury getting that player, you know, Zofia I9 over inside of security. So just giving Fultz a really tough time on the amount of things that he has to manage. We saw SSG rebuff that area. Hot and Cold comes upstairs to be able to assist him, and just overall a really good showing from Space Station as they keep the play going, right? Fury keeps trying to do stuff to get around this, and Space Station continues to slam those doors shut.
They've got to show that level of confidence here, because here's the problem. If they try to play too conservatively, try to watch out for all of the extra moves that SSG are going to throw out against them, SSG is going to have that much more control over the matchup. It's about them subverting the expectations that SSG have about them and trying to continue to be sneaky with their playstyle here. That worked out pretty well, of course, for the Lab clear there, as they worked pretty much directly around the setup due to the level of confidence they were showing. And we have not seen that surface again since that fateful round on number 3. It's been outright towards SSG since then, and looking to really lock things in here with another pickup for 2 rounds in a row. Yet again, that EMP did go out, did not talk out the target they were looking for, however, so not going to be able to throw in the Selma so quickly. I9 still making his entry towards break, but oh no. The soft wall instead behind him, doesn't even realize it, and the drone hole, excuse me.
Yes, actually, you got it, yes,
Rampy
sir.
there, knocking him out through the drone hole down below as he took the one position he could not sit on the inside of.
Indeed, the only spot in that entire area that you can't pony up right next to and rest is that drone hole, and it gets taken out because of it. Love the play there from Napew, now I9, but just wasn't able to get things done. And now Fury, I mean, this is just problematic. Down to player, Space Station, full HP, practically full utility across the board as well. What do you do?
Well, we're going to find out very shortly here for Fury now. Down 2 players and with pretty much no map control to play into as well. Yeti going to get blinded out though. Perfect nade to follow it up from Dark, as Yeti just will not be able to escape that despite his best efforts. He goes down. First kill is struck, with still one more needed here for Fury to make up the difference and at least tie us up out of 3v3 scoreline. Bosco ready for the challenge if they decide to move themselves to the outside of Cafe. And even worse, these drones probably not necessarily going to spot his position out here, so very good chance for him to get away with at least one on the exit from that position. Like Colas and the rest of Fury being very, very careful here now. They know the situation that sits in front of them with the deficit that they're working with. They do not want to overstep their bounds. That's costing them a lot of time to check these angles so carefully.
With that in mind, 1 kill separates them. That's why you can see them pre-firing, looking for the angles, but Fultz, he's just better. Lycolis taken down by the TCSG 12, hot and cold, pushes it 1 step further, 1 step closer to victory in round 5. BG Man with 1, Bosco right around the corner, and we know how lethal he can be. A quick headshot with the FMG 9 and a huge round difference here between the two.
SSG locking things in here towards the tail end of the first half so far. 4 rounds already claimed, looking to make it 5 on this upcoming round, but they do have to make that return to the same site where things did not go their way back on the previous hold. Will they rely as heavily on the trap setup? It looks like so far the same exact thing as we saw back in round number 3, and indeed it will be. Same exact, a little bit of a change there. Coming in from Yeti as he's going to switch to the mute at the final second. But for the most part, it is the same lineup. We'll see if they try to play this positionally a little bit different, as they had a lot of presence upstairs last time that Fury, for the most part, ignored. And as a result of that, we're able to get themselves into the site with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, that was a little bit of an awkward play there for Yeti as well on the shield. The grenade lands right in front of it. I think he was more worried about the angle that was being held from the door, so he didn't want to run over towards yellow stairs. So he thought, okay, if he didn't cook this correctly, maybe I can get past it and over towards the arcade area before I die. But he practically ran right into the line of fire of the frag grenade, and that's what got him into trouble there. But again, I think he was more worried about Dark holding that angle, and if he cuts to the right, he more than likely gets shot. So really pick your poison in that scenario. But either way, round 6, the last round here before we get to the half and we switch sides. I9, he was looking down Gridlock initially, but instead lands on the Zofia.
Understandable.
Understandable, really.
Yeah.
We haven't had too many flanks from SSG either. A lot of them have been pretty heads-up gunfights they've been able to just take control of.
Absolutely the case, and even when they have been able to deploy towards those flanks, they've been pretty straightforward to read into as well. It's sort of expected moves, so Fury, I don't think he's going to have much of a problem, establishing just a general flank watch.
They might have some trauma after what they've been having over these last couple of days, so I think that's probably where you default to be honest.
So we've got SSG ready for the challenge from Fury. And Fury beginning to work their way back in here now, taking those initial bits of map control, starting out mainly from Drum on the first floor to carve their way in there, with some supporting players beginning to explore the options on the Dragon balcony for second floor control also. You can see, though, a little bit of a lurk going on here. So you have the push coming forward from the Legion. Going to potentially try and actually contest against the Gong control that Fury's going for, but he's got to watch out. He's got the side entry coming back in. The shots are there from Houghton, but the landing is not yet to be seen. However, I9 pokes out. His posterior showing just a little bit there, and that gives Houghton the shots he needs to take out I9.
Fury, all that time droning, and what did it get you? A dead I9. They missed drone hot and cold. Oh, what an angle that would have been there on the Dragon stairs too. Would have been absolutely disgusting. But Lycolis instead will take down hot and cold. He's going to take a little bit of damage, the goo mine, also adding to that problem. It's going to be 4 versus 4. Fury, they got decent time remaining here. We just need to really see them hot too. This has been a big issue for them and a hot commodity that SSG has been able to continue to take control of on the defensive end.
Prevents kind of the worst case scenario too, as we saw in the previous round there, where you're potentially going to be looking at Fury trying to work this as a 3v5. Now they've got a much more realistic chance.
Oh no!
Fultz though,
oh no!
Ready for the challenge as he knocks out 2, including the case carrier. Hajime and BG Man are all that remains. They got to scramble over to Throne. They didn't even successfully clear out Fultz. He's still here, still holding the case control. He may very well be aware of that as well. Hajime now dropped as well, I believe, by Fultz, leaving just BG Man in the fight.
He put the windbreaker on John. He's hot now. The jersey wasn't doing it for him. had to switch out clothes, had to put the sleeves on, and now he's gunning them down. A triple kill for Fultz in this round. We're back in business, baby. Rampy, give it to me. BG Man goes down. Space Station, a 5-1 split. Dominant half here on Theme Park.
Shutting it down, and actually the same exact result we had from our previous game. These games are looking more and more alike the deeper we get into them, interestingly enough.
Man, I swear, I could have amnesia and knew what happened with these games. It was like, yeah, well, if you've seen one, you've seen them all, haven't you? But
that's the unfortunate APAC storyline for it.
Very unfortunate, man. And like my biggest problem is like I've been such a fan of Envy Taylor for so long. You know, going all the way back to Mantis FPS. I don't know how many people still remember that all the way back at SI 2019. That was the first time you and I ever casted together. So it's been some time, but never been able to get it done on an international stage, man. It's kind of sad, but I'm hoping that it comes for him at some moment in time.
We'll have to see how the rest of APAC is doing after this matchup here, because Fury is up against a wall, much like their regional comrades sitting in the other group at the moment for SANDBOX. Fury, if they drop this matchup, going to be sitting at less than a 10% chance, almost less than a 5% chance, I think, actually, to qualify for the playoff stage. We'll need to be perfect in every single matchup from this point forward, and also somewhat reliant on the top-end teams also dropping off when we go for the second round of matches as well. Will be a tough ask for sure for both Fury and potentially SANDBOX if this matchup goes the way that we are expecting it to here, and SSG ultimately closes out. But it's a new half, a new day for both of these teams. Maybe Fury will have a little bit more to bounce back into this as of yet.
One of these things is not like the other, and it's Fury's defensive operator lineup in comparison to what we were seeing from Space Station Gaming. A lot less defensive utility dedicated towards slowing down your opposition. No real traps across the board here. Yes, they do have the Banshees, but past that, it's just a lot of utility to be able to hold on to your positioning. Electro Claws, ADSs, you know, Azami working her way in here as well with her Kiba barriers. So it's really going to be up to Fury to win these gunfights and play into that defensive setup rather than trying to go for what we saw from SSG, really delaying that time. But obviously that could become a part of Fury's strategy depending on how SSG want to work this map.
Fury with the nice slow opener here, not going to be over.
Michaelis, we got quite a few Kiba barriers in the pocket here, buddy. What's going on with this? 4 knives?
Hasn't been challenged anywhere as of yet, so maybe just trying to play this dynamically, waiting for the first bit to come and get thrown at him. Dark seems like he's going to get most of the early aggression. Could certainly see those Kiba barricades come out to help, but meanwhile, Fultz, he's already into Arcade, clearing it out, knocking down Dark. He gets overwhelmed by about 3 players from SSG trying to take him down there in one form or another.
All right, so BG Man was off-site, just rotated back in, or got Hajime in, whatever that transaction was there. They reinforced the wall and were able to buff up the site a bit, but Dark was off on his own island up against the Space Station clear. That's just a bad idea right there.
Cole is still sitting on pretty much the full pack of the Kiba barricades as well. Finally used one. I think he's just kind of waiting for the breach to potentially be made, or waiting for a clear picture to be shown in terms of how SSG is going to attack this site, and then try to just spam them in at that point. I think is going to be the plan here for Lycolis. Very curious to see, though, as he has certainly been restrained to the inside of the site and is kind of just itching at the opportunity to chuck some of this utility out.
All right, well, Rampy on one of his key operators throughout the years, Buck. This drone is going to get muted up. He'll be able to get rid of that and potentially see if somebody is hanging out around Furnace, and that is where Lycolis is still chilling. Looks like they actually want to try and use those as pseudo-castles for the ceiling and just to try and block off a lot of holes. So pretty great idea, honestly. This is the beauty of having a character like this nowadays in Rainbow Six, is you can get so creative with their utility.
And of course, again, playing the interior of the site. That nade coming very, very close to the area of damage that would have been able to knock out Lycolis sitting on the inside of there. Lycolis as well, having distributed most of this utility at this point. Not a whole lot that SSG would be removing from this factor of play. Yeti finally knocking down Lycolis and is going to be able to leap into the rest of Armory here as well. Nitro out from I9, but is not singing the way they need it to. Another pickup from Rampy here. Just BG Man and Hajime left in the fight, but Hajime holding his own on the throne side of things here. Oh, and Hajime and BG Man making it work together. Suddenly, it's just the planter remaining as everyone else on the team goes down in less than a second. Does Bosco have the clutch, though. Keep in mind, one of them is boxed out. Can't come back in through main dragon door. They have to go for the direct cross. Hajime goes down. Bosco to finish him off. Now it's down to the 1v1 here. Flash is chucked out. Well, out for a relocation where Bosco does it yet again inside of the 1v2. Clutching it out one more time.
They done did it again, John, and it's all due to a critical blunder from Fury. You know what they did?
What did they do?
They stopped looking at where he was planning, both of them. None of them holding the angle, and they let Bosco escape. They let that man, the man that really never misses a clutch opportunity, get out of the one area that if he escapes, they have a really good chance of killing him. Just really unfortunate timing there for Fury. Might have been some magazine swaps or what have you, but either way, a blunder that gives Bosco that split second to just get out of that info base and move off into the ether, into the shadows, and really take advantage of Fury trying to push forward and take control, recapture what they had on that other end. I really do like the strategy from them. I really like what we saw from the Azami there.
Yeah,
actually.
the
I thought that was
barricades.
very creative. Yeah. And that's why I really wanted to point that out in the early round. You know, when you see somebody stacking up utility like that, these are professional players. They're not doing that because, you know, they're silly, right? I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to put all of my Kiba barriers down, you know, like that would literally never happen. But either way, Fury are going to burn their timeout, and we got to say it, John, it's 6-1. I hate these timeouts. I always have. It's too far gone.
Gonna be really. I think the screenwriter for this show is getting a little lazy. This is like this is a rerun for the last game. Now they took the pause at the same time too. Now.
Yeah. It's very unfortunate. I mean, you can give Fury or any team that does this the benefit of the doubt because usually when they get to the half mark,
it's better to use it than not use it.
Exactly. That's the first one, right? And also the other thing being you switch sides, right? So when it's a 5-1 split, you're like, well, if I use a timeout now, all of my stuff's going to be for that other side. So I might as well try and help them out here. But I'd much rather it just be used earlier on that other side. Get some communication going there. Maybe try and pick up some rounds on that side that you're having some trouble with. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers. And as you said, you might as well use it rather than lose it.
All right, well, let's get into it. A full repick in the meanwhile for SSG. All 5 players swapping to a new operative. This is going to include a Montaigne pickup from Houghton. So let's see how this goes for the rest of SSG. As we're going to have a few interesting pickups here. The Thatcher coming in here as well for Yeti. So let's see how this plays out.
Dude, Yeti's got to be off the C4 this morning or something, dude. He ate like 3 of those protein bars. He went to the gym, probably like deadlifted like 700 pounds or something. Oh my goodness, Spacestation Gaming, especially since picking up Yeti, have looked so dynamic in their play, very creative with some of the things they've been doing recently as well.
And this is a very much needed game for SSG as well. Obviously a little bit of a tough day for them yesterday, coming close in at least one of their matches, specifically the one versus BDS, but just could not trigger the overtime and push it over the edge there against W7M. A little bit more one-sided, and that was the way they ended the day, if I recall correctly, as well. So a good way to bounce back into today here with a potential 7-1. Of course, pending the result of this and any following rounds from Fury here, if we are to assume that this one goes SSG's way.
Well, the last time you and I saw Napew, or I9, he almost broke the record for most kills on LAN when playing for Elevate. And then it was, actually, no, I do believe I'm actually wrong about that, so apologies. But he was on that roster at the time when that did happen. Either way, he was still definitely a key and pivotal piece for that Elevate roster. But here today, not looking the greatest. 1-7 to start the day off up against Spacestation Gaming. Now, obviously, he can attempt to right his wrongs in what could be the last round here. We'll have to see how that continues on. About halfway through this one, SSG using those Rotero drones to their full advantage. Fult's not finding anything on that one, but was able to clear out a lot of the area and allows SSG to push forward off of that information.
Hardbreak being set up now by SSG as they prepare to carve their way into the depths of the site. Going to be focusing up, of course, on the catch to office breach first. See if this allows for them to get the access they need, and more importantly, if they can begin to push Fury players out of position. Hot and cold, of course, all the way up to the initiation room as well. So plenty of control already going into SSG's favor, but it's the transition into the site, especially for this specific site attack, that can often be the toughest, and oftentimes be where we see the first kill and the first bit of the attack start to fall apart.
Well, Space Station, they spent a lot of time setting up this execute, and we're about to see it fully flushed out here. It's going to be approached from the east towards the west for the Bunk Daycare defensive site. Going to have Fultz, I do believe, trying to slip through the cracks here into Cafe, completely unbeknownst by Fury. As we noticed from SSG's setup, they had a shield, a man Waiting for anyone in the wings over on that end in Space Station. They've done it, John. They've hit their mark. 2 big kills, a plant going down for hot and cold. And I don't know where this denial is going to come from. The Nitro Cell down Yeti, but another player goes down for Fury. Space Station Gaming, they get the plant, and they'll force Fury's hand. It's a 2 versus 3, unless Yeti is picked back up here. Bosco makes a mincemeat out of Hajime. It's down to BG Man to try and save this game. Yeti already punching the GG in. He knew what was up. Space Station Gaming 7-1.
SSG shut things down in very similar fashion, in fact, almost the exact same fashion as our previous matchup here on the Stream B as well. Either way, a definitive first matchup for SSG to put them onto the board with a solid 3 points, keeping them in the running still to potentially make it out of the playoffs. They'll be waiting for the result, of course, for BDS versus W7M to see who they really need to priority target on the second go of games here to make sure they overtake them. Either way, we're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a few minutes to break this match down.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. The action here on Stream B is all wrapped up. If you're looking for active gameplay, you're going to want to head over to the primary channel. Now, of course, on Twitch, it's going to be /Rainbow6. If you're watching us here now, just delete the Bravo from your URL bar, and that'll take you to the other active match still ongoing in the midst of this group between W7M, of course, and Team BDS. But in the meanwhile, we just watched Fury against Space Station, and Space Station, they're going to make relatively quick work of Fury here. APAC having a little bit of a rough day, Sticks.
Yeah, they let Fury know where they were ranked inside of this group, didn't they? They put him right down into the bottom of the barrel after this game. A 7-1 victory from SSG. And honestly, they made it look easy. There was really only one round where we saw Fury really standing tall. Well, actually, you can say possibly one more where we saw that clutch from Bosco, but either way, it was really an SSG event overall here on Theme Park.
For me, it was really the confidence level we were seeing out of SSG. No second guessing their own play style or their strategies throughout the course of that matchup, and that led to a lot of very successful rounds. Some big clutches, of course, coming into those from Bosco as well, taking care of 2 rounds in a 1v2 fashion. Some excellent stuff coming out from him, alongside some negatives that we saw, of course, that weren't really there in the previous match from Fury, the most notable one being I9. A great presence in their matchup last night, but unfortunately here today, gone a little bit missing, and the rest of the team, of course, improving their own performance, but just not enough to be able to make up for the difference there. We'll go ahead and take a look at the way the matches are standing here, or the match, this match specifically is standing, how the stats panned out, and you'll see that in front of you now, especially with what we were talking about there for I9 a second ago. He only picks up 1 kill in this game.
Yeah, and I love that you bring that up, because he had a cost of 14%, and this is not exactly something that we expect out of APU, especially at LAN. He was actually a fan favorite when he was at SI this year with Elevate. Everybody loving him for his style, his play, his finesse, but a little lackluster when it came to this game, huh?
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, obviously, for the most part, everyone on SSG on point for this game here and having a moment every once in a while. For Fury, for me, once again, it was the fact that we were seeing them get read out far too quickly and then just not being able to innovate, much like the matchup last night versus BDS, where they were struggling once again after some of those initial rounds. SSG not even giving them the opportunity, though, due to that clutch capability that we saw there. A few rounds, potential for this one to have gone like 7-3 or 7-4 as well, but like I said, that brings it all back to Bosco, where we saw those massive clutches contribute to the denial of those those rounds and the fairly one-sided nature of this matchup here. But that's good news for the SSG fans at home, of course. That does pad their stats pretty well in the eventuality they tie with another team further up in the group, of course. That'll help them out for being able to break that tie.
Well, indeed. Bosco really showing how he was able to really be named the smoke main of North America, right? He's just so good with all of those weapons. Let's check out Group C and what is going on now.
We're actually not going to take a
Oh,
look
we're
at that
actually
right now.
not.
Because we still have the other game going on, I believe, inside of Group C. That is active and rolling right now, ladies and gentlemen. So I believe we're actually going to go ahead and check in with them. It's in the middle, of course, of W7M versus Team BDS, and it's a good matchup, much like our last group as well. So let's go ahead and watch the rest of it.
Makers on their side. There, I felt like W7M went for the right approach. Even though they couldn't go for the main breach, they went for the trades on that dragon side of the map, and they almost made it work. They really did. It all just came down to that one-on-one situation, and this map just does not stop delivering.
Wow, this is... I don't know how I'm going to have a voice after this game, Mandy. You know, we had 2 real blowouts yesterday. We had 2 really one-sided games. And now we're being treated with some fantastic bangers. The TSM Liquid game was phenomenal on border. This one has absolutely delivered.
Once again, Castle is being employed. Pretty popular these days. We saw it in our last series that we were just casting as well. And what Brede is doing is segmenting off this east side of the map. He's already put 1 castle barricade on that drum door. A second one has gone down on the reception double. And it's just making these choke points even harder for W7M to get through once they get here. We often see this being done by the Azami. That's what they were doing. That's what KZ was doing on his defending half. Every time he fell back, he was Azamiing off the next point of entry. And that just really stalls out BDS. It means that the rest of the team has got to catch up to that point before they can open it up and get into the next point of the map.
If you're joining us from the B stream, buckle up because we have been treated to a phenomenal match. BDS and W7M have been back and forth. BDS went 4-2 on their attack. Since then, W7M evened up the scoreline and BDS have finally broken away once again.
Leakyfac is going to be the first point of contest over on the other side of the map. Now remember, the bomb site is the kitchen and barbecue bomb site. So even when W7M get through the top floor, they need to translate it to the floor below. We've already got players, some set on that ground floor. There's one on drones. I believe that's Herds, waiting for that eventual late round push to go into the ground floor.
These mood jammers and castle barricades are making it so difficult to get information for W7M. Thankfully, they do have that Jackal to try and isolate these positions. In goes JV, though, by EMPing out that Alibi Prisma. Goes for a bait, but actually decides better of it and falls back outside once again.
I really like what W7M are doing here. They're thinking a couple steps ahead, right? Not only do they have to clear out the top floor, but they also need to start putting pressure down here because otherwise they're going to run out of time. We actually see this top floor as being completely forfeited off so far. They must have seen that castle barricade set up and gone, nah, maybe let's not do this just yet. Let's see what we can work on the ground floor, see what we can find. But I'm just worried that they're going to fall short to the vertical.
Wow, what a long shot from Leakyfac with the 1.5. It's a big player to take down as well. No more logic bombs for Volps. Ooh, JV just spotting out that player on the mezzanine, not able to find that kill. Shaiko, meanwhile, upstairs through the verts, feeling a bit of pressure. LM's rotating back to the main stairs as Renshiro has been cleaned up. KZ taking some really good map control here on Dragon, and W7M are starting to ready their fist for the final blow.
There's only 30 seconds left, and my question is, where is the diffuser? That's Julio, and he's the one outside of the kitchen window, so it has to be that these W7M players eventually reconvene around this kitchen side of the map, because right now Julio is very isolated and taking a very scary fight onto Leakyfac.
Leakyfac keen to continue playmaking. He peeks out once again, but he is taken down. And now BDS just have 2 defenders left. Brede caught sleeping down on the floor in Sushi, and he's the last one left. KZ's had a ripper game, 15 kills. And once again, Mandy, we reach break point. We are all tied here.
Yeah, really great from W7M. They really pulled together in that late round. The moment that I said I'm worried about Julio because he has the diffuser and no one is with him, we switched to Herds' POV on board. There he is. Julio, I'm coming for you. Take my hand, buddy. And he went straight into the site with him. KZ as well doubled down with that vertical control that he had. He eventually made sure no one was on the hatch. Okay, guys, you're safe to go in now. They went for that plant inside of kitchen, and W7M even up the scoreline.
And on the back of it, BDS take their tactical timeout. They are not messing around. It's their last chance to ensure they get the full 3 points from this game. W7M have already taken their tac timeout in the first half, and so they won't be able to do so if BDS find match point here. W7M, of course, will have the chance to talk to the rest of their staff, having a good chat right now. A lot of work still to be done for this team to get themselves across the line, to march forward into a position where they are capable of saying that they hang with the best in the world.
They look stressed. The look on their faces, Igor leaning over and be like, okay guys, it's time to get into it, time to get serious. This game is starting to become a game of stamina. It feels like with the way that both of these teams are playing, you can't lose focus for even a second because every single one of these players, all 10 of these players, constantly feel active in the server. We don't always say that about Rainbow. Sometimes it's more frontline, sometimes it's more backline, that kind of thing, right? But in this particular series, it just feels like all 5 players could potentially be in an engagement at any time, and you just don't know when. And so retaining that focus and that stamina is going to be a big talking point for both of these teams.
It's also a game of adaptations, back and forth this match has been, and back and forth these players will consider what is the best course of action for BDS. They consider the Echo, bringing that into the game for Brede for the first time. Maybe the first time I've seen Echo at the majors so far, at least in the games we've casted. And on the flip side, W7M on this tier room attack have opted to bring the Ying and forego the Glaz.
Interesting. What will they do about this now? They've got to be a little bit careful rappelling up onto do this roam clear. I think that would be Volps on the other side of that, that's right. Looking to rappel up, but Alems has actually got an open rotate and could look for the runner at any second. What is the rest of W7M doing though? Are they actually going to dedicate themselves to this roam clear, or are they going to go for something more direct? So far, it looks pretty sparse.
I think the good old Classico Julio rappel on the karaoke window with Ying. But the other thing I'm considering at the moment is that exchange in office. Who was that roaming over there?
Okay, LMs. There you go. LMs and Leakafak.
Leakafak. He has been droned, I believe. That drone just saw him. Does take it down. He is actually going to start falling back as well as Herds begins to push in from this window.
W7M taking their time. They decided not to dedicate their entire resources into just one push. They decided to probe the map a little bit, immediately put pressure on the wall, see what they can find before they start to go for this roam clear. Now, the danger in this is that they run out of time, or they might run out of time, to get through that mid-round and to try and get those next set of walls open, because look how conservative the setup is from BDS. Wow. That's a lot of shields that are in a very difficult choke points to hold on to. You've got Geisha with those really annoying lines of sight to deal with too, and Drum that has the impromptu shield with the Keeper barrier. 2 Keeper barriers, in fact. It's going to be very frustrating to deal with.
Oh, but the nade from KZ nets him his 16th kill. Can't nail down the second one before Shaiko finds his head. 4v4. Both of these teams vying for match point, but Volps just sends it on through. Shaiko caught sleeping. Now an advantage for W7M.
Herds as well, with that soft breach, can make an entry point into Drum. Meanwhile, Volps as well in his own engagement. Oh goodness, a player running around the corner of Karaoke will be taken down, and that's JV as well trying to make his in. Volps, another one to jump in. Brede, he will be taken down though. A team kill even in the kill feed, and Leaky Fact with the SMG-11 has got to win it out in the 1v2.
It's messy, Mandy. It is so messy. 1v2 now for Leakafak as Julio is once again called upon. His Candela's ring true, and he manages to force this diffuser down. Herds to cover, but Leakafak, oh, he's caught out. And that's W7M claiming match point.
Oh, W7M, they're really getting us fired up here. The way that they are able to pace themselves through that mid-round was super impressive. I was very worried about them once they made that rotation to entry in so late into the building. I thought by the time they get to Drum and to Shrine, they have so much work to deal with. There was a double Keeper barrier setup that was inside of Drum. There was one shield that was inside of Shrine. And even when they got to the bomb site, there were these super annoying footholds that they would have to deal with if they wanted to get in. But KZ found the perfect timing. The tandem of the nade with the entry, followed up by Herds, who was able to use that buck to sneak his way into Drum. It all just came together. As soon as W7M got through that mid-round, they changed up the pace completely and exploded onto the side.
And now in what could well be the final round BDS opt to go to a bomb site we have not seen from them this entire game. We're going down to the master bedroom. We're seeing that castle make its return for Brede. And BDS cannot hold back any longer. They need to go full send. W7M have been monstrous this game. KZ has been unstoppable. I will just point out, if you're looking at the kills on the rest of the W7M members, you're going to have to take that with a grain of salt because they reconnected and had their scores reset. But for KZ, that is true. 16 and 8, 2.0 KD.
That is crazy. Man is insane. All right, so JV's just got... That's a lot of value. Oh no!
Gotta say, JV, you cannot take down the bulletproof cameras with the laser of the Twitch drone. So that was a bit of a seniors moment.
So the bomb site is this master bedroom one, and it's quite hard to dissect some of these defense strategies that come out of it. It really lies on playing these vertical angles to perfection. Now, they are very finicky vertical angles. We saw this when W7M were playing their iteration of this bomb site. They actually couldn't deny the plant. There are some blind spots into the bomb site, which is exactly what Julio is trying to take advantage of. He's already sent it in with that hard breach onto the wall, and there was a player in the site. Hertz is going to jump in and follow up, taken down, though. 4-on-4 situation. It's not over yet.
It certainly isn't, but W7M are doing everything they can to finish it off as quickly as possible. BDS not going to hold back.
Pretty scary, though, from W7M to try and give away their lives like that onto the bomb site. Hertz, he tried to find the opportunity, but it couldn't work. Julio, though, he was successfully able to get that Selma charge on that first line of sight, and that's making JV's position a lot more powerful to cut down not only the site, but that entry at the bottom of the main stairs. Now they need to translate their control into this top floor, and Nate to follow through will deal a little bit of damage onto Alems, but not before he can take down KZ himself. Volps is thankfully there for the trade, and suddenly Hatch control is theirs.
Man advantage for the Brazilians as they edge closer to match point. BDS, oh, they hold on. It's Renshiro, the OG of all OGs, to stand up for BDS. Julio forcing that diffuser down with JV, the IGL, to cover. Renshi now holding his position as him and Brede go to retake, but it's all on Renshiro. How did it end up like this? BDS going down to W7M in regulation. Unless Renshiro can nail this second headshot, he can't get it done! Julio back in the server, back finding dubs on the global stage. W7M take the full 3 points and first place in their group.
W7M, the boys in pink, will finally take this win after what was a very, very long and hard-fought series every single round. So back and forth. Look at Hertz. Oh, yes, absolutely. Pumping his chest. Give your teammates a hug. They absolutely deserve it. What a big series that was. And just a huge highlight player, KZ, on the scoreboard all the time, fighting his own battles up in that top floor on the other side of the map. Wherever you needed him to be, he was the big impact player in this series.
What a game for W7M. So hard fought and a phenomenal performance on Skyscraper, a map they've seen BDS play to perfection in the past, and W7M bring it out here and deliver handshakes after what was an incredibly intense match. There's so much respect between these two teams. W7M proving for now that they are the superior.
Gosh, I can't believe these guys got to play each other again, don't they? It's not over yet. That's an exciting series. I can't wait for the rematch to come up for these guys. W7M, what a great Skyscraper they were able to play out. I just think that, like I said, that game was all about playmaking, and W7M are all 5 players that can hold their ground. We even saw at the end that Julio, even though I think he was 1-6 towards the end of that scoreline, he was the one to make the impact play, close out the round, and of course, the rookie on the roster to bring it home for W7M. It's just such an incredible story.
Well, I don't know about you, but I need a break to go and catch my breath. We'll break this match down in just a moment.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
I hope you had a drink of water. I certainly have. We could not stop giggling during that break just then because we were treated to a phenomenal match. W7M and BDS, the battle of the pink jerseys, and well, W7M proved that they were the superior. What a game.
That was super cool. That was like my favorite game so far, I think, at this major. Wow, every single round was so back and forth. The storylines were so exciting to follow. It felt like every single player had an impact in every single round. They all held their ground. The interactions were crazy, and it was just a banger match all over.
Yeah, Skyscraper is such a map to play for these teams as well. It was filled to the brim with highlights, kicking it off with the first round, which is one of the most dominant rounds I've seen this major. A 5v1 within a single minute. W7M showed at the very start that they were not messing around.
Yeah, that was really scary from KZ. BDS really had a hold on that first round of the map, and then KZ came along and was like, well, it's not over yet. And then this round happened.
Saving Private
KZ happened. Leaky Back was there to clean everything up, and even Brede finally getting the 180 turn through the vertical. Every single one of the interactions was just like that. Leaky Back creeping his way up the main stairs, taking down KZ on his cameras. There was just so many little chaotic moments like that that really made this series shine.
This match was filled with insane plays. How about this one, the near 1v5 from Volps, but also it was filled with hilarious moments like that Wamai disc that led to a nade team kill, like just play after play, trade after trade, so many like 2v2s with a minute to go, so many clutches, so many 1v1s, culminating in a 12-round match that easily could have served a best of 3.
And even in this round, right, this was a super explosive round that eventually was close to closing out the game for BDS. Of W7M, they just jumped straight into the bomb site. They caught BDS off guard. Every single round was like that. All the executes were really explosive. Even the final round of this series was Julio in a 1v1 with Genshiro, and we were still like holding on to our skin, just biting our teeth, going, oh gosh, it's not over yet. It's every single one of those rounds was just so crazy, and you could not call who would win it.
And just check the stats out. We got 4 players who cracked above 10 kills. Sorry, 5 players, because I didn't realize KZ had as well, and he got 16. Unreal stuff. Really high KOST ratings from a lot of these players as well. And even the opening engagements were shared pretty well. Volps and KZ having most of it. And you can clearly see that W7M dominated that early round.
They absolutely did. I just want to point out Herds, who is the lurker for this W7M roster. If there's anyone that we can point to create an identity for this entire game, just one player that summarizes everything, it's Hurts. He's the one that plays like Liquid for W7M. He's the one that gets into really odd positions in the map, gives something for BDS to worry about, and is the one that's enabling the playmaking. It's all down to him, his lurker playstyle. It's just so frustrating to deal with. On BDS, you kind of had the same thing as Shaiko that was playing some really odd cutoff positions, especially for a map like Skyscraper. It's really hard to do that, but Shaiko did that super well, and it was just sort of this battle of how do we deal with this problem? How do we deal with this problem? Because a play is about to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. That was what it was like in the series.
It was a guessing game for both of these teams trying to read their opponents. W7M, for example, every time they played that T-Room bomb site attack, they got Ying on the karaoke window. They're just chucking so much util in. There was a Glaz at one point. BDS was like calling their bluff, and then W7M were calling BDS's bluff. It was back and forth. It was like 4D chess, but, you know, with headshots.
That is so true. They both tried the bait and switch the karaoke rush, right? And both of them called each other's bluff. That is crazy. I think that is just the defining strat of that series, isn't it?
Well, BDS does no longer remain undefeated. That's only for W7M, who sit at the top of the group. Let's have a look at the standings. These two teams have been dominating the group, but only one can be first. For now, that is W7M. And once again, look at it, Mandy. 3-2-1-0. W7M on top. And all of the matches here in Group C have been won or lost in regulation.
I feel like a bit of deja vu. I feel like we almost just said that about the last series that we covered as well.
Most groups have been like 3-2-1-0 or near enough.
Yeah, pretty close. I mean, that TSM Team Liquid game as well. That was the match that separated first and second. This one, too, is going to separate the top and the first and second place, but it's not going to separate the bottom, the top and bottom of these standings just yet. It's really, once again, going to go down to that mid-pack to try and claw back that second spot for the playoffs. Now, I don't know what the percentages are like just yet for this playoffs contention, but W7M looking pretty comfortable, especially after that win against BDS. I don't imagine that they'll have too many problems against the rest of the pack in this group.
The thing is, we are only halfway through the double round robin. We've done one of the round robin, so every team has played every other team in the group now. But who knows? It's not likely, but it is possible that on the second run around, we could see completely different results. I personally cannot wait to see the rematch between these two teams, because that was quite a show. And I also think that Spacestation and Fury have some more to offer as well, whether it's just stealing a point away from one of these teams, whether it's potentially taking a win. By no means are the playoff spots won or lost as of yet.
Absolutely. I don't think any of these first 3 games were mission critical unless you're one of the teams in the bottom half, right? If you're in the bottom half and you go 2-0 on the first day and then you don't, or you go 2-0 on the first day, or 0-2 on the first day and you don't claw anything back early on in the second day, then you're completely out, right? But I don't think that's happened to anyone in this group so far, except for Fury, who I believe haven't played yet today.
I don't know, but you know who is about to play? Cyclops and Black Dragons. They'll be casted by Parker and Pengu, so stick around and enjoy the show.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server, but we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least 1 team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are very glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at a teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
Oh my God! Yes, he's cried. Yes, yes, yes.
Are you guys ready?
No.
No.
Board the helicopter.
What?
That's border, boy.
Well, first up we have the recruit.
Knock yourself out. You can't do that. You can't do that.
You can't what? I'm still gonna have to eat it.
Nah, you can't smell it. You just gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's coming. Oh yeah, we're in trouble.
That's the first one.
No, it's not bad at all. It's pretty good. The recruit's pretty good. Kanto. Yeah, chug, boy.
What am I supposed to do? Do I go to the next one? Fire bolt. Look at that. I'm not smelling it, bro. I'm not gonna want to eat. I'm not smelling it.
It kind of gives you like an anticipation. It doesn't even have the hot sauce in it. Wait, what? You cheated.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. You cut that shit in half and then you fucking ate the one that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Keep an eye on this guy. I'm on to you. What was that? Is that good?
Yeah, that one actually wasn't that spicy.
What do you think? Out of 10?
2.
Really?
No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the B stream. I'm here, so's Hap, I'm Fluke.
This one threw me off a little bit. It's different than the usual one. But either way, we have another game up for you as we are continuing that rotation. These are the return games now coming through, which means that every team has played each other at least once. Now they are going for the revenge or the double down. It is going to be Soniqs going up against MNM for the first one of these matches to come through. MNM, unfortunately, with a loss underneath their belts, not going to be too happy with that. They want to go for a instant bounce back.
They got it at this point. It's also, you know, a very shaked up table. This was a loss that I think shook up Soniqs a little bit. Lessons learned, time will tell. MNM, they had a rockier start to today than the day that was putting them in first yesterday. Obviously, Black Dragon and Cyclops will be playing on the other stream. You know, you don't really know who's going to win any of these games. That's the thing about this group, and that's the thing proven by the standings of this group, how close it all still is, how sort of back and forth it all still is. Technically, Cyclops can still make it. MNM obviously have a better chance. Either of these two teams could now overtake, catch up, and shake everything up once again.
That's it, right? Like, we have that repeat. Some teams are slightly behind or slightly ahead, but that could all change within the next 3 games these teams will play over. Well, now and going to be tomorrow, the opener and the 5th game of the day. So, with that,
Soniqs looking to secure themselves with a victory. Now, if they do, they will be 91% confirmed of making it towards the playoffs. However, if MNM manage to get a full-fledged victory here, they'll find themselves 82% confirmed for playoffs. But what that also means is that they are, well, really doubling down on their opportunity to qualify for the 6th Invitational. MNM, just like Heroic, one of the 2 European teams that if they get 3rd in the group, they will be going to the 6th Invitational, not having to go through open qualifiers.
It could be settled now, couldn't it?
No. We could get within 2 rounds, basically, of it being settled.
Okay.
That would be if Cyclops loses 0-7, MNM wins 7-0. After that, basically all MNM would have to do is get 2 rounds against Cyclops tomorrow. So they can get really close. That it's not going to be settled yet. Unlike a different group, that could be settled after the games that will be played. But that's not now, that's not this game, so there's no need talking about it. Yet.
Okay.
Yet.
I still need to talk about other things.
Okay,
We'll talk about Soniqs versus M&M them a little bit. If you missed the first game and you want to watch it, I guess cover your ears, but okay, that's enough time. It was 7-3 to MNM Gaming. It was the opener up. It was on Chalet before both teams decided to double down. And, well, it was a strong MNM defense that led us in with a hefty sort of performance. We saw especially Solotov really popping in and popping off in the game itself. Soniqs didn't quite wake up into the engagement yet. It was a 5-1 half, and then from then on, MNM just needed to sort of put the pressure on a couple of the attacks and locked it out. It becomes that sort of story here of that's what Soniqs have to work against. M&M have set the mantle. They've set the sort of pace that we can take this game. They'll have that as the mentality. Soniqs' performance obviously drastically improved since then. They're top of the group. They have grown.
Yes, and Soniqs would like to continue that trend. Make sure that they pick up another 3 points. Distance themselves to a total of 4 to M&M, which are currently going to be in that 3rd place in the group. So if they do manage to do so, basically they are on their way there. Whereas M&M, you know, they want to retake that top spot after that loss against Black Dragons. That might have not been fully as expected. Getting the 10 AM curse struck, there we go, sorry. Unlike Solotov, actually, he again had a good game, especially at the start, but just the rest of M&M had some struggles trying to get going.
No. It's a new celebration.
What?
I don't know. He was just holding his arms up.
Oh, it's like, map feed already. No. It's like, yes.
Nello, map Vito, we want to have a look at it. So we will. We go down the list, and Oregon is where we find ourselves in, I believe, by the looks of that.
Should be M&M attack.
I think so. Yeah, Oregon, M&M are attacking. So you may be wondering why our monitor is a little bit further away on B-Stream, but
we need to walk over.
You wear glasses. I have
that
a lot
doesn't
of
help
hair
me.
in my face. That doesn't help me.
It doesn't help us either. Oh wait, no, they just swapped it over. M&M defense.
M&M defense. Okay, cool. M&M are on defense here on Oregon. Is the only I only say because of what happened in the first game. Is the defense led in well for M&M on the first half? It's still, in my money, down to prove that Soniqs have learnt lessons. It's a different map, sure, no doubt. Oregon, it's a balanced battlefield. They met on Chalet last time, which is a little bit more particular, I think. But Chalet is, in some people's books, a better attacking map than Oregon. So there's always that to sort of take into consideration.
That's it. It's a new map. It's a new day. Both these teams have had some games under their belts, had the opportunity to maybe get some experience in as well for the new roster of Soniqs. There has been some changes there as well that weren't there in the prior iteration. Whereas M&M has basically always stayed the same. They are one of those consistent rosters that we do have at the top flight of CG Esports. And they'll be looking to again find a victory against Soniqs, against NA, to keep up with the scoreboard, to keep up with the opportunity to qualify for both the 6th Invitational and the playoffs.
Well, Solotov was the man of the moment. We said before he ended with a resounding 15-4 in the last showdown. Usus not that far behind, to be honest. 9-4. It was a big showing from the Gunners. Usus was a little bit quieter earlier on in the day, and As you said, we saw the start of Solitov's performance, but you need all of MNM to show up. Because if Soniqs play this game the same way they've been able to play the previous two, maybe more so the one earlier today, rather than the one late yesterday, which involved a bit of back and forth and a massive return after devastating losses on their defense.
Yeah, if Soniqs play like they do before, they will find themselves in a better spot than they were against MNM. The one thing I want to see from MNM, though, is to have Tyrant active and about from the start of the game. Because if you remember the previous game against Black Dragons, he was often the opening kill for the team. And it's not like he died in a gunfight, right? He's like either was droning on the ground and got himself punished due to a Valkyrie camera, or he was just being, well, not cheesed, but he thought it was going to be clear and he gets shot out underneath the planks of a barricade.
Did he not get first?
That's unfortunate.
I don't know. I might have missed it.
That's a curse.
It might have been behind the monitor. I guess we'll find out. All right. We're in, we're on, we're up, we're rolling. With Soniqs versus MNM, and that is a pretty balanced vote. Fair enough, I say. Fair enough, I agree. I think that we've seen Soniqs definitely have a return to form. First ban, first removal, look.
It is one of the more balanced social votes that we did see. As we continue down the banning list, it's going to be the Ying to be removed by Soniqs. So Heartbreachers will stay up. It is going to be the Hibana that can see play. It is one of the operators we have seen banned quite a lot, of course, mostly on Clubhouse, where hatches often play an important role as well. But it kind of can fill that same void inside of Oregon. There's a lot of hatches, especially for that basement take. As Mirror gets removed is also not an odd one to see. For a full year almost, we had a lot of Mirror bans to come through. And Azami, the last one to be taken out. Of course, the ability to, well, redesign any site is not something many teams like to play against.
Yeah, I mean, Azami's been used very, very well, I think, by NA teams. I've seen some very creative usage and deployment. I've really enjoyed how they've sort of put it to the press. The same with Latin America teams here. We do get some Azami across EU. We do get some play, but it's not the most sort of common. We do have, from MNM, common Ying play. They do try and drive themselves on some of these takes and pushes with Candelas. This is all, I think, second-day bans where you start to warm up to ideas. These teams obviously have already played each other once. They have that sort of hot prep to go on. And that's that growth. That's why in the showdown you look towards the team that lost more than the team that won to sort of see, okay, what do they learn?
Yeah, what have they learned from the previous engagement and see if they can actually put in an active betterment of their performance. But at the same time, MNM was not flawless at all, you know. There was definitely some mistakes being made. Soniqs just weren't able to completely punish them on the back of those. So MNM's definitely had the opportunity to learn from the previous game as well and have the opportunity now to show their improvement. Soniqs starting off on that attack quickly, headed towards the barrel, seeing if they can put up some early pressure towards blue, maybe even the elbow. It's often a position that is highly contested by a smoke. Now, drone just went in from Kansan, and they did not see a shield out there, so they think it might be relatively safe. But as he opens up the barricade, a shield magically appears out of the hands of Solotov, so that information is going to be outdated. I wonder if they heard it.
Now, Soniqs. Are you going to look for the loose MNM players and see if you can get the strike? The start is over the top of the tower. Towards T3, and, well, there's not the individual as of this moment. You're just getting the clarity here so you can try and formulate the takedown onto the back end of Pillar. The prep and the steady clarity. It's something they're doing with the full strength of the roster. Instead of going for a bit of width and maybe sending some over to the small tower on the opposite end, they're seeing if they can try and quickly get a bit of a lockdown and build their back end here on the back of the side itself. All 5 players, minus kind of a loose Grixer who's flourishing his way down towards the bottom of blue. They're just going to push entirely from the same side and see what they can remove.
Getting rid of the K-Claw on those hatches is going to be quite difficult, I think. And to rely on the Flores to get a RC Retiro quite close underneath, or maybe even a grenade to bounce the right way from either barrels or possibly even from the main stairs. It's just that if you do so, you are putting yourself at quite a bit of risk. Neo, Tyrant, both playing closely around that pillar, have a good opportunity of removing that. Either way, drones coming through. Soniqs still checking out to see if there is any roamers on the board for MNM because they haven't completely checked out every single nook and cranny on that map. There might still be someone on that top floor. Of course, we know that's not the case, but Soniqs, they need that security before they start actually pushing towards the site.
Neo holding off and waiting for the pressure onto Pillar. There's a minute left, and from some people's books, Soniqs haven't cleared a huge amount, but now they're starting to go a bit wide. That grenade rolled down perfectly on the back of the flash. Neo's able to find some safety. He does lose the ADS. That was a second, now a third grenade, I think. No, that was just a late explosion of the first. It wasn't cooked, so both utilized. There is a stretch over to Freezer, and that's where the first fight happens. Kansan takes care of one. Gunner with the push onto Laundry as well. Suddenly, Soniqs strike on the back end, put the pressure down onto that, and MNM finds themselves all focused onto a back line, and then falling off the back. Tyrant caught out by Geo. The double down and the swing round, they do get him dropped, but it's suddenly just Solotov left. Soniqs, out of nowhere, swung and slapped the back end of the site out. They're trying to find a fight, gets one, gets flashed, gets pressured. They know where he is, there's the next. Soniqs take the first round.
Very clean round from Soniqs there, and even though they didn't really have any utility to get through those hatches, it meant that they needed to go for a bit more of a direct take. Descend down the staircases, take control of Laundry and Freezer, whilst at the same time pushing down the back staircase towards the pillar. Every single gunfight went their way, basically, which did allow them to win that round, but that's quite weird to see on the MNM side. Usually, you're going to be able to at least win out some of those gunfights, but not really the case here. It's just a little bit sharper this early on in that game. MNM not able to match that pace as soon as the execute did come through. Because again, no utility really had been destroyed. Everything but the ADS seemingly was still in place. It's just that MNM, they went aggressive, they tried to bring it back, but they're getting punished for it bit by bit.
It was good. It was a very well-played, well-timed execute there from the side of Soniqs. As I said, they dedicated a lot to getting control of tower. Then they spread themselves over to the other side at about the minute 30 mark. They moved as a unit and then took the fight. It was almost sort of Riot Police-like. They sort of took a bit of territory, had the shields up, bolstered their way across the floor of the site itself, and then just broke down Kettle to defense. And yeah, well, it's a little bit trickier to do at the top. There does have to be a little bit of earlier width if you want to go for a bit of control over Attic. Tyrant's going to see if he can at least try and slow down this approach. A bit of a false start here for MNM.
It's not the best of starts. Someone takes some early damage as well. Not quite sure what that was from. That might have been just a straight shot going through the window. As long as they can control of the small tower quickly. We've seen this be very effective in some of the Oregon games every now and then. Solotov the first to fall. Looking to go aggressive towards that small tower. Looking to keep control, but gets punished for it. That is not the start you want to see for MNM. That first round, that fell out quite quickly. Solotov dying now, that is also not a good sign.
This is a Soniqs team that's not taking the risk. They're making sure that everything is metered, everything is monitored. They're giving no freedom. It is almost ritualistic how clear and how step-by-step their take on parts of this map are. Not specifically the players. It's more, we're going to take this, then we're going to move on to this and this. And with how much control they're sort of generating on the boots inside the building, anyone that's caught out of it is going to be out of step because they're dictating this rhythm with a pretty solid pace. Talking of, Gunner, he's ready to go for something pacey here, can see the pings on the inside, doesn't want to entirely risk it. The man has the kit. It can't entirely go on the back of it. They can make some noise and throw some distress, but I think they need a little bit more intel before Gunner's ready to hop his way in.
Not just that, they need a bit of a distraction, and that's exactly what Kansan is going to be offering, heading up towards the white stairs. Soon we'll be providing a cross angle and maybe some fire to come down as well, together with a potential E1D that Geo still has in pocket ready to activate. Once all of that comes together, that's when Gunner is going to be using the Gara hook to fly right into that building. Because if he's doing that solo, he will be punished for it. There comes the E1D. Surely Gunner's going to be following up. Yeah, right through the window he goes. Finds the kill as well. Somehow instantly for the plant, hoping to put 45 on the board.
The C4 over the top doesn't quite get the catch. They're looking for the fight anywhere. But look at the Soniqs isn't handing them anything. They're keeping themselves tucked. Does get the kid in the middle of the site by a bit of a swan dive through it. Finds a second. Cannot find the third. Kansan on the top of white gets it. And suddenly it's just Tyrant left. Not for very long. Soniqs once again. Step by step, the energy is there, and so is the team play.
I mean, we mentioned it before when we had Clubhouse, right? Like, Clubhouse, a very methodical map. It is going to be the, well, not exactly the same for Oregon, but it's still a step-by-step process. And Soniqs have been following it quite well. They've been taking control, they've gotten that entry, they've cleared out parts of the map, and after that, they just go for that 3, 2, 1, execute clearly, beautifully, and take down MNM as a result. And that puts them up 2-0 in the lead right now. MNM going for that tech timeout. They need to have that chat because something is not going well. We can all see it.
It's an early change of pace. It's an early response of, uh-oh, we've got to try and slow this down. Because they've got a great rhythm. They've got a great momentum here, Soniqs. Both those 2 rounds, their pace has been close to perfect, if not perfect. They are so adamant on what they want to do, and there's very little resistance to them having it happen.
The thing is, look at the first round. Hatches were closed. Didn't even want to open up the hatches. They just had to go down staircases, and they won the gunfights. You're supposed to be in a bit of a disadvantage if you're pushing down those staircases, yet it worked out for them. They were able to win those gunfights, and that just shows that, first of all, they're on point, but second of all, because of everything being so synchronized, it works out well for them. That's why they're currently up on 2-0. Now, MNM, they're deciding to go back towards the basement, and they have made a small change. There's no Cade on the board. The hatches, they will be openable this time for Soniqs. They only put the effort into it, of course, by using those Excaros that Geo will be bringing. As we see MNM set up, there's going to be some extra delay methods to be brought out in terms of the Goyo, Falcon, and, of course, the Banshees, hoping to slow them down just enough to make sure they have a fighting chance and you know, to take them down as they push down the staircases.
Reset, boys. That's what that timeout was. MNM, they're going for a hard sort of reset on this whole game. From this point onwards, they've just got to play what's in front of them outside of maybe Soniqs calling a timeout, but for that, I think you've got to have a lot more success written down.
They know exactly where Neo is. They know exactly he's going to go a bit aggressive. Let's put just that Banshee down for now. Neo has no clue. Now he knows that he wants it. It's going to be 30 seconds of information. Hatches will be open up in the meantime already, and now it's going to be uncontested.
You can see now they're going for the opposite ends of a take. Instead of taking tower first, it's going to be classroom. It's going to be the lessons taught above with a single Luciana on the back end. There is some attention paid, a big stretch, and that's forcing this play. Look at how MNM is reshaped. There is the player that was a little bit up Freezer stairs that's now pulled back, that's forced some of this attention. There's a player around tower stairs, around T2. There they are. But they're still just waiting and ready. They're wasting time. There's one caught in the middle. Rexon, does he know? Ooh, surely he does now. It's a close fight and a ping that really should have been a Neo take there. Used some Tyrant, wanted to chase for a second. The calls came out, and the hot Twitch drone just let in for that. Well,
that could have worked if Neo was a bit more passive there. If he just waited out a little bit longer, not giving away his position. That's a beautiful shot from Nello, though. Gunner removed with just a single pump from that round. He's not going to have any further impact now. Logic bombs have been used. Nothing that Dokkaebi can do now except for checking the cameras and hope for the best. I don't think he actually had the opportunity to hack Neo, so that one ability is not going to be used either.
Yeah, that was a bit of a lockdown, a statement piece from Nello there, sort of saying no way through. I think he popped the C4 around the hatch, hoping somebody would have tried to get the pickup in the second moment. It was a clever ploy and it's a risk, but didn't quite pay off this time. A minute on the clock. This was around the time that Soniqs started to put pressure onto the site, and we can see the fire pop over from the bottom of blue and Freezer itself. They have the hatches open. They're trying to angle themselves up for some control. You're just trying to see them do this game again. Piece together where MNM are. Don't entirely go for the pings. Try and run the intel and see if you can work on it about 15 seconds later. A bit more of a breach, a bit more of a stretch in this. The fight around the tower stairs, so they know that the Goyo's moved up. No.
Oh, they do not. Tyron will find that kill. He was spotted just a second earlier, of course, in the actual pillar side of things. Solotov will find Kansan, and this looks like MNM actually have a good fighting opportunity here. 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to just push on Soniqs if they want to have an opportunity to go for it. That's exactly what Geo does. Doesn't actually land the first shots onto Tyron, doesn't hit the pre-fire either, and it's going to be used to lock it off for MNM. They will find their first round here on the defense. They will need a couple more to find themselves comfortable into the attack, but it's a start, and that is going to be something.
I think with the energy MNM needed now, they want to get 4-2 on this half. They want to make sure that they're in a much stronger position because they know Soniqs can play good defenses. They had a back and forth with Soniqs defenses. If it's an even half, you maybe expect OT, or they maybe do as well. but they also have to break up the momentum Soniqs had, and it was very well put together. It seems like they're going for a similar setup. There's no Lion currently on the left-hand side of the screen, but we do have the quick zip, not with the kit this time.
No, but it might still swap that one around if they actually spawn in at that point. No, quick zip coming through. It's a Thatcher and a Thermite. It is going to be
El Clasico.
El Clasico. With Sledge, IQ, the only operator, of course, that have been released later. That is not going to be Vanilla. It's going to be Yana.
10 seconds left.
With the clones, given a good pace, a good amount of information to come through.
5 seconds to insertion.
Last second change towards Zofia as well, just for a bit of extra explosives. You can use a bot fire, shields, or any other piece of utility. The concussions as well, easily used to, for example, take out a player that is playing in T3. That might become a bit of an issue if Tyrant is out here. Is he using the P10 Roni or is he using the Diamardo? We'll tell a lot about his plans here, whether he's going to go for some early peaks. No, it's a P10 Roni, so he's looking to challenge. He's looking to skirmish in that tower, hoping to add some buddies to his tally.
All right, pressure starts to crack its way over. Once again, the opposite side. Soniqs keep sort of just changing up the side and the angle and flip it round and reverse it, in the words of Missy Elliott, of just where they want to put the pressure onto this time. Armory is the top, but look at the player all the way on the top of T3. We've seen people suffer here. Tyrant, he wants to draw attention, but he can also strike his way down onto Armory stairs. If they're going for an Armory take, it makes this corridor a little bit more dangerous than it otherwise needs to be, without having to deal with the player. The window's open. Kansan has the awareness of it, but that's why he's playing this a bit cautiously. There's the worry of a swing, but there's also more importantly the worry of that slightly further drive, the close play there. Are they going to catch anything with that?
All three ADSs used, and none of them have been tossed through the actual Surya laser gate. So that means that in about 5 seconds or 10 seconds, it will reactivate again without anybody having to shoot it. So they need to be very quick if they want to make something happen with it. Neo, with a small amount of damage done towards Kansan, sticks right behind his shield again as now the gates reactivate. The flashbang needs to get rid of the first, but Nello playing close onto the walk-in closet with that shotgun is going to be punishing anybody who thinks about going aggressive here. That could be a pickup. Solotov was really close to being picked up through the window here.
Well, he gets Rex in and gets caught out by Gunnar immediately after on the window. If anything, I thought the close play there of that EMP was to stop any of the ADSs catching anything to destroy these shields on the back end, but none of the grenades came behind it, and now they've lost 2. Neo, he's doing everything he can to try and play his life here in this situation. There's still pings on players as long as he can sort of sit here and cause problems. One's rotated around in the corner. Kansan is pushed back. There's Tyrant up in the top window, but it's Grixer that finally wins out the fight inside Trophy itself. Kansan's taken a huge amount of damage. They've got to rotate out and find a potential possible route through, and there's the down from users through the 2 softs. They probably won't be able to get the collection onto that. They're just going to spray and hope they get a connection, but no, it was a little bit too out of stretch. 40 seconds though, and this is where the danger moment starts to come.
Again, the majority of the Soniqs team is coming from that bedroom side of things. That C4 got sniped out. It is going to be Gio that just enters the building, takes down Nello though. Now he's going for that plant. He just opened it up all for himself. It's only up to Tyrant. He was in that big tower before. He's now in a 1v2 clutch with that diffuser down on the ground. Finds the first. Now he needs to find that player onto the actual double window. Has an opportunity to go for the defuse here. Gunnar is not close enough. He just spots him out. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to stick it? Yes, he is for now. But will he have time?
Oh, he's in. He's rotated his way around to the top. Do we know? It seems like he's got some awareness. They're on the hunt. They're on the rotate. There's the pre-fire from Gunnar. He had the awareness too. And that is around there from Soniqs. Well played back and forth, 3-1.
As soon as Gunnar was spotted out in that double window, he had to push in. He cannot stay out there. A defuse would have surely have gone down. So he made the right call there by digging himself in deeper onto the actual site, whilst also playing a bit passive. He doesn't want to take that gunfight. As long as there's no active counter defuse going on, he doesn't need to go for a swing. So he played that perfectly there. Soniqs able to just muscle themselves through the site. I was going to say they're in a good position for MNM, because Nello, he was playing close to that breach with a shotgun. You would have expected him to pick up the kill, but Gio just quicker on that trigger. The 5.56 on that Thermite. And now 3-1 here for Soniqs, leading against MNM. Looking to extend, looking to give MNM a taste of their own medicine, because remember, you said it last time, MNM led in onto their defense on Chalet, leading by 5 rounds to 1 over Soniqs. Now Soniqs is looking to reverse that, because they want to be the team that confirms themselves first in the group. Now that doesn't happen today. they are going to be able to get very close.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
All right, MNM, we said that you probably didn't want it to be even because of how the latter half of this game can go. You've already used your tac timeout. At this point, your best option is that it is even. You have a chance here on a site that we haven't seen yet. Instead of going back onto dorms, whilst you can't go back to laundry, which we'll probably see as the final swing, here we are instead.
You're going aggressive. From the trophy up onto the balcony, hoping to catch off at least a utility or a player. Now the first drone falls, but that does mean they are aware of his position. Grixer in the meantime is trying to look and go from behind. He is going to get his position given away by that Banshee, but he wants to support that top floor take. They want to take care of those players so they don't have to worry about them anymore, and they're all collapsing around him as Solotov and Users both will be able to pick up a kill. It's falling apart for Soniqs.
I think Soniqs thought that there was maybe a little bit less up top than it turned out to be. The C4 was one well-played pop, but it sent Solotov with 2 hot drones going ahead. All the other players were just trying to lead in this frag fight against a single player. Now, they've lost those 2 bits of cover. They do pick one back, Rexon, able to find the side of Neo, who hasn't quite been able to connect with this game as of yet, but the kit cold at the top of the stairs. They've got to see if they can try and re-pick that up and redig their way across the board. Kansan, caught by a Capcan, dropped out. Again, the hot drone game has not quite come as fortuitous as it's been before. They were better when they sort of drone, got cold, and then pushed on. The pre-fire to the angle, Rexon is able to cement at least another. A player who was a little bit quiet in the previous showdown between these 2 teams has been pretty big and bold. This one, but can he try and help push alongside with Geo, the final 3 players?
I believe there's 2 players on the actual site here for MNM, so it is going to be a 2v2 shootout with one of the players of MNM being offside, having the opportunity to either go back upstairs and use some verticality here, but I believe it's Nello that is playing close with the shotgun onto the split right here that gets the first, takes down Rexon. Leaves it only up to Geo. He gets that spot, just needs to play patiently right now. That's a 1 pump to come through. And MNM, they will lock off another round here. As you said, it wasn't the side they went to before. It's a side we hadn't seen yet. But that victory is most important in the end.
Nello's very reliable with that shotgun. He knows how to use it. He knows the distance of it. And he's a well-trained hand with it. He'll generally find a kill per round there. And I think in that situation, with everything else going on, with how well it was put together on the top floor, the limitations and the trust behind the hot droning and the guns of Soniqs, it was a bit of a gambit. It went away from them. They thought that they had a little bit, I think, more wiggle room on the top floor than MNM let them have.
No, for sure. They knew of one player, right? A drone out trophy, so they're like, okay, so if I move up wide and you get up armory stairs and we have someone on the balcony, we can literally put a 3-prong attack onto that one player. And then you just lost 2 elements of the attack. And well, okay, that kind of did not work out as we planned. And we are now a massive body amount down, having to try and salvage that round. And MNM, they did not let that happen. Luckily for them, put them up into that second round. You mentioned it before, though, MNM, they would have loved to have a 4-2 score. Otherwise, we might be eyeing up an overtime if this does go to a 3-3. Soniqs, they'll be more than happy already with the 3 rounds they have, but they want to make sure they get a 4th in their pockets right now.
All right, Soniqs, what's the take we're going to see this time? We've seen a couple of different ones. One was successful at the start, and that was the tower take. And this time, well, it seems like we're angling for something slightly different. Still with the calls, and now the Jackal for the control potential of those loose players. We talked about that was the change from the side of MNM. They stretched themselves a bit further across the board. They made things a little bit more problematic in terms of getting the clear on the rest of the map itself. And the Jackal just means that Soniqs can go back to that long arm game that they like to play, where they sort of drone some intel, push it across then, and try and get the execute on the players, and then drone again.
Now, the top floor is relatively uncontested here for Soniqs. I believe that they've basically been given it for free because the majority of MNM has started to fall back, not wanting to stick around. Now, as soon as Rexon comes in, of course, he is going to be able to get those footsteps out. As in the meantime, you did see Grixer take out 2 of the Vulcan canisters there with that Twitch drone. Those are going to be 2 sets of fire. They do not need to worry about anymore if an execute does come through, which basically leaves it to, well, the 3 smoke canisters and Solotov, and also the 2 Vulcan canisters still pre-placed, but which they can isolate a bit easier now.
They're trying to find the angle on the top of the stairs. They know they suffered on the route through. There was obviously a trade of bodies both times this time last time. One from one team, one from the other, but this time nobody has found the engagement on this, the middle floor. Instead, MNM have pitter-pattered their way back down towards the site itself. There's bits of utility to otherwise pop and take out on the route through, but Soniqs have got a bloodless clear of this, most of the map itself. Now it's just the focus onto the pillar player, the one that was able to swing out. I think they might have shot both X-Kairos, yep. Which means that that angle will stay locked for now.
Means there's going to be a player active around the pillar or in elbow. Now, we know it's going to be both, but that is what it tells them. All right, so they have an angle to shoot these out. They're actively contesting it. We need to find a way around it. Again, shot out right there, just instantly, within a second of them being placed. So they're not really having the opportunity to open them up like they wanted to. Again, it's a third set they're trying to use. It's just not working out right now, Soniqs. You need to do something else.
Yeah, you got to go with a plan B here, Soniqs, and it seems like that's going to come. Gio's going to drone his way down for Gunnar on the back end of it. They're going to see if they can try and pinch onto Neo. They're concerned about the drop on the door. If somebody can shoot those, well, somebody can shoot us. That's the attempt on the smoke, covering it. Look at the pressure onto Blue. There is a Goyo on the door of Blue, so that's going to buy them at least 15 seconds. The drop comes, the drop gets done. Solotov uses, and Neo all find one apiece with Rexon at least getting one for their own. Kansan, he's got the kit back, waiting for the swing, but it comes against them. MNM, they find their even half. They get 2 just on the tail end. Now they got to see if they can try and do the business on attack.
Very clean last round there we saw from MNM. They were able to, well, first of all, they played up on the top floor, but they fell back as they had to, basically only leaving a minute 20 left for Soniqs to basically prepare their entire attack. And they just kept throwing X-Kairos at a wall that refused to open up, which just, like, it wastes so much time with just an MNM player shooting that open. And you're thinking, okay, how does that happen? Well, it was going to be the smoke player that was sitting inside of elbow, but was uncontested due to the fact that the barrel door had not been opened by an attacker at the start of a round. He is not pressured. He could just open up or destroy those X-Kairos without being punished for it. And that just wastes so much time. It shows the importance of having to open up windows or doors adjacent to the site, even if you're not going to be using them, because it puts some pressure down onto a player out there, because they do not have to go through a barricade first. They can instantly fire at you if they suddenly appear from that position. So MNM, 3-3 equals score. But now they're going over to the attack. This is why they need to make a difference if they want to take another victory.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Soniqs, I've sort of said that you had a good game on your defense against MNM. It was just the first half that sort of belied you. Time to, I guess, either prove me right or prove MNM wrong at this moment in time. See if they can otherwise step themselves in and try and do a bit of damage. We talked about how MNM needed 5 points from the start of the day to be able to cement themselves at SI. Not out of the groups, but they could have cemented themselves at SI. 3 here will definitely still go a long way. OT is something they definitely want to avoid right now. Soniqs, they're sitting top of the group. If they can get a full 3 points from this, they look closer and closer to being one of the teams confirmed in a very messy group.
Yeah, that's it. Whoever picks up 3 points here is going to be returning to the favorites of making it out of the group. So a lot of these teams are willing to fight for everything they have. And mind you, some of the technical timeouts have already been used. So there is going to be a team, MNM, without it, so they need to make sure that everything sticks from now. They need to make sure to get in that rhythm and do not allow Soniqs to kick them out of it. Because those last 2 rounds, they were good examples. As Gunnar is about to be receiving a bit of pressure right here. Is he going to be winning this first initial gunfight, or is he going to fall back? He heard that drone coming, takes it out, instantly drops back, does not want to stick around to find out. Instantly gets behind that pillar. Let them use utility to clear anything.
Solotov just going to get the stretch and the control over the chancellor rotation around the top. They're getting the clear done around the same sort of pace that we saw from Soniqs. It still leaves plenty of time to go for the break and the push down underneath. The hatches being popped open as well. The thing and the difference here is that generally all of the utility in the pockets of Soniqs seems to be down on the site itself. You've still got a lot left to break through regardless of the stretch that was otherwise put against them. There's the angle being opened. Is Gio going to see if he can shoot it out? They're missing. The second impact does get it rather than go for the swing. So
I mean, it's understandable because look at the difference, right? There is going to be a player actually near the barrels right now. They cannot afford to go for the swing from elbow because Solotov can literally just peek you as they do, which means they needed to use different pieces of utility to get rid of those X-Kairos.
Solotov wants to fight. He's hoping somebody is going to try and face check him in 40 seconds. he's going to find that time is going to be something that has to work in his favor. Smoke canisters stopping the swing of Tyrant on the back end, and the play of those grenades, more importantly. They've still got control of Shaiko. Sort of misses the player that slips by onto Pillar. The one that's tucked on the right and the left means he does not have a clean entrance. There's Geo popping one more smoke. Grix is watching to make sure nobody swings behind it, hoping that if they go for a gambit, it's not going to work. 20 seconds. They're above the hatch. They're inside the hatch. They got to take the drop in the fight. They lose out. Gunner and Solotov one apiece. The drop all the way into the site itself. Tyrant gets one. Gunner tucked close on the swing. Uses inside the site on the back end. Gets the take on the back end. Gets two. Nello's going to see if he can stick the plant. They have the cover on the rotation, a pocket full of seconds. Do they know where the player is? They've got ones watching either side. It is an MNM round.
Let's go. Well done by MNM there. They were able to also go for that 3-2-1 execute style there. They needed to go for it. The time was ticking down. And then we had some amazing kills coming through, some sharp fire, something that was lacking from MNM in those first couple of rounds, which allowed Soniqs to take the early lead. Also, if we speak tactically or strategically, they had the early opening onto barrels, Emmy. They open up that door, which means there is pressure. That forces the player that was playing into elbow before to go into the Shaiko spot, which basically puts you, well, in a stuck position, right? Because as soon as they drop that hatch, that's the first corner that will be swung. The same goes for elbow. He will be watching that, or for barrels, I have to say. And I'm not saying that one on the round because that was definitely not the case. It was going to be that incredible synchronization from MNM, just finding those players, localizing them, isolating them, and taking them down. But it's just that, you know, that little bit of extra that they had right there, which allowed them to set up just a little bit easier.
MNM, for the first time this game, pull into the lead on their first attack. They're able to do a little bit of a difference, but, I mean, Soniqs took the first two, and then a timeout was called, and then it ended up as an even half. So there's still a lot left to play here. Soniqs, what's the change-up? You sort of did what MNM did, their first defense down there. Gave a lot of territory up, and you're sort of doing what they did on their second, stretching it a little bit further. Gunner all the way on the far end of Small Tower. Rexon, he's dancing around dorms, and I think you have Grixa towards Classroom as well. They've decided to do exactly the same thing. Push themselves further and further out. There's the reveal. They want to see if a fight is about to happen. They have the Lion, they have the Jackal, they have everything to track. A man that might be able to Ramadesh himself a little bit further. He's checked. Will he be pre-fired through the soft? He doesn't want to go on the other side of it. He's instead going to see if he can stick around. He knows if he runs, he's going to get caught out. They push themselves down to shower corridor. He ducks and tucks and finds some safety up, which is probably not going to be the most expected thing. The Jackal could get a track in if they get the read, and the player will be pushed all the way to the top. But look at this. Solotov, he's got himself in there, sees the Prisma deployed, knows that there's a fight just around the corner. The ping's there on the player. There's a rotate that's going to come through. The pre-fire happens, doesn't quite connect. There's a lot of pressure here on the top floor. Solotov is watching, monitoring it. The pressure's now coming on the back end as well, and Rexon wins a massively important fight there on the way out the door. Tyrant's going to see if he can at least catch that loose player. Look at users underneath the hatch as well. They know that they cannot drop that way, so they rotate onto Attic. Geo is with a shotgun, locked and ready to pop if they root themselves over. But Soniqs, they're not messing around. Got the kill, back to the site, escaped with their lives, and a lot of utility used.
Definitely being shepherded, though, by the side of MNM. Every single other exit was being locked off, but the actual big tower. Grixer, he's sticking around, though. He's around that meeting site, wants to throw a spanner in the works, and he's about to do so as well. He's staying hidden. Knows there's going to be someone in meeting. Takes down users. Tyrant has gone down as well. I believe that's going to be a second Capcan trap he actually managed to step into. Needs to be recovered now. Flashbangs are being tossed out to at least secure that. Make sure no one is coming for the chase. Grixer is being called right now. He will be hunted. Is he going to stay alive? That's a big question.
I mean, that's it. They've already dedicated so much, but look at the timer ticking away. He's stuck on a corner. If he moves, he'll be dropped. The flash comes through. He slips his way past and tries to pre-fire the angle. Neo does find his head, but still, 45 seconds. They've lost their Buck. They've lost their Lion. They've lost their two big gunners as well. It's now down to the three remaining players, one of them pretty mortally injured, to see if they can try and put the pressure onto the site.
There's about a 45-second difference now between MNM opening up the hatch onto the E-box compared to when they did it in that previous round. So a lot of time has been wasted. Also, 2 of those kills coming through. That is going to be a big difference maker. Smoke canisters are now being deployed. The last one just tossed in, but that's going to be enough to stop any drop from the E-box, meaning they only really will have to worry about Laundry. And of course, the freezer drop that's coming through. Gunner will shut down the first. 7 seconds left on the clock. Neo needs to make a miracle happen right here, but it gets shut down right afterwards. Nello doesn't
didn't stand a chance either. Gunner makes sure he takes both down, and Soniqs, they equalize the score again.
I mean, Gunner, from the first point of contact at the very start of that round, slipping his way via an escape route that covered most of it, to getting a cheeky little triple kill at the end. It sort of shows that the whole round that time, yeah, sure, there was MNM presence and pressure, but without that pinch on those loose players, it's just time wasted. It just plays into Soniqs' game there. Soniqs even being able to find a kill on the way out the door, I mean, it puts a little bit more pressure. We're back in, we're balanced. It's what I sort of said might happen is this back and forth they had last time. It was this setup between the two teams, seems perpetually in motion.
There was an opportunity for greatness there on MNM, right? Because they realized what was going on. They forced the players back. At some point, 3 players were literally in the same room, and they covered off every single other entrance but the one they took, which was, of course, going to be that big tower staircase. It is the most difficult to take control of, especially with the take MNM went for. But if Solotav was able to hit those first couple of shots, that would have been a completely different round.
5 seconds to go.
Either way, they will have to continue on. As it is 4-4, we're up on that top floor now, a completely different site. Requires a completely different take. Snello is bringing out the Osso. The talent shields make an appearance. I'm just trying to find out how they want to use it. Is this going to be into the games? Or is the talent shield going to be used around that big window to provide a bit of extra security on, you know, the Overwatch role that might be filled?
Okay, MNM. Who can you get on the hunt this time, if anybody? A bit of a change of the setup. Obviously, the Ossa has the chance of putting some of that set-down pressure on. Rexon's giving himself a bit of width and a bit of attention more than anything. He's trying to slow MNM on this approach that I said they worked very well last time round. Soniqs, in terms of the gun game, has definitely stepped up massively compared to the last showing between these two teams. Solotov's got himself a little bit of sense of safety, but there's always a concern of a Soniqs player tucked around into an uncomfortable corner.
Player above him in the attic might have just given out that call like, hey, I think I heard someone in meeting. I want to be careful if you're playing around the kitchen, and that's exactly why Rexon is rotating back up from that white stairs, doesn't want to stick around because he's figuring out that they are coming out about him. They're trying to box him in. So lots of opens up with the skeleton keys, unable to actually hit those shots to Grixer. A little bit of damage done, but not enough to take him out of the equation early on. But that is going to be someone that has dropped down towards that basement. That is going to be someone they can try and wait for, catch him if he tries to rotate back up.
Yeah, they're still checking everything and wanting to be a little bit safe. And Soniqs, once again, they've sort of pulled themselves back in. There's not been a blood cost paid by MNM as of yet. They're still going for the shepherding game and just limiting some of the routes and rotations across the board, buying themselves just some safety here, and now they'll go pick themselves up and maybe start setting up for the double window take. You can see the sledge getting themselves the angle. They have Nello obviously still with the Oster shield, still with the pressure they can put down in terms of the structure of the site. Nothing too major has been removed. The play of the grenades underneath seemed like it was going to be a swing for a second. Now it is once again with Solotov as the butt, causing potential problems.
Tyrant takes a small amount of damage as well. There is someone close on the bring back. Rexon wins out on that gunfight, brings it to a 5v4. Grenades have not found anybody as of yet as well. Neo about to toss in his second, also without any joy. Soniqs are coming back towards the side. They know they need to turtle in right now. Rexon drops, and that means there is going to be an opening for MNM.
Neo got a kill from underneath the dorms there, but with 25 seconds, they've got to start trying to put the pressure directly onto the site itself. They've got the man out from the back end. Nello, he's got one set up. He's going to see if he can just drone out that corner. They might be able to tuck themselves in, but with the position inside dorms, it's this window fight that's going to be important. 10 seconds. And they've entirely thrown everything down towards tucking behind the dorms end without all the rest of the work. Nello finds Gunner on the swing, but it's still that big crux position. Where do you get in and plant? What do you cover? There's the swing, there's the aggression, there's Kansan and Grixer. And MNM just ran out of time, caught in a frost mat on the attempt to plant.
I was going to say that's probably why we saw the kid's bedroom player turn around, focus on the actual window, because he realized there is going to be a frost mat. They cannot just go for the jump in. We need to make sure that we do not lose control as we speak. And Soniqs, they regain control of that game after that defensive half. Again, rotating at the exact right moment, making sure they're not giving away any free kills towards MNM, whilst putting back on the fight on that big window, which was going to be the crucial point of ingress for MNM. That's where the diffuser was.
And it's not ideal if you need to be jumping in a big window that has long cross angles, watched for it, and also frost mats underneath. It is almost going to be a mission impossible to win that one out. The Soniqs, as they lead 5-4, are just a single round away from making it to a point against MNM. And with that, they will basically guarantee themselves to stay on top of the table at the end of the day. But as they push through, it's going to be a bit of an extension towards the shower. We have seen this a lot back when Oregon just re-entered the competitive map pool. We saw players play around the showers next to the lockers, of course, with a shield right behind it to challenge anybody coming in from the small tower. Now Rexon playing close around the window, hoping to catch someone off guard, hoping to find someone who's not droning out properly enough, but he's fallen back. He knows it's maybe a bit of a Hail Mary. Doesn't want to be risking his life too much out there. But as I said, he heads right back up, gets on top of the small tower stairs. Now a drone is coming out from Tyrant. Is he going to find him? He's moving out a lot. That is definitely going to be a spot now. Now he's going to be stuck. There's no way out. Unless there is.
Okay, MNM once again on the back foot, once again around down, in a bit of trouble. You see Soniqs, they've been able to pull themselves back into a bit of control of the momentum here. There was 3 rounds tied in a row by MNM to pull themselves back into the lead, or into the lead even. And Soniqs have to see if they can try and, I guess, get a little bit more of that energy. Neo is now the one. He's playing the role of the Oster, the Talon Shields. They're going for the back line. What seems like it'll probably be a default approach. Get one eyed up. There's anything but Tyrant. Gone off the board from a wide swing from Rexon. Users at least gets Geo back.
Rexon has literally been around that small tower the entire time, and at some point they just abandoned him on MNM's side, and he decided, you know what? Time to go aggressive, see what I can do. Openings are being made onto the stage now. I believe they want to be opening up the hatch as well. Nello is placing the exothermic just to provide an extra bit of depth towards Solotov, who is here on top to provide that cover, to cover up the rotations back in, to make sure that the A side is exactly going to be cleared out, just like those on my discs, allowing utility to fly deep and through again to block off lines aside they could use to stop this plant from happening. But he also still on the board from Neo is going to be that crucial factor. They're going to be placing that on the stage, plant right behind it. It's going to be very difficult with just a single impact left on Gunnar to really deal with that situation.
That's it. Neo is the moment now. If he can try and get himself set up, they're going to push the flashbangs, the pressure on the back end. In fact, they're just going to see if they can stick the plant, maybe bait some of the attention. It's Users that gets Gunnar. Kansan's underneath. C4 fishes out Nello and gets the kill. There's Users trying to get the lockdown, but Kansan wins out one more. Solotov sat watching a hatch. They're going to see if they can get the plant down now instead, pre-firing the angle with the hope of catching the loose player. They just throw themselves up. Neo gets the drop down, gets dropped down. The last player, Solotov, he was the man of the moment in the previous showdown. They're looping their way up, pre-fires the fight there. They just need to keep him at an angle. The second is looking for it from range. Does he have the watch? Does he have anything? Giving him intel on either of them. There's a very scrappy fight. He's expecting a pinch from the second at the same time. Drops one. One more player in 20 seconds. The swing comes through. It's Solotov!
That's why they needed that overwatch from above, Emmy. Yes, the C4 got through. That happens. They still managed to get that plan down, and Solotov had the verticality, had the angles go their way, and finds MNM their 5th round that they need as well. They want to pick up points from this game. They did not start off the day well at all. So they need to make sure they get back into it. And they need to find those 3 points themselves as well. We mentioned it before, for them it's going to be an SI qualification and also, of course, that fight for playoffs that they are currently playing for. Soniqs, they just want to extend their lead because they started off this game, the reset, with 1 point at least over everybody else. MNM on their attack, they hang on. Soniqs again, setting themselves up for that basement. Now, this has gone MNM's way once, and after that it went Soniqs. The big difference back then was, when it did go Sonic's way, is because they had the heavy emphasis on the top floor. They wasted a lot of time, actually took out 2 bodies of MNM as well before they fell back towards the site, leaving MNM with about 40 seconds less of an execution time and 2 bodies less, able to be tossed onto the actual site to win, to get the advantage. So that's exactly what they're doing now. Kenzen aggressive around that master bedroom, hoping to go for a bit of a spawn peek here, hoping to play on a bit of sound and go for a bit of a bait. Maybe even here to help Rexen if he's receiving a bit of pressure from that small tower.
Didn't feel confident. Fair enough. Here comes Solotov, here comes the pressure, and he knows that he's not going to get away with the early strike that he might have hoped on that audio. Intel, the site is down in the basement. Why risk getting pinched when there's nobody else to truly support you? The hold is won here. It's back down all the way inside the floor. It's flat itself. The grenade chases ghosts. None to be found.
The big issue is, though, is when MNM was allowed to set themselves up, when MNM had no pressure coming in from the 1st or 2nd floor. They basically opened every single hatch by about, well, a minute 30 left on the clock, which gives you ages of time in Siege to start working these angles, to start isolating the players and really put up the pressure from multiple different points. If there is going to be roamers, that time is slowly being dilated, of course. That is going to be only going to be up to 30 seconds to maybe a minute. And that could really be a difference maker. But for now, MNM is going to be given free reign. A whole lot of it. But how will they use it? Are they going to be as successful as before? Soniqs have something else up their sleeves.
All right, MNM, a minute 30, and this is around the pace where you were successful, but let's not forget that it was all within a final 15 seconds death drop onto the hatch towards the fight inside. There's, you know, a couple of changes that could be made there from the side of Soniqs where they might be able to swing with a little bit more pressure. The first could be this. Those ex-Kairos probably going to be tucked in the corner to see if they can force the play on Geometrics. There's the drop of the destruction of the shield on the far end. There is still a bulletproof, I believe, tucked on the back wall that Grixer was watching, waiting for this. There's the Banshee in the core of the room. They're sort of saying, well, we're going to clear laundry. We're going to make sure that if we push from the back end, we have that too. Solotov opens up the door on blue as well. There seems to be a little bit more in terms of the hold here, but can they hold off and can they swing into the first fight?
That bulletproof not really high up on the priority list for the RC Rotero right here. It was going to be the things that slow you down. Either way, Solotov ready around the barrels, has an opportunity to either go into elbow or to go towards Shaiko, depending on where the help is going to be needed. Drops are about to come through. 35 seconds left on the clock. The smoke canister is about to evaporate onto the back stairs. There's one left in Geo's pockets. That is maybe what they're waiting for before they can make that final call. Where do we go? The time is ticking down, and this is going to be Solotov that runs it, but instantly gets taken down from Shaiko by Solotov. They need to push through now. Geo gets another kill. MNM is falling apart.
Yeah, Soniqs, they've been able to catch the push here. Grixer has a quick response, and Grixer with his 3rd for the round. Behind the cover of the smoke. Doesn't really matter there. They had the calls, the beat, and the players beat too. They are the first team to make their way onto map point. There is one round that separates MNM from overtime. There's one round that separates Soniqs from 3 points.
That's it, and that will put Soniqs into a really good position. That might have not looked like it at the end or at the start of that first group stage day. And I like the adaptability we saw from Soniqs there, because the first round on their defense, they were picked apart by MNM by some, well, good coordination from MNM's side. However, Soniqs, they read into that. They knew exactly where the pushes were coming from. They knew exactly when certain players were about to swing in. Ready for it, waiting for it, able to bring the gunfight back to them and win them out this time around. I mean, at the end, it is still that FPS game. You need to be winning the gunfights if you want to be winning the rounds. And that is what Soniqs did out there. They went for those fights at the last couple seconds. They did not wait in corners, hope for MNM to run out of time. They went aggressive and it worked out. 6-5. One more opportunity for MNM to bring us to OT. Otherwise, they will be ending the day with 0 points after getting 5 on the very first. That is definitely not something they would have loved to see.
MNM, it's still been that bit of back and forth. There is still a chance of overtime here. Still down to prove Soniqs wrong. They've been able to get the stretch, the swing and the grab on these swings from MNM. MNM need to try and find a little bit more of a connection towards the guns that are otherwise being laid against them here. There's just been a big step up compared to the last time Soniqs met this team early on the first day to the Soniqs we find late in the second. They've definitely fallen in love a little bit more with the guns in Sweden.
Very early takeout of the Banshee there that is below in 90. Of course, there is a lot of verticality right above it, so as soon as that starts to whoop, it's going to be giving away all the information to the players above, and verticality is going to be, well, happening for certain. So taking that out gives you a bit more freedom to move through, maybe a bit more sneakiness. MNM, they definitely need to at least find an opening somewhere, and as Grixer is still active around green, he hops over towards the stage of the meeting hall as he spots out a drone, but heads towards the basement. Again, going to be playing around here. MNM, they might be aware of it, but that, again, is going to be that pop-up player that can just rotate around freely because he's not going to be hunted. It's not the objective! As Gunnar takes down Nello with the kit. That needs to be recovered. That's going to be another 10 to 20 seconds gone off the board for MNM.
Another rough moment there for MNM. The kit goes cold, and they got to see if they can try and get a hot body back for it. Usus rotates its way down towards the double window as Soniqs actually rotate their way down. A little bit of a spray through. They're just going to see if they can try and get lucky there, and he's not going to entirely overexert himself. Just misses a player rotating around, but there is one underneath the side and the drop on the hatch inside Zulu. Waiting. Geo, he's a bit patient here. He's got the angle up towards the split through. He's watching Attic from that exact location.
Don't think they're going for the kit recovery, at least not yet. Drones are being watched, but no one in position. Kenzen will find Solotov. Brings it down to the last 3 players of MNM. This could be the end of it. Uses, do you know someone is in the corner out there? No, he does not. Geo will shut him down. It's only up to Tyrant and Neo now. The kid not even in pocket. They need to go for all 5 of the kills if they want to take a victory here.
Well, all 5 seems impossible at this point. Neo gets 1. He's looking for the second, but it comes from all over. Soniqs, they take the full 3 points. They find themselves top of the group, I believe. And they find a bit of revenge for yesterday.
They had a point over every other team at least. Now it might be extended up onto 4. Soniqs, they are the first team to really put in their first leg into the playoffs here of this group. All they need is just a point or 2 extra tomorrow over those 2 games to find themselves confirmed for the playoffs. And this will hurt for MNM, because they wanted to continue the great game they had yesterday, the great games they had yesterday. But before we get into that any further, let's toss it to a quick break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a 2-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position. That is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hi, welcome back. We find ourselves here in the wake of an unfortunate day for MNM, from being top of the group yesterday with 5 of 6 to being around 3rd potentially with 0 of 6. A very rocky second day for the EU team.
It definitely is, but at the meantime we have Soniqs, who had an incredible game here as well. They managed to basically serve up revenge to MNM, take those 3 points back that they lost earlier on yesterday, of course, and with that they will definitely be at the top of the groups because they already had a small advantage over everybody else. All they need to do now tomorrow is to lock it off truly, make sure they are going to the playoffs and show that the changes made are able to be successful as well, of course, after Super retired. So, with that, as we go over the replays, there was many great rounds coming through. There was also, you know, some good setups coming down from either of these 2 teams. But it was also like some whiffed shots that really hurt the rounds later on. Siga Solotov, for example, inside the games, had the opportunity to lock them off as they were trying to rotate back through the attic. Missed the shots there. It's unfortunate. It was an incredible flick, by the way, from the player trying to rotate through, and that allowed him to rotate back to side. That allowed him to win that round, and that might just well be one of those different makers that eventually put Soniqs on the upper hand here today.
You also realize Soniqs' gun game. It showed up so much more than their previous showdown, and MNM's just could not quite materialize to the level that they had it last time. As I said, it's been a rocky day, none so more than I think the guns of the team, from what was tremendous performances to nobody apart from users, I believe, going positive on this second game.
I mean, you mention it, right? Like the first 3 rounds, really, it was Soniqs that their guns were firing on all cylinders. There was almost no stopping them. And if you then look at this the summary right here, basically everybody is carrying their own weight. It's not like we have one player on like 20 kills and the rest of them like trailing behind. No, everybody is closely around that 10 mark. Gio, of course, a little bit lower, but it's of course logical to see with what he was trying to accomplish right there. So everybody on Soniqs carried their weight. And that eventually got them that victory, a well-deserved victory, a well-deserved 3 points that will put them on the top of the group and will keep them there as well for now.
I mean, that's it for Soniqs. Obviously, from what was a disappointing first game, for what was a disappointing first day in general for NA to this, suddenly being the top of the board, the potential favourites of their group to be able to escape it after the first game tomorrow. There's only 2 games left for these teams inside groups. We're closer and closer.
Oh, Cyclops.
Cyclops make things so dangerous.
Yeah, they've gotten a full-fledged victory against Black Dragons. So Soniqs is 4 points ahead of everybody right now. That means that if they take a win tomorrow, if they even take 2 points tomorrow, they are going to be confirmed. Like, they can be done after that second game of the day, first game of the day. They can sit back and relax and watch Black Dragons, MNM, and Cyclops try and go and sprint for the most points necessary to actually still try and qualify. This got really close out of nowhere. Cyclops is back into the mix. This could go literally anywhere.
Oh, that's spicy.
That's spicy.
It's dangerous for MNM, though, the team that won in third. The team that needed third to get themselves to SI locked. They have no guarantee of that. They have 2 games to try and dictate that. Almost, as weird as it is to say, forget Sweden, forget Jönköping, just for this moment. They need that more than anything.
I think Sprabuni did say, though, I'm not 100% sure, do not quote me on this, MNM are basically going to the 6th Invitational. It is just a 100% statistical confirmation to come through.
You still want to aim for that.
You still want to get that, right? You want to make sure you do it yourself.
In front of you, if you have the path for your own making to succeed, you want it to be built on that. You don't want to risk anything else on it. If you need to hit 3rd place for it, you've got to hit 3rd place for it. They'll be thinking that a lot more than I'm thinking that, and I'm thinking that a lot. So the pressure's on for MNM tomorrow, though. We'll be when we pick up back up with those games. And a quick break before we pick up back up with more games here. See you after that.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high. You never know why.
Something in your eyes of power. And I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so I can't understand now. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, you never know why. No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We are stars in a darkened sky. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. I'll fight for you every second. To keep your touch in my memory. I try not to regret it. What could have been, should have been. If you would stay with me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. When you leave, don't forget to remember. Don't forget to remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
With the new season that is coming, we are very happy to announce that we will be launching the new reputation system. Since 2020, we have been deploying part of it during a shadow deployment to gather a lot of data from our player base in order to provide a sustainable solution for the long term. We will be starting with the first release in a beta display. The reputation system will be looking at your gameplay behaviors, but also your interaction that you have with players. Based on that, it will paint a portrait of you and assign a specific standing. Then based on this standing, we will be triggering, during year 8, a set of actions that will be bonuses or penalties. When we talk about penalties based on your low standing, we mainly talk about game restriction toward the game mode. So for example, a player will not have an access to the competitive playlist, but also the test server. But we will also have restrictions and modifier to the currency, the alpha pack, the progressions. By providing guidance, information, and by bringing this new standing icon, we will be improving the play experience of everybody. When we are looking at the number of rounds impacted with at least one team kill per round, we can see a decrease of 10%. And I'm talking about per round, not per match. So this is great. We want to move away from the toxicity that the people are facing, and we want to improve the gameplay experience and provide a safer place for everybody. We are very glad to say that we will be removing the friendly fire from the preparation phase. We heard you. By removing it, we are just securing the whole experience for everybody. So there will be no mistake anymore, so that everybody can focus on their preparation phase and then start the battle. In terms of design, if you shoot at the teammate, there will be no damage, there will be no reverse-friendly fire, and the bullet will not go through. I hope you will enjoy this new change, and we will be looking at your feedback during the season launch. We are always looking at new solutions to bring more security into the game, but also to better protect all players against cheating. And this is a priority for us. The team, over the past months, has been working hard to bring a new security measure to fight cheating. The goal is to decrease the cheating problem that you are facing, and we are really confident in this new solution that we are bringing into the game. We will monitor the effectiveness of it on all player base, on the cheater, and for sure, I will come back to you with some insights.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back once again to the Bravo stream here live from the 6th Major Jönköping 2022. It's just about time for us to move into our next matchup, and we are finally reaching that pivotal point of the tournament now where teams can begin to truly lock themselves into the playoffs here. In fact, one of those matches is going to be occurring right here, right now, with the Dire Wolves up against FaZe Clan, and meanwhile, over on the other stream, the European Wolves are going to be going up, of course, against Mirage to settle their fate as well. Stokes, let's start breaking this one down as you take a peek at the rosters.
Well, first things first, we got to talk about FaZe Clan and some of the opportunities that they have here, because there's a chance for them to lock it up right here, isn't there, John?
Yep, absolutely the case. There's a chance for them to not only move forward into the playoffs, but they can also confirm their 6 invitational attendance at the end of this game as well. So a lot on the line here. That does rely a little bit on the result, of course, of the game for the European Wolves also, but we'll talk more about that as it becomes relevant towards the tail end of the game. Aside from that, though, things have been going swimmingly for FaZe Clan so far at this LAN. Very similar situation to some of the other matches that you and I were casting earlier today, where, once again, they just need to close this one down inside of a 7-0 or a 7-1 situation, and they can confirm their berth into the playoffs.
Yes, indeed. And for FaZe Clan, as you've been saying, they are running amok of things right now. Specifically for FaZe, Souls has had a heck of a LAN right now, 1.27 rating for him, but FaZe across the board looking quite stellar here. Now, the same thing can't be said for Dire Wolves. They've been struggling a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they've really been, once again, much like all of our APAC teams, right? We've been, unfortunately, the guardianship of all of these APAC teams today as well, in terms of this is our 3rd APAC match today. So the Dire Wolves, we're going to have to check in with them, see how they have been doing, at least as far as the other two teams we were casting earlier with SANDBOX as well as Fury. APAC has not been looking the best right now, and now we have to see if Dire Wolves can give us any positive note to bring home from that region.
Yeah, a lot less APAC and a lot more APAC your bags, it seems, this LAN. So unfortunate stuff for the APAC region overall, but there's still some semblance of hope. They still have chances here, and it starts up against FaZe Clan. And it looks like we're going to have the decider be Skyscraper of all things. So this is definitely going to be an interesting affair, especially with Skyscraper now in the works.
This is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the rubber hits the road for both of these teams. Dire Wolves have to know the FaZe Clan are obviously not really going to be pulling any punches here, given the fact that they can qualify here and now, not only, of course, for the playoff stage, but even for SI as well. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this all plays out. Going into Skyscraper as well, this is quite the tricky map to be playing into. Also, a lot of complexity that builds into this one, being the newest, added to the pool, of course. So a lot of additional work the Dire Wolves are going to need to put into it, alongside FaZe Clan, of course. FaZe Clan, though, not too worried about them. Like we've been talking to death at this point. Haven't really been missing a beat all throughout this tournament. Even as of the earlier game today, we are still seeing some serious struggles for the players on the Dire Wolves, except for that one win they were able to find. Doing better than Mirage, of course. Still sitting, of course, with only that single point they were claiming with a loss in overtime, but still need to be able to lock things in now, because for both the Dire Wolves, or rather Wolves themselves at the top here, and FaZe Clan, they can lock in their attendance at the playoffs at the end of this match.
Yes, indeed they can. And now looking over to our map and what we have to offer over there after our playoff probability, our Wolves are already set up and ready for war. 99% for the EU Wolves if they end up winning in regulation, 97 if they get get an overtime win for their next bout, but we're looking at FaZe Clan here as they stare down the barrel of Direwolves. 97% if they get in reg, and if it's OT, John, well, that's going to be 90%.
Yep, pretty much. So we're seeing chances to be locked in essentially from this matchup here, as that's only going to leave that 2 and 3% or a 1 and 3 percentile chance for both Wolves and FaZe Clan to not qualify, which means it's pretty much impossible unless some crazy stuff happens with tomorrow's games there. Either way, both of these teams looking to secure things. We'll have to see if we can secure this matchup as well when it hopefully gets started in just a few moments. FaZe Clan once again looking to potentially repeat their run from last year as well. For those who recall correctly, when we hosted our last major at the end of last year in Sweden as well, FaZe Clan ultimately became the victors of that event, so it would be quite an interesting event if they were able to run that twice here now by doing it once again this year.
So let's start breaking down Skyscraper and start looking at some of our map pool here overall. It's day 2. We now have had enough maps to be able to kind of consider how things are going at this LAN. And for Skyscraper in particular, it's one of our 2 maps out of the pool that is offender-sided. 40% overall defensive win rate on this map. The worst site, T Karaoke, which has been chosen 6 times already this event. 17% win percentage for that site alone, John. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. For those considering what the other map was, by the way, that has that type of percentage, it was Chalet, which actually has a worse defensive win rate at 36%. So really be looking to these offenses on Skyscraper and see what they can possibly muster. Hopefully it's got some luster behind it. I can definitely tell you that. Especially from what we'd seen recently, or not even recently, you know, more the mid-year for Skyscraper, where people were having a lot of problems putting their offenses together given how the new map looks.
It makes sense too with what we saw, of course, on this map, given the fact that, of course, we've got attacker repick now, so the attackers have that little bit of an extra boost they can give themselves in terms of utility swap out. And then you look at the map layout as well. Super hard to retake in quite a few of these sites, especially for T-Room there, where basically you're fighting for the site, and if you're giving that up, you're probably dying in the process. It's very unlikely that you're leaving that site and coming back to it at a later point to retake it there. And we play a lot of the sites on this map that way, in my opinion. That's why, again, we're seeing that pretty attacker-sided favored map stat being loosened, onto Skyscraper here. But let's not waste any more time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it. A chance for FaZe Clan to lock in their SI attendance on top of making their way through into the playoffs. Let's see if they can get it done against the Dire Wolves, while the European Wolves over on the mainstream face off against Mirage from North America.
Well, Dire Wolves, we haven't seen you in a while, so Pekin, how have you been? Well, John, I can tell you he's been pretty well for the Dire Wolves. A 1.13 rating, 24-21 kill split right now. Not positive on his entry, but that's okay. That is at least being considered by Souffle. He's got +2, but the rest of his team kind of fallen off a cliff in that category. A -6 for Reaps and a -5 for ED. Reaps does have 4 entries, but 10 opening deaths, which is pretty rough for him, but all things considered makes quite a bit of sense. He's been on that Yana pretty often for them, trying to find those opening kills.
As of the last game, at least, Pecan did manage to go positive on entry, so we're going to pay close attention to that and see if that's going to be the case once again here and compare it quite directly to Reaps' as well, as that'll be a big part of how the Dire Wolves will be performing here, like especially on a map like Skyscraper, where the defenders have such harsh cutoffs and can play guardianship to the building so heavily from those very same points. Getting through the bans, though, we have completed that one, and it's going to be Montaigne along with, of course, Capital from the attacking side, interesting enough, and then we'll see Cade and Mira from the defenders get removed from play.
Now, when we look across the fence over to FaZe, they are one of only, I believe, 2. Let me double check this real quick. One of 3. Only 3 teams here that have all positive ratings across the board. That's very difficult to do, let me tell you. But in order to accomplish that, you really need to all be on the same page and hitting your stride as a team. That's what we've been seeing out of FaZe Clan here, and they're ready to show off their prowess in Rainbow Six yet again as we get into Skyscraper. It's going to be FaZe on defense, Dire Wolves on offense. The ban's obviously already complete, as we already are in the prep phase. Capital and Monty, of all people, gone on the offense, and Kaid and Mira will not be allowed for the defensive play.
Monty making perfect sense. We've seen that happen before, and especially given the how well Monty tends to work for the T-Room takes, is also that you can see a perfect reason why you want to ban him out. But the Capital is an interesting one. Have not seen a Capital ban in quite some time. So we'll have to see the effects that rings, of course, onto FaZe Clan with him being taken out. We have, of course, seen FaZe trying to bring him, I think, once or twice in the past. So
Cameraman's main operator right now for the entire event is Capital.
I was about to say, it's a bit of a target ban against their playstyle that they've been using, so Makes perfect sense in that respect. Souls, as we take a peek over towards him, of course, beginning the adventure for FaZe on defense, is fairly close to these positions, but you'll see Reaps able to defend out against the push from Bullets. He won't actually get the kill. It's going to be Jackie Wu working with him there that manages to take down Bullet. Battery attempting to be placed. A little bit of a mind game being played between Jackie Wu as well as the Bandit on the other side, currently being played by Astro. That first kill, however, does go to the Direwolves. They successfully fend off the aggression coming out from Bullet.
Yeah, and I actually just learned something recently about Astro. He actually has the second most kills out of any player in the Brazilian region. Not for LAN, Paulo has the most still, and Nesk is the follow-up, but inside of the Brazilian region, second most, behind Nesk actually, which pretty stellar stuff. We know how crazy of a player Astro is, and always really excited to cast FaZe when we have the opportunity, but unfortunately enough for them, they have lost Bullet early on in that interaction with Jackie Wu, which hasn't really been able to continue on. Jackie Wu was looking for the wall there, but the death dance from the utility perspective ends up working in the favor of FaZe Clan, and Jackie Wu does not want to try and dedicate any of those exothermics at risk of losing them. What a shot from Cameraman, as he'll take down ED.
FaZe finally getting their revenge. The earlier loss of Bullet obviously kind of set themselves up for the loss of Bullet there due to his own aggressive run out, but not able to make up for that. It still caused quite a slow follow-up from the Direwolves here, having to go throughout the rest of the map and definitely having to play heavily into the drone game here. Astro, possibly unfortunate timing as he looks away. Same can be said for Souls, really, as that cross goes in just when he was crossing that little portion of the desk. Cyber is able to trade out onto Reaps, taking him down. Be able to bring us back into a 4v3 scenario now, leaving just Jackie. And Jackie once again stepping up to the plate here as he finds another pickup. That eliminates Astro, keeping the numbers more so on an even playing field here as the Direwolves stay in the fight. Try to keep APAC alive in this tournament along the way.
Well, they needed a power hitter, and he swings all the way for home, but is it gonna matter? Gotten the points, but now they actually need to win the game, or in this case, the round, right? Exothermic will go off, and Cyber Zera will finally make the stand that FaZe is so desperately needed, but Jackie Wu, he's got something to say. Able to make this a triple kill. He's gonna need the ace in the first round. We've already seen this once here today. Are we going to see it twice with Jackie Wu? We will not. Cameraman will lay him to the sword. Well, in this case, an SMG-11 as those bullets will ring true. First round goes to FaZe.
So, not the tidiest first round, of course, but it gets the job done for FaZe there. And a lot of that sloppiness, of course, is a bit of their own making, trying to go for a run at the beginning, setting themselves up for a 4v5, just making the round a little bit more difficult. But they are ultimately able to bring it under their own control, especially as they draw the players on the Direwolves closer and closer to the site. That's where we really see them come out. They did miss a couple of crosses and whatnot. That was mainly due to timings. I don't want to judge them for that too harshly, but it did kind of allow the Direwolves to at least start their executing, or what led to those few trades at the end of the round with those advanced positions they were able to sneak in and maintain for themselves.
Yeah. And, you know, I think looking at it from the Direwolves perspective, they really didn't get any of the pieces that they were really looking for. You know, Jackie Wu spending all of his time outside on the balcony. He got 3 kills from there, but the rest of Direwolves try to hop inside the building, and FaZe decimates them at every single opportunity. Any intersection they found a FaZe member, well, they surely died, and we saw how that ended up turning out. I even thought the Direwolves had a little bit more of an opportunity once we jumped on board there for Jackie Wu at the very tail end, but I mean, the dust had already settled. It was him versus 3, and there's really nothing you're going to do in a situation like that.
All right, so apologies for that short tech break, ladies and gentlemen. I believe
we're good to go. Yeah,
we're back in the game now.
So should be fairly straightforward affair from here.
Obviously, we'll have to repost real quickly here if there was any standing issues that we weren't able to resolve, but I believe we've got it all good, and we are live with this round now. So shifting downstairs, pretty sure, for FaZe Clan here into the barbecue site. Actually, nope, we're just setting up an extension here from the looks of things, so see the set up just a moment. Oh, we are in barbecue. So I have to go a little bit further back to see the actual sites, my bad. So moving down here for FaZe Clan, they'll be maintaining this one. They are going to bring quite a few trap operators in to be able to maintain presence around this area too. The Frost Mats coming out, of course, for Cameraman, and then Astro also still keeping the Banshees in play to slow down mainly that descent for Direwolves, and they reach that very open area near like the sushi bar and whatnot, and they'll need to try and slow down the rest of their clear.
Yes, indeed. Souls will be on Alibi as well. And if you guys didn't see the update today, the devs released some patch notes that'll be coming out later on down the line. And, well, Alibi's losing her 1.5. A little bit of a nerve to bring the MX4 Storm closer to home, but we'll see how that works. The thing about Alibi is she's just got so much utility, and she's a pretty free-flowing operator. You can always pick her, and she's going going to have some form of success in the round. So I don't really see it changing her pick rate up all that much, just because the MX4 Storm's still a really good gun, even with a 1X on it.
Yep, and obviously you can pick any 1X for any gun now as of a few patches ago, so you can still go to like your preferred 1X site. You're not going to have to obviously go away from the operators because you don't have that very clean 1.5 that tends to bolster the pick rate of quite a few operators. Big leap in coming over here for Keisha, I believe, for the players on Direwolves. They want to take quick control for themselves. Cyber will have to go for a bit of an emergency rotation over towards Karaoke to try and extend his play here, as he's now outmanned, at least in this situation. A potential 1v3 sitting before him. They don't even seem to be aware of the fact that he's still around, though. The shotgun shells that were being thrown out earlier may have made Direwolves think he rotated away from the situation completely, but he comes back, doubles down on the situation in Geisha, and is able to get the kill against Jackie. Cyber even re-peeks again to knock out Reaps as well.
He hasn't taken any damage at all, not a sliver's worth of HP gone off of Cyber. He's like a ghost right now, John. What is this? Direwolves, wake up, please, from this nightmare. Cyber Zera, he's gotten 3, he's looking for 4, he'll get it, give him the ace. Last man's outside, peek and run for the hills. Cyber's hunting you down.
Cyber ready to hop out here to take the final duel against Pekin. He's going to try to wrap back over to the side door entry in towards office, but there's just not a lot that he can try to play into here realistically. A 1v5 with no damage done. We won't see the aces. It'll be Bullet instead to shut it down, but it will be a flawless from the members of FaZe, and literally flawless too. Not a single point of damage taken by FaZe over the course of that round.
That was just an utter misstep there from Direwolves. That was just really bad for that opener, you know, especially with the rotation being made there. Just no redrone. Nobody.
You knew he was there. You would have had to have heard those shotguns. There's no way that was far enough away to where you weren't going to be hearing that. They just had to have thought that, okay, he made those shotgun holes, he's got to be gone, right? He must have rotated back down to sight, but obviously not the case.
Yeah. It was just one of those things where they really didn't check what they were assuming, right? And that's what really got them into a lot of trouble. And that's usually what gets people in trouble with Brazilian teams as well, right? It's like, oh, they're probably going to do this, and all of a sudden somebody shows up on your doorstep and guns down 2 of your teammates. So, hey, man, it happens. Luckily enough for Direwolves, that mistake will be made in round 2, so still a lot of steam inside this train.
Absolutely the case. So FaZe Clan continuing to dominate regardless in the meanwhile, off of the backs, of course, of that great play from Cyber in the previous round, currently sitting on a 6-1 scoreline, alongside the 2-0 from Cameraman also. It's only 2 rounds deep as well, so the scores are going to be a little bit low, of course, until we give these players a bit more of a chance. More. Few attacker repicks coming in, mostly just operators being swapped to different players for the most part. The actual comp isn't changing that much, as it does look like it's just going to be the addition of the Flores for Jackie.
All right. Well, we'll see if these Rotero drones can assist at all. Direwolves have had problems across the board, problems getting in the building, problems getting kills, problems droning. It's just a pretty problematic offense so far. So we'll see if they can try and right some of their wrongs, solve these issues, and just get a good start here. I think if they're able to get their feet under them in a certain sense of the word, then things will be at least okay going forward. I don't think the ship will be righted, but it'll at least be traveling towards the west, right? So
no action so far here in the 3rd round, as both teams are giving each other a healthy amount of respect. I say that, but FaZe is definitely itching at the opportunity to jump into the face of DW if it's going to make sense for them to do so. DW continues to clear things out here on the 1st floor as they look to get ready to transition themselves for the clear upstairs, but it's going to be a bit of a troublesome one. They do have some drone intel working their way. This nade, unfortunately, though, it is going to catch Cyber just as he jumped off of that table that I'm pretty sure would have saved his life had he stayed on top of it.
Absolutely the case, my friend. One misstep is all it takes in Rainbow Six Siege, and you will die. We see it on display here yet again, and I'm sure we'll get it before even the end of this round. Souls is holding the angle in towards this corridor. We always love to see hop-ins from on the offense. It's usually hotly contested from both ends, and you can see that from Direwolves. They want to make sure that no one can swing into this window and hold on to it for some time. Cameraman is going to lay another with the M590. Bullet not able to land the shots that he was looking for there, and Direwolves finally getting some kills under their belt as well. 2 big ones, and FaZe Clan going to be down for the count, at least for now.
Everything working out much, much better for Direwolves this time. The intel game is there, as we saw that nade kill echo through a few seconds prior. The positions are set up properly this time. FaZe are being forced to respect it because of these two previous things as well, and that contributes now to a third area where Direwolves are able to overwhelm players on FaZe, like we're seeing here right now in Dragon. Bullet, not long for this world, and his teammate unfortunately arriving a little bit too late for the support, so he goes down right after the first one is eliminated, and we see the first round from Direwolves. Quite a convincing one at that, nicely put together.
Very well done from Direwolves there, and you know, this thing finally has legs, so I'm really excited to see if Direwolves can put some more pieces into this offensive side here. You know, we might have lost a rook or something like that, but doesn't mean the game is over. So a lot of chess left to play. Exhibition and Office is going to be the next one for the board for FaZe Clan, and they're going to be changing a couple of things up here. Cyber's going to be onto the Alibi this time around. We're going to have mutes as well as some laser gates here for Bullet, and then the other two obviously making quite a bit of sense. If they're available, they're usually played Jaeger and Valkyrie here for the ride.
All right, so FaZe, their first real challenge being put in front of them now after the dropped round with a quick rotate back over towards Office. They just played directly into that site again. We'll see if this choice to go back towards it will end up working out in their favor, or if DW will be able to capitalize now on this choice to go upstairs yet again and be able to kind of overwhelm things from FaZe Clan as they are able to carefully analyze the situation, and alongside that opening nade kill, take up great positions to crunch out the rest of the defense from FaZe Clan, not really giving them a lot of options, and more importantly, limiting their aggressive play potential, which has been allowing for them to shut down DW instead on some of the previously played rounds. FaZe Clan, though, looking to maybe get a little bit more aggressive again here. FaZe, Astro threw out a camera. Keep in mind, of course, she has been nerfed. That camera only lasted for a few seconds here, but still, he's also going to be able to contend quite nicely against these players on rappel. He can see those lines. He can see them coming up, and they're not respecting him. Ed taking some heat from Astro, but Astro can't land the headshot here, so he backs up, immediately throws up the barricade, and says bye-bye to this situation.
Yeah, a little flustered that he couldn't get that kill, but definitely a smart setup, one that you might want to use on your home games whenever you're on Skyscraper. I love that he slapped that reinforcement up immediately after as well on the other panel there for Drum, just to keep himself safe and make sure that angle doesn't exist for Direwolves unless they want to give over some utility for it. Opponent will be detected outside, but that's all a lie, just like the cake, folks, as it's going to be an Alibi clone out there that's just bugging Direwolves.
Just going to annoy them by keeping that icon in front of their face throughout the rest of this round. In the meantime, things have come to a bit of a lull. Neither team wanting to take immediate action. Direwolves wanting to play things like the last round, but they were able to utilize their intel game to take heavy capitalization upon some of the lone members of FaZe, knock them out with utility, and eventually begin to overwhelm them. Pecan, though, on a little bit of his own mission right now, trying to lurk forward, see if there's an opening opportunity for a kill deeper into Drum, but won't be able to find it. Doesn't have the confidence just yet to go for that one. Feels his opponent is far too ready for the battle, so falls back down the barbecue stairs instead, and is going to begin to hold here while he waits for his teammates to make their next call.
Minute and 20 to go for Direwolves as they spin around Skyscraper. They've gotten control of the base level of the building, but not really much past that. Great presence here from FaZe across the board. They're going to be holding on to the exhibition stairs here, or the house stairs actually is. This is going to be Cameraman holding on to this. We'll see Reeves try to move in, and this is the real Reeves. This is no clone. He's been tagged up a couple times here. Cameraman attempting to deal with a drone in the process. Reeves awaiting the arrival of someone up top, and so is Pecan, as he will get the peek from Drum from Astro. They're going to get 2 kills in that process there. Make it 3 as Reeves is able to take out Cameraman here on the house stairs. Is up to the 2 lone members of FaZe on site, but wow, Direwolves able to get it done. Solid positioning out on the balconies gifts those kills over, and Direwolves the 2 rounds of their own.
Nicely played, and I believe with that second round being claimed now, it is not possible for FaZe to actually lock in playoffs anymore from this matchup. Ooh. So it's still possible for them to get the SI lock in. That much is true. They can do that either with a win in regulation outright, or if they win in overtime and the Wolves win their game going on in the other stream, under any condition, they will also qualify for SI. But I believe playoffs specifically for FaZe now are out of the cards just for this matchup, of course. They can still they'll confirm things in their next game.
Yeah, pretty incredible that Direwolves was able to accomplish all of that without using any of their hard breach practically. I think they breached open one thing maybe. They might have gotten the single wall for the front desk area, and that was really about it. They tried to use a Selma over on the double wall there, but I mean past that, not really coming much from that front. So Direwolves getting it through other means, and looks like we're gonna have some castle barricades slapped up downstairs. FaZe Clan set and ready for war yet again, bringing a plethora of utility.
The barricade's got that dog in him.
It does have that dog in it, doesn't it?
So I'll move forward here and take a look and see if anything special is going to come out from FaZe Clan for this round and what exactly they're going to try to carry forward towards here. It's been a bit of a rough go of it for FaZe Clan the past 2 rounds. They're having a bit of a problem making their initial mark against the Direwolves here, as their clears have been second to none here, boosted primarily again by the huge amount of intel game that they've been choosing to play into, setting 2-3 drones into the same room to really flush the whole thing out before they commit themselves to it. Definitely taking a while for these attacks to come through, but caution, I think, is warranted for the Direwolves, given the way that the first 2 rounds played out when they tried to go for more direct takes.
All right, so got some mute jammers around here getting marked out, but just because you can mark it doesn't mean you can do anything about it. The Ash Charge will hopefully get that done, and it will. Very well done from Direwolves, as use the window down low. That was castle barricaded there, and it works out extremely well for them. So Direwolves will get the wall that they were so sorely after inside of this first minute and begin to look to other portions of the map.
Ed already on the inside. Once again, a quick insertion here. When the Direwolves are ready to make a move, they are not wasting any time in the execution of it. But it's the build-up that's taking a little bit more time, and that's where FaZe Clan may be able to find their opportunities to put a real hamper onto the Direwolves' mood here. They're seeing that push now start to come through as they take control of the karaoke and tea room area. Soon to move it, of course. Roof room as well. Cyber, though, strikes first and is able to take down the hard breach player. Jackie knocked out. Cameraman as well with the setup on the Nitro. Seems like FaZe Clan coming back alive now here on round number 5.
Well, they got the single panel up top, but that's going to be it for the hard breacher. Reaps working his way in from the complete other side of that breach, as FaZe does have control over there. And I do believe Cyber actually getting a pick from that end as well. If I know my silhouettes, that is Castle right on the other end of that. Soul's going to knock down Ed, and that's going to leave Reaps to try and stop this from being a flawless round. 4-2-1, more than likely he's just going to take his time and see if he can get some kills and use this as a pseudo timeout. But as soon as I say that, he hops to, he gets a kill. No longer a flawless round after Astro dies, but more than likely still a phase 1.
Indeed will be the case, and maybe still going to try to play this out to the best of his capability. The Nitro, he got it, but he's not going to be able to get the quick dash from Cyber up the stairs to finish him off there, as that finally puts an end to Reaps and the run from the DW inside of this round. FaZe, as such, will maintain control of their lead, but just barely at this point. Up 3-2. Let's see if they can make it 4-2 and give us that much more convincing half that we would have been led to believe we would have gotten at the start of this game.
Sorry about that. Not too yeah. After our experiences yesterday, yeah.
I did take a nap after our last few games.
Oh yeah, you were done. He was passed out on the couch in the green room, folks. I had to wake him up like 5 minutes before this game. I was like, John, are you?
I'm here, right? I'm here. I'm ready to go.
I thought we were gonna have to get the defibs out.
The energy going.
Oh yeah, but
for a nice little quick charge, you know.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So, but this is gonna be the last round of defense here for FaZe Clan after they finally get another one under the umbrella. Looking to maintain this lead here, and they shall. They've at least made it to where they will have that tie if Direwolves is able to claim this. Direwolves' offenses initially did not look all that great, but they found themselves inside of this game, and I mean, that's a really tall ask as well. Direwolves, they're in the deep end right now. Things are pretty rough for them trying to figure out how to get out of these groups. What's up?
It's going to be something different in terms of the operator selection. Huge departure from normality in terms of what we've been seeing from the Direwolves.
That was a 4-op switch, wasn't it?
4 off switching out, everybody except Reaps changing over. That includes the Sense coming in for Jackie as well. Also going to see the Gara Hook utility out for Souffle. So Direwolves are cooking up something interesting here for sure. Curious to see what it will bring to bear if we get to the execution point.
Yeah, this one's going to be goofy, and I mean that the best way possible. Like when you have Sense and Amaru, you know it's going to be like a projector into a Gara Hook play or something like that. So, I mean, it's going to cause utter calamity, and I really think that it could work up against a roster like FaZe. But with that being said, FaZe also comes from the land of Brazil, where a lot of those things can happen on a moment's notice. All of a sudden, you know, the entire team's on your doorstep and you're taking 5 gunfights. So probably ready for that. At the same time, we're really going to have to leave this one up to the gods and see what happens.
All right, well, let's see how it all comes to bear. Direwolves, as you can see, ready for an all-in execute, working their way in from the balcony doorway. It works out as well. Reaps fires his first shot in the screen, going to zigzag its way through the central hallway of Karaoke NT room, blocking it off probably 3 to 4 times before it finally finishes off. That should give easy access to the initial T-room door, but they won't know if players are holding the further extremity. So pretty sure DW has not been able to justify an outright push into it just yet. However, you can see the makings of a pinch really coming through here, despite FaZe's best efforts to fend it off. Jackie with a great timing play, swings out, catches Bullet with his back turn, and now the team can really start to move in, especially over here towards T-room.
So very smart. I was really scared that they were going to be using this utility across the board for more of an execute setup, but it's for the clear instead, and it's really thrown a spanner in the works when it comes to FaZe's game plan. They haven't really known how to react. All of that action going on top floor, but nobody really there to try and assist Bullet in the department that he was working. Instead, Souls is going to fall back down and try and help with the site setup instead. They're going to add a couple of different things to this. I do believe that was a Sami knife going out to try and block some of the verticality that was created, but they have to worry about the horizontal play now as well on this window.
Absolutely do. Jackie, once again, primed with this drone sitting right on top of someone from FaZe. It's Astro. He's finally realized that he's going to knock that drone out. We do see another one of the green screens starting to roll out here. Jackie walking directly behind it as well. The threat lurking behind the distraction here as Souls tries to prepare to fend off some more counteraction coming back down the wood stairs in the center of the map here. Hasn't got the peak he needs to be able to take his opening shots yet, but he finally gets it. And risks to himself, however, spins it back around on that player to knock out Jackie. Jackie did claim one before going down, so we're down to a 3v2. Still in the favor of the Direwolves, and now excellently so, as Astro is the only player remaining in this situation against the 3-up from DW.
0-4 for Astro. He needs a kill, and he needs it bad, but he can't get it. Johnny downs him, but too many bodies up. Doesn't help him out, really. Pekin just now knows where he is, and the SMG-12 will be the answer.
Slowing it down just a little bit too much inside of the clutch, but a valiant attempt for FaZe Clan to try and maintain their presence inside of that round. Even better, once again, from Direwolves to keep control over a very chaotic execute. The intel game there, the comms, second to none with how well they were able to lock down that site so quickly as well, and still keep control of these pretty wild members of FaZe Clan as they can be from time to time.
Absolutely. You know, especially when you're shutting down Astro, if you get through an entire half with Astro in a game and he's 0-5, you've done something right. Like, he is just way too good at this video game to be having a scoreline like that. So tip of the cap to Direwolves on that at a minimum. Past that, I'd love to say I love that they took the traditional Rainbow Six Siege strat book, they set it on fire, and they did what they wanted to do with these op lineups and everything else. You know, no real use out of the Gara hook there, but still a really nice angle adopted. And of course the G8A1, it's still no slouch of a gun. We never really see it that often anymore, but it's still a really solid option. So great use of that, but I really like what we got out of that sense in that one.
All right, well, the sides have now flipped. It's a dead heat currently between the Direwolves and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan showing some of those first signs of struggles so far in this tournament, but as well wanting to try and keep their record flawless to stay on top of this group. Have to work just a little bit harder to do this now, especially if they want to close this down inside of regulation, where obviously the most points are to be gained. The full thread of 3, whereas if they go to overtime, only 2 points potentially to be picked up by the winner, whether that's them or the Direwolves. The losers, at least, will still walk away with 1 point when things reach overtime. It's going to be a little bit more of a quiet start to this round, though. The Direwolves not necessarily trying to get in the faces of FaZe Clan right off of the rip, not necessarily looking like they're going to be trying to go for runouts or anything of that nature. We've got a couple open windows and things of that nature, but what's more, nothing really with any meat behind it, as the Direwolves still playing to that opening default here, awaiting the first move from FaZe Clan.
Well, more than likely be spearheaded by the likes of Astro or Bullet, just given the circumstances of their operators, but Cameraman could throw something in the mix as well here, standing outside on the balcony, attempting to approach in from T, and it will be him, but Reeves quickly fells him. Very nicely done with the SMG-11. The remaining members of FaZe, but at least these two over on this end. Astro in the building, actually. FaZe more than likely needing to assist him in a certain manner. So he is the lone soul up top right now, but it's working out for him, so I guess it's working out for us.
Things do quiet down for a moment as
Reeves.
Direwolves.
He's got the ping.
not necessarily going to be wanting to push forward until they got this intel. Exact position of where Astro plays into. He knows where he's getting pinged from, but it's just a distraction. Reaps use it as a moment of opportunity to leap out, execute Astro, and take back control over this area that FaZe wants so desperately as a jump-in point for their actual site execute. But with the way things are going, we may never even actually get to that point here. All the action's going on upstairs right now inside of T and Karaoke. We've got Reaps and the rest of Direwolves fending off all the pressure from FaZe Clan at the moment.
Stopping point here, but Reaps will quickly thwart that as he takes out Cyber on the window. They've been doing this dance for some time, and Reaps, my God, the amount of kills that he has been able to collect inside of these 6 rounds, 10-3-1 right now, and showing how solid of a player he is, especially with this SMG-11. Jackie Wu going to make things a little bit more difficult for Bullet, but it's going to be Souffle to top things off here. Very well done from Direwolves, and it's going to be the first time that they've had the lead as we are now working the defensive end of their skyscraper.
Yeah, FaZe shut out here so far in the first round as they attempted to take control of T and Karaoke to use it as a top-down swing to get themselves into the actual site of Barbecue downstairs, but completely stopped in terms of their ability to take the upstairs portion just because of the one-man defense being played out there by Reaps. Beautifully done there as he takes out 2 different targets and pretty much forces FaZe Clan due to a lack of timing and just a straight execute on that first floor where it's very straightforward for Direwolves to close it down. Nicely played here to keep that control going in their favor and indeed take the lead away from a team that has otherwise looked very dominant so far in this tournament.
It really feels like FaZe got caught off guard with the reaction from Reaps in the opener there, right? They get the opening kill from Cameraman, but Reaps is immediately there to benefit. And Astro's eventually able to work it on the top floor and get a nice pick, but they still find him with some great camera placements in the ceiling from the Valkyrie. So all in all, a very strong round, very strong showcasing of Reaps on that top floor.
All right, a few repicks coming in for FaZe Clan here as we're actually going to see 4 out of 5 of them change things around. A couple of them are just going to be reassignments, previously picked operators going on to a new player, but we are going to see as well a few more utility swaps. Very classic lineup coming in here from FaZe Clan. Some operators we tend not to see all that much anymore, but for Souls and Cyber, they're kicking it back for us here. So we've got both the Thatcher as well as the Ash, and then Bullet bringing someone from the new generation here in the Flores just to be able to take out some of that utility deeper into the sites.
A little bit of the new school clashing with the old school, but that's just Siege overall nowadays, right? We're in year 7, about to be year 8 after this next patch, which, whew, man, it's been a long time now, hasn't it? I swear I blinked and all of a sudden we're here. So, Cameraman looking for this single panel that we saw Jackie Wu in their offense dealing with quite often. Looks like they'll be able to get that fairly handedly. Peeking. Gonna pre-fire this window, but immediately goes back prone. The human frost mat, it works its way into pro play every once in a while. It rears its ugly head again.
We're seeing Bullet work his way down here to try and take out that deployable shield. First one will be more than ready to be defended here by the player sitting behind. I believe once again that's going to be Reaps in position to fend all of that off. So he'll keep his shield alive, and this will more than likely cause some hesitation from FaZe Clan as they prepare to get ready to move into the site. They obviously have their direct access point, but in terms of being able to take out the anchor defenders, that's where things will get a little bit more difficult as DW is still very well set up for that. We'll have to hope that these Rotero drones can find an insertion point later on. As oh no,
God,
disaster is going to strike FaZe Clan here. Souls probably accidentally knocking off the head of Cameraman here, putting them down 4v5. And in the meantime, DW didn't even have to lift a finger to make that happen.
Yep. You saw it there, and you're absolutely correct. I don't know if that's easy or who's spectating, but thank you so very much. Yes, that was actually Thatcher pre-firing through the soft paneling, and he killed the Thermite on the other end on the breach. You don't see that one every day, do you, John? Reaper's going to take down Cyber. Direwolves, have they finally split the seams of FaZe Clan? FaZe, they have to do something about this. They've got site control, but can they put a plant down? That's the real question. They have Direwolves members all around them in the House of Wolves at the current moment, and Reaps might have something to say about this. It's going to be Jackie Wu first, though. FaZe Clan, they haven't found a home for this case. They're going to have to pick it back up and attempt to go for this plant. Only down to 2 active drones across the board, and those are more than likely on flanks. Nothing they can really do that's going to give them any help, any hope up against the positioning of the Direwolves. Reaps gets another before he'll finally get taken down by Bullet, who will get 2 of his own. A 1 versus 2 with plenty of time to go. He was 1-5 before this round. He's 3-5 now. He can tie it up, give himself an even KD, and tie up the scoreboard as well if he can get the ace clutch. Has has to try and play for the case, though. Or does he just go for the frags? That's the real question. No stuns to his name. All he has is this rifle as he propels himself forward. Doesn't try to play for the case, and he's going to run out of time instead. Direwolves playing this to a T.
Absolutely the case, and Direwolves as well, incredibly passive with their hold. So restrained here, never giving FaZe Clan an inch. They want it, you can tell. You can see them just sitting on the outside of this breach they made right at the beginning of the round, using it as their execution kill to be able to get into the site here and snowball the rest of the round. But it snowballs the other direction, unfortunately. Instead, it's Direwolves that find the first fend off, and Reaps continues to dominate from that point forward, refusing to give FaZe that opportunity to get in. And by the time they're ready to make that play, it's down to a 2v4, where it's just not really possible.
Truly mind-boggling that in this game right now, not only is Direwolves up 5-3, but Reaps and Jackie Wu are 12-4 and 9-4. The only person that's even close to them in the entire lobby is CyberZera at 9 kills, and then it falls off a cliff, John. Actually, the follow-up is Cameraman, but he is statistically at the bottom of the board still, just due to score with, you know, how that kind of works
like
out with droning and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so just really strange, because we expect so much out of FaZe Clan. I mean, you look at any name on FaZe Clan, you could literally just pick one, and you're like, yeah, that guy's a killer, right? So it's pretty crazy that Direwolves has been able to hotly contest, and not only that, but at the moment surpass FaZe Clan here on Skyscraper.
All right, well, let's see if they can continue to do so. Just 2 rounds to go is all Direwolves need here to be able to lock in this matchup for themselves in regulation form as well. This will prove to be a very nice boost for them to come back into this group, potentially still be able to contend for a playoff spot.
We're getting them again. Looks like we're going to have Sense back in, so we'll see how they fare. As it's been an interesting affair overall for them, hasn't it?
Yeah, it seems to work very well on this map, just because, again, the way that we were seeing Direwolves use them just in the previous round there as well. Cameraman, or specifically the players on DW that were using them previously, able to kind of just use it to bounce off of these very short hallways and create a zigzag of smokes, essentially, that if you're the defender, are you really going to want to challenge that, where you're basically just like, all right, every step I take, I've got to go through a new line of smoke, and there's a very good chance someone's just sitting there aiming at headshot level waiting for me. Like, that's why it's just way too risky of a proposition for the defender. For the attackers, it's fine, obviously, because they know where that line's going. They know so no one's going to be there by default. Yeah. And by the time the line is established, yeah, they wouldn't be pushing directly against me. They've got to be crazy to that, unless they have like a shotgun or something. Yeah. That's really the only time you might want to test that on the defense.
The only thing that I've ever thought about Sense when it comes to stuff like that is you only have one answer, and it's pre-fire. Shoot through the smoke, hope, pray. That's really all you have. But the good news is Siege has some pretty decent audio. There's no way to be absolutely quiet. You're always making a tiny bit of noise. So if you have a keen ear, you can definitely get those lineups through that smoke. Opening to this round, it's been real quiet for the first minute. FaZe Clan dedicated to their books, dedicated to their phones. These kids and their phones nowadays, as they'll be spinning up those drones and trying to find themselves somebody to get an opening frag on.
Quite elusive, of course, as of these previous 2 rounds for FaZe Clan, struggling to be able to pick up the openers here and then follow that through, of course, into the actual site. We do go towards T, of course, where attackers love to play things out on this map because of the very straightforward map control needed to be able to execute. And when I say map control, there really isn't a whole lot you really need to be able to get in. You can very much go from the jump on the outside. You'll definitely want to establish angles in places like here that we're seeing Souls go for now towards Geisha, or even on the window rappel towards Karaoke that I believe we're going to see one member of FaZe try to contribute towards as well. But still, once you're able to line up those supporting angles, it's all on that big balcony push. Spam from Ed, but he gets a potentially even nicer nade thrown back, and Reaps, though, is not missing a beat. He's picked up another kill against Cyber, but Cameraman also strikes true for FaZe Clan, knocking out Jackie on the other side.
This game is making me emotional, John. I don't know if I can take it with all of these moments that we're having so far. It looks like we might have some more high-flying ones here in a couple of seconds as well, as one of the Direwolves members has lined themselves up on the window. Cameraman, he's having his sixth sense now. Claymore out, immediately down. Reaps not feeling it. He's going to pre-fire instead, and Cameraman very smart about this. Oh, that Claymore's actually been muted out. That is so smart. What a lineup here from Direwolves.
Had to go for one a little bit further back. That doesn't
even help him.
Yeah.
It literally doesn't do anything.
You can very easily still jump out here. Nitro goes in too. That'll actually deal with both of the Claymores down on the ground, so he can just hop to it as soon as Cyber decides to rotate out of here. Cyber, though, is actually going to throw out one of the set slides. Meanwhile, Pecan coming out of absolutely nowhere. over by the tea room door. Takes him out instead. Beautiful defensive play here by the Direwolves. We are going to see a Nitro come through as well. That'll catch Souls as they finally try to move forward into tea room. Astro just goes for the leap to the inside of Karaoke, and he makes it surprisingly. Ed goes down. Bullet strikes true as well. This round refuses to come to a close. Bullet now going to end up getting caught as well on a cross, trying to escape to the outside. The plant goes down. Astro ready for the duel, but Pecan too quick on the headshot there, and with Bullet already dead, it's going to be another successful retake from DW to get their 6th round.
Well, we can just throw that whole thing about Skyscraper being offensive favorite out the window, can't we? This is incredible stuff. APAC South, stand up. These people are killing it right now as they're taking it to FaZe Clan. Dire Wolves. I mean, stepping into the booth for this one, I was really seeing this as more of like a 7-3 vibe going the way of FaZe.
I was expecting a very straightforward game for FaZe coming into this one personally. I was expecting, like we said, with that stat line out there, FaZe picked up a 7-0 or 7-1, and Wolves, of course, in the other stream were able to win their game. This was going to be them going through to the playoffs nice and easy, but we got pretty much the exact opposite of that. Dire Wolves refuse to die here, despite their, excuse the pun, dire situation.
Yeah, I think the key thing right now is that FaZe needs to be unfazed. No, we'll stop. I promise. No, the big thing for FaZe is that they're not even going to be able to be qualified for SI yet since they lose this game. So they still have that over their heads as well. So, I mean, there's a lot going into this game. At the very beginning, like you said, if FaZe won this 7-0 or 7-1, they're already booked for playoffs, same as Wolves, other Wolves, obviously. Yeah, now none of it. They get 0, no pie for them.
Nothing to be gained, unfortunately, out of this matchup with Direwolves reaching that overtime.
Oh, Souls is done with it. He's ready for war, I guess.
Wow, yeah. I was like, what are you talking about? And then I saw it over there. The blitz coming out for Souls. Let's see how it works for FaZe Clans. We've been seeing more and more blitz, of course, over the past few months. Inside of the NAL, we saw him be brought back in. He was tried out first, from my recollection, by Dark Zero like a year and a half ago, and then we slowly have started to see him bleed in for some niche scenarios.
It's actually even more time now.
Is it now?
Yeah, it's been like over 2 years.
I just remember them always trying to use it on it was like Coastline, I think, or something. They always tried to use
it. The famous one is Hot and Cold smoking everybody in Clubhouse.
Yeah.
That if you haven't seen that clip before, please go watch it after the game, because it is some stellar siege play, let me tell you. Pekin, he's going to take a little bit of damage, but really not enough to come home about. More than likely coming through some walls or something like that as well, at least for the initial part of his damage. Definitely at least one bullet tagging him through this barricade here as they had pre-fired. So FaZe looking to see if any of the Direwolves guys are going to peak. That timing would have been so poor there for FaZe, but fortunately enough, they have enough bodies to manage almost every single angle on this portion of the building.
Direwolves have a lot of confidence brimming here now. They know the situation that's been put before them. They want to put the fear into FaZe, and fear they will have with Ed executing Cyber, once again giving the Direwolves an opening 5v4 advantage. Astro, Cameraman, Souls, and Bullet need to make up the difference now as that peak eventually comes through. Reaps getting it again as well. Jackie will not have as much luck in his aggressive avenue, and Astro will be able to maintain against another peak from Reaps, but Souffle is there for the support, makes up the trade already. It's still a +1 advantage for the DW.
Well, 3-2 in favor of Direwolves. Souls does still have the blitz in play, and oh no, this is the worst scenario for a blitz.
Talk about this is winnable.
This is a 1 versus 3 with somebody's shield that doesn't block the entire portion of their body, so could be a little bit of an issue, but at the same time, he can also peek into angles unlike anybody else, isn't that right? And that makes it to where he can try and manage them like this. Peekin will get taken down. Souls, are you about to show off something? Is this going to be one for the history books here at potential match point for Direwolves? Moves around, has both of them in his sights trying to pre-fire, and that is going to be all she wrote. Direwolves win 7-3 up against FaZe.
Certainly an upset given the way the rest of this tournament has gone so far. Seemed like it was going to be an easy path to the playoffs at the start of this matchup for FaZe, but it was quite the opposite. An easy path to redemption, it seems now for the Direwolves. Doing push-ups on the desk. Direwolves are happy as heck here as they are back in the game now with a massive victory. It's 7-3 fashion over one of the most dominant teams of this event up until this point, FaZe Clan.
Yeah, one of the roughest games that I've probably ever casted from Astro. I'm hoping he can bounce back in the next one of the hallmarks for FaZe Clan. But we're going to send this to a quick break, folks. We'll be right back to break this game down.
I'm Nicholas Martin, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk here on the Bravo stream. The game is done here on the Bravo stream, but for the games in Group D overall, we still have an active one going on over on the main stream, of course. Be sure to tune into that. It is the European Wolves, the Yellow Wolves, or the Wolves, depending on your preference. They're going up against Mirage, and it's quite a bit spicier than you might suspect. So go ahead over, check that out as it is still live. We'll be joining them in just a few minutes once we wrap up our post-game. We need to talk about the upset that just happened here on this stream. The Dire Wolves, the Green Wolves.
Indeed.
Have managed to best FaZe Clan and best them by a huge margin as well. Isn't that right?
It's opposite day in Group D here, apparently. The first day really not working out for Mirage or Dire Wolves, but here today, they've lit a fire in their bellies, and they are playing lights out. I loved this game from Dire Wolves, John, because really on the offensive side, you could see them find themselves. They started using some unique operator lineups and playing off of each other extremely well. Now, this got FaZe a little off kilter, especially with some of the different strategies that were implemented from Dire Wolves, and it was a continuation on defense, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't really the easiest game for either team to start out with FaZe Clan getting themselves off to a booming start, but at a certain point, we were going back-to-back flawless rounds for either team. So both these teams constantly just reassessing themselves, saying like, all right, why did we just destroy them in the last round? Now it's literally the exact opposite's happened to us, so teams constantly being forced to go back to the drawing board. We saw as well, for instance, the Dire Wolves completely changing up their attacker-operator lineup for the final attack as well. A lot of variations that threw apparently FaZe Clan threw them off their own expectations that allowed for the Dire Wolves to take full control over this matchup. Here's the stats where you can see the very impressive run that the Dire Wolves made. Mainly for me, it's got to be reps, taking all those confident duels, especially on the defensive side, just constantly. Again, the main theme here is FaZe second-guessing themselves and the Dire Wolves forcing them into that situation.
Yeah, because when you look at it from this lens, right? It was 3-3 at the half. Then you have a whole different story here, especially when you add in that little tidbit of information about Skyscraper here at LAN. It's been heavily offensive favored. Dire Wolves with 4 straight defenses to close out the game.
And very aggressive defenses at that, constantly having to fight for their own lives, get directly in the faces of FaZe Clan. Never letting them get comfortable, I think, was another big key part of this one. Always subverting the expectations by playing that more aggressive foot forward. When we have seen a lot of these other APAC teams that don't necessarily have a great amount of confidence to be playing into these games, they're sitting back, they're kind of waiting for their opponents to make moves, waiting for them to have a safe play to deploy towards. Here's the group standings as they currently sit, by the way. I don't believe this is going to be updated as of our other game, but I'll get clarification on that in a moment. It's looking like the Wolves at the moment here still leading the group at 8 points to themselves, 2-1 and 1 overtime victory there. Then we have FaZe Clan and the Dire Wolves now actually tied with 2 direct victories and 2 direct losses. Still waiting for that 4th result, of course, to come in for both Wolves and Mirage to see what this group really looks like, and that's what's going to be going on over on the A stream as they look to close out their game.
Now, if you are newer to Rainbow Six Esports and haven't seen some of our group breakdowns before, just because they have ties and points doesn't mean that they're exactly the same. We go over to that round differential, and that's where you have the difference there for Dire Wolves, currently -5 to FaZe's, I believe, +4. So, you know, took a couple of rounds away from FaZe, made it a little bit easier, but they got to be hopeful that these other teams can deal some more damage to them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to close things out here for our post-game. Meanwhile, over on the Alpha stream, we got the other game for this group alive and still moving. So let's go ahead and join them and find a winner to see who is truly going to be leading in Group D.
Out of control, because when the map is so large, losing one member means you lose a ton of control, or you lose an important angle or area on the map that you really want to care about, or that you do care about, rather. So if anything, the easiest thing to way to approach is figure out the opening kill/diff situation and stop dying first. But it's just not that simple. I mean, you saw it last round. P4 jumps in a window with no real support, just pew-pews Kento, jumps back out. What do you do against that? You shoot back harder, but it's just not that simple. So if anything, Mirage, play closer together, try and force 2 versus 1s. Don't take the 1v1s now, because you're not winning them, not against Wolves.
How hard?
Super hard. The hardest, if you will.
You guys gotta shoot back hard.
You gotta shoot back harder.
Welcome on that note. Welcome everybody from Stream B.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Thanks for tuning in.
Game ended.
Hope that you enjoyed the Direwolves FaZe Electric 2 Boogaloo match that happened.
Must have been fun.
I
actually
would have loved to have watched that matchup because in many ways I would have probably watched it in disbelief. For those of you that are just tuning in, Mirage was actually doing mighty fine. They were up 4-1. As you can see from the score line, they've lost all of their momentum, just taking their time out at the tail end of round number 9. Wolves are on a 4-round win streak right now.
Yep. That side swap really did a dirty job on Mirage. Mo's back on pulse, and you mentioned it, Parker. It did a number on them.
What did you say?
It did a number on Mirage.
Okay.
What do you, am I saying things weird or are you hearing things weird? Either way, P4, easy.
Oh, Dexter gets the first pick, but it's very quickly traded back. P4 looking for another, and he'll get it. It's kind of nice to see the Zof AR back in play.
Lovely. Just because the LMG was abysmal to play against, but yeah, lovely.
We don't need your personal opinions about the gun.
That's everyone's opinion, by the way.
Don't need everybody's opinions about the gun. I bet people think birds are real, too.
No, that's...
Bird believers.
There's no way that works. Yeah, I was going to say, that C4 cannot go through there. That, like, no.
I mean, maybe they've tried it. Who knows?
Mo
did not have the most success on this cardiac sensor the last time he was put in this very familiar position, Nick, playing downstairs in open area. In fact, nobody really had much success. It was almost a flawless round for Wolves. That's where I think things really took off for this team. Mo was picked off, if you remember, through the same soft wall that Kento is watching, one of the panels leading from the break room towards the square stairs, the back. Skylight stairwell, as it used to be called. I think most people just call it square now.
Yeah. Top and bottom square seems to be the way forward, callouts-wise. Bibu is just really taking his time right now. I'm not sure they know exactly how they want to approach this, but they're rotating around to get into the right position, open up the soft floor, apply pressure. Bibu can go in through that closet wall, and then the bomb site gets pressure upon it.
That's a lot of damage being done to P4. Still on square stairs, 20 seconds left. You wouldn't know it because of how slow Wolves are taking it. They're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, and they're starting off with a pick as Bibu bursts on in. Suddenly, Mirage has all the kills, but that leaves just Mo as Wolves answer back. And look at Mo in his position. He's left like a lamb to slaughter, and boy, the Wolves are hungry. That's another round in a row, and it's match point for Wolves.
That could have gotten dicey. I mean, there was no diffuser to be picked up by any members of Wolves there. If Bibu were to be shut down by Mo, all of a sudden, that is a clutchable position to be in. But now instead, we're looking at match point for Wolves. And which bomb site do you go to? Basement is statistically the best bomb site overall, but you haven't won a single defense yet if you're Mirage, which means they're all bad bomb sites, really. You tried basement once, didn't work out. Then you went to open area time and time again, didn't pan out either. Archives tell us no team is really taking us there. It's just such a weak and unreliable bomb site to play on. The thing is, Mira is available. You could try and get fancy and just kind of break the wall, if you will. Brute force your way through it. But instead, it's going to be one of those default basement setups. Mo is actually off the smoke and onto Echo instead, and that gives Wolves a lot more time to work with, which might not bode well for Mirage because Wolves have been taking it very, very slow already. Those toxic babes could really be the difference maker in that last sub 20 seconds, which has been the last 3 previous rounds.
Wolves looking for 3 big points in regulation. Remember what we said about those predictions. If Wolves and FaZe won both of their matches in regulation, it would ensure that Mirage did not make it out of the group. I need to see what the landscape is now, but FaZe losing against Direwolves certainly opens the door for Mirage to pick up 6 points tomorrow and still make it to the main stage on Friday. It's unlikely based on how Mirage has played thus far. They only have a single point, and that one was picked up in an overtime loss to the very team that they are now currently about to lose if things continue in this way in overtime. And look at that. P4 bursts forward, gets a pick, but it's traded right back. Dexter follows, Rise securing another kill for this Wolves team. On rappel, inside of open area. Clear out the roamers. That's something that we knew Mirage liked to do, hold the map on that main floor and then move towards the bottom floor. You might not have physical presence there, but there's a yokai drone to help you out. And doing some scouting is the owner of Mohesi.
P4 had a slow start again, or slow game rather, against Direwolves, but he's not letting that affect him. He's 10 kills right now, intriguing for his team. Almost every single round together with Mowgli, finding great success. Second top gunner with 10 kills. Mo's got info, but no one can really act upon it. The remaining roamers are just sitting tight and holding on. You can't really fight against this roam game from Wolves right now because you don't have the numbers. Kento actually fell back to basement as well, so the roam game has been sacrificed. It's gone.
He still got the yokai up there. I'll scout for information. 2 yokais for Echo. The second one will be down below, likely to stop the plant in its tracks. Again, this has been a very objective-heavy bank. Both teams favoring the diffuser being planted. So far, Wolves have done it in rounds 7 and 9. Another diffuser down could potentially paralyze this Mirage defense, of which there are only 3 sitting in the bomb site. And Oryx is not exactly the operator that you want anchoring down a bomb site, but that T5 will just do in a pinch. There's a late flank that could also come in from Kento, depending on what hatches have been opened up, because Oryx, if people recall, can jump through those hatches. And if there's a post-plant that involves this Wolves team upstairs in open area, that's where Kento could shine. Diffuser being planted right now by Bibu as there's 30 seconds left on the clock. Yokai goes off, Shinka doing damage and finishing off Kento. I don't know if he was looking to roam or not, but Diffuser's down and it's a 4v2 for Wolves. It doesn't look like Mirage is going to be able to secure a single point in this matchup. Both players from Mirage on the main stairs. There's a crossfire potential as Wolves are holding this angle. And there they go! Shinka getting both of them. And Wolves getting all 3 of them. Points, that is. All but guaranteeing that they will play in the playoffs on Friday.
Yeah.
99% likelihood. Excellent stuff by Wolves. And that's a huge win.
It is, and I mean, so much confidence. I'm sure Lulun and Halby are very happy with that performance because they are holding on. You know, they're down 1 and 4, just keeping it cool, not calling for a timeout, not looking like they have any doubts about the side swap. And they go on attack and they win flawless. They won every single attacking round.
Dá não, meu.
You guys ready? Yeah.
Aragon?
Park? No? It's... Both of us have suits, right?
Cara...
Nossa.
É verdade, ele nunca saiu do meta.
Deu uma mole. Vai, Nescão, vai ter que comer aí, man.
Vai, mano. Bota aí. Bora.
The recruit. Easy one.
This is...
No, he's not here.
Yeti?
Ah, man. Cara. I think about crying, but he's not here.
Come aí, amigão.
Nossa, Zara.
Não tá lá. Tá bom?
Yeah. Getting more spicy, but it's easy enough. Skyscraper? Vamos, vamos! Marcha!
This is hard, man. This is really hard.
Chuta aí!
Maybe... Villa? Nossa, mano.
Yeah. A hard one.
Mostra aí pra câmera.
Let's see the one. Vulcan. The Goyo one. Let's try it.
Um cheirinho aí. Nossa,
Nossa,
astrou. Putz, melhor.
Let me take a little bit off. Bora.
Nada de bom.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Yo, come on. There are 3 more.
You're good, brother?
Canadian and Lexi.
Canadian and ramping?
Oh. I can try another one, so? Come on.
Fire in the hole. Let's try. Nossa, essa aqui parece ser zaralhada, hein, mano.
Nossa,
Nossa, velho.
Nossa, man.
Ah. Come on, brother. Mano, peraí. Normal.
Ela chega atrasado.
For me, it's good.
Yeah, yeah, they are good. Just like...
They're really good.
I think the third one was a little harder for me. No, just try to guess, not anything else. Like, he's always messing around with him. Kinda, no.
Should say something beautiful to him?
No. Interrogation. Ok, isso, comi todas agora, véio, até agora. Nossa, não faz isso não.
Aí, pô. Aí, essa é a quantidade boa.
Give it a try.
E?
Leite. How good?
Mirage?
I would say ace, but he's not here. It's in terror, really?
Putz, eu pensei em falar, mas só
It's too obvious, like it wasn't.
Eu pensei em falar, mas mano, não deve ser, né, velho?
Yeah, like...
Mano,
the Lord.
Essa aqui.
The final boss.
Pô, eu usaram ali na outra, mano. Botei no céu da boca, velho.
Mas pior que minha boquinha tá meio dormente. Não comeu inteiro?
Ah, eu... Nossa!
Zarani.
Let's go. Final boss.
Meio atrasado, né?
Man.
Tá muito? Não, ainda não chegou. I'm still good. Ainda tá de boa.
Man. Dá não, man.
Você fica um bafo muito quente.
Alright. Easy.
Vou chutar a segunda.
It's not? No, thank you, God. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Já tava em choque já, velho. Eu já tava em choque. Look at this.
No, come on, I gave up.
Por que eu tô escolhendo isso, né? Por que eu tô fazendo isso?
Good luck, my friend.
Nossa, o cheiro não é bom, velho.
That one is rotten fish, right?
The smell is not so good. Esse gosto é ruim, velho.
E aí, man, nada?
Ainda nada.
Mas é mais forte que aquela hoje?
Tá chegando.
Tá chegando ainda?
Tá chegando ainda. Mas tá de boa. Experimenta isso aqui, pô.
Nossa, relaxa, mano. Você já comeu por nós dois. Tudo de boa.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Major. My name is Tim and we're here to cast a game of Siege. And my name's Tim, this is Tim. Tim, how are we today, Tims?
I'm doing very well, Tim. I think they put my camera on screen twice, which is a bit of a problem, but I'm sure we can iron. It just looks identical to me, Tim.
Well, Tim, I don't know where this is. I can't do the accent anymore, Tim. I'm so sorry. I cracked.
Every time
I had a YouTube video looking how to do a Mancunian accent and everything, and I just can't do it.
Every time it lets you down. Do you want a bit of Brummy? That was bad.
Let's not try each other's accents anymore. I think that should be a mutual agreement between us.
An amnesty has been called.
Well, jokes aside and my lack of temporary hair aside, thankfully, unlike Tim, I can actually grow hair in. We have Team Liquid versus SANDBOX coming up for you, Tim. Two teams that we are very aware of. Liquid, I think we've cast almost every event we've done over the last few years. And SANDBOX, we follow throughout the regular season. Now, yesterday, Liquid absolutely pasted SANDBOX. 7-1, slapped them about on Oregon. SANDBOX just looked completely lost in my eyes, and since then, they haven't won a single game. But could this be their time to get something in the books and get 3 points, Tim?
The thing is, it's not just a small challenge for SANDBOX to try and get something going now. They are against, for my money, one of the best teams in the tournament so far. I would put Liquid up there with TSM. I would put them up there. BDS have had a very good showing as well. For me, those are the top three at the minute. Soniqs have really lit things up today as well. They deserve a shout in there. But Liquid have just had that nose in front of everybody else. They've been absolute demons so far. So trying to turn something around. They've got a minus 15 round difference at the minute to SANDBOX. They are, as you say, getting taken apart left, right and centre. And we know this team. We know that it's not them, Des. It should be going better than it is for them, but it's just not happening right now. And it is not going to be easy to get something going against Liquid.
Absolutely not. And hopefully we see them perform better. Shyle yesterday, 0-4 on entry as well, was really not the kind of performance that we used to see from him or, truthfully, the entire squad. So fingers crossed the nerves have settled a little bit now. We're into day 2 and we do see something better. Quick side note, Tim, my forehead now really hurts from having that thing stuck to my face. It was like ripping off tape.
That'll teach you, don't it? That'll teach you, won't it?
Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to do it again at some point, though, because it was hilarious. That's how convenient life is without hair as well. I'm here for it. I'm not going to lie.
It's been really fun just looking at Liquid getting themselves ready there. We're going to have the maps come through. We won't ignore that. So the map ban comes in. We're going to see ourselves going to Oregon, as you say. That's where they played the other day. Played yesterday, 7-1 Liquid. They are starting the reverse about. So this time we're going to have SANDBOX starting on the opposite starting side to what they did yesterday. So, you know, maybe they can do things a little bit differently this time out. I honestly think that the problem for them was probably a little bit bigger than that.
I agree. They're starting on the defense today, which for me at least gives me a little bit more confidence, because coming into the attacks yesterday, frankly, they were bullied by Lagonis more than anyone else, playing as Army. In 2 of the earlier rounds, I think it was rounds 3 and 4, he was just chucking down these keeper barricades once they realised where SANDBOX were coming to attack, and they had no easy answer on the way through. So I was kind of like, okay, you boys have now got to adapt, and that adaptation often came after they'd lost 3 members on the way through. And this scoreboard, or sorry, more like the league leaderboard, shows you exactly the problem here. Liquid 3-0 have got all the points in the bank. SANDBOX have got absolutely nothing. And the scariest thing is, they get past Liquid. Let's not forget now, we are halfway through this group. They need to go on and win the next 3 games realistically to be in with a fighting chance against TSM or Liquid. And it feels like this is a do or die. They lose here, they're basically guaranteed to go home. And there you go, 0.01.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it.
That. You know, you start seeing it there. You know, let's be honest, Des, it ain't a pretty picture. Even if they manage to turn a win out here, there's still only a 6% chance. It's, you know, we saw it happen with G2 getting to Berlin. That's a once a year. That's a once an esport. That's a once a lifetime sort of occurrence. You know, so it is unfortunately looking very unlikely for SANDBOX to get themselves through this, and it's just going to go from bad to worse if the result here on Oregon doesn't go their way. The problem that they've got is that you've got Nesk. He's hitting shots at the minute, Des. He is absolutely firing. I've seen him hit some absolute beauties the last couple of days. It's been unreal. He hit a pixel angle that I couldn't even see through the angle. It was that tight, and he's back to sort of, you know, the Nesk that we expect. You've got Lagonis holding sight down. Palu's everywhere. Ask and resets. Ask was just causing an absolute nuisance last time he was on Oregon. He was up in tier 3. He was hitting shots down into Armory corridor. There was just no stopping him.
You speak about Ask, he's actually one of our top 5 rated players for both entry and cost so far in the competition, which tells you all you need to know. This team are absolutely on fire. But the one message that came out of yesterday, I spoke back about the Azami plays, the cool things they were bringing out. They looked prepared, Tim. They looked like they knew what to expect from SANDBOX. Round 3, a great example. They held inside of Attic, and SANDBOX just sent everyone into Master Bedroom. And they got absolutely slaughtered on the way through because Liquid left half of Trophy soft. And it was like, yeah, they just had an answer to everything. They were ready for what SANDBOX were going to bring at them, whether it was Ossa, whether it was Amaru, you name it. They had the answer to bring. So really for me, for SANDBOX today, they're coming into this thinking, okay, boys, we've been beaten about a little bit yesterday. We've now got a chance to bring something back onto our side. We start on the defensive side of things. Surely we can bring some of our own ideas here. Where I'm nervous is they didn't win the last round yesterday either. On the attacking side, that was when we just saw Liquid steamroll through them as well. So with it not being particularly close yesterday, Liquid haven't got to change anything. They're the ones who have got everything down. They know the strats they want to employ, the game plan. Everyone's on fire, as we've seen, sat at 9 points so far. SANDBOX the ones who have got to come up with something different. And I hate being the pessimist before the game has even started, Tim. We'll give it a good belly and see how they can do. But I just don't see how you stop Liquid right now.
You know that we love to back. You know, if somebody, they ain't looking like they're going to win, you know we're going to get on board and we're going to try and push them towards that line. And we want to see a good performance out of SANDBOX. As we've said, we see them week in, week out. We know what they're capable of. We want them to show us. And they are absolutely capable of giving Liquid a run for their money. The other thing that we've got to mention with Liquid, it's my only chance whilst I'm here. We've got one game, Des. You know, Liquid, yes, are going fantastically well so far, but that is not the question that we ask about Liquid in reality. We know Liquid are an unbelievable team. We know they've got some of the best players, but that's not the question on everybody's lips. The question is, can they go all the way? That is the question. Is this going to be the one? Is this going to be the one? And I know they've won a Pro League final, but they haven't had that big major or SI win. They've been all the way to the finals, but they've never quite made it. And it is, I think, for probably every fan of Siege, the one roster, the one team that you look at and think, they need a title. They need to cement that place in history with a title. And is this going to be the one? They've come in looking like it could be, Des. They look like it could be. they need to make short work of SANDBOX here and keep that momentum going.
What I find really funny is thinking about LATAM. Everyone's been gassed up about FaZe, saying, oh, it's their time, right? They've won in the last year. They were finalists back in Berlin. This is their time to go on and win it. That's what everyone's really excited about. Other side of it, you're looking at some of the casters. They're like, oh, W7M, they're going to win this whole thing. It's theirs for the taking. So everyone's talking about FaZe and W7M, but so far all we've seen is Liquid absolutely demolish everyone they've come up against. Is it time to consider that maybe this is going to be LATAM's major? I don't know. Time will tell once we get out the group stage, because everything changes come quarters, but signs are no doubt looking good.
They certainly are. It's for me already, like you say, it's all about the knockout phases for Liquid at this point. You know, so there is an element where they might not sort of throw everything at every game. They'll go in and do enough to get the result, and that's It's another important factor that people don't often consider about tournaments. Is teams now like Liquid in the position they're in, they've got to start thinking about the rest of the tournament. They are pretty much qualified out of this group. They're not, but they're not a million miles away, and we'd be very surprised at this point if they don't make it. So they've got to start thinking towards those knockout phases. They've got to start thinking towards best of threes. They've got to start thinking towards which maps they're likely to play. And honestly, this is great for Liquid. Coming back to the same map again, they don't have to show anything that they didn't show yesterday. They won 7-1. It's not a major problem. So it sort of works out well for them when you think in the broader scheme of the tournament as a whole.
What's your take so far on the last couple of days, Tim? You've obviously co-streamed the whole thing. I've been a little bit busy, so haven't been able to do so. But what's been your take so far? What surprised you? What's disappointed you? Talk me through it.
I'm a little bit surprised. I've been a little bit surprised with Spacestation. I don't know if surprised is the right... I don't want to say disappointed. I was just so hopeful for them. They managed to get the first 3 points today. They had a tough day yesterday. I'm hoping it's the start of more for them. I really am, because they were one of the teams coming in that I looked at and I thought, yes, you could really do something here. A big surprise, Dire Wolves, I will say it. We know that the APAC side teams are very good. We've seen Elevate previously come and have great performances internationally. I'd love to see 1 or 2 of the APAC teams making it. Cyclops and Dire Wolves are looking like the most likely to get through to the playoff stage. It's not going to be easy, but, Dire Wolves have managed to beat FaZe twice. They're no slouchers, Des. They are not messing about. They're here to play, and I've really enjoyed watching them so far. But overall, for me, this is just how I started with CG Esports, sitting at home, watching every game, working out what it means in the leagues and just seeing how it all goes and getting excited about it. And that's what it's been for me, having that opportunity to watch it with a bunch of other people and just get excited about it. And I'm absolutely loving this event so far.
Absolutely. I've been really impressed. Well, I'll say disappointed overall in APAC. Yesterday they were 1-7, but I think I've really started to pick things up. We had Cyclops on the board. Dire Wolves, as you say, are up there tied with, again, one of the favourites for the whole competition in FaZe. They're sat on 6 points. Group D looking like a real spicy affair right now. Others a little bit more close, but equally we haven't seen games from all of those groups yet, which is what we'll see in this match and in the next one. I forget the game that's going on over on the A stream, but also to remind you, there are, of course, 2 streams running in case you've somehow stumbled across Bravo and not found our main stream. You can tune into both. We still have all the games to go through tomorrow as well. So 2 more on this stream, 2 more on the A stream today, then a whole another day of play tomorrow.
It's just wall-to-wall siege. That's what and I say this every time, whether I'm at the event or not. It's just wall-to-wall siege for 3 days, and that's why I love the group stages, because you get the first day where you're finding out about everybody. You're looking at all these teams, you get to see everybody play twice, and it's like, right, who's going to do what? What's going on? And then the second day, you start to get into this phase we're in now, where you're coming into this and you're looking like, right, Liquid can qualify. If they get a win, they look like they've qualified. SANDBOX are probably... And you start getting into all this theory crafting about who's going to go where and how it's going to fit into the playoffs. And then obviously the third day, you've always got a couple of absolute cliffhanger games that are going to come tomorrow where, fates will be decided, and I just absolutely love all of it. I can't get enough of it, and I'll tell you what else, I can't get enough, Des, of getting in here and watching Liquid versus SANDBOX on Oregon. It's going to be a banger.
Just specifically this game and no other one as well. This is the one specifically you wanted to tune in for, Tim.
100%, right from the beginning. Right from when I knew I was casting it. This was the one I was excited about.
It's the one. It's the one. What I'm interested to see is actually how the bans change as well. Do we see an Azami ban come in, for example, from SANDBOX? I wouldn't be too surprised if we do, given just how much of a torment it was. But those bans are Arguably not what I expected to come out of SANDBOX, so I'm pretty sure are the blue team. In fact, no, they're starting defense. They're the orange team, of course, which means Liquid have gone a little bit, I won't say trolly, but they have played around, and sure enough, there is that Azami ban that I was on about. I mentioned it earlier, yesterday on the defensive side, Liquid absolutely tormented SANDBOX with it. Lagonis played it super well, wasn't deploying barricades too heavily in the early round, or where he did, he'd play the position, then fall back in towards site and deploy more down to make the approach towards site even more treacherous. It was kind of a trap in a way, and we saw it being used a lot around the freezer down in the basement on Oregon, whereby he would actually play in the freezer itself, making use of those Azami barricades to help defend and hold down freezer. He'd back away in towards highway and then pop her on the door, but leave enough of a crack that you could shoot through the freezer doorway and catch any SANDBOX player trying to approach. So what was once a bastion of defense for a defender then became the worst nightmare and a bit of a trap for any attackers trying to push through. So that being taken away is just kind of a nod towards Lagonis saying, you know what, fair play. That rolled us over yesterday. Let's get rid of it and try and play into whatever else they might bring.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching Lagonis. He's been a great site player for the longest time, and I think he gets not overlooked. We all know he's a great IGL. We all know, you know, the strengths that he brings to the team as that support player. But his ability to find kills when they are needed is a little bit underrated sometimes, I think, as well, because he doesn't have to do it that often. That's not his role. You know, but he will, when required, he'll find them frags. He'll find them nasty little angles. He'll do what his team needs. You know, it got great clutch ability as well. Very level-headed, very calm in them situations, and a great player to watch towards the ends. I think we're going to be getting into game any second now. Just a small delay there, but we've got all the bans done. It looks like we're about ready to load in. We're getting fist bumps all round. So I think we'll be kicking this one off very soon. I'm just, like I said, I'm really hoping, Des, on the other side of it, because I want to see a good Liquid performance, because I am looking at them now as a team that could potentially go on and win this. So I want to see a good performance out of them. So I want to see an excellent performance out of SANDBOX. Let's really test Liquid. Let's really push them and see what they've got.
Absolutely. Again, I'm probably a bit sceptical about whether or not we'll see that quality from SANDBOX today, but never say never in Siege. I did just technically say never, so it kind of breaks my own point there. But you never know what SANDBOX can deliver. So give it a bit of time, and we'll see how the game starts out. Where I'm also slightly nervous about the bans, being truthful, Tim, is we saw the Jaeger ban coming out of Liquid. Now, you look at that and probably go, why is that a worry? Well, yesterday, we actually saw quite a lot of Jaeger use coming out of Liquid. They had a fantastic hold coming between Azami and the Jaeger, holding down Small Tower when they were defending on the kitchen and dining site. Seeing that banned away, knowing Liquid is starting on the attack, I think we're going to see a lot of grenades in this first half, a lot of explosives, a lot of range utility that they're hoping they're just going to smoke the members of SANDBOX out and get a couple of easy kills in the early round. So Wamai probably will have to be a staple, I'd expect, coming in for SANDBOX. Let's find out, though, as we are now going into round one.
Here we go. Let's get things underway. It is going to be down in the basement, as we've already seen. SANDBOX do kick things off on the defense. Having a quick look through that lineup, there is nothing too unusual about it. You can see from the bottom those graphics that we've got. The stats coming from Sprabunit and Wrath, as always, show us a regulation win for Liquid is all but qualifying them, 99.5%. So basically what that means is they run thousands and thousands of different versions of what could happen in the rest of the games, all the different scores, all the different variations, and they see how many of them Liquid go through. And that means that in almost every one of them Liquid does.
This is why we have Sprabuni as well, because he's also DM'd me and said, for your cast, if Team Liquid gets at least one more point than Heroic, Liquid is confirmed for playoffs, SANDBOX is eliminated, and MNM is confirmed for SI. So lots of knock-on effects that go just beyond this result itself. Liquid has said need to get at least one more point than Heroic, and they'll be set and locked in, as well as MNM getting to SI. So come on, Liquid, do us a favour. Let's see the boys go all the way. Let's get into things, and I believe we're also joined by Red Like, the Italian Stallion, for the observing on this game as well. Nice to have you with us, buddy, or us to be with you, given we're kind of guesting on your major, I suppose.
Absolutely. I'm very excited to have Red Lackey observing for us. As much as I love Merrick's and Easy, and, you know, they're two of the best in the game, they observe for us all the time, and this is what I love about the major.
Yeah, I'm a bit bored of them now.
You know, turning up, seeing Parker, you know, seeing John, Stam, all the other casters, Manny, Dev, you know, Nick, seeing all of them and just getting that time with everybody, working with different people, and that doesn't, you know, stop at the casting team. It goes for absolutely everybody, so it's brilliant to be working with Red Light for this one. So, We are a minute into the round now. Then Neska's already got himself up into the attic, so it's going to be a top floor clearance coming in from Liquid. They're going to be looking for a strong start with an opening kill. Oh, look at this. Aska's already got himself into freezer, Des. There's no messing about, but in comes a big kill from Envy Taylor. Manages to shut down that push. It is actually a direct trade. Bullets crossing in the air to find each other, and that leaves us 4 versus 4, but a strong start for this game.
You do lose a lot of explosives with that trade as well. The 2 nades that were in Aspak's pocket is now off the board. I commented on that back in the ban phase with the Jaeger being taken away. You'll see a lot of Wamai, but it just says that Liquid want to bring along a lot of throwables, and they had 4 frag grenades, now only down to 2. Whilst on the other side, Envy, he trades away a C4. Far from the end of the world. I think that probably more favours the defenders than it does the attackers, because not only have you lost to Ayana, you've lost Ask, who, like I said, has been having a fantastic tournament so far. Top 5 in cost, top 5 in entry. He's really been having a wonderful tournament so far.
We're going to have SANDBOX pretty much turtling up on site now. 50 seconds left to go. No surprises. Palu's going to be working the freezer angle instead. We'd quite often see Palu down at the bottom of Laundry Stairs, but instead that's going to fall to everybody else from Liquid. They are stacking up down there. Good boy manages to find Lagonis. That is a great start for SANDBOX in this final phase of the round. Palu keeps trying to push that angle, but all he does is keep taking long after long of that toxic babe canister. But Ness, he manages to walk in. He finds himself one, but Arakazi with a big double, Des. He's going to keep the man advantage on the side of SANDBOX. This is looking good. 2 versus 1. They've got a great crossfire onto Palu here. Pops up from behind the shield. That makes it a 3rd in the final phase for Arakazi. And that is going to be SANDBOX taking round 1. And Des, at least it can't be worse than yesterday.
Well, you say that, Tim. They won the first round yesterday, then lost the next 7.
Could be the
so
same.
Don't count your chickens.
Can't be worse, Des.
That is true. It can't be worse. It can be just as bad. Time will tell on that front, although arguably losing out on defense would be, pretty atrocious. That round was an interesting one because early on, Liquid, lightning fast in the building. In fact, SANDBOX were dropping down from top floor, down into security, down back into basement after just 55 seconds from the round starting. Just acknowledging, I think, and showing a little bit of respect there towards Liquid's aggression, which is why you had Nesk sat holding onto the green stairs in Big Tower in case there was a flank that came back up through those stairs. So good read from Liquid, good respect being paid by each other. The ending a little bit scrappier as well. I commented, I was like, what? When I saw Arakazi spring out from behind the bomb chassis, he had no idea that a member of Liquid had managed to get his way inside of sight and was looking up highway. That's why the freebie came through. Yes, they got the trade, but some small little things already to be evened out here by both teams. Still, already looking like a very explosive start to the game.
This is more the SANDBOX that I wanted to see. Now I'm just sort of hopeful that it remains, Des, that it continues, because we need to see them. They've got the opportunity. They're on defense. As you've said, it's a better chance for them, you feel. You know, they only got 2 defensive rounds yesterday, and that was it. Cut short. Liquid won them. On they went. But this time, they're just going to have a better opportunity, I feel, to settle into the game. And that first round is going to do them no harm in those terms. Static is going to be just lurking around on those armory stairs. We've got Envy Taylor out in Big Tower, so I like this from SANDBOX. They've got themselves spread out. They're going to try to burn the time of Team Liquid, make sure that they're going in there and paying attention. I have seen Liquid once or twice just missing opportunities to see people. Nesk ran right past an Oryx in a previous game on border, just left him there to come through and hassle them in Fountain. Nesk being Nesk, he wheeled 180 and hit him with a headshot. You can't win them all, but there has definitely been opportunities to take advantage of a lack of information play from Liquid. But Ask, he gets himself in, gets into that first engagement once again, and this time he comes away with the life of Envy Taylor and doesn't lose his own.
It was beautiful play as well because they kind of shepherded Envy downstairs there. They had a drone up in Big Tower, so he couldn't easily cut his way back towards site. Had no choice but to try and aim for the basement to go for a rotation downstairs. And Ness finds another, almost a 3rd as well, but it's Shyle to bring him down as a response. But again, good shepherding, I think, of Envy. Good little cross angle setup. It feels again like Liquid have come in with a game plan here, and so far SANDBOX are just fighting to survive.
And it's going to be a hard fight. Resets is moving down the Big Tower stairs. Just a little bit unsure, I think, of what's behind him. Just conscious of the potential flank. But for the time being, he's going to be working the window angle before breaching into Attic. He's not going to have the best angle to work from with that small, hard breach hole. You can vault through it, but obviously it leaves you in the animation. It's not as efficient or as effective as something like a thermite, but it gets the job done. And it's going to allow the Ying access. 4 versus versus 3 as Liquid are trying to probe and press. They're just trying to put a little bit of pressure on site now, try and get themselves into master bedroom. They've got a little bit of access into attic, and SANDBOX are going to start feeling this pretty soon because they're not going to be able to move out of games. They're not going to be able to move into pit. They're going to have to watch many, many angles.
They can't pull off an MNM classic here where they'll chuck a bunch of yings in through concrete, chuck a couple of smokes and then plant on concrete itself. They've got no flashes. There are no smokes, sorry. So instead, everything's going in behind these Candelas. So really keep all eyes on resets. There's off one of those Candelas as Good Boy finds Parlo as well, who was looking to try and capitalize off that initial movement. So still, down to a 3 versus 3, but we have got 3 Candelas and a flash still on side for the attackers. But 15 seconds, Tim, is not a lot of time.
It's a very difficult site to push into in the late round if there are defenders still entrenched, and that's what you're starting to see here. 1 for 1 will suit SANDBOX fine. They get 2 for Nandez. They close out the round, and it's 2-0 on the scoreboard as well. Great round from SANDBOX there, just able to turtle up. I often liken that top floor defense to an onion. You laugh at me when I do it. It's all about the layers, Des. And if you can keep that nice core there in the middle, you can leave the attackers with tears in their eyes when they can't break it down in the last 15 seconds, and that's exactly what SANDBOX did. Beautiful from them.
If we're going halfway towards that, what can I think of the word for it? If we're going halfway towards the onions have layers thing, Tim, who's Shrek and who's Donkey in this pairing?
I think we all know that, Des.
I think you've got to be Shrek. 1, because he's bald. 2, has a slightly northern accent to him. It's my swamp.
How could it be any other way around? And you're the comedy. That's
the comedy. No, on the ass, mate. That's the way it's got to be. On the ass.
I didn't want to go that far, Des. It's our one game. I was trying to be nice to you.
Just for the one game we're here. If there's a second, then it'd be all gloves off and anything could get said. But no, in this one, we'll keep it nice and safe. Alrighty, meeting and kitchen is where we're going to head into next. For SANDBOX, as you said, it has already been an improvement on it yesterday. They only won that one single round yesterday. The very first in the game. Here so far, they find themselves on 2 and not looking too uncomfortable either, which is what I'm enjoying. That first round downstairs, a little bit scrappy at points. Arakazi missing the man inside of sight, for example. It happens. Second sight there, Good Boy with a good 1-2 punch, rotating his way through kids. They've had good clutch ability or good end of round play so far in terms of crossfires and making sure they're holding good positions. So for Liquid, now the onus comes onto you. You've tried a couple of things. You brought the Ying along. It didn't work. What are you going to change to next?
It's going to be the tertiary site. I'll be honest with you, Des. I didn't think that we'd necessarily see SANDBOX using tertiary sites. You know, I didn't expect them to come in and just get back-to-back rounds to begin with to kick things off. As much as I was hopeful of a better performance from them, for them to be in meeting in round 3 is an immediate success for them because, as we said at the beginning, I think you said it, Des, they don't want an even half here. SANDBOX need 4-2 as a minimum. They need it. They need 4-2 when they're going onto the attack. So they've already got themselves halfway there. They can now think, right, Dorms and Laundry, we've pretty much got sorted. With, you know, hopefully they're in the bank. Anything else is a bonus. So lock this one down here. You're pretty much done for the half, and it'll be a real, you know, mental boost for them. They've been beaten up. They've been battered so far at this tournament. There's no other way of putting it. They're 0-3. They haven't even got to overtime. It's been rough. This is going to be a big boost for them, and hopefully it's something that they can build a bit of momentum from. We haven't quite seen the Liquid yet that we have over the last couple of days, so I dare say that there are sterner tests to come in the rounds ahead.
Oh, for sure. And here already Charles trying to poke his nose around Big Tower, catch out any of the drones that might be circling around, of which there are a couple. This is always the beauty with this site, is the teams are trying to focus on pushing their way in through Big Tower wall, normally with an Ossa on side as well, which Liquid do not have in this round. You have to make sure you've got top floor control, which is why that rotation hole up through Attic is going to be so crucial. SANDBOX will be looking to poke their nose up through it. The defenders, the attackers will be trying to make sure no one can push up that way. Also being mindful of things like Green Corridor, the basement potentially working against you. We're so used to seeing attacks like that go sideways, especially in APAC North, Tim. But look at Reset. Okay. I mean, fair play on SANDBOX for being so mobile, but Reset's there, yeah, caught asleep at the wheel.
If you remember in the last round, I said that I felt Liquid had some small holes in their information game. You know, and they've just been caught out completely there with Good Boy able to just walk in. And yes, Resets is on a drone. He's trying to play that information game. But the safety isn't there for him to do that. You have to be in a safe position. You have to be aware of where people are before you start going into your drones. And the fact that somebody is not just going to run in on you. So Good Boy with a great opener for SANDBOX. It is leveled out pretty quickly afterwards. And that's a big loss, Des. The Echo is gone off the board. Static taken out.
Just a great read, I think, overall, really, by SANDBOX as well. Probably identifying a drone coming through and thinking, that shouldn't be coming from there. Maybe he's sat there. And I love how it wasn't just one player that went for the kill. They sent two. They were getting that kill, whether it was by trade or by a 1-0 frag, whatever it turned out to be, they wanted to be in that position. So again, really smart play by them. Now you've got Envy holding down inside of security, maybe being pushed on by 1 or 2 players here. It's asked to get a kill from above. The Angel of Death as Envy gets full white screen, sees the stairs of heaven, but manages to keep himself alive. A potential push coming through. It's 2v2 as Envy doesn't go to heaven, but drops downstairs and gets a kill through the flash. What is that? Walks away into a 2 versus 1. Lagonis all that's left alive as Arakaze and Envy may have just given SANDBOX their 3rd round in a row.
I am stunned at that kill from Envy. What an absolute beauty. I assumed he'd drop the hatch, but no. Lagonis is going to have to stick this. He's going to be pushed. There's no way. And that's going to be the round closed out. Arakaze finding that final one. But let me come back to that point, Des. I really thought that with the flashes coming in that Envy was just going to drop away. I don't know if maybe he thought he was and just didn't realise that he kept himself on the lip, starts spraying and gets a kill onto Palu. Absolutely unbelievable scenes.
Baited even us there as well, because we were sat here, it's like, he drops away, and he was like, gotcha, spins around, and he's still there on the lip, like you say. Just again, really good play by SANDBOX, staying mobile, keeping Liquid guessing. So where in the first 2 rounds, it feels like we've seen quite a lot of turtle play. Think back into round 2, when Envy got caught in the basement for free on his rotation down from a big tower. I thought we'd see them really try and dig in, and I think Liquid was setting up for thinking, okay, they aren't going to contest the site on the map here. We can just shepherd them back to site and then push in. Well, here comes 2 hitting you hard in the face and a really aggressive hold of security. SANDBOX are the ones keeping Liquid asking questions now. Now down to the basement we go, and we have a mirror on side, Tim. Something that often we see banned away at the moment, but here still left open for business, and we'll be putting the first one of those down straight away onto the freezer wall. A great angle being opened up through there. So it's not quite the Azami level bullying that we saw from Liquid yesterday, but it is still very obnoxious.
No, generally, the mirrors that we'll see down in the down in laundry site is that one, and then we'll see another one in sometimes electrical, looking into bunker. Sometimes it'll be played in the closet. It depends how much they want to hold on to hatch, how much they expect. The bunker one is quite easily dealt with if you don't really commit to holding on to meeting. So I don't think we're going to see that one here. But sometimes you'll get the secondary one in the closet that just helps them look through into freezer. Potentially, you can play off both mirrors essentially. Play somebody on the bottom chassis and just have them fall back as and when necessary. Now then, Liquid quickly getting into rear stage this time. Last time around, they didn't do a great job, Des, of disrupting the defenders down inside a site. They had a little tickle at freezer, they had a big push down laundry stairs, and none of them really worked. The SANDBOX defenders were pretty much in the same positions at the end of the round as they were at the beginning. And that's something Liquid need to change. Historically, we've seen Liquid attack this site fantastically from 3 or 4 sides at once. That wasn't there in round 1, and I'd like to see it. The classic is get Palu down laundry stairs, get a couple into freezer, push from rear stage stairs as well, and just make it a living nightmare inside a site.
You know what I do love? Someone in chat, I'm Poison, popped up and said, you know what? He does sound like Shrek. I think you're screwed now, mate. That's it. You got to go to Shrek next Halloween. I can't wait to see it. But you are right. Here in this round, at least, things have started out ever so slightly slower. Here we've got SANDBOX dipping their way back in towards site, trying to find any drones that are working their way through, of which they have already cleared out 5 inside half the round. So not bad at all by any stretch of the imagination. Halfway through the drone pool, halfway in the round. Go figure, the maths checks out. What I'm slightly nervous about for Liquid, though, is, again, yes, they're going for a hot drop. Oh, my God, they've gone straight in there, straight onto the end of Envy's gun. Good boy comes across, but do they know about the site player here? Envy sure does. Down goes Lagonis, a 4v2, and Liquid kind of, dare I say, resorting not so much to cheap tactics here, but to panic tactics, and SANDBOX have got the composure to deal with it all.
Liquid willing to just have a roll of the dice. Let's go for a hot drop. As I said, coming into this, they're already a long way towards qualification for the playoffs. They know there's only so many points they need to pick up, but the risk is you can't just start throwing them away in the pursuit of hiding anything. You've got to make sure that you get those points. Get yourself over the line. Why not come into day 3 knowing that it's done? And that's always a bit of a risk. Palu, he's going to find his man inside a closet. We know that he's capable of these big clutch situations. It's 1 versus 3 down to, sorry, 1 versus 4 down to 1 versus 3 now. He's going to burn the laser gate, but the problem is they know where he's coming from now. SANDBOX, they're just going to hold their angles. Palu sending out a nade. It's going to be caught out by the magnet. Go right back above his his head, so he has to burn another 5 seconds waiting for that one to detonate. And we see in the top right corner that the timeout's been requested. There's Liquid are on the ropes right now.
It's looking like an even worse reverse of yesterday. At least SANDBOX started out with a round win. Liquid couldn't buy one right now. For all we said coming in, sat at 9 points, the perfect scoreline so far, have not lost to anyone, won everything in regulation, here being held back by SANDBOX, who have had a torrid time this tournament so far, but look like absolute pros, which they rightfully are, coming into Oregon. Understanding this tactical timeout's got to come through here, because Liquid know we need to get something on the defensive side. We can play well, boys, but can we manage a 6-0 defensive half of our own? I think even the best team in the world against the worst would probably question, is that always going to be possible on a map like Oregon?
It's not, not necessarily. And Liquid, winning's a habit. We've said it countless times. And at tournaments, you don't want to take a 7-0 loss, regardless of who it's against, where it is, what is happening. You don't want to suffer that sort of defeat because it puts it in your head. What if they go back to Oregon again? What if they have a must-win game in a best-of-3 and it falls on Oregon? And they're thinking, ooh, last time we played this, SANDBOX smashed us 7-0. You don't need it in the mental. So Liquid need to sort this out. SANDBOX are playing well. I don't want to put it, I know I said they're rolling the dice, they're taking a hot drop on. Yeah, they've tried one or two things like that, but it's because other things aren't working. SANDBOX have got the answers at the minute. SANDBOX are playing pretty well here. They're winning their gunfights generally, and they are having a little bit of luck as well, and things are just rolling their way. And SANDBOX are going to be very, very pleased with that.
They are for sure, and that's why I'm starting to get nervous now, is what can Liquid do to change things up? Their answer? Employ a classic SANDBOX tactic, looking in towards bringing along the Amaru, the Ying potentially making a return as well. Now, we've seen these operators be used, well, Amaru not in this game, but yesterday we did. Not really to any great effect, and Ying, a couple of attempts came out to make best use of them, but it just wasn't to be the case. Arakaze is ready, though, with the Warden on side. You've got Static playing on the pulse, so very keen to see where he plays. Given the freedom that Liquid have generally afforded to SANDBOX throughout this game, he could do a lot of damage from downstairs in the late round.
Here we go then. Round number 5 is underway. We're going to have Nesk heading nowhere, Des! A Static comes down like death from above and shuts him down with the shotgun. And what a start for SANDBOX. This is the problem now, Des. This is the SANDBOX that we know and love. The confidence is through the roof, and they're happy to take the jump outs. They're happy to take the peaks, and they will take name after name.
It's one thing I'll generally give to APAC teams is they won't cower down and start slowing up on the play and doubting themselves. They'll keep on trying till the same things work. I feel the same about CAG. I feel it about SANDBOX, a lot of other, especially Japanese teams that we have in APAC North, and you're seeing that absolutely flying out of Static. Great use, and in comes Resets, misses his kills and can't find his men. That's not the way it was meant to go. 2 kills come out for SANDBOX. They're in a 5v2, Tim, and staring down the barrel of a 5-0 half to get things underway.
It's certainly looking that way at the minute. I'm sure there's going to have been a lot of channel points in the Twitch sat on Liquid, and there's going to be some very smug SANDBOX supporters right now that could be looking at a real payout there if this one continues as it is. It's all down to 2 remaining players on the side of Team Liquid. It's Lagonis, it's Palu, and I would say probably 2 of the most clutch players on the side with an opportunity to try and fight back from 2v5 down, but it is not going to be easy. SANDBOX are just absolutely tearing through them at the minute. Lagonis, he's having a fight. He manages to find 1. Brings us to a 2 versus 4. Can Palu help him? Can they find any more? They've certainly got time on their side, but
no,
above them, and he knows they're coming.
This is unreal. I really thought we'd see a Pulse playing from downstairs with C4s late in the round, but APAC don't care about your rules. A great little quick peek from Palu will bring it back down. Where I get a bit nervous here, Tim, though, is there's still 60 seconds to play, and let's not forget, SANDBOX were in a 5 versus 2, now down to a 3 versus 1. I don't care how good you are at this point, Palu. I think you've got 3 big players to go through. Admittedly, 2 sat down on blinking HP bars. It's still looking a little bit ropey, though, as out comes an impact nade. It's a Pokeball! Man's been playing the new release straight in there, catches a rare Palu as they move up to 5-0.
Boy, oh boy, this is the exact reverse of what we expected, but we wanted that good performance out of SANDBOX just to send a message that APAC is here, and maybe it's time on day 2 for APAC to wake up. Direwolves, of course, beating FaZe earlier on. SANDBOX thinking, you know what, we'll have a piece of that action. We're up against LATAM next, and they are running through them at the minute. It's going to be round 6 and the final defense for SANDBOX. I'll be honest, as I said in the third round, I didn't expect to see Meeting at that point, and I certainly, if I'm honest, didn't expect to see it a second time, but good on you, SANDBOX. Let's have some more.
It's just like when you feel like you have a bit of a read. Okay, know what's going on here. Pulse, all right. They play downstairs. They play for the C4s. Cool. Late round flanks, I understand. Man uses it to get a jump out of armory, then gets upstairs and uses it to scan through the floor to see what's going on below him when he knows full well there is a Buck playing downstairs. Palu, big Buck player. You're going to see him playing Buck at some point, yet still had no fear in getting that cardiac sensor out to see what was going on downstairs and almost found himself a second kill onto White as well. SANDBOX, as you said in the last round, they're playing without fear here. Liquid have got one chance to get this right. Otherwise, you're staring at match point the entire time on the screen as you go into that second half. And that is not a spot that any winning hopeful of a major wants to be facing down this early on against, truthfully, one of the weaker teams here at the competition.
I think Liquid are going to be glad that we're only casting one game at this rate, Des. This is how it's going to go when we do. You know, but interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Static is not just going for the mini D-Peck, he's going for the full D-Peck here. He's in and out, he's driving around the outside, fully utilising those 10 seconds to see exactly what is going on out front of the building and just potentially, again, guide those heat-seeking missiles of jump-outs out of the windows to try and pick up an early kill onto Liquid. But I don't want to be the one to say it necessarily, Des, but you and I have a bit of a habit of finding overtime games. If ever there were a pair casting a game who would potentially see a comeback from a 5-1 or a 6-0 half, it could be us.
Nah. Come on, Tim. Look, normally you're the pragmatist, you're the realist, one who brings it back down to earth a lot of the time. I'm going to do it here and just say, look, there should be no way we ever get to that point, given how strongly this half has come on. But
no way.
But SANDBOX attacks yesterday were not particularly good. So, can they overcome this Liquid side? Now there isn't an Azami on side. We'll find out after this round. 90 seconds still to go here, though. No one has gone down, at least in the early round. The only thing that has fallen like flies are the drones on the side of Liquid. They're down to 3, Tim. So they're clearly a little bit nervous here about all the work that's being done. And I tell you what, the fact that you're swinging onto a drone like that, that is a lot of confidence, because any of the team, realistically, the player sat on drone out there, there's one holding the window, he still swings in and gets rid of the shock drone, putting, again, that utility count even lower for Liquid here as they come into the last 60 seconds of the round.
If you remember early in the game, Des, I picked up on the fact that Liquid over the last couple of days, I feel like they have had holes in that information game, and SANDBOX are fully punishing them on here. You know, down to 1 drone now. Shayo manages to get the opener onto resets. Neski's there to trade it out, though, and we see another battle coming on. MB Taylor, he's going to be pushed from both.
Oh, Arakaze. Oh!
Arakaze, no, it's Nesk! Manages to wheel around on the knock. We've seen that before. Hits his man 180 and slaps him out of the server, but will be downed and likely finished off any second. We're going to have a 2 versus 2 with 30 seconds left to go, Des.
Can they hold on? There's one in the back corner here, very much pins it in. It's down to Static playing on that Echo. Now, I don't know how many Yokais are still left up. There's at least 1. Now, can he get in them and hold things out for 20 seconds? That's a lot of time to hold for. The plant's going down here, isn't being pushed out, and that Yokai's in the wrong spot. He knows he can do nothing about this, so he's got to push his way through. Will he find the man when he steps across? They know where the plant has gone down, but classic Siege timing. He steps across just as the pixel gets covered up. Looks for his man, sees the shots coming through, but Static maybe in a spot here where maybe Liquid do find themselves the one and only round they will find in this half, as he looks a little bit short of ideas, Tim.
Liquid desperately needed this round, to be honest. They needed to get themselves going, because otherwise it's going to be...
Oh, no.
No, that's not ideal, though. Palu takes down Lagonis. That's not the kill that you want, Palu. You want to find Static. He's going to pop out and find his man anyway. Makes amends, closes out the round, and that's going to be Liquid finding 1. So at least they have taken something out of that first half. It sets them up for a defense that is going to take a lot of work, though, here on Oregon.
A little bit of squeaky bum time there, though. Tim down to a 1v1 with a team kill in the 2v1. Oh, God! Almost saw it going against him there for a second, but thankfully Palu, with that composure we know that he can have, does get it over at the line. So, Tim, they've got 1 round buffer here. 2 rounds is all it takes for SANDBOX to get their 3 points. And as a reminder, we saw the stats earlier in the game. Even if SANDBOX win in regulation, there is only a 6% chance they make it out of this group. All the other results still have to go their way because they lost the first 3 games in this group, whereas Liquid won their first 3. So, we've got to see some magic happen beyond this game as well. For now, though, SANDBOX are just setting their sights on those 3 points in this second half. We're starting out down in the basement. Let's see how well SANDBOX can crack this egg open.
That's the thing to always remember with those very slim chances of qualification out of a group, like a 6%er like this, is it's not, by the time you reach 6% chance, it's not just about SANDBOX anymore. It's about the other results. It's about other teams getting beaten where SANDBOX need them to get beaten. You know, there's a lot of other moving parts that need to go their way. Now then, round 1 of Liquid's defence is round 7 overall for us. 5-1 on the half. Do not adjust your screens. You are seeing that correctly. SANDBOX have come in here and really dished out some pain onto Team Liquid, but they've got some tricks up their sleeves of their own. We've just got Ask at the minute, cowering himself away in the small tower there, waiting for somebody to come in without checking that properly, looking to take advantage, but right now, SANDBOX, they're going elsewhere.
They are, for now though, as things set up. SANDBOX taking it 1 step at a time, certainly not in any rush, expecting, as they would be after having been crafted by the region of APAC North, to expect any kind of jump out, window peek, you name it. Everything though being hedged behind Envy on this Monty. Everyone gathering up inside of construction. It's not quite the Nino blitz rush, Tim, that was banned away by Liquid quite intelligently, but it's still a shield they can make use of, now changing their plans and looking instead towards Big Tower.
Yep, the entire bulk of the SANDBOX push is going to come in that direction. Palu just dropping himself out of T3, looking to move away back to sites. Very sensibly so. He's going to take the challenge. Can't quite find the man. He was absolute fractions. He was a hair's breadth away from the headshot, you feel, onto Envy Taylor then, and that would have been a big play for Liquid to make. Resets is going to have to hold on to meet him for as long as possible because they're playing it with the hatch open, so they don't want to give that up. But with a Monty on side, it could be easy for him to be bullied out of there.
For sure, for sure. Still, they're taking it very, very methodically so far, even making sure there's nothing coming up the top side, which you can see off in the distance, a couple of outlines out towards Trophy, out towards the stairs, for example, and Resets, even holding in on the downstairs. Down goes Static. That's the Twitch offline, and Ask rotating his way back through Dining. So, quite a bit of movement being done by Liquid here, just to keep SANDBOX on their toes. Well, why are we all on the top floor?
Tight angle there. He's going to have to be looking to push forward eventually as time is ticking by. There's only a minute left to go and there's really no presence in towards site from SANDBOX here, and we were always concerned about their attacking prowess, about their attacking ability, given what we saw from them yesterday against Team Liquid. They haven't been able to move Resets. He's going to take down Arakazi with a beautiful headshot before dropping himself back into site. That's 5 versus 3, and Liquid, they are just holed up for the rest of this round. They're going to sit their angles. They're just going to hold on for 30 seconds, and SANDBOX with a Monty on side, I think are really going to struggle to crack this nut in round 7.
Yeah, they've changed their mind 2 or 3 times during this round on what it is they want to be attacking, and you can see here the wall's not open. Sure, we can get it slightly opened up. You might need both of those on that one single wall, though, to enable the Monty to go through with the shield up, and even then, it might not be enough. Palu finds one, finds a second as well. Envy, the last one left alive. It's bully Monty time, boys. C4's coming over the top, also trying to find the man, but Envy is well and truly outside the map at this point, being chased down by Palu, who wants to pad up that KD. Who can win in the 1 versus 1? There we go, the time ticks down. Technically, you can give it to Envy, but it's Liquid that walk away with the round. And scarily, Tim, that round was very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday.
It was very reminiscent, and in honesty, it was very easy for Team Liquid. There was never really any challenge towards site whatsoever from SANDBOX. There was at no point any sort of control gained over any area of the basement, so they're going to have to not just step up a little bit on attack, they've got a lot of work to do if they want to be finding rounds here, and Team Liquid, they're going to be buoyed, I think, by that performance there. It's going to help them grow into the game. I feel like this is an important round. If Liquid get this, 2 defenses in a row, take them to the tertiary site, you start feeling like it's 5-3. We're back within touching distance now, and SANDBOX maybe start feeling the pressure a little bit. I know that I said it maybe a little bit prematurely in round 6, but do not be surprised if we are staring down the barrel of a comeback from the Brazilians.
That's the scary part, right? You can see the swing coming in. Again, this attack is really what's going to set the tone for me. If we can see SANDBOX shake off the nerves of that first attacking round and show, actually, boys, we've corrected from yesterday. We can get these points over the finish line. Great. If not, Liquid win this next round. I think I'm with you then. That's when maybe overtime starts coming into the conversation. If not, a massive landslide reverse sweep for Team Liquid.
We're going to be into the action phase then. It's a top floor hold, but look at how widespread Liquid are here. We saw this yesterday. It's going to be Ask on the Oryx in T3, or at least in Big Tower at the minute, and that is where he hassled SANDBOX from. As I said, he was picking up kills from the windows, down into Armory Corridor, just every angle he could find. So SANDBOX hopefully learn a lesson from that. They're going to have Good Boy on the Jackal going in there. They need to force him to move. They can't allow Ask to keep himself in that position because it was their undoing yesterday.
It's even more than that as well. It was resets up in Big Tower. It was the constant play around Attic. It was constantly challenging everything, as we saw in the previous round. Even when SANDBOX was looking on the downstairs, you still have people hovering around inside a trophy, for example, working their way across the top floor. They couldn't really clear them out in the same way that Liquid did back in the previous rounds. I mean, Good Boy here, maybe his nose is picking something up. That spider sense is tingling away. Hasn't got the tracker out, but is expecting to see someone come pushing down these Big Tower stairs. And he would be absolutely correct, as there is a player stood up towards that north side.
Ask doesn't need to do anything in that situation, though, so long as there's no pressure from above, which there is none, and that's what SANDBOX needs. Somebody pushing in to force him to go down those stairs, because he's just going to hold that angle, and it leaves the Jackal. Look at Good Boy, he's still just sat in the basement. It's 1 minute 30 into the round. What is he doing for the round here? Static, Arakaze, that's what they need. Push forward, force Ask to do something. As it is, they might not like what they force him to do, because he relocates and he's going to take a fight, and then he gets himself away and he gets a bit more support. 1 minute 10 and still no pressure onto site at all.
This is the thing, Tim. It's a fight for Big Tower. That's how slow SANDBOX have been so far, and Liquid looking again like they run the place, like they've paid their rent and they know what their rights are. They can fight for every single square inch of Oregon. So SANDBOX have got to come up with something different here. You've got the Jackal on side, but we haven't seen it put to strong use yet because there's been no follow-up, no impacts coming out of Static, no concussions, no flashes. All of that utility still sits in the back pockets of SANDBOX at this point. You've got to get a little bit quicker, boys, a little bit pacier. Otherwise, this game will slip away from you, and they don't even have control of getting this one getting impacted out. They might be able to get away with this next one, but Neski's still ready to go. Finds a kill, backs away and goes, yep, you know what? Happy with that kill. Now you can have the wall.
Exactly that. 25 seconds left to go. No presence in Attic. This is one-dimensional now. All they can do is work in through the breach. Palu, he's going to find a big nitro onto Arakaze. The one other angle they potentially had to work with was double window. And resets on the reverse. Hits him on the flank with a double. Ask picks up one. It's another flawless round for Team Liquid. And what a beautiful defense that was. But what a failure from SANDBOX on the attack, Des. Failure to disrupt, failure to move Liquid around the map, failure to take the fight to them. They are the attacking side. They cannot just sit and hold angles for 1 minute 30, hoping somebody is going to move into them, because it will cost them.
Really, two players in that round tell me the story. Resets at the very end of the Valkyrie, coming out of showers unchecked and finding 2 kills. Earlier in the round, it was the Oryx of Ask, I believe it was, who was wasting again 2 minutes just being sat on Big Tower stairs. The site was in kids and dorms. It's the other side of the map, yet the man is soaking up so much attention and time just by sitting there. But I'll go back to what I said. All this utility in the back pockets of SANDBOX, the gadgets, the tracking of the Jackal, none of it came out to really help them push through those locations. I think the only thing we really saw deployed was a couple of Claymores in the round itself. So if you want to be forcing Liquid back towards site, you want to pick up some kills, boys, just go for it. We know how aggressive you were being on the defensive side. You were jumping out of windows. You were challenging everything. But here on the attacking side, we are not seeing the same, and you will lose this game unless we see that amended. Hopefully during this tactical timeout, Nova, former player for SANDBOX as well, now coaching them, stood behind them, is giving them that feedback. Boys, we've got to do more. We've got to move faster. We've got to be more aggressive. We're not scared. Let's take the fight to Liquid, because now is the time to do it going into the offsite. We're going to see Meeting and Kitchen here in round 9.
like you say, that's going to be key now, taking the fight to them, and it was something that they did so well on the defence, but just unable to dislodge Liquid so far. We're going to have Meeting as the third choice site, and the worry that I've got at the minute, Des, is I look at this situation and you say, right, okay, SANDBOX were able to go 5-1. Are Liquid able to better that? And I look and I think, yeah, they probably are. They probably are capable of bettering that. If they get Meeting locked down here, let's be honest, SANDBOX haven't really been close to either of those attacks. So if it's the same here for Meeting, then I start worrying about where SANDBOX are going to find an attacking round. So, you know, a lot of importance on this site and whether Liquid can hold it down or not. You feel like if SANDBOX can get that round 6, get that match point, it might just put that little bit of pressure on Liquid that they need to start finding the cracks. But right now, Liquid, they're looking good.
Well, time will tell as Kings continue to set through for SANDBOX, whether or not they can start swinging it. We do have that Oscar on side, who, as I mentioned before, APAC North, we see this kind of push coming into Big Tower all the time. And truthfully, what I like about it, although they're not currently setting up for it, I think they'll rotate players around. This is just simple. It's Siege 101, right? Get top floor control. Make sure you've got a drone watching the basement. Open up the wall. Start to get yourself ready, because no one can play inside a meeting. It's basically no man's land. Get the Ossa down behind the cover of smoke or a couple of grenades coming singing on through. Hold your long angles, and it can be as simple as that. It's a 3 or 4 step process for this execute, and I think that really is what SANDBOX needed coming into this round, was something nice and simple. They've got to do it in a timely manner though, Tim, because already we're 75 seconds in and they're only just starting to look at control of Big Tower.
Again, that is, we keep going on about it, but it's with good reason. The clock is the big factor to watch in this. It's not even extending as far as gunfights, map control and those things, and, you know, how have you got yourself in a position to execute. Right now, it is all about the clock for SANDBOX, and it's all about moving quickly enough. They've got themselves quick control of Big Tower, but then they haven't done too much with it. They've got the wall open. They're in a position to potentially think about going in and putting a plant down, but not before they find some kills, and that's why they need Envy Taylor in here on the Ossa. Start putting those shields down and start just pushing Liquid round a little bit. Don't let them hold their angles that they want to, you know, force them to move. Good start from Good Boy. Manages to find a kill onto Ask. Takes the Oryx out, and that's going to take a lot of the roam game worries away for them. But Lagonis, he manages to step up with a late trade.
So Good Boy comes the Bad Boys, down he goes. In fact, the Bad Boys, the Nesk as well, finding Envy over the lip of the wall that's been opened up. Shyle, look at Nesk's position here as well, so aggressive. Finds 2 kills on the push forward, and like that for SANDBOX, it was a 5v4. They were in a great position. They had these shields down from the Ossa, and they were ready to go almost, but now it's all fallen apart. Down to a 2 versus 2, and you'd be hard-pressed to see Liquid not closing this one out.
Nesk and Palu are the 2 remaining as well. It's never a duo that you want to go up against.
There it is.
Finds himself inside a site, but it's Nesk for 3. Is it Nesk for 4? If they continue peeking him like this, you feel like it probably will be. There it is. 4K for Nesk in the round. So aggressive, so clinical, so Liquid.
So Liquid sounds about right, especially those 2 being left alive like you commented. For me, that was the make or break for SANDBOX. You win the offsite, or this continues to go from bad to worse. Now, I'm pretty sure when it's 5-0, Tim, you were saying, oh, I know 2 guys that can get this to overtime. I'm just like, Tim, no, it's not happening. We're not going to see a big swing. SANDBOX are playing too well. What we have seen is that swing back from yesterday. Those poor attacks are coming out again. Now, I say poor attacks, truthfully, they aren't as bad as yesterday. They are looking better, but Liquid once again are just coming in more equipped. They're coming in prepared and ready. And sure, it might take a little bit of a hero play from Nesk in 1 or 2 of the rounds, but if that's all you've really got to rely on, I'd say things couldn't go much better for Liquid. Looking absolutely fantastic so far. Now we go down into the fortress of the basement. SANDBOX, at this point, boys, it's going from bad to worse. You've got to save it now.
The thing is, as well, like we so often talk about hero players and we say you can't rely on hero players to win your rounds, and I would say that is true in 99% of circumstances. But I would also say that there are 3, maybe 4 players in this game at this point in time, you know, maybe 5 at a push, who you can rely on for those hero players, and 2 of them happen to be in this server on the side of Liquid, and we've just seen it happen there, you know. And I look at it and say, well, you can't rely on this to keep doing that round after round, but you can. And if he doesn't, Palu will, and that's the problem now that SANDBOX are facing. And if this goes level, oh, I don't fancy SANDBOX's chances at that point.
Absolutely not. Well, they're really throwing the kitchen sink at them here with the Amaro on side, the Jackal really starting to look for it. Lagonis, I think, trying to play a little bit of bait play here as well, hoping that we see I'd imagine a Heartbeat gadget coming out they were expecting. Instead, it's going to be the Hibana. So as much as Kai is nice here, it's not going to be the end of the world. They can keep on going all day long with those X-Kyros, just stacking them 2 at a time, 4 at a time, and they'll still have plenty to go.
He stood up on the boxes there, just trying to gain any slight advantage that they can. Basically, it's cutting down the amount of time. If you throw the electrical, obviously it'll hit the hatch sooner, it'll activate sooner. It's cutting down by a fraction of a second, but it's the fraction of a second that might get you that successful Kaid trick rather than not. And that's why he's doing that. And that just goes to show the level that these players go to gain an inch. Now then, Ask is trying to crawl to safety at the minute. They need to be careful though, because Static is on there. We saw a failed pickup attempt by Julio of W7M earlier, and they don't want to find themselves in the same position, but Palu is going to get away with that, and they managed to scamper back to safety. Ask, he's going to get himself deep into sight now. He wants to protect those 2 remaining Toxic babes.
It's not bad for SANDBOX to start things out as well. Yes, he's down low in this case. Yes, they've got the diffuser. Yes, they've got a multi-point push starting to get set up, where you have the Amaro on the north side, a couple of them all hovering, well, 4 of them, sorry, hovering down here towards the lounge and down towards Freezer itself. So very much a Liquid-esque attack. We first saw it back in LATAM a couple of years ago, I want to say now, when the rework came in for this map, that it was the LATAM teams were the first ones to employ a 3-sided push. They had 1 minute and 30 to work with, Tim, but it is slowly winding its way down here as we get towards that last 45 seconds or so. Liquid all back on site, but dug in and looking pretty comfortable so far.
Exactly that, and an absolute ton of time wasted along with it, and SANDBOX just feel like they've been left scratching their head again. You know, they're going to try to start pushing in towards site, trying to find angles, but with 30 seconds left to go, the risk they're going to have to take is increasing and increasing. They don't have any presence at rear stage stairs yet. Nesk, he's able to play at pillars, he can move down highway if needs be. There's going to be a push into Laundry. You'd expect it to be supported from Freezer as well, but with 15 seconds left to go, there's a lot of gunfights that are going to have to go in the favour of SANDBOX, and right now Liquid are hot. We're going to have pushing in through Laundry. Make it 1, make it none as the kills just rain in. It's flawless again, Des. It's flawless from Team Liquid. They have well and truly activated on the defence of Oregon.
Have we seen 3 flawless rounds in this second half as well? Liquid just looked like a team transformed compared to the first half. Now, yeah, sure, we expected that maybe given yesterday, but with how good SANDBOX looked to start, I tell you what, I hear Streamer has joined us. Hi guys, in case you're not recognising these voices, it's me, Des, and Tim. We are jumping in for just this one game. We didn't want to miss a major. We had to get involved somehow, so this is the one game that we got, and my God, am I glad that we picked this one. Yesterday, Liquid steamrolled SANDBOX 7-1 on this map when Liquid started on the defensive side. We came in today, SANDBOX first 5 rounds. They were 5-0 up, and we thought, man, there's just no way, surely. But Liquid won that fateful 6th round, have now pushed their way back to 5-5, and SANDBOX are flailing to find barely a kill at this point. We've seen 3 flawless rounds in the second half, so it's been a real transformation for Liquid given how the first half went, and you are joining us at a very exciting juncture. Do we see that overtime, or do Liquid take the full 7-5?
Honestly, Des, right now I can't, even with us casting it, I cannot see this making it to overtime, because 3 out of 4 rounds have been flawless for Liquid. SANDBOX, I hate to say it, you know me, I try to be positive, I try to find the good, but I can't be anything other than critical of SANDBOX on the attack. They haven't been able to get to grips with what Liquid are doing at all. You know, they haven't really, apart from on meeting, and even then barely, they haven't stepped foot inside a site realistically, and it's been a tough watch. You know, it's been a tough watch for somebody who would like to see APAC and SANDBOX do well, but for somebody else, same person, me, who would like to see Team Liquid go on and, you know, make a really good run in this tournament, this is, you know, it's great for Liquid fans to see.
Whew, okay. I mean, for a second, all those channel points, I think 89% of the channel points went with Liquid, understandably, 11% with SANDBOX, and those SANDBOX ones were jubilant for a short while, but I think it's slightly calmed down now. Let's have a look at what's happening in the round. We've got that Ying and the Amaru coming out once again. SANDBOX rotating between these 2 operators and the Jackal as kind of their, air quotes, wild cards. We've seen them try a couple of things. Nothing is really working out. So I think at this point, it's like trying to run your head through a brick wall. They just keep on getting the same outcome, a very, very sore forehead. As it stands, you've got Charlotte towards the west side here, trying to find a cut through into Kitchen, where Reset is waiting. But he has been a demon in the late rounds on the Valkyrie so far as well, ending a couple with some really cheeky flanks. Here, he's sat underneath the site itself with a C4 on side, a second one in the back pocket of Palu. They just look ready, Tim.
Resets is just holding that angle. Envy Taylor does manage to find Palu though. Resets, he finds it on the angle. It's going to be 4v4 as the push comes in. Nesk manages to find Good Boy 4v3, but the plant's going down dead. Envy Taylor's going to stick this. This could be a round that SANDBOX could hold on to. They've managed to get it just inside of the double window, but it's looking less and less likely. Envy Taylor starts to take damage. 4 versus 1. It's all up to Static to hold on. He has got a raging torrent of Liquid players just rushing over him, rushing towards him, looking to find that kill. Manages to find one in through the Toxic Babe.
Oh God, the jump outs!
1 versus 3, cuts off the jump out as well. 1 versus 2. Surely Static can't do this. He's battling, but no! Resets closes it out while covering Lagonis, who disables the diffuser, and Team Liquid, they take round 11 and move on to match point.
What did I say about Resets on the Valkyrie in the late round, Tim? He's done it again. That was a really hard situation to be in. You've got one player outside permanently being pinged as well that you know can ruin your whole day, but you know it's being diffused. You've got to risk your life to go for that play, but the timing gods were not at all on SANDBOX's side. To me, that looked like one of their best chances to get the round win, but brilliant use of the smoke as well. I've got to give it to Liquid. The smoke play coming out, those 2 Toxic Babe canisters, absolutely beautiful. SANDBOX are now coming into the offsite once again. It's not meeting, so we've switched to the other offsite of Dining and Kitchen. You have to make this work, otherwise Liquid have robbed you blind and will take all 3 points.
Boy, oh boy, here we go. 5-1 down to a potential 7-5, or can SANDBOX steal a round on the tertiary side? Can they find something inside of Dining this time instead of meeting? It's going to be their only opportunity to try and secure a point in this game, and it is now or never. It's a site that I sort of fancy for them, really, possibly. The problem has been time. It's been clearing Liquid out, and it's been getting into a position to execute onto site. You know, this site does cut a little bit of that out. If you go for the small tower push, so long as Liquid don't play Nesk in small tower like they did the other day, because he was an absolute nightmare in there, but yes, he is in there. Right, that's a problem. He was playing in there as a Zami the other day, though. They've banned that out, so maybe this works out for them. If Nesk can't hold on to small tower for that long, then SANDBOX might have the time they need to get themselves inside of Dining.
The thing is, Tim, this was that setup I was talking about earlier when we saw the bans come through. I said, okay, we've seen the ADS is taken away and those Kiva barriers. For those who missed the game yesterday, I want to say it was round 4. Nesk got a 3K, I want to say, sat into my tool tower. He just locked it down, making use of all that utility. Here, he has basically none. Here we go with the push coming in. Good Boy just runs in face first, but Nesk gets a spray on the window. Resets into a 3rd as well. That's the kind of play you're looking for. Static, Envy, 2 of the older players on this roster have got it all to do, but you cannot contain Nesk. A triple kill he finds for himself. It's a 1v5, and Liquid have swung it back and took all 3 points. What the hell have we just seen, Tim?
Absolutely unreal plays coming out of Ness there. That's how you... I was a little bit concerned for him. You know, yesterday when he got his 3K, he was in there with his army. He had his Kiba barricades to play behind. He had ADSs. He had all the utility he needed. Today, he was just on a Wamai. He did not have the ADS backup. He did not have the Kiba barricades to hide behind, but still, he finds a win. He finds it 3 times over. Liquid, unreal performance. 5-1 down, did not bat an eyelid, just got the job done. 7-5, and they remain not only unbeaten, Des, but unbeaten in regulation. That's going to be a full 12 points from 4 games, and Liquid are looking ludicrously good right now.
I'm pretty sure that also sees SANDBOX being knocked out. That's it. I think they're the first team going home because Heroic moved to 6. Okay, technically not. There is a world where it's not. But I'll tell you what, we'll look into the numbers.
Chance, so it's...
Yeah,
it's like
we'll take a look at the numbers and see what we can do. It's 0.01 or something crazy. Back after a short break, guys.
I'm Nicholas Morton, but you know me as Pingu. I'm a two-time Rainbow Six Siege World Champion and former top Rainbow Six Siege player in Pro League. Welcome to my Siege Ranked Bootcamp. We're talking 20 seconds left on the clock, you got the diffuser in hand, what do you do? Play the way that you're comfortable with, because you have confidence when you're in this position, that is when you're gonna be at your very best. Good luck.
Hello again. Welcome back. Oh, I didn't do the accent this time. I've really ruined it, haven't I? My name's Tim. I'm back again here at the Major with Tim. I tried again, Tim, just for you.
I mean, it wouldn't be a major without you pretending to be me, Des. You know, you've taken it the step further. What people won't know, to give you a little behind the scenes, this is a gag that we were supposed to do in Berlin, but Des's luggage didn't show up, so the ball cap... Sorry, Tim's luggage didn't show up, so the ball cap wasn't there.
So now the ball cap is on for this major because it's got to be used at some point, right? It was either going to be here or it's going to be potentially at SI. And I thought, you know what, this feels like a great chance to bring it out. But Tim, let's talk about that game a little bit, right? What a turnaround. SANDBOX up 5-0. Liquid looking completely lost and shut out the game, only for them to go on to win 7 rounds back-to-back to win all 3 points.
Yeah, there's a bit of me that wants to say, you know, I look at Liquid now and I think, are they a team that can go on and win the tournament? And I'll say, yes, I think they are potentially. But the point that I'm making there is, I look at it and I think, have they shown us resilience there? Have they shown us an ability to overturn, you know, a bad situation and get a result? I'm not convinced they have. I'm not going to go that big on it, I'll be honest. SANDBOX struggled on the attack yesterday. They struggled massively with it today. Once Liquid come in and get those 2 defensive rounds to kick things off and they're both flawless, I think they know at that point, Des, that it's like, I don't think it's been some big mental game, do you know what I mean? If they'd done the same thing against TSM, I'd be saying 100% what resilience they've shown us there to turn that around. But I feel like they, you know, once they started rolling with those first few rounds, given what happened yesterday, I think they're probably looking at it thinking, yeah, you know, we know we can do this. And so I'm not going to get too carried away yet on the back of Liquid there. But still, as I always say, you can only beat what's in front of you, and they've done that.
It was a defender's Oregon, Tim, is the way that I look at it, right? Whoever was on the defense was really coming out on top throughout pretty much all of it. Only 1 round being won by the attackers, but 1 round was all it took for Liquid, as we saw. The one thing I do really want to go and look back at the stats a bit later on is how many multi-kills rocked up in that game, especially for Nesk. I think he must have clocked himself at least 3 3Ks throughout. We'll look at the stats in a minute as well and see how things really bake down there. But for Liquid overall, you just saw that individual brilliance that, dare I say, was kind of lacking. It was the missing X factor for SANDBOX.
Yeah, it was. And I'll say something that I've said previously. You know, we know... We know how good Nesk is, and I'm not downplaying his ability at all, but over the last year or so, I feel like he's been a little bit quiet sometimes. We've had some big games where, you know, he's not delivered the numbers that we've become accustomed to from him. But at this tournament, game after game after game, he is showing up and putting it down. And I just feel like he's turned up and he's back at that high, and he's unplayable.
He is. And I remember saying, well, we discussed this a couple of times at a few events. Can you see a world where Nesk and Palu don't win an invitational, let alone a big major as well, right? Is this that time to go on and do it? Time will tell on that front.
Yes.
We will have stats coming up in a moment. I've been told we'll have those in a moment, so we'll take a look through those. And then also the updated group standings, because as a reminder, SANDBOX now cannot make it through either. Tim, a big question about them. We'll talk about them for a second, because this is their kind of swan song now. They are done. They are out. They always seem to struggle at these events. We know they perform really well regionally, but struggle on the big stage. Why do you think that is?
I've been asked this question a couple of times about APAC, and I fall back to, I feel like, if you remember about 6 months ago, we discussed it, and I said, maybe when Dan1 Kia were having their success in the international scene, I said, it feels like they've kept that APAC identity, but they're also looking at the top teams in the world, and they're taking on board what they're doing a little bit more. And I just feel like that's dropped off a little bit, and I feel like we've gone back to sort of pure APAC, which there's nothing wrong with, but it's just not not always getting rounds won. You know, and sometimes you've got to look to the top teams like Liquid, like TSM, like BDS, like Wolves, like, you know, Rogue. You've got to look at these teams that are doing really well and say, why are they doing well? What is working for them in their strats, in their setup, in their gameplay? What is working well for them? And I don't think it's a skill issue for APAC, for SANDBOX particularly, because they are extremely skilled players and very, very capable and able to compete. And so I just think maybe that it's the style that they're bringing in. They just need to find that right balance, I think, is what I'm saying.
For sure, and now you can see with that group results on the screen in front of you, Heroic and TSM, the two teams to battle it out for that second place spot. Now, there probably is some weird, wacky, wonderful world where Liquid aren't actually guaranteed to make it through. If they lose their 2 games, for example, Heroic and TSM win both of theirs, there's a wild outside chance. But Liquid, for all intents and purposes, are going through. TSM and Heroic, Tim, you've watched most of these games. I haven't had the chance. Who's your pick to go through?
I think TSM. Heroic had a little bit of a wobble on the first day. I know they've come through and got a result in the last game, but I think when it comes to crunch time tomorrow, I think that TSM will make it. They were one of my favourites coming into the tournament. I think they're one of the best North American teams at the moment as we stand. Soniqs have also looked very good today. But yeah, I think for me personally, I think TSM might just squeeze it. But it's going to be this team that we've seen today, Team Liquid, that are going to decide a lot of that based on what happens in their results, I think, against those teams.
Absolutely. Well, time will tell, because not forgetting there are still another full set of games to come for you tomorrow. Still plenty to look forward to. Now, for Tim and I, big shout out first and foremost to Ubisoft. They let us come in and do a single cast for this event. Didn't want us to break our streak that we've done every event since SI 2020. It had to carry on. We'll go back to being fans, watching in the armchairs with you guys back at home. Look forward to watching the rest of the games both tonight, tomorrow, and of course for the playoffs. Thank you for tuning in with us, and we'll catch you guys soon. For now, we'll throw to a break ahead of BDS versus SSG.
Tell me if it's funny. Disappear, honey. When will you come me or call me? 'Cause I have for you a great surprise. Oh, you have something so we can understand it. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high, you never know why.
Something in your eyes of power, and I can't deny I love it. There are no limits for us, so we can't understand it. Baby, don't think about it. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. Make it feel so high. You never know why.
Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Once again. Feels so high, you never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, make it feel so high. You never know why. Feels so high, you never know why. No more talking about it. The way it is, the way it is. It's no mystery. There's no getting around it. When you're here, we got chemistry. We light up when we ignite. We're stars in a darkened sky.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bravo stream. It is just about time for our final matchup of the day. Bound to be an interesting one once again as we have rounded through the groups and we arrive one final time at this matchup here. Spacestation about to take on BDS for the second time at this event. Stokes, I feel like this is about as even of a matchup as we could potentially get. What do you think?
It depends on what space station we get. Really, it really does. You know, we've seen a different fire under Space Station when it comes to the NA region. They've been doing a pretty good job over there. We'll get the rosters up on your screen, so you can read those if you're not as educated. Space Station Gaming has recently picked up Yeti. If you're a longtime viewer, you'll know that he used to be on the Soniqs, who are at this tournament as well. So, but either way, Space Station has actually been pretty dang good in North America. But when it comes to this event so far, it's not been the same, has it?
Now, it's been a little bit hit or miss so far. The good news is both these teams have had good runs in their most recent matchup versus Furies. There's a lot to talk about in terms of who we've been seeing shine out. Now the question becomes afterwards, will they be able to shine out in this matchup, obviously, versus a greater opponent inside of the group? And the big focus is really, for me, on Space Station was the performance we got out of Bosco in that most recent matchup earlier today versus Fury, absolutely shutting it down. Put up against two separate 1v2 scenarios as well, and was able to clutch both of those out. out, alongside great performances just in general, alongside a lot of the other rounds. And then you're still boosted by players like Hot and Cold, Rampy as well, bringing that great performance and the rest of the roster to be expected. Also, then you look to the other side of BDS, you have the other side, the other point of aggression that's going to be coming in from the Europeans, Lems and Shaiko, that have been dominating so far at this event. They are a force to be reckoned with as well.
Well, the scariest thing about BDS is that they also happen to have this little Frenchman named Lycofak, and he has been playing lights out at this tournament. A lot on the plate of Space Station Gaming. Let's get one of them off, shall we? Let's see what map we are going to. It's going to be Chalet, our most offender-sided map in between these two, and looks like who we're going to have on offense here. Really can't read the thing here. Let's see. I do believe it's going to be BDS, but we'll see once we get into game here and get everything set up. Our screen in here is a little tiny, so it's a little difficult to figure that out for the production side. So sorry about that, but we'll get it figured out here momentarily.
I think for me, the side that I'm expecting to be tested more so is definitely going to be Space Station because of their kind of hit or miss results from the earlier matches they had yesterday in their run, where we saw some of those front runners that we were just talking about positives for a second ago. Players like Hot and Cold, Rampy and whatnot, they were able to perform very well in their most recent matchup versus Fury, an opponent that unfortunately hasn't fared too well at this major. We're not seeing that same effect come into play when they're playing against opponents like BDS. So do we expect the same thing to happen here, or?
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is if you account for the 2 clutches that Bosco got, right, then there was a potential really for Fury to have 3 rounds in that game instead of the only lone one that they had. Bosco just got away with quite a bit inside of those clutches, showing off that clutch factor as he has always had throughout the years. But either way, I really do think that Space Station will, at a minimum, put up a contest towards BDS. BDS has looked extremely good this entire tournament. One of my front runners here for the entire event.
Absolutely the case. And even in just the most recent matchup where we saw these two teams go up against each other yesterday, it was those stars that were able to outshine and outperform. Even in the entry game as well, we were seeing both Lems and Shaiko top out the best of the best that SSG has to offer, as in their head-to-head matchup. Unfortunately, a single member of SSG was able to bring a positive entry ratio to the table there. Here's where the group currently sits, by the way, with W7M and BDS sitting on top of it. 9 points for W7M, as well as 6 for BDS. Space Station sits in third with 3 points. Fury all the way down at the bottom, unfortunately, as they have yet to claim a point even inside of overtime as of yet. We do have the potential as well for both W7M and Fury to be confirmed in for W7M and out for Fury's case in this matchup. In order for that to happen, of course, we need to see W7M claim at least 1 more point in their matchup than SSG does.
Yeah, and the craziest thing considering W7M is that BDS just got off of a loss from them, a 7-5 loss where not a single member of BDS had over a 1.0. Bride was actually the top with a 0.98, but then you look right across the fence on that game, and KZ had a 1.47, John. 16 and 9, Herds with a 1.37, and Volps with a 1.2. There was a big difference in the a lot of different categories there for those players. So we'll see if BDS can bounce back here today against Space Station Gaming, because I highly doubt that this French squad is going 0-2 on day 2.
Absolutely the case. But you made a very good point there in noting about their kind of lackluster results going up against W7M. Both these teams have now shown that they can kind of get shut down in the midst of a matchup there. So it becomes whether it's going to be the case here, or will both teams perform up to par, and will we get that full bare-knuckle brawl to take these teams to the bitter end. It will be the ending of today's stream either way.
And we finally do have the answer as to who is going to be on the offensive side of Chalet. It's going to be BDS. That seems like the right choice, obviously, given the earlier stat. Chalet being the most offender-sided map that we have at LAN here currently. Remember, it is day 2, so these will be updated down the line. So don't go off to your friends and be like, oh, you know, Chalet, this, that, and the third, because it might change here in the future. It might look like a goofball. So we're just waiting on getting these players in here, but there's so much to consider, so much to talk about when it comes to these two teams. SSG had a terrible day 1, 0-2. Not a single person over a 1.0 rating for them either past day 1, but a quick bounce back up against Fury will right the ship, at least for now. It was expected, but was it enough to get them back in it? Are they ready to game up against BDS?
Important to note as well, this is kind of going to help the players on SSG a bit if we are to assume that the last matchup shows the good results here. They played it on Cafe the last time around, and inside of that matchup, SSG was able to claim 4 out of 6 of their their defensive rounds, but only one single attacking round during that. So going to a map where obviously attackers have a little bit more of a favor, probably going to help to bolster that side. And if we assume the defensive end of it will remain strong, maybe they can sneak off enough rounds that defensive have to work with the attacker advantage and still be able to net themselves a bit more of a victory.
Yes, indeed. And considering BDS starting on offense, these rounds are going to be worth their weight in gold if SSG can get them on the defensive side. That half switch going to mean the most, and I'm just excited to get into it. Once again, folks, we are just waiting on these players to get into the lobby, and once they do, we will jump right into the snowy lands of Chalet.
Another very important player for Spacestation that we've been able to talk about a lot, even on his other rosters as well, is Yeti and whether he's going to be showing up. Yeti's very much, for me at least, an all-or-nothing player in that we tend to get massive contributions from him, things like back-to-back clutches, picking up multiple multi-kill rounds right next to each other, things along that side. But sometimes as well, we get the other side of Yeti, where unfortunately he's not very present inside of the matchup. A few kills here and there, but his contributions are fairly minimal, and that seems to be very much decided in the first few rounds here. Have not been able to see him turn into that explosive version of himself, for my opinion, yet so far at this tournament, so we're waiting to see if he'll potentially come out in this matchup. If that is the case, that could be a real X factor for Space Station as well, that allows him to push it over the edge and just shut down BDS on the rerun here.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you on the Xander front there. Yeti is a feast or famine type of player, but recently he's kind of found his stride where he's regularly in the mix of that mid-level, sometimes the upper level of the leaderboard. Just depends on the game that he has. And speaking of games that we've had, hot and cold, had a pretty hot one here today up against Fury. Double-digit kills for him here to start off day 2.
And he's actually been doing pretty good in some of the other matchups too. For instance, the initial game they played versus W7M, we saw him pull off a 10-5 record and a 1.68, which is pretty good for him because we have seen hot and cold in the past coming to LAN, obviously showing those great results inside of the NAL, but coming to international LAN, at least it's not the NAL, has been LAN as well. But yeah, coming to these international stages, we have time to time seen him kind of fall off a little bit there. It seems like, once again, the other regions' playstyles just don't mesh that well with him, and sometimes his stats tend to fall off here, but it seems like he's finding some good results still here at this specific LAN, so giving more credence over to the SSG side of things. BDS, once again, though, looking very, very strong against most challengers, except for that matchup versus W7M, so we'll have to hope that SSG were able to peep in on that one a little bit, peer against some of the weaknesses the W7M was abusing against BDS, and is now going to try to replicate the same things in this upcoming match.
Rochero and Fultz just on your screen a moment ago, as well as Rampy, who's been having a heck of a game so far here for himself, at least today. Again, SSG not too hot the first day, but they've bounced back in a pretty considerable fashion. They're looking to take it more towards BDS this time around. Fultz also not starting off with the most grand gesture this morning, but looking to try and right his wrongs. He got a nice triple kill in that last game to already kind of fix up some of the wrongdoings that did commence earlier on inside of that game, but really didn't matter at the end of the day. Did it with that 7-2 victory. So, Space Station now fully in the lobby, same as BDS, folks. We are moments away here from getting into Chalet in the last game of the day here on the Bravo stream.
Once again, just a final reminder for anybody that's wondering if we are potentially going to qualify or knock out any teams from this matchup. Indeed, we potentially can. If W7M ends up with at least one more round than SSG does on the overall scoreboard, then W7M will confirm their playoff position, and that will also confirm, unfortunately, Fury's elimination from the tournament. Another APAC team. Gonna have to say bye-bye to them early here on day 2.
Yes, indeed. And, well, considering these two in this Chalet match that we have at our doorstep, John, there's a lot that could happen here, especially with BDS starting on the offensive side. We've seen how lethal they can be with so many different things going on, especially with Lycofact now coming in and his frag potential. There's so many people, so many bodies on BDS that are highly lethal, and SSG is going to have to worry about this.
All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. It is your last matchup of the day. We'll have the two other teams in this group also playing against each other back on the mainstream. If you're watching us on Twitch, just delete the Bravo from the URL and you're good to go. And you can probably do something similar if you're watching us on other websites as well. Let's get into it as the first round is going live here in just a moment between BDS and SSG. First man on the board as well. It's an interesting one. Lion going to be knocked out. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot of Lion play recently to be able to negate some of the movement from the defenders, so it makes perfect sense to see him get banned out here. Habana as well, the preferential choice to be knocked out in terms of a hard breach. Breacher.
Yeah, especially with Chalet going towards the offensive favor, Lion just making that even more so with those EE1Ds. So a nice ban there from Spacestation, and won't allow BDS to clear things or force SSG to hold positions as Star Wortley. So BDS will more than likely try and rebuff that with something like Dokkaebi. So we'll just have to see. But for the rest of the bans, extremely straightforward. Malusi actually going to get banned out. We don't see that one as commonly as we used to when she first came out.
Bar Gaming, going to be an interesting initial choice here for SSG as they work themselves downstairs into that. We'll see how this works out for them in terms of utility as well. Lots of mitigation coming in. In fact, all 3 of the utility mitigators have been selected here from SSG, definitely wanting to try and prevent any chaos via nades or other throwables, if at all possible. As we have the Womai, well, of course, the laser gates coming out from Bosco, and the ADSs from Fultz as well defend all of this off and rebuffer more than likely the extensions that will also be deployed upstairs to the library, which will be the first target more than likely for BDS to try and steal control over, the first major target at least.
Whew, this game's already getting warm, John. Had to take the jacket off here. I'm excited for this one. We got to see if our North American friends, I guess. I mean, you know, we're always rooting for them when we ever come to land. No bias over here, but slightly. I mean, we are the only 2 Americans here, so we kind of have to hold our flag, don't we? Especially up against BDS. This French squad has always been so very dominant since they came out of the woodworks back in the day. Chaiko got off of his ban and immediately started running amok of EU, and it seems like this train has no brakes. Minus them winning a major, they've basically done everything else you can.
As we continue to see the opening action unfold, it's Lycofac off on his own, as you might expect the Nook to be doing, trying to work their way into Trophy, maintaining that early positioning. The rest of BDS, much like we predicted in the pre-round here, is going to start putting some of that early focus on the clear towards the library, but obviously SSG has a lot of defensive assets placed in that portion of the map as well. They will be more than ready for the challenge in this portion of the map, alongside of the utility I was talking about previously. Nice little push early on here. A spray, rather, does some decent damage against Lycofac. Rampy able to contend more than likely against him deeper into the dining room areas. That scares Lycofac away and will eliminate at least one of the positions BDS is looking to use to crunch out the bar position downstairs.
BDS surely are taking their time, though. You can see attempting to walk SSG back towards the site. They don't want to over-aggress and overplay their hand, potentially giving over some key pieces of utility. Could make this take a little bit too difficult. That frag grenade coming in hot and heavy onto Fultz's location. He'll have to drop down, hightail it out of there. He'll back off into bar stock. Chaiko won't be allowed to take him out just yet from inside of Mudroom.
SSG remaining stalwart at the moment, not showing anything over to the players from BDS, and with good reason too. They want to bait them into these setups. Yeti deploying quite prominently. They'll pick up the first kill of the round finally, a little over halfway through it as well, so a pretty quiet one so far. It's Chaiko on the entry that gets caught out trying to work his way into the side position next to Library. Lycofac now ready to finally insert himself. He's been able to find a position in bar, but Fultz expects it, has the angle primed already, shuts him down as well. BDS 0 for 2 on these entry attempts so far, with very minimal support behind them. Lens finally activates upstairs, will steal away control of the library. Renshiro similarly wants to be able to try and move back in through Ego here, but the laser gate blocking him off, and there's another angle downstairs that he's paying mind to as well.
Spacestation seemingly good for a round here. They just have to stand tall. BDS, they're finally putting a toe in the water upstairs and on the library balcony. Looking to see if they can transition into library or maybe downstairs. They do have Renshiro on the sled, so I'm really looking for them to work this verticality as such. Break this open, make it to where Bosco and the rest of the gang can't peek into the verticality too easily or just reposition at all, especially from this backwards position from Bosco here in bar stock. It's going to be handled extremely well from Brede as soon as that info game comes through. BDS, they somehow managed to get control of this site. SSG has given up the goods, and BDS will get this plant down after a Limbs takes out Rampy. Renshiro, he tries to pick up the frag. Yeti, he needs to get something done, and he will. It's up against the Limbs, and he catches the body. It's a 2 versus 2 going into the post plant. Make it a 2 versus 1 in favor of BDS.
Great recovery at the end of the day from BDS to get to this point in the round. SSG seem to be holding all angles accountable for, but BDS pierces past it anyway, and now leaves it all on Yeti here to drop back down, attempt the 1v2. Clutch now at half HP also tries to fire back a response in here, makes it down on the drop. drop due to Renshiro choosing to wait things out from behind the bar, but Renshiro making that play with good reason so he can set up for the shutdown as it's BDS that control the opening round on the attack.
Yeah, bad late round positioning there from SSG gets them punished. I mean, a lot of the site areas in which they could play obviously got soaked up from the angles that were created from BDS up top, but a lot of the crossfires necessary to keep SSG in it just really not there. We kind of had a cove of them over near the mud room in the stairwell. Well, BDS came in from Fireplace Hall, and there wasn't a single person to stop them from doing so. Yet he tried to recoup up top with some of the frags and angles that he had at his disposal, but it was simply not enough. SSG definitely looking like they had it during the mid-round, but BDS get out scot-free.
BDS, let's see now if they can replicate that success moving into the second round here. SSG obviously shifting around their own perspective. They are going to move to a different part of the map over here inside of dining room and kitchen instead. Still will see those same reinforcements going down over into library to try and extend out the play from BDS. They will need to clear that under usual circumstances to be able to follow through and execute downstairs, but they could also try to ignore that, work their way in from Solarium's side as well. So wait and see if that's going to be the plan from BDS, how exactly they'll look to take this.
BDS out of the gates and onto the field for round 2, and it's looking quite similar to what we had in the previous round. Just a lot louder this time with Like Effect on the Ash and the Dokkaebi coming in from Lems. So we'll see if they can use that to attempt to clear out a little bit easier. SSG did end up having the man advantage when it came to that mid-round like we were discussing prior, but this time BDS going to be searching for that opening frag. And they're going to get it. Shaiko will take down Rampy.
Indeed, getting Rampy, but at the cost of a down against Renshiro. No confirmation on Renshiro just yet, though. Shaiko trying to see if someone wants to get adventurous, leaping out. Chuck the nade in for relative safety to prevent Hot and Cold from going for the swing, but they thought the nade was going to give them a full insurance policy. No, that's just the deductible. Hot leaps out for a third as well as he takes another member of BDS away from them. Like Effect and Lems are all that remains now in the 2v4.
There's no way that we have NA Hot and Cold on land in Sweden. The man pushes the window immediately after BDS are getting Renshiro back off the floor. Neither Shaiko or Renshiro paying attention to the hop there from Ego. Extremely well done from Hot and Cold. What a read, as well as what a follow through. Now BDS, I don't think they're getting this one, John.
Not at all here. We'll have to see if Like Effect and Lems are able to work anything at all. Let's keep in mind, they're not working with zero map control, no case in their hand either. Case pretty sure is going to be retrievable. I think they just left it outside of a doorway. Yeah, it's still sitting down below here. So fortunately, not left out there on purpose. Did end up going down to a player on rappel, but still is easy enough to retrieve. And they've got a minute and 15 seconds. So certainly not impossible by any means, but definitely a tough one considering the zero map control they have. Although Like Effect has already made some progress on that. Drifting in due to the lack of resistance from SSG now and taking most of the second floor away. Should be able to open up at least one top-down angle, which I think he may have just done there with the Ash charge. I'll wait and see, of course, what Lems will attempt to work towards. The flash down, but it's not the right spot. It's Bosco winning on the inside of the kitchen instead and following it through with the second kill as well. A shutdown from SSG and a full house between Bosco and Houghton on the frag department.
Yeah, asking for a lot there, Lems. Asking for so very much. Mismanagement is what that would have taken there, and obviously that's all on Bosco's shoulders. So probably not going to happen when it comes to that angle, but obviously you do have to throw it at the wall and hope it sticks, right? I mean, no point in sitting outside or doing anything else. Got to try and win out that round. It's not going to happen for BDS at that time, but it surely did in round 1, didn't it? So SSG is going to throw it down into the basement after that successful round off the back of Hot and Cold getting pretty creative with a push onto Ego.
Back into the basement hole now. This can oftentimes be the toughest one for our defenders, but we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being true for this matchup. SSG really coming alive in that previous round. Problem is getting alive through a lot of aggression, mainly from Hot and Cold, and it's a bit more difficult to do so on this site due to the split nature that your teammates need to deploy towards one member. Yeah, they can take a risk, and we could, in theory, see an out-and-about play like we saw from Hot and Cold in the previous round, but in terms of getting away from it and then making it back to the site without getting traded, that's where things get a little bit tougher. BDS should be able to manage the equation up until the point where they reach the site. That's when SSG's anchors are going to have to step up to the plate and put a great defense forward here, as they will oftentimes be the squad that has to save this round for their team.
Round 3 Gonna be the decider on who takes the lead amongst these two. They've been neck and neck thus far, both of them having their ideas on how these rounds are going to go. Attempting to execute them, and both of them obviously finding some form of success. BDS obviously not in the best of straits after that last round, but more than likely going to be a quick bounce back, as we would all suspect. Haven't changed up anything past the Thermite and Ace coming in here. Not gonna have the Dokkaebi any longer either. So gonna be keeping it to some more frag-centric type operators, with especially Shaiko still going to be on that Yana, which we've seen him run time and time again. And a good old-fashioned bandit trick is what's going to get rid of the first exothermic charge.
Bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb.
BDS continuing to look for options to get themselves towards the inside. Bosco so far successfully fending off the opening attempts there with the trick play. On top of the snowmobile garage door. Brede will spot that there is one player peeking out through this drone hole here. He's trying to see if they will potentially have any angle to use to peer back at him and hopefully eliminate him, but it's not looking likely at this point. BDS going to need to look for other options of insertion overall too. As you can see, they've gone now for the side entrance back over into Wine, alongside of a few other spots on the map, as they're going to try to deploy themselves through the car garage side instead and take this control away from SSG. Only a minute and a half to do so now.
Man, Shaiko has been running that same skin combo with the Spider Charm. I'm pretty sure the entire time I've casted him. It's either that or the royalty skin from all the way back in Operation Red Crow. That's year 1, season 4, for those of you that don't know. I believe that skin's actually from a very similar timeline as well. But, oh my, SSG. This is looking like some 2020 stuff to me, if I've ever seen it. But Renshiro quickly wisp that away and give them an opportunity. Rampy, though, with a nice frag onto Like Effect. He'll get rid of the, I believe, Claymore that was down there as well, saving his own hide, and SSG potential to go up on the defensive end.
Brede and Renshiro, all that remains now. A little bit of a better situation when compared to the last round. At least they do have a trade against Yeti, but still not great, especially when you're considering they need to work their way into a basement site, which is just a big metal box that SSG can lock themselves into if they like to here. With only 30 seconds left to play, will more than likely become the status quo here, forcing BDS out into the open, forcing them to take these fights, potentially peek directly into 2, if not 3 members of SSG. More than likely set up just like that there. We see Hot and Cold striking down Renshiro to take out the remnants of BDS. Brede, all that remains here on the hard breach in a 1v4, has the intel on Hot and Cold's position, but aside from that, nothing really to work with here, and that'll show as he works his way into the site. Fultz has no problem shutting it down with just an aggressive little peek here. Round it now goes over to SSG's hands. We are tied up.
Well, BDS not exactly having the best opener to that one. Is SSG able to take full control? I'm going to send it over to Bar Gaming. BDS, I like that they were able to keep their strategy window open, right? They first things first, go over to Snowmobile, start things off on that side, but it doesn't really work out. They have Rampy, or rather Bosco on the other end, managing bandits, and able to bandit trick out one of those exothermic charges from Thermite. BDS, though, like, okay, cool, that's not too bad. We still have a lot of people kind of maneuvering around the map, so maybe we send it over to Big Garage and try and come in from that area. No, that one didn't work either. They try to work their way, and they eventually get the wall open, but it's too little too late. SSG had been finding frags across the board and abound across the map as well. Shaiko getting taken down in a pretty awkward situation around the bar area. I believe he tried to push down the stairwell, but we really didn't get to have our eyes on that one. So past that, round 4 up, and BDS going to be going back to the Dokkaebi. They also have Ying and Capital along here as well. The Yana and the Sledge have been what has been sticking around on this offensive side, and for most teams, that's usually how we see it on a majority of maps.
So BDS, of course, now down by that 1 round, and SSG starting to set themselves up for a successful run. That's what we were talking about before, about how SSG's defensive side has looked quite promising here, despite the fact that this is generally an attacker-sider map. So if they're able to keep this edge going and negotiate even a 4-2 scoreline, things will be looking quite better for them.
Okay, so Space Station, they're not going to play anybody in Death Spot here for Library. That's that corner area that we usually see Fultz in with some ADSs and stuff like that. They don't trust it up against the burn game from BDS. I mean, why would you, especially when they're bringing Capital? Those firebolts can mean the world to a team. It's going to be a frag grenade out here and a check, but obviously nobody home. We already know that. This is a great calculation from Space Station Gaming, as they still have plenty of bodies upstairs. 3, in fact. One on the balcony, one inside of that tiny room, and the other one over in the library hallway that can help and act upon anything that BDS does once they actually hop into this. That's actually going to be like a nice little one-way here for Fultz. One of the discs catching up, I believe, one of those fire bolts, the only counter for Capitao in the game. The other tactical bolt, though, will work out. Like a fact, does get hot and cold. Does Fultz have anything to say? Hasn't been able to find the angle for himself just yet, and he can't push back out on that rotation. There's a big risk that somebody in Library takes him out if he does try to go for that ego swing, and it really doesn't even matter anymore. Lem's completely switching positions as he'll move down towards the fireplace door.
Fultz continuing to patiently wait out. Presence being slung his way. The drone revealing it, but it's quite an obvious spot to begin with, so not going to be forced to swing away just off of a measly little drone like that. He'll even have additional support still. Waiting in the connector over towards the metal stairs here. He redeploys over towards it, throws out a few more of those magnets just to rebuffer it for the eventual play they're expecting to come in from the players on BDS. Rampy gonna get scared away from the first floor side door here. Brede off of that distraction is able to work his way into Billiards to start the plant process. Bosco wrapping back around. He's gonna be far too late though. Brede will be able to potentially fend this back off. Rampy did successfully knock out Shaiko, so it's all on Brede right now. Timing, I think that Candela throw, and there it is, now blinding out Bosco and anyone else that tried to re-peek him before he moved away from this one. The post plant now set up here for the players on BDS, but SSG taking them down regardless. Fultz with the pickup on Lems, now taking the player advantage, but look at Like a Fact set up, just tearing him down head by head. It's a quad from him, leaving just Bosco in play for the 1v2.
Bosco, big brain plays, but Like a Fact, he's already done the dirty deeds, hasn't he? He got all the kills necessary. Space Station rocking a hard place when it comes to this retake. It's an ace for Like a Fact, and I do believe it's his first one on LAN. If I'm mistaken, I'm sorely sorry, but definitely always want to call that out when it happens for our new players. So fantastic job from him and for BDS. Really, really awesome in that round, especially with the positioning of that plant, how quickly Brede was able to get that down. Bar Gaming is always difficult to retake when that plant goes down. You have to deal with all those players outside, including the verticality if they have that library control, which, I mean, if you're planting there, you definitely should. Just saying. Yeah, SSG, I mean, it's always going to be difficult trying to play into that. Like a Fact, just making it even more so on the library retake for them.
So BDS bounces right back into the game now. SSG beginning to run away with things, but indeed losing their edge, now returning to this first floor hole. We haven't seen a bit of previous success for them. BDS, though, coming very, very close to taking it in their own regard. Is going to look to now steal this one away and lock in at least a guaranteed tie at 3-3 here. SSG, of course, looking to accomplish the same thing. Still very heavy on the utility mitigation front from SSG, as it has been throughout most of this half, wanting to avoid any nade-based, utility-based chaos here by still bringing both the magnets as well as the laser gates between Yeti and Rampy. Aside from that, though, usual expected amount of utility playing heavily into those goo mines on the Fultz. Still Bosco with the comfort pick, and of course, hot and cold on the ever-present Azami.
Round 5 on the board now in between these two, and it's steadfast here as we are tied. BDS going about things in quite similar fashion to what we've been seeing them before. They've really been liking this library side take, and a lot of teams do for Chalet. We've seen some teams experiment over time with some Solarium side ordeals, but it's always seemed to be that library is the favorable start. BDS is also going to have Like a Fact on a solo mission downstairs. These logic bombs giving him a lot of information. He knows some players are around here. Great trigger discipline on that, but unfortunately enough, Fultz will get taken down here after he's able to take out Shaiko. So practically an even trade, as Fultz is actually lighting the world on fire right now, as opposed to Hot and Cold and 2 as well. Been looking pretty good, these two. Brede not able to hit those crucial shots. Unfortunate stuff, as Hot and Cold will skimper off. Be able to stay alive for this one.
See, Like a Fact, it picked off this time. The ace in the last round, but won't be able to take it forward in this time around. Bosco shuts him down and still maintains multiple floor control for SSG here, mainly on the first floor as he tries to make that descent down through the hatch and play things out, but is instead going to be caught out by that member of SSG. Hot and Cold able to really re-rotate back around to position himself in case there's going to be any pressure towards Trophy. Not really looking like we're going to get it, so more than likely going to see him reposition yet again. BDS pushing almost entirely from library side now with the 3 remaining players they have. Just one player, I think, was working their way from the first floor, and that may have very well been Renshiro, who we just saw repel back up. Lems as well joining the party up here as they'll attempt to clear through this one and work their way downward to eventually get into the site. Fortunately, a player down there, they're going to have to look for a pick to really justify that type of playstyle, and I don't think SSG are too keen on giving it to them unless they want to rotate over towards Solarium.
Solid stuff from BDS so far here. So they're continuing to propel themselves forward, even though they're down a man. Trying to get it done here from the fireplace side. Got somebody on an Ego balcony. Brede is going to drop down. He's going to be the only hard breach after Alems picks up Bosco. It is going to be a 3 versus 3. They've gotten the kitchen wall open, or rather the dining wall open here to attempt a plant in there momentarily, but this could be quickly thwarted from Rampy upstairs. He's got somebody in tow as well to be able to assist with some of the angle. That's going to be Ramp, or rather Yeti. Hot and Cold will be the only one on site. Alems trying to work his way in from the hallway as well. Someone charge in upstairs, try and mess with Rampy a little bit, but he'll counter that out with a couple of bullets quite quickly. Brede will go down. That's going to be case control to Alems. He's going to push even further to try and get this plant. The cross angles. Renshiro with a shot onto Yeti. The 2 versus 2. We got to get a plant here, but it's Rampy from upstairs. Renshiro trying to see if anybody will peek, but Rampy's not going to gift it to him. Spacestation Gaming win round 5.
It's on from Spacestation Gaming, slowly collapsing away from their site setup, only when necessarily needed. BDS, of course, trying their best to encapsulate it anyway, and really looking for any type of plant opportunity they may have been able to find just to be cut off at the tail end of it from the top end as well by that member of SSG, re-solidifying the advantage for them one final time. Are they going to be able to keep it, though? It's been a very seesaw-y half so far, so a 3-3 half is very much in the cards here if BDS shows up for the master take.
Which, I mean, just as of right now, incredible from Space Station, given the circumstances of this map. I know we harped on it decently during, you know, the prep for this, but when it comes down to it, Space Station are doing something that is completely against the grain on Chalet. It is the worst defensive win rate of any map here at LAN with a multitude of plays, and yet they're still able to at least equalize with a squad like BDS here. I mean, that's just not something you see every day.
What is not? So time to see if they can really lock things in for themselves. Not going to see any dramatic changes to the operator lineup. Still heavily relying, of course, on the utility mitigation more than anything else. And actually bringing the overall strategy a lot closer to the site here by adding the castle into the fold as well. Just as much freedom, so we'll probably still see some of those extensions coming out that were alive on the previous play for this site. But the late game round, once again, I think is going to rely much more heavily on defending the actual site area here instead of trying to get an advantage earlier on. Let's see how it all unfolds here. As, of course, BDS out on the map with their own strategy. Like if I'm going to try to mess around with things again on the Nooks, we'll pay close attention to him in the early round here as he tries to make that impact.
Looks like he wants to try and start downstairs from Big Garage. Trone out. BDS overall starting from that Solarium side. And we were talking about earlier, this is not usually the traditional way that we see teams go. They obviously have used it throughout the history of Chalet. It's not like it's never been done before, but it's definitely the ugly duckling of the 2 takes. So we'll see how BDS can go about this. We're not going to have anything unique for this take, minus the Nook working its way in, also Nomad, but each one of those has its own place. I'm more talking about something like Blackbeard or something to try and manage those Solarium windows, or even the windows for bathroom over here. We see that every once in a while as well. Space Station is going to be decently spread throughout the building. Obviously, they'll be centralized around this northern area, but Fultz is going to be off on his own lands over towards Mudroom, occupying the blue stairs at the current moment. Oh, Bosco. I actually thought that was a nade going off there and killing Yeti, but he somehow stays alive. I think the frag grenade actually went underneath the jacuzzi there and soaked up most of the damage. So Yeti going to stay inside of bathroom for an extended period here, even though his number was being rung.
Lems, of course, did get picked by the defensive setup from SSG. That brings him down for the count. BDS now trying to work with the remaining 4 that they have, and realizing that a direct insertion from the outside repels is just not going to work as much as they thought it was here. Trying to establish bottom to top angles where there's going to be a big risk in play because of that here. Obviously, the members of SSG will have a little bit of a kind of advantage inside of the direct gun duel, so they have to watch out, try and see if they can catch the members of SSG by surprise here, and so far just haven't been able to do it. You're seeing them attempt to make these peaks, but look at the health pools because of that. Brede, one of the last players at full HP, gone down. Lycofac's been finished off, and here we go. The culling has begun. All these players at low HP makes for a very quick spree of kills from SSG. Renshiro, now the only one that remains in a 1v5, and SSG, nice shot there from Renshiro, at least catches Yeti. Yeti's tried that like 3 times this half, by the way, and I think he's been gutted every single time he's tried to leap over the top, so a little unlucky in that respect. But again, he's been finding that decent contribution that Stoke Heroic's noted here, he's been finding a good middle ground for himself. What previously has been a very much all-or-nothing playstyle for him. Renshiro finally reaching the end of his rope there. I believe Fultz gets credit for the final kill.
I mean, Xander, you know, if being a pro doesn't work out anymore, there's a big potential for the WWE, because that was something there. Sends himself off the top rope, trying to get that ace there, but just doesn't come to fruition. But you know what does, John? What? A 4-2 half on the defensive side of Chalet. That is incredible stuff from Space Station. Let's see if they can put this offensive side together. I'm excited here. We got BDS down. They need to try and bring it back on their own defense. Let's see how they can stand up to this test of time.
Now, it's important to note that based on the score from the other stream, I don't actually know it off the top of my head, so if you guys have it up, you'll be more informed than I am. But if we continue to see SSG excel here, that potentially spoils the qualification for W7M as they are looking to make their way forward to the playoffs from this matchup. They will need to get at least one more round than SSG does to be able to lock that one in. And so far, not the best of straights in terms of I don't know how this works out necessarily if SSG like win this just straight up in regulation and we see W7M go to like overtime, how that would potentially play, but we'll follow that one up, of course, with our experts when we get the opportunity.
Yeah, we gotta go up into our very high tower where our analysts are secluded away. We'll speak to them and see what's going on with those numbers later on today. Make sure you guys are following all of the social medias for Rainbow Six Siege and everybody else on the talent roster and players, as the majority of them will be retweeting and interacting with stuff throughout the major. BDS is going to start downstairs for their defense, and operator-wise, I mean, they're going for a little bit of a roam here with like a fact, but everything else making quite a bit of sense. I especially like Shaiko on the Warden. I've always liked this op when you consider Shaiko in the pool, because it helps him counter out utilities that are quite annoying and stops him from gunfighting people. Who else would you want that on?
Absolutely the case. SSG taking a very, very slow approach to things here inside of their first minute. No one even really entering into the building as of yet, just poking at a few of the windows so far here. So very cautious approach because, to be fair, it's a pretty complicated setup from BDS right now. A lot of players off on their own is the biggest risk about it, like we see with Like a Fact right now. Zero support to this type of setup here, but relying pretty heavily on the movement that the Orcs can bring to the table to get him back into good straights and good positions with the rest of his teammates. We see even more complexities deployed to the first floor, and of course, the extremities of the basement too. Fultz with an unfortunate turn of events, but the good news is Rampy has already made up for it. Fultz just getting caught there on the Jackal scan, but Rampy is right there to trade out his teammate.
My American heart bleeds for Fultz on that timing. That was truly disgusting. Like a Fact, a saving grace, guardian angel, anything of the sort. Looking down on him from above, but probably joined them as he is now dead to rights, isn't he? So BDS, although quite the blunder there from Fultz for just a split second, still able to maintain this man advantage and get the cams from Dokkaebi. This is amazing here. Alems has a Valkyrie. Bride has Maestro. You have access to all of those now from the offensive favor.
Intel steal, and more than likely that is going to potentially force BDS to shoot out a few of their own cameras, be able to avoid being spotted out, especially in late round positions here. So 1 minute remains. This is the biggest problem for SSG now. The timer's still ticking very weightily against them, and they have yet to enter the basement here. So we'll have to see if they can still put things together. Only just now starting the makings of that descent. As we saw, though, getting that cam intel certainly gives them a lot of extra to bleed off of in advance, with now not needing to use potentially even their own drones down here. Certainly increases the speed of this timer a little bit as well. Rampy opens it up with a bang, knocking out Alems, just leaving Bride and Shaiko, the two site anchors, alive to fight the rest of this round off. SSG will waste no time having found that kill. They are immediately going for the jugular to try and shut this one down. Shaiko gets a little bit too roam heavy, gets found out in the open, and Bride, the same story befalls him deeper into wine. It's a shutdown from SSG to start off the second half.
All right, Lycan, did you bring the League of Assassins here to LAN? I mean, these guys are firing on all cylinders. Not a single negative KD in sight for Spacestation Gaming. Worst of all, a 4-3, and that's Bosco of all people. He's just running utility the whole damn time. As for BDS, you can definitely not say the same. Shaiko and Bride, 1-7 and 1-5 respectively. SSG shutting down Shaiko?
We'll have to see if that will truly
Exclamation
be the
point,
case.
exclamation point, exclamation point.
Question mark? BDS, of course, taking their time out right now, and they pretty much have to at this point. Taking it one round early, we've been seeing a lot of other teams do at least. They want to leave themselves a little bit of extra leading room here in the event that whatever they're going to change up after this tac pause does not work out. They'll still have that one extra round to fall back on here. But needless to say, BDS are up against the wall with SSG now claiming such a huge lead against them here, coming off the defensive side with a lead as well.
Attack timeout, very, very needed. Love the timing as well. Spacestation just got to round 5, and this is where you and I over the years have found this is like really that money spot. When that team is really hyper approaching, that final round, you really don't want to call that attack timeout when they're already on match point. So when they get to round 5, it's really the last time. You want to call it then or call it, practically never, but then you wouldn't exactly be using your timeout at all, would you? And that's even worse. So for BDS, they're going to call it in good time. We'll see if it fixes anything on their defensive end. It'll at least change up their site and their operator lineup. They'll be bringing a couple different pieces here. Shuck is going to be on the Legion. We saw him playing around with this a little bit earlier on today. Hopefully helps him right the wrongs that we've seen so far here and take it to SSG. BDS needs some holy water for round 8.
As SSG looks to get the penultimate point here. It's up to BDS to put a stop to it, returning to something that's a little bit more defender-friendly as they go over towards the bar setup for this second hold. And SSG, however, wasting no time adventuring themselves over towards those repels, leading into libraries. That'll be their obvious first target, as is often the case for this site.
Yeti, the spearhead, once upon a time when it came to the Soniqs. Now the IGL of SSG, the main man, the captain. And I'd say he's doing a pretty damn good job over the last stage and this LAN thus far. It obviously wasn't the greatest start, but considering this map, it's really starting to come back into their favor. I really didn't know how this is going to start off. They had that good match up against Fury, but Fury really not able to accomplish much against any of their group, co-partners here in Jönköping.
Fury is, by the way, at potential risk of being eliminated via this round of games that have come out. Not only, of course, this one here, but the other two teams that are also playing on the other side. I believe that's going to be Fury themselves up against W7M. If we are to assume W7M continues to dominate and wins the matchup versus Fury, we could very easily see SSG lock in their elimination as well with a successful victory themselves. SSG, though, going to try and close out this round. They're starting to put that pressure here onto Library, but having a little bit of trouble making the entry due to the harsh cutoffs from BDS that we expect to be established here. Yeti, though, with a potential problem. Oh, so close for both of them. Yeti not expecting the dash across, a little bit too far ahead on the pre-fire there. He tries to go back for it on like effect side. Yeti now catches the flight coming down from a Lems, but both of them low HP. Do they dare to re-peek each other now? Like effect, he wants it. You can see him still spraying in from time to time, but Yeti, he wants to back away and play this safe from the looks of it.
Well, they got the equalizer. But these HP bars definitely are anything but. Yeti and Foltz, quite a bit of HP drained from them. You can say the same for Like a Fact. Renshiro, a little bit of a tag onto him as well, but overall BDS a little bit more buffed and ready for this last minute. SSG looking for match point here. This execute means so very much. Some shots ringing in through the library window, but Brede and the whole gang show up to the party. BDS make it Foltz's problem now. And it looks like he might just stay outside and mess around, give SSG some time to think about things. He's just going to take his time here with this last 30 seconds.
Partner 2, Like a Fact, did eventually win that battle for the basement against Yeti, so obviously killing that part of the pinch from up top too. Felt's unfortunate turn of events stepping into that goo mine as he's now certainly been revealed. I believe he still had players close enough to be able to get the audible cue from that. Still begin to lock out those angles, prevent any successful drop from Foltz here. And overall allow for this round to more than likely fall into the hands of BDS. Foltz is trying to pad the stats as much as humanly possible at this point. Gives his team a little bit more time to kind of talk about the situation as well, since he's just inside of a clutch scenario right now that's pretty unrealistic to win. Eventually does get knocked out, but at least gave his team that extra 20 or 30 seconds to figure out what went wrong there and what they need to quickly change to prevent a BDS comeback. Either way, though, good bounce back from BDS after that tack pause, and it shows up just in the nick of time as they were just about to go up against a nearly unwinnable scoreline.
A lot of moving parts on that one with the utility utility exchange going on up top. Somas for impact charges, as well as some of the, gun duels we had going on downstairs. It was really anybody's game at that moment. And then the site setup for BDS takes off like a rocket into the sky, eliminating SSG member one after another. 3 fall to the sword of BDS, and they quickly claim round 8 after that point. SSG, they still have quite the cushion, though, don't they, when it comes to this game at the current moment. Haven't been able to get to that penultimate point, but they are breathing on it.
New element going to be coming in specifically for Hot, and of course is the Ying now going to potentially be brought to the table. A few changes that might actually shift away, and indeed it will. It'll go towards an Osa instead, but either way, a new element here for SSG that we have yet to see so far in this game from them. Bosco, of course, is changing over towards the Hard Breach as well, which previously was missing entirely from this lineup, and then just a few other thematic changes like Yeti going over to the much more comfortable Sophia, Fultz as well going to a much more aggressive operator on the Yana.
We're going to be making the usual rotation there for Kitchen. Now some soft paneling there at the back of the dining room as well. So some potential wall banging can commence. Either way it goes down, big potential for a kill there for either squad. Obviously, SSG is going to have to get towards the site for that really to become a big component of this. So we'll see how they deal with this opening as we're already 30 seconds in. It's all going to be onto the drone game as you'd suspect, but immediately Rampy and Fultz going to hightail it into Snowmobile, and they're going to go their separate ways. Rampy's going to go to Blue, Fultz up main stairs. Like a fact, speaking of Blue, clambering up top, where he's going to find Bosco inside of the library area. He's managing the windows at the current moment. That's also the case location. It looks like Fultz has made his way into Fireplace Hall here, moving his way in through bar. Nobody in gaming either. Rampy does have control of the bottom of Blue at the current moment, with Like a Fact holding on to the game door.
Rampy playing this very patiently now. Continues to sit back up on top. Like a Fact in the meanwhile has that slight pixel, but that gives the window of opportunity since he's too focused on it towards Rampy. Hot and Sinily finds impact against Renshiro, so SSG off to a much hotter start this time, bringing it immediately down to the 5v3. It's those site anchors, at least on the previous round, that caused some big problems for SSG when they finally went for the execute, though. So this kill spree wall means a lot for the early round. Does not necessarily translate into a direct win just yet for the SSG roster.
Yeah, it was 3 separate members of BDS rolling through SSG on that previous round, and it looks like it might happen again. Alems kicks off the party. He'll take down Yeti. That was that nice angle that we saw up top that he was holding onto here from Piano. SSG will be able to get the wall up top, but majority of BDS has rotated back onto site. Alems, though, still wants to stick in that area up top. You can see him over there inside of the master closet. We'll see if Spacestation are thwarted by those plans. There'll be an impact EMP from Hot and Cold and a set down of Osa's shield. This is really going to assist with overwatching this plant.
I'll still be careful on the plant. You can see at least one player from the BDS roster playing this quite close to the contest at the moment inside of Kitchen there, so can very easily get in the way of the plant, but I think that's what the second Osa shield is potentially going to help out with. Just setting up a plant angle. Oh, there is that slight pinch of your body that does peek out when you're setting that shield up, and they're nearly able to get Hotton in that moment of opportunity, but ultimately the Nitro makes that shield a bit of a moot point anyways. It destroys it immediately, still leaving BDS alive with 2, and SSG out of time now. Needs to make this play directly, go straight for the fight here, and thankfully they're not going to have to work that hard to get it, but Shaiko, the reaction speed from him, second to none. Bride out, but he gets 1 for 1. The plant will go down onto the ground, and now the pressure on Shaiko. He won't be able to catch the side angle from Hotton, and he wins out the round.
Hot and Cold, some flair from back in the DZ day. He gets it done on the Thermite. Nice little 2K to wrap it up with a tight bow. And Space Station Gaming finally find match point. BDS, a lot of work to do now. No tack timeouts to help. 3 defensive rounds in a row is what we will need from the French camp in order to push us to overtime. SSG looking so dominant in day 2 here in Sweden. Only 5 rounds dropped between the 2 games.
See now if we can get the closeout from SSG. 1 more round needed here, and they will lock in number 7 and cause some serious problems for W7M's early qualification. We have had quite a few teams come this much closer to qualifying today. Unfortunately, to be spoiled, though, in the final moments of it. We will very much, from the looks of things, need that day 3 to settle who is going forward to the playoff stage for teams here in Group A.
Wow, we're going to be bringing Maverick out. We haven't seen Maverick in a while, actually. Once they added Impact EMPs and kind of rebuff the utility. He's just not as picked as often anymore. Still definitely a strong character, but I don't believe he even has his frag grenades anymore. It's just the M4 and the torch, which is plenty for that character. The torch is fantastic, as we all know too much. The frag grenades were just a little too hot to trot, so they had to take those away from him. Womp womp. Only 3, or actually I think it's 4 characters, something like that. I always forget Glass. That's my problem. That has the frag grenades. But either way, Fultz is going to be wielding one of them. They won't be bringing Sledge. That's usually the pair that we see, minus Yana, which she's also not going to be along for the ride either.
As you've seen, though, bandit tricking is kind of back in play now, and we even saw a great example of that from SSG back in the previous half here. So the Maverick going to be the direct counter to that, and just, okay, I'll just open the wall all on my own. You can't even stop me now. You can try to shoot me, of course.
Imagine if I had a blowtorch.
So that blowtorch will come in quite handy for SSG in terms of simplifying the snowmobile garage.
I like to think that was Maverick's pitch for Rainbows. Like, they're all in the boardroom, and they're just like, so imagine you had a blowtorch. Like, okay, I'm listening. So, yeah, but he's actually going to get...
paint your wall openings.
Yeah, exactly. Microsoft Paint that thing, and that's exactly what Yeti's going to do. He starts at the top. The Mav trick, we finally get to see it again here. He's going to make that nice little hole there in the center so they can fit utility in through it. Obviously, if you ever played Mav in your life, then you've usually done that to try and fit frag grenades through it. Like a fact, though, is going to fit a bullet in the face of Fultz. Rampy goes down to Renshiro. BDS. Oh man, this is looking scary. Renshiro gets it with the double. BDS have found themselves here. All it took was SSG activating them with that match point at the top of the screen.
And he might be getting the snowmobile garage open, but really not going to mean much for the majority of SSG at this point in the round. BDS's early game aggression finds kill after kill after kill after kill again, as we see Lems pick up Yeti. Just that one final player remaining, and Renshiro has no problem fending him off as well. On Cold falls down, and we see SSG drop a very important round here, but at the same time, still that decent cushion of 2 additional rounds to be played out here before they take us to overtime.
Laughing straight to the bank with that one, huh? BDS, especially Renshiro with 3 bodies to his name in that one, but now they have to try and get it done on some less favorable sites. Some sites that SSG have been very good at attacking. Bar Gaming is one of those options. They also have Kitchen that they could potentially go to, but they're going to choose the prior. It's going to be Bar Gaming here for BDS and potentially their last round. Let's see what Shaiko's going to be on. He's going to be on the Legion, so he's probably going to be playing around the blue stairs again. We were seeing him previously hold on to some crosses when it came to Library, making it really difficult to try and get rid of this wall for SSG as they continue to add Selmas to it. He gave over the goods. He gave the impacts up and was able to eliminate a lot of that hard breach, as well as get some kills in the process as well.
SSG once again still primed and ready to close out this game on match point. We actually look like we are going to get that gridlock here too. Haven't seen anybody switch away from it.
And we got quite some unique stuff. I mean, I haven't even seen a Finka since you and I got here in any game, and we've finally gotten it here for Fultz. He's going to be using the Spear 308 as well, which got some love after the nerf to LMGs.
Bit of Capital being added into this one for Bosco, so certainly looking to out-utility BDS on the execute, and they could certainly do that, especially given the fact that teams often rely on that little corridor between billiards as well as bar to rotate between. Look at this utility. They can lock people in there if right, cook them on the inside of it. Speaking of getting cooked, Rampy running right in to deal with Like a Fact, not letting him go crazy this round as he did on the last.
That's a really, really good idea. SSG have been very aware that BDS like to use Like a Fact on those roams. You know, defense or offense, you know, try and have him sneak around and find some of those frags. So Rampy immediately jumps into Big Garage early around, make sure nobody is around on camera, and then just holds that angle and awaits his arrival. Works out beautifully for him. Doesn't even look towards that direction, just gets bodied as soon as he attempts to cross. Space Station usually pretty good at using these advantages to their fullest. They're on the utility game now.
First of the spike strips comes out from Yeti, using most of them actually quite quickly here just to fend out the usual rotation points that would deal with fending off the staging ground that SSG has now set up for themselves. Interesting that it's in the basement more than anything, though, which is not always the first go-to. This is usually it instead that we're seeing SSG deploy into now. Fultz as well as Bosco trying to steal away this library control, but there's very heavy presence. Only 2 players from SSG actually trying to work their way into this area of the map, so not realistically going to be able to go for it. However, the assistance now coming in on the Capital is going to change that here. Fultz able to find out Renshiro as he's pushed out of coverage. bring things down to only 3 here for BDS.
Minute 15. SSG have done everything right so far, not a single misstep. No damage, no anything. Just map control and kills coming their way. It's been quite the positive boon thus far for what could be our last round, unless BDS has something to say about it. It's going to be back to the drones here for SSG, but specifically Hot and Cold, as he's going to begin droning up blue, and this means quite a lot to the story right now, folks. You see Shaiko right there on the stairwell. Actually, no, I was wrong about that. He's inside of mud, so Hot and Cold, he's not even going to see him. Shaiko might have actually slipped through the cracks. This should be something that SSG checks, but as soon as that timer gets low, things just get really weird with Siege. You kind of make missteps every once in a while that you would usually check before. Hot and Cold's going to rotate over. Shaiko's close on this window. I'm getting scared here, John. Rampy's going to get a Lems, and that's going to make it a 5 versus 2. We still have all of this verticality to go through as well. Shaiko, I do believe, has been found. Hot and Cold gets him. Is it going to be a flawless round for Spacestation to end it all here? It's up to Brede. He's getting burned out.
Move.
The LMG. Yeti lays him down, and Spacestation Gaming gets the French squad.
Perfect counter on that final round, and exactly the way we expected to see. Specifically, those Capitao incendiary bolts get used out there, literally cooking the player that tried to sit on the inside of Connector. No way to escape, as Brede is the last one standing and eventually goes down. SSG gets their revenge from earlier on in the tournament and takes this one versus BDS. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we do come back, we'll have the breakdown of this game and the follow-through of today's events. And we weren't lying. It was literally just a second, ladies and gentlemen. We are
about
back
5
here
of them.
now. Yeah. So coming back to us here now, we are going to be breaking down that matchup for you guys. As it was a very excellent affair for SSG, getting that ultimate revenge against BDS. As obviously SSG had a little bit of a lackluster start early in the tournament. Now they've woken up and have taken down BDS. A defensive-sided start as well, able to go up 4-2 on the half.
Yeah, what was that from Spacestation? You could see how much that meant to the story as well, because BDS, they were starting to put things together on their defensive side, but since SSG did so well on theirs, it made it to where they really didn't have the timing, nor really the round count to be able to play with things like that. Here's the highlights from that game, and quite a few of them as well, as we saw some crack shots from both teams.
Absolutely the case. I mean, BDS were no slouches inside of this matchup, especially after they took that tactical pause, starting to come back alive into this one. Really seemed like they were going to be able to make a little bit more of a run towards it, but unfortunately, the earlier advantage that SSG found, especially off of the half there, and the fact they rebuffered it up to a 3-round advantage by winning at least the first round of the second half as well, just made it too much of a task to find that much consistency in terms of round wins that late into the game from the harder side of the map as well, where the sites are either very one-sided for your team or either very one-sided for your opponents based on the setup there. Just way too difficult of a map to try and work that comeback on, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and the big difference is that SSG had an active scoreboard this time around, right? Like, everybody was on point, getting big kills and making big plays, and that's what you need to take down a team like BDS, especially on Chalet. I know we've talked enough about this defensive side for Spacestation Gaming. Their offense is looking really good, dastardly, I'd say, and I really love some of the utility choices they made and some of the counters that we saw implemented, especially downstairs.
A little bit scary, though. I will say that. Almost like Dark Zero-esque in the way that they're perfectly comfortable just running the timer down to like 15, 20 seconds and still having no one in the site. As of yet, we saw it happening quite a few times, and it did trip them up on at least one round where we were able to see those anchors from BDS fire back with 3 kills in the span of just a few seconds to be able to ultimately win that round. But for the most part, they still had control over those types of executes and were able to win things out here. With 11 rounds played total, 7-4 scoreline for SSG, with all the stats there on your right side, of course, for your viewing pleasure.
Rampy 10-4 in that game. A lot of that coming from his buck play on the offensive side as well. I mean, he looked so very dominant when it came to that operator. BDS not really able to have the same fire, the same light when it comes to day 2. Hopefully day 3 has something in store for them.
Their newest player holding on actually quite well inside of that matchup with a pretty respectable scoreline at the end of the day. Lycofak able to put together 9 kills, but the usual suspects, Shaiko, Lems as well, not as present inside of that matchup, especially on the entry game as we had been seeing in previous games. It was actually Renshiro, who's, for I think a lot of these previous matches, actually been more towards the bottom in terms of stat
He's a
contribution.
utility guy, always has
right?
been for them.
He was actually the best player in terms of frags coming out of this game, so a very strong strange one from BDS. They're definitely going to be reviewing this one tonight and figuring out how exactly to fix those mistakes for the end of the groups tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you look at BDS's scoreboard, the big thing that will stand out to all of you is what always stands out, which is Shaiko's score. This time, not very positive. In fact, I believe a 0.5 KD, because I don't think he got a kill in that last round either, so it might even be worse. But past that, that was really the big thing there, right? Their top end of their scoreboard is very tight-knit and highly rated. We're talking about Shaiko, we're talking about Alems, and we're talking about Lycofak. One of those things wasn't there in a very serious way, and when you have SSG playing like that, you really need Shaiko to be able to step up to the plate and knock out a home run.
Fortunately, not going to be the case inside of this matchup. Instead, it was everyone else on SSG that was able to step up to the plate. We'll go ahead and get the results up on the screen for all the groups here today as we now bring ourselves to the closing portion, unfortunately, of today's stream. Let's go ahead and take a look at Group A, where we have the results for the day. It's now the Soniqs up on top of this group, surprisingly so for me as well, given the way they started things out, but now on top with 9 points. Black Dragons, MNM, and Cyclops all tied in second place with 5 points each, but obviously round differential is still contributing to a pecking order there. Black Dragons holds second, MNM holds third, Cyclops holds fourth, all to be changed up tomorrow.
What does the letter A stand for, John? Apocalypse.
I was actually at a loss there, so good thing you filled it in for me.
It really, really is for Group A. I mean, it is utter calamity when you look at that board there, except for our NA representative. So, gotta, tuck the coat a little bit on that one. I mean, Super definitely knows what he's talking about when it comes to picking up players, let me tell you. Let's look over at Group B and see what happened over here today, though. Team Liquid, 12 points. They have only won games in regulation. That Lagonis-powered team is looking amazing.
Absolutely the case. Liquid locking in an absolutely dominating run here so far in the groups with perfect 4-0 records so far here. None of them even going to overtime as well, and a positive 12 round differential, comparing to Heroic and TSM, who both sit on 6, and then the unfortunate donut for SANDBOX, especially that heartbreaker match they just played.
That's what I was about to mention. I was over here waving my hands at John. I was like, mention the SANDBOX game. 5-0 start for SANDBOX. 7-5 victory for Team Liquid. That's not something that happens all too often. Group C on your screen now, folks. Let's get right through this one. W7M with 12 points. All 4 of their wins also coming in regulation. Team BDS and Spacestation just faced off, rather. And we saw how that one went. Spacestation winning that one in regulation. 6 points to both of their names and 0 for Fury.
Well, like we said there, since that one did end in regulation from the looks of things as well, that's going to be tie in terms of points gained there between W7M and SSG. We were looking to potentially qualify W7M for the playoffs in that matchup, but I think they still got to fight just a little bit harder. However, they're still in a great position. Don't get me wrong. They've almost got it. Probably with one more win, they will be locked in tomorrow morning, but still need to fight just a little bit harder for it as BDS and SSG can still apparently catch up to them. And then finally, we have Group D, ladies and gentlemen. Final group of the day here in the final group of our tournament, where we still have the Wolves from Europe leading in front with 11 points, 3 wins, one of them being in overtime. And that same positive 12 round differential that we also saw out of Team Liquid earlier. FaZe Clan now sitting in second place after dropping 2 maps, going 2-2 overall on their score, both of them being won or lost inside of regulation. Dire was actually tied with them as well at 6 points, and Mirage, unfortunately, down at the bottom with only 1 point shown so far via an overtime loss.
Yeah, craziest thing about that is Mirage still technically has a chance to make it to playoffs. FaZe or Direwolves, if they lose both of their games tomorrow and they win both in regulation, that's 6 points, making 7 with that 1 point that they already have, and they'd be able to make it to playoffs. But that would actually be calling for a lot. I did my math wrong there. There's 4 teams. Oh my goodness. It's been a long day, folks. All right. Apologies about that. So unfortunate for our NA boys, but hey, it is their first international LAN. Mirage has literally never ever been to a LAN as an organization, let alone as this roster. So, you give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for us here on the Bravo stream today. We've got one more day of Bravo stream action for you, but plenty more over on the main stream. Our playoff stage will be continuing this weekend, but make sure you are joining us at the same time tomorrow morning for all of the action here at the Rainbow Six Major. See you tomorrow, guys.